The MC of this story is named Gu Young-chun, and he was once a brilliant swordsman from a noble family, but he fell in with a bad crowd and ended up becoming a lowly soldier in the army of the Heavenly Demon. Now he sits defeated before the strongest swordswoman of light. Pointing her sword at his pathetic state, she insists on an answer. The guy is in a dreadful position, and goes on to reflect about the irony of his life, how the woman before him ended up as the Sovereign Sword's direct disciple. She is the same woman who utterly annihilated hundreds of demonic martial artists through her unmatched sword. In fact, this very same woman is the greatest martial artist the world has ever seen, and the odds of this guy running into her are shitty, because she's the same cold-blooded warrior who defeated the Heavenly Demon with her sword. Keep in mind, the Heavenly Demon began this hellish war between both sides, and it only ended because the warrior's blade pierced through the Heavenly Demon, finishing her off with a final slash. Meet the Heavenly Sword, Seola, who is out here shouting at the bastard who is refusing to answer her questions. The Divine Warrior is pissed that Yang-chan is still holding on to the information about the demon's hideout. An expression of regret and anger takes over her as she reminds the young man of the humanity he once had. But of course, even if he wanted to talk, this guy couldn't even say a single word. Why? Because the dude ended up getting the Jiraiya treatment from Naruto. His throat was crushed. Not to mention the very heart that's beating inside of him is marked with a terrifying curse. With every breath, the seal is making him live through hell, and also prevents him from revealing secret information. A tear trickles down the woman's face. The same warrior who had downed an entire army as well as the Heavenly Demon on her own is currently weeping in front of a half-dead man. She's practically begging the guy to just give a satisfying answer so that Seola can help him stay alive. I should point out that she doesn't know about his seal or curse, so she's thinking he's concealing information. Her fidgeting body and tear-filled expression, a sorrowful state of her begging, is actually a unique sight for the young man, who begins to wonder if she really hates the demonic martial artists that much. Maybe it's because of her fiancé, Sun Jung, who ended up getting kidnapped, which is why she's probably desperate. But the situation makes him let out a slight laugh, reflecting how the strongest woman in the entire world was currently wavering because of a love interest. His reaction causes her to get infuriated, as Seola tosses his ass to the ground like a football. At this point, she is fully provoked, despite her trembling state. She thinks the guy is being uncooperative for a reason, and regrets not killing him sooner. Her words linger inside his mind, as he begins to question when was the first time they encountered each other. From his memories, they met at a marketplace. Both were little children, and she was the first to approach him and offer him a potato. That beautiful little relationship resulted in such a twisted, dark turn, as this guy became a traitor who betrayed his own damn people to pursue the path of a demonic martial artist. It's clear as day that he's only got himself to blame in this situation. Though, of course, even now, Seola's barely able to hold herself together while walking away, when suddenly she turns around to see the guy crawling and scribbling something on the ground. Confused, she questions what Yang-chan is doing in his state. Unfortunately, because he chose to reveal information, the seal took a heavy strain on his body, resulting in him vomiting a crap ton of blood. But even then, Yang-chan takes it like a champ and continues to scribble with his own blood, recalling that if he goes against the contract placed on his heart, it will implode and destroy his body. And that's exactly what happens. This dude literally had his heart annihilated as a consequence of betraying the demonic temple. The muffled voice of his long-lost friend is heard in the background, but it's too late. He's lost too much blood and can't even hear her. The beautiful thing about this is the fact that she's already caught on to his condition and is begging him to stop, but he still goes on. The only regret in Yang-chan's life is that he couldn't reveal the truth. He didn't actually betray the clan on purpose, but was tricked and forced into it. But that doesn't matter anymore, does it? And even Yang-chan takes it like a champ and accepts that it's still his fault as he finishes his scribbling. This is his final service to his friend, revealing critical information of the demon's hideout to Seola. But then, the effects of the seal cause an agonizing outburst and wreck his organs from the inside. In his final moments, Yang-chan ponders why things had to end this way. He remembers a sequence of him being helpless in front of his dying sister, who wished him a good life. Seola's voice screams into the alley where he can no longer hear her. Instead, Yang-chan is overwhelmed with the kind of regrets he led up to in his pointless existence. Another sequence comes fresh into his memory when Yang-chan finds a woman clinging to the edge of her life. She felt sorry for him, while he could only stare at her with a look of regret and sadness. Seola's voice roars loud, proclaiming his name again and again as her tears drip down onto his face. Finally, Yang-chan recalls the sequence of another loss he experienced. The white-haired woman rested in his grasp, murmuring to ask if he was crying. But Yang-chan always kept a tough exterior and told her that it's just the rain. Her final words were a request to know about the moon. In her dying words, she found herself relieved, and eventually her existence faded because of the gash she endured in her abdomen. The same Yang Cheon, who was once a member of House Ku of Sanseo, a house that was known for being virtuous and righteous, ended up becoming the worst traitor and became a demonic martial artist. And now, his fleeting existence mattered little as he was going to die as a consequence of the war after his defeat. That is supposed to be the penultimate ending to his life, and it's exactly as miserable as it sounds. As he closes his eyes, Seola's voice actually starts becoming clear in his mind. But there's a catch this time. It's the same little girl asking if he wants a potato. Yang Cheon's eyes widened with shock as he appeared standing in the same marketplace on that fateful day, not knowing how he'd returned to the past. Our boy stands absolutely clueless, recalling how he gruesomely experienced his death after breaking the forbidden seal. I mean, bro's heart literally burst open. There's no coming back from that one. His final memory was him being in Seola's grasp as he was shouting his name. But now, he could feel the heartbeat coursing through his body like it never even happened. Not to mention his midget body, as he'd become much shorter and younger. It's as if he was daydreaming about the past, and Seola's past self stood there just staring at him in confusion. Yang Cheon tries his best to recall the exact words he told her in his original life. Slapping the potato off of her hand, he shocked the girl as he stomped on it, showing a clear sign of his offense. Yang Cheon didn't take pity on the girl's gesture and ridiculed her in front of everybody. Anyway, that happened in his original life. But this time, he doesn't hope to make the same regretful choice. Letting out a small laugh, he thinks it's time he made up and actually takes the potato from her grasp, even going as far as to thank the girl. Bro was trying to appear so Sigma in front of her, but the moment he took a bite out of the hot potato, he burned his damn mouth. Yang Cheon finds it ridiculous how a dream can stun him with a strong sensation. Seeing him struggle with a mere potato, she laughs at him for burning his tongue. While Yang Cheon is stunned, a servant of the House Ku of Sanseo comes rushing to find him. Apparently the young boy disappeared off on his own, worrying this guy greatly. He's supposed to be Yang Cheon's personal guard, Muyeon. Unfortunately, our boy can't even speak properly because of his burnt tongue, to the point his guard assumes that the girl must have tried to harm the young master and nearly pulled his damn blade. It's hilarious how this dude is basically ready to unalive a girl. But Yang Cheon requests to handle this in his own way, and requests to have the yakwa. Apparently there's one last one left, so he takes it from Muyeon and actually offers it to Seola, much to both of their shock. The boy simply wanted to return the gesture for Seola offering him a steaming potato. Seeing the delicious-looking yakwa before her eyes, her mouth waters, and her eyes glistened. She's always wanted to try it, but suddenly Seola turns away to meet her grandfather, who comes rushing to check on the little girl. Wow, these kids really love being lost. Anyway, he scolds her for going off on her own, but Seola's okay since she got the potatoes in the end. Her grandpa is really kind and worried if she got hurt somewhere. But just seeing the guy in person puts Yang Cheon in a daze. When the girl expresses that she gave a potato to the young boy, her grandpa showed a forceful reaction by pulling her back and actually showed great respect by bowing to the young master of the great house. But our boy tells him that it's nothing to worry about as the girl merely offered him a nice snack. Yang Cheon shows proper respect and consideration by praising the food and even offers a yakwa in return. Initially, Seola's grandpa is contemplative, but the little girl jumps in joy and wants to grab it immediately. But the poor girl is absolutely devastated when her grandpa drags her the heck away, believing it would be dishonorable to accept such a delicious snack from the young master. But bro is not giving up because he stops the old geezer, even showing consideration to the little girl and personally handing her the snack. Seola's eyes are literally beaming with joy, and her grandpa is speechless. But from this interaction alone, Seola's ambiguously concludes that they've found what they were looking for. The two-part after that interaction while Yang Cheon goes into a state of reminiscing, recalling that this old geezer was actually the head of the Murim Alliance, so he's not a joke. He once sat at the top of the martial world as the strongest ever, and was single-handedly the most feared man from the demonic path, the original sovereign sword, Hyogenwi. But he can't put together why this man would be here at all. It's as if Yang Cheon's life is flashing before his eyes. He spots the beautiful girl bidding him farewell with her kind eyes. The two parties turn the opposite direction to return home. Now that Yang Cheon's life has already ended, he no longer has any regrets and thinks it's a good time for him to conclude this dream of his. But for some reason, the damn dream doesn't even end after he reaches his family estate. It's been far too long. At this point, Yang Cheon is starting to wonder if this is some kind of final curse bestowed by the heavenly demon as a last resort. There's a lot he doesn't know about, until he suddenly hears a girl's voice, walking up to him and expressing her surprise to see her brother returning home. Meet the Scarlet Fire Sword Yeonsu Ku, Yang Cheon's second older sister and the one person who hates him the most in the world. Basically, she's a bitch. Also, he reflects his surprise that his father's returning home today, while Yeonsu continues to tease him, talking him down for being a troublemaker who's going to pull another lame stunt again. But dude doesn't have time to give to an attention seeker and states that he's here because he should be. So she berates him for never showing up in the past. But instead of getting offended, Youngchun shows maturity by stating he will apologize to his father. Now that is the definition of character development. He actually wants to change his life even with the smallest moments. Anyway, that pisses Yeonsu off a shit ton as she roars his damn name and channels her beaming rage to step up to him. Accusing him for plotting some kind of trick, she openly tells him how much he pisses her off. Bro cuts her little wimping session and points out that their father has arrived. And I should tell you that this entrance is straight up cold. That's how you know Youngchun's papa means serious business. Their father, who basically looks like Musashi over here, is pretty surprised to see his son greeting him so forwardly. He turns his attention to Chief Steward, asking if his sword squads are all prepared. Turns out the first sword squad has already returned from battle while the fourth squad is prepared to leave whenever needed. So he signals to his chief to prepare the fourth squad and find him as soon as possible. Now let's talk about Youngchun's perspective, who finds himself completely paralyzed underneath his father's overwhelming gaze. The housemaster leaves a final regard for the boy, requesting to come find him after his meal. Youngchun is pretty damn shocked to hear that and asks Muyan for a digestive pill because of how intimidating that was. Skipping ahead to the time of his meal, Youngchun recalls the terrible taste of the food. It's the same as ever and he's genuinely terrified to see his father. The anxiety is so bad that he's hoping something will interrupt the meeting. The housemaster speaks over their meal, asking Yeonsu if she's progressed in her martial arts ability. She is very happy to confirm that she's reached the third ring only a few days ago, which is quite impressive compared to the other children her age. So he tells her to work even harder. Now Youngchun actually agrees with his father's words, internalizing how reaching the third ring is pretty damn impressive for a child. Yeonsu has always been the talented type, so a bit of hard work results in wonders. But most impressively, he's shocked to see the little girl smiling, when unusually she has a damn resting bitch face. Which is funny because as soon as he thinks of that, she looks at him with a murderous glare. When his father finally addresses his third child, Youngchun, Bro flinches from his spot. He heard the report from Muyan about the boy heading out to the market. The young boy confirms, causing his father to stand up and express his urgent leave. This surprises the boy because he was clearly expecting Musashi over here to actually say something. Well, Youngchun chalks it off to his father's earlier demand of meeting the boy in his office. But even that is postponed as one of the maids comes to inform him that their meeting is scheduled until tomorrow instead. Again, Youngchun is pretty astonished. That night while in his room, he's surprised that he hasn't woken up from this wild dream of his. At this point, he's also questioning if a potential time travel or a regression has taken place. But that realization comes with the added anger, and a chance for him to potentially kill the heavenly demon before things get bad. That thought is enticing at first, but Youngchun still believes he's having a dream, so there would be no point. Then there's the fact that he can't take on the same heavenly demon who was responsible for annihilating 3 sovereigns by herself. It reminds him of the day he surrendered before her just to live another day, and ended up having to endure living a life of becoming a demonic martial artist. Youngchun's regret weighs down on his conscience. His life is one that is the definition of living with immense regret. That's the only emotion that overwhelms and burdens him. But at the same time, he'd always thought to himself that if Youngchun was ever given a second chance, he would definitely do whatever it takes to live differently. Knowing the eventual future of Seola defeating the heavenly demon as well as the demon temple, he thinks his best shot of living a good life is to hide and play the long game of survival. Knowing that this kind of chance won't come again, Youngchun vows not to fail a second time and to prevent his life of regrets from surfacing again. Channeling his energy throughout his body's core, Youngchun is a bit disappointed that he can't do anything beyond a small grasp of internal energy. But his sister? You guys saw how Yeonsu was engulfed in flames, right? That's the difference between an ordinary person and a prodigy like her, who has achieved the third ring already. Still, even having this much internal energy is enough for the boy, believing that the generational cultivation technique of the house should be more than enough. The art of the 9-flame blaze wheel is his best shot of nurturing his body, and once he reaches the 4th ring, he'll also be able to showcase a bright flame of internal energy. And right after reaching the 7th ring like his father, his body will be thriving with this life-changing power. But as things stand right now, Bro is at the dead bottom of the 1st ring. That's why he wants to gather as much energy as quickly as possible to reach the 2nd ring. Add that to the fact that he can't even equip his powers of the demonic arts to help aid this journey. This time, he has to rely on himself and his family's martial arts. In a state of meditation, he concentrates all of his energy into his core. But that comes with an added drawback of siphoning his body, completely draining him at his current level. Youngchun can barely do anything with the skills he's got at the moment. Forcing his way isn't an option either, because it will result in something called chi deviation. However, the one good thing to have come out of this mess is that he's gained an understanding of the second ring, and he's edging really close to tapping into it. Yang Chan intends to keep at this level and hammer his way to make new breakthroughs, differently from his past life. At the same time, he has to be cautious and ensure that things don't go off track from the original timeline. Morning quickly comes around and the dude is still out of commission, unable to sleep because of his agonizing bodily pain. It's his fault for not taking his training seriously throughout his childhood. Preparing himself, he plans to visit his father later. But when he opens the door, he's surprised to find the same little girl from before greeting him hello. Let's take a little detour and explore what happened on one fateful day. A crack appeared in the skies as the people began to question if what they saw was a star or something else. Suddenly, a demonic eye popped out from the crumbled space and tore its way through. That was the day the demons invaded their realm. And these weren't just any demons. They were ruthless and wrecked the planet. The dimension where they spawned from is called the Gate of the Demonic Realm. Now, every single clan decided to counter the demons by creating a special force. These special forces or squads were known as the Sword Squads, and every known clan had one. But the Great Ku family actually has 5. The eldest sister of the siblings, Hebe Ku, is actually the head of the 5 commanding squads. And because he's widely known as the brat who constantly stirs trouble in his clan, he trained under her for 6 months in the original timeline. That was actually when he ran into Ciola, who adopted a blank, almost frowning expression at the time. They were supposed to meet 6 months later, but because of the way he treated the young girl, somehow she ended up at his doorstep the next day. Bro is done with the day already and goes back inside, but she pulls on his shirt, stopping him and hoping for them to get along well with each other. But before the poor girl could express her words properly, his grandpa swatted her hand off, calling his grandchild a brat for carelessly touching the young master without permission. Yang Qian doesn't know what to say as Ciola apologizes to him. He's still surprised by the purpose of their visit or why her grandpa is here. To his absolute shock, the man tells him that from now on, he will be serving Yang Qian according to the orders of the clan head. The fact that this guy introduced himself as Moon Wei and not Hyogun Wei is a bit startling to our boy. As for Ciola, she's also tasked to serve him alongside her grandpa, but things are progressing way too fast for him to understand what's going on. Letting out a sigh, he's certain that his father is responsible for doing something like this. He shares his gratitude, but ultimately thinks his life is fucked from the get-go already. Also, he doesn't really like being addressed formally, so he'd rather they call him by his name. But the old geezer doesn't listen to that either. Later that same day, the old man is dusting the place clean while Yang Qian sees him doing his task with content. He's got no clue what's up and turns his attention to Ciola. This little bold girl wants to impress him and carries a bundle of laundry all on her own. Even the other maids show her kindness and request her to share some of the burden, but Ciola vows to do it alone. Unfortunately, her bright confidence eats dust when she stumbles across a rock and tumbles down with a heavy crash. That faceplant has got to hurt with the way she fell. Even the laundry basket ended up on her head as she began to weep in disappointment. Seeing her in this state, Yang Chun thinks she's truly one of a kind for being bad at everything she does. His real talent lies in martial arts, so he doesn't get why she has such little control over her body. The current state of events is making his head hurt, while the sad Ciola walks up to him, still cutely wearing the basket on her head, promising to follow him wherever he goes. Or at least, that was the order she received from her grandpa. This actually means that the boy's personal and real servant is Ciola instead of the old geezer, but it's almost like the other maids pulled a scheme and trapped her with such a duty. Being the son of an incredible family, the boy doesn't know if it's nice to choose a servant of his own volition. Apart from her being Ciola herself, there's also the fact that her grandpa, the Sovereign Sword, is going to be monitoring him in close proximity. She tries to tidy up his robe, but even that is a depressing mess of wrinkles. Bro crushes her confidence by doing it on her own, and begins to wonder if the clan head even knows about the Sovereign Sword's identity. Knowing that he has to go and meet his dad, Yang Qian thinks he'll come to find his answers soon enough. While he's leaving, Ciola catches up to him, but he shuts her down, stating that she should finish up her work here. The remark makes her genuinely cry, and it's noticed by her grandpa too. Anyway, Yang Qian leaves, and shows a bit of his softness for Ciola when he promises to return with Yakwas if she does her duties well. That little comment alone makes her flutter with joy. The perspective shifts to Yang Qian, who stands before his father's office, getting anxious just standing outside. He's scared of what will happen and wonders if he should ask about Hyogun and Ciola instead. Bro's approach ends up in the gutter when the clan head pops from behind and scares the living crap out of him. He's told to go inside, and regrets immensely that he loudly swore in front of his own father. Yang Qian is seriously questioning how he didn't die of a heart attack at that moment. They begin the conversation by discussing his new servants. The boy is grateful to receive them, but he doesn't know the reason why. His father refuses to elaborate on the reason and believes his son will come to know eventually. This isn't good, because Yang Chon now understands that his father probably knows about the sovereign sword, but the purpose is kept ambiguous. Instead, the clan head recommends that the boy prepare for the 9-Dragon Council that's due tomorrow. Though Yang Chon complies, he has trouble remembering what the purpose of the council was. Suddenly, the little dude reaches an enlightenment, this time horrified to remember the council's name. Yang Chon thinks even death would be more acceptable at this point, while Muyon, his personal guard, questions if he truly doesn't want to participate in the council. Let's explore the concept of this unique council. It's supposed to honor the original sword squads who worked tirelessly hard to guard the demonic realm, risking their lives for the people of Sanseo. It's held twice a year to commemorate their efforts, and it's also a recruitment event to help bring in new members into the sword squads. And as he's the member of the main family itself, he has to attend the council. But bro just doesn't want to go, ordering Muyon to behead him immediately. But even the personal guard thinks his father will probably kill Yang Chon a second time if he refuses to go. Then there's the fact that the second elder is hosting the council this time, and he also promised to beat the shit out of Yang Chon if he refuses to participate in this council. The situation got so much worse than he expected. The second elder is a damn annoying geezer who has always treated him harshly ever since he was a child. Then again, the kid is a troublemaker, so it makes sense. Anyway, he entrusted the boy and had high expectations for him to act befitting of the great family household. In some ways, Yang Chon is grateful to the old man, but at the same time, he is afraid of him because of his unending training sessions and handing him a mountain of chores. But it's actually endearing because the second elder always looked after the boy even when the clan head ignored him. It's a miracle that he turned out the way he did in his original life, even after the training he endured from the second elder. Anyway, it's time for them to head out. They're supposed to leave when the carriage is ready, so the boy inquires Manhwa about the update. The maid explains that they're looking after Seola, which worries the young master who wonders if she ended up making more trouble. But apparently they were actually busy prepping her in a tidy and presentable outfit. Looking at her in this elegant attire, it even causes Yang Chon to find himself flustered against the girl's pure smile. She walks up to him like a beaming child and expresses how the other maids were praising her beauty. But that compliment is actually true because even Yang Chon finds himself weak against her cuteness. The girl musters up the courage to directly ask him if she looks beautiful. And yup, that alone is enough to make the little master embarrassed beyond hell. He's so flustered that he avoids her and completely switches topics. In the next scene, we get to see the carriage moving at tremendous speeds, giving Seola a joyful ride. It's actually her first time experiencing a carriage ride like this, so she's quite excited. As for Muyon, he tells the young master that the council is being held in the commercial district of Cheonil, known for being the most famous district in their territory. Since it's a long journey of 4 hours, it's going to take a while, so Yang Cheon thinks it might be a wise idea to take a nap. But the annoying and beaming child behind him is talking so loud that he just can't. Yang Chon shoves a yakwa snack in her mouth and tells her to shut up for a while. This actually shuts her up to the point he can drift off into sleep. But his sleep doesn't matter at all, because he wakes up a second later and realizes that 4 hours have already passed and that they've arrived. Yang Cheon exits the carriage and finds the crowded district charming with beautiful lights to commemorate the important festival. He stretches for a bit and runs into Isil Cheon, the officer of the district who has been eager to meet the young master. Yang Chon introduces himself properly and expresses his honor to meet such an important person. He learns that it's thanks to the boy's sister and the second leader that they were able to pass the first day with ease. But just the mention of Yeonsu is enough to remind him of her shitty attitude. He's hoping to God that they don't run into each other. Well, God apparently doesn't like him because bro literally finds her in the very next scene. Like always, she gives him the look of disgust, offended that he even bothered to greet her. Yeonsu mouths off about how annoying her little brother will be during the festival, recommending that he behave himself. But just like last time, instead of getting offended, he casually responds that he'll just stay in his room. This comes across as a bitch slap to his attention-seeking brat of a sister. Suddenly, her attention turns to the girl hiding behind her brother. Yeonsu disgustingly accuses her brother of engaging in the act of lovemaking at a place like this. She goes away sharing her lament for the pervert who doesn't know how to control himself. When the door slams shut, Yang Chon questions what in the actual fudge is wrong with his psychotic sister. He even apologizes to Officer Cheon for witnessing such a scene. But instead of going to his room, the young master prefers to make an urgent stop elsewhere first. Tagging Seola along, they decide to visit the main arena, which is enormous and decorative in its size. The 5 sword squads were applauded on the first day, and tomorrow will come the selection of new members. It's a good thing that the main family members don't have to compete. Yang Chon thinks he's going to live a chill life until the second elder pops out of nowhere. It's the whole, "he's right behind me, isn't he?" meme because bro's day is about to be ruined. Striking him like thunder from the skies, the second elder is proud of the boy for actually showing up to the festival. Seeing his palm reaching out for his face, Young Chun is terrified that he might get his ass beat, but to his surprise, the older man simply pats him and asks what influenced the boy's decision to actually show up. After all, Yang Chun made his life's goal to escape the second elder every time. When the little boy tells him that he received word of the second elder getting pissed, he pretends like he never even said something so horrific. The old man in particular is known for being obsessed with the boy, because he's really the only son of the household. Seola, on the other hand, is so excited to meet him, expressing her joy. But goddamn, he looks at her like a demon of death, turning her expression to fear and sadness. She's so adorable and winces away, hiding behind Yang Chun, who tells the geezer to lighten up instead of glaring at people. The old man does in fact lighten up and asks if Seola's his lover, but Yang Chun clarifies that her attire should confirm to anyone that she's just a servant. She goes away into hiding while the second elder recommends that the child get some sleep for the night. Before leaving, he casually tells Yang Chun that he's going to take his life if he tries to run away from the festival. Yeah, either he really loves him or really hates him, I can't tell. Anyway, Seola keeps calling him the Bear Man, and I'm inspired by her, so that will be his new name from now on. Interestingly, Bear Man concludes that there's something different about the kid this time. Fast forwarding to the second day of the festival, Yang Chun is already here early in the morning, but at the back of a long-ass queue. Because the requirements are flexible enough for anyone to participate, there's way too many people lining up to join the sword squads. It's an honorable thing to become a part of the sword squad after all. Suddenly, Seola's body shivers with fear because she thinks the bear grandpa will hunt her down. She even cutely suggests that they ask the bear to hibernate for a while, which is hilarious. Anyway, our boy doesn't know what's keeping her afraid. Unfortunately, he can't order her around as much because she's the grandchild of the sovereign sword himself. He promises Seola that Muyan will take care of any threats if she's afraid. The personal guard has no idea what the term bear grandpa even means until our boy expresses that it's the second elder they're referring to. Unfortunately, the duty is too much for a personal guard like Muyan, so they conclude that maybe it's best to sacrifice Seola. The funny thing is that she actually takes this order to heart and concludes that today is her funeral day, and that she will sacrifice her life for everyone's happiness. The heartwarming portrayal of her past self is enjoyable. Yang Qian reminds her repeatedly that he was just joking, but turns out Seola just wants him to buy her a bunch of dumplings to die happily, so he lets her do whatever she wants. While she's away, Muyun shares how the young master is offering preferential treatment to Seola, despite her being a casual servant. Of course, it's because he still thinks of her as the Seola from his original life. Though he acts like he doesn't care about her, Muyun is smart and points out how the young master still gave her part of his own money for the dumplings. Unable to argue against him, the young master simply turns away. Muyun is actually pretty happy to discover that the boy is different from the way the rumors portrayed him, while Yang Chun advises him not to have a change of heart over a bunch of damn dumplings of all things. Also, he catches Muyun in his point that he judged the young master for a few rumors. It's only been 2 weeks since he's been assigned as his personal guard. The only reason he said something like this is because Yang Chun freshly received him as his guard right as he regressed into his past life. Their conversation is disrupted by a loud woman calling out to a lady, recommending that she doesn't wander all on her own. The girl expresses that she's fine on her own as there are plenty of great people from the House of Ku around her. The voice of these girls sounds similar to Yang Cheon, putting him in a state of reflection. Yobi, the mysterious girl's servant, argues that it's troublesome if she runs into the young master of the Ku family. Then again, there were plenty of boys in their family, so she could be referring to anyone according to Yang Chun. Even the girl thinks it's impossible to meet him in a crowd like this. But even Yang Chun has a self-aware fourth wall-breaking moment, believing that this is some kind of foreshadowing. The girl turns back, only to become startled to find the astonished young master before her eyes. Muyun whispers in his ear, explaining that the situation is probably awkward based on their reaction, so he's wondering if he knows these people. But of course, seeing her face, Yang Chun simply couldn't forget the girl who had obsidian eyes with a ring on her finger with an ambiguous pattern. Though no one knows about the symbol on the ring, he knows that it belongs to the Habuk's House of Peng region. This very same woman is revealed to be his ex-fiancée. Let's talk about how the engagement happened between these two belonging to the Great Houses. They were mainly of a similar age, and the House of Peng suspected that the young boy would one day become the clan head. That's why they entrusted their daughter in an engagement with him. As obvious as it could get, this guy ended up causing a shit ton of problems, and because of his stagnating reputation as the troublemaker, the House of Peng became afraid, and the engagement eventually broke up because of his final words to her. Immediately, she questions why he's here, but Yang Chun cuts her off and asks the same. She tells him that it's because of some urgent business, and that she isn't required to explain her intentions in the Sanseo region because of his family. He treats her coldly, which pisses her off as she reminds him of their age difference of 1 year. So he decides to adopt immediate manners and refers to her properly. He turns his attention to Seola and expresses that they should leave with the dumplings. Meanwhile, this adorable little monster acquired a crap ton of dumplings and is happy to leave. With his parting words, he tells his ex-fiancée to enjoy her time here, which comes across as a shock to her. She regrets having run into him of all people, and takes a note of the servant next to him. She's a bit annoyed that he's already found himself a pretty servant, and internalized that he's still the same damn pervert. Going back to his fateful words from the day their engagement broke off, Yang Chun called her nothing more than a spoiled daughter of a mistress, basically insulting her mother and causing her to get so enraged that she was about to beat the hell out of him. But Yang Chun apparently had balls of steel as he doubled down instead of retracting his statement. So bro ended up eating a Mike Tyson hook from a girl, which is well deserved. She was done with his attitude even after the strategic engagement because of her house. Yobi was there to stop the girl, but she swatted her hand away, stomping her foot next to his face, and was more than ready to kill Yang Chun's ass. Yeah, that was one hell of a day from her memory. Even now, she's trying to convince herself that he's the same, but this kid is actually helping his servant out with the dumplings. It's as if something is different about him now, though she chalks it off as just an unusual day for him, believing that a clown like him could never become mature. Still, a thought lingers in her mind that maybe he did change. Suddenly they hear another loud voice roaring in the distance. Apparently some guy is pissed off, talking about how the recruiters are going to be responsible for his arrest. It's a vague remark that leaves everyone dead silent. While those people are arguing, the young master recommends they help out with the situation because he senses that some people are stirring trouble. Muyan emphasizes that they shouldn't really act unless reason compels them to. In the end, they decide to let the guy be handled by the recruiters who will take care of the troublesome fellow. That actually does happen. But the difference is, this guy literally slams the recruiter into the ground, believing that it should be enough to prove his worth to join the competition. Of course, because of his harsh way of handling things, he is forbidden from entering. Muyan suggests they step in, while Seola is entertained by the cool thing that just happened. The personal guard is very surprised at the young master's dismissal of the situation. Yang Chun argues that he just doesn't want to get involved with troublesome affairs. The situation gets even more tense as the recruiters stand justified in their unchanging decision. Since the man before them isn't revealing his identity, they can't allow him to enter, even after he's proven his skills. Getting seriously annoyed, he finally reveals his identity as the heir of House Peng, meaning this dude is actually Yang Chun's ex-brother-in-law. This announcement grabs the attention of both of them, shocked to see him entering the competition. Let's go back in time and see what led up to this. One day, the girl found her brother awoke early in the morning. She didn't know why he was here. Meanwhile, he was having the time of his life eating food and getting warm after starting a fire. His sister didn't give a damn about what he was doing and only cared about the nameplate he's holding in his hand. He joked around that he was going to use it as a replacement for firewood and immediately got smacked with a stone. His sister was done with his shenanigans. She gives us a little fun fact about her brother. He actually graduated as the youngest heir of the house in the history of House Peng. The nameplate is special because he received it directly from his lord. While she keeps on trying to maintain the serious topic, her bro is still joking around about the firewood and receives a beating from his sister. She emphasizes the duties of the heir of the house, and her words sadden his expression. It's almost like he doesn't want to shoulder such a burden. His sister takes note of this and remarks how he's a prodigy who has earned the best achievements in his life, and yet, he still seems unhappy. Letting out a nervous laugh, he corrects her, stating his intentions of leaving the house for a while. Instead of pushing him around, she recommends that he enjoy himself on a walk then. The suggestion lights up an idea inside his little head, but in a way that his sister never could have anticipated. 4 damn months passed since that moment, and all she got from him was a note saying he'll be gone for a bit. She was pissed and complained to Yobi, who actually reported that the Vagrant clan might have a clue on his location. She was dying to hear where her brother had gone, but the region of Sanseo never made sense to her. Well, until now, that is. She's just run into that same troublemaker who was rattling his mouth off to join the 9-dragon competition no matter what. Bro was beefing with the recruiters and explained that he didn't have time to spare. The commotion drew the attention of our boy and the guard. Both of them heard him yapping about the Black Knight Blade, which is a technique of House Peng. Our boy figured the situation would only get worse from here on out, so he sought to scatter away. But of course, Grandpa Bear had to rain down on his moment at the worst possible timing and grabbed the boy's face. He personally found the troublemaker impressive because of his connection to the Peng family and allowed the boy to join. It is only then Wu Jin Peng makes his official introduction, expressing his great honor to meet the second elder of the House of Ku. Grandpa over here laughs his face off, and because Wu Jin kissed his ass just now, he's even more prepared to let the boy join the competition now. Even though the recruiters are strictly against the decision because of the boy's identity, the second elder believes that Wu Jin must be telling the truth because the boy takes after his father's looks. Apart from that, the ring he's wearing is yet another proof. I have to point out that Yang Chun is pretty surprised because he didn't know it was Wu Jin either. Anyway, Grandpa Bear expresses that the purpose of the competition is to allow people to join the great squads, so he's curious why the heir of House Peng is here of all places. Wu Jin confidently reveals that he doesn't really enjoy his time back at his house, a reason that makes the second elder break into laughter, while at the same time causing Yang Chun to think they're both retarded. Wu Jin casually shares that he ran from his house because he loves rebelling against the rules. Yet another reason for the geezer over here to crack into laughter. Okay, the really intriguing part is that Wu Jin is a whopping 23 years of age, because I could have sworn he was a teenager if they didn't point that out. The second elder is impressed by the product of House Ping, and gives a disgusting glance to Yang Chun for being pathetically weak in comparison. Both Muyon and Seola probe Yang Chun for clarification, and he can't do anything but tell them to shut up while silently suffering. Well, on second thought, Yang Chun reflects that he isn't offended or jealous by the remark, because the heir of House Ping truly can be considered a dragon. After all, this same boy would be known as the Heavenly Blade in the future. Drawing a connection from him, Yang Chun suddenly remembers that he did meet Wu Jin's sister earlier. Speaking of her, Ah Peng comes rushing to find her brother. You might think this is going to be a sentimental moment, but no. She straight up chucks a damn fist in his face and launches the dude into the ground. Ah is seriously pissed that he ran the hell away right after becoming the heir to their house. With his face caved in, Wu Jin tries his best for a timeout, but his sister is in her John Wick mode and barely spares him a second before beating the ever-living crap out of him. While beating him up, she talks about how disgraceful he is for ditching his own house just to join a competition for the House of Ku. Bro is legit getting pummeled and begs to be saved like a damsel in distress. Ahee's beaten him so badly that his blood is all over her, but the elder's done watching and demands that she stop immediately. Seeing him, she gets startled and apologizes before clarifying the situation and apologizing for the troubles caused. Ahee promises to make it up to the House of Ku with additional reimbursements in the future and commands that they'll be leaving now. But her stubborn brother is firm on his decision that he'll stay, causing her to question if he's looking for yet another beatdown. But this time, Wu Jin is serious as hell, to the point that it creeps out even Ahee. She doesn't know why he's acting like this, or what's gotten into him, but the boy is clear in his decision, believing that the House of Peng isn't even remotely fun. He thinks anything is better than the life he used to live. Gently advising him, Ahee reminds the boy that he's supposed to be the heir now she has got to move on with this kind of thing. But Wu Jin believes that it's his right to have as much fun as he can before eventually accepting his duties as the head of the house. Escaping the duty will require him losing his limbs or simply dying, and since he's not a fan of either, he's found a third way out. Wu Jin openly declares that he despised the concept of being the head of the family, further adding that the people of House Ping can't even be called human because of their methods. Knowing that he's the only one who has to play the part of the heir, he's accepted the title for his sister's sake too. As for our boy, Yang Chun is questioning Bear Grandpa's decision to let Wu Jin participate, especially since this matter is beyond the scale of the competition and concerns the other houses. Of course, even the second elder believes that there can't be an easy way out for this one. So he calls out to Wu Jin with a sweeping recommendation of fighting him in a one-on-one battle. If Wu Jin manages to beat Grandpa Bear over here, he can join. But of course, this is just an impossible task. Even Ahee thinks he's terrible with his jokes. But the old man is firm on his words and believes 10 hits should be more than enough to decide the winner. As for Wu Jin, he's got those young and determined eyes. The second elder has no thoughts of going back on his words. The second elder is in the middle of explaining the win condition for Wu Jin, stating that even a single contact with his body will conclude the young man as the victor, when suddenly the young heir of House Peng dashes right behind him with immense speed. Grandpa Bear over here is standing nonchalant, while Wu Jin is about to Chidori his ass from above. But the tables are instantly turned when Wu Jin literally faces a goddamn monstrous reaction from the old geezer as he unleashes his punch. Yup, he's definitely dead. In the next scene, we fast forward to the competition arena, where the battle between Yang Chun and his sister Yeon Su is fixed. Of course, his two-faced sister appears blooming and cute in front of others. Meanwhile, our boy is out here questioning why the hell he's here at all, not to mention his fight against his sister. Anyway, let's rewind a little bit and see what happened to Wu Jin. Just like I said, the kid got demolished by Gramps and was launched into the ground like a tornado with a heavy crash. The fight was decided in the first damn hit, and this geezer suddenly turned from a murder machine to a fun-loving grandpa again. Yang Chun, on the other hand, is questioning why the hell this madman went so far when he could have easily evaded the strike. Bear Grandpa emphasizes that he held back massively even with the punch that knocked the wind out of Wu Jin. Yang Chun is seriously afraid of House Peng's wrath if they come to learn of this information. But the boomer does not care at all. Our boy even tries to console Ahi, but she thinks her brother deserved that punch. The girl analyzes that this was perhaps the only way to teach the young heir a lesson in humility. Though that sounds logical, the second elder quickly denies such claims, clarifying that he only offered a spar because he wanted to have some fun. Hearing that kind of reckless bullshit coming from his mouth, Yang Chun even proposes to his servant that it's a good idea for them to ditch the geezer. Contrasting his reaction, Seola is out here animated like hell, like she just saw some kind of movie scene take place before her eyes. Her current state makes our boy wondering how the hell this same girl ended up becoming the most terrifying warrior in existence. The second elder has quickly become a fan of Seola for praising him. He even shares a little snack with the dessert-loving girl, who suddenly switches her attitude and has grown fond of Bear Grandpa. Seeing as though Yang Chun must be feeling left out, the second elder thinks it's best to give him a gift as well, revealing that he's going to make our boy spar against someone at the end of the competition. And well, what do you know? That's how we got into this shitty spot in the first place. Yang Chun has to face his sister, and she's rather shocked that he's choosing not to use his sword. It makes the boy surprised too, making him wonder if he used a weapon at this age. The good thing about the art of the 9-flame blaze wheel technique is that it can help reinforce various different weapons. However, typically it is used on swords for maximum effectiveness. The issue here is, Yang Chun has no idea how to use a sword as he transitioned to a fighting style with his bare hands later in life. Bro really just said these hands are rated E for everyone. Yeonsu confesses that she couldn't give two shits whether or not he used a weapon in this case, and her arrogant personality helps his cover. The girl is most grateful about one thing and one thing alone. She's landed a golden opportunity after all, allowing herself the chance to beat him black and blue without getting in trouble for it. It's even better that his humiliation will be witnessed in front of the rest of the world. This bitch is seriously crazy, but Yang Chun is genuinely nervous for the fight too. Going back to his conversation with the second elder, he was offended by the mere suggestion of him partaking in a fight against his sister. Bear Grandpa found himself dropping dead in despair, believing the competition would be way too boring otherwise. Yang Chun could sense that this old imbecile only wanted entertainment out of him. The dude even had a nice strategy to forfeit the match as soon as it started. But the second elder literally read his mind and gestured the boy towards Wu Jin's unconscious body, which is a short way of saying, "I'll beat your ass up just like that if you surrender." Yang Chun really couldn't digest the fact that he was going to get defeated in front of a massive crowd. But the old man actually shared a different opinion, questioning if the boy had already made up his mind to lose. His words circle Yang Chun's mind. The new life he has been promised is far too precious for him to just let it go to waste like that. It's the reason he doesn't want to fight his sister to prevent complications. While he's in the middle of his contemplation, Yeonsu calls out to him, roaring out her resentment for her brother for being chosen as the heir of the house simply because he was born a male. The fight begins, and this girl goes ballistic on him, unleashing a rapid slash that he manages to evade. Yeonsu goes for a second slash that our boy ducks without any problems. Her combo hasn't quite finished as she goes for a horizontal slash next, causing him to draw back and duck again. A haunting realization strikes Yeonsu. Her brother was dodging her slashes even though he was only on the second ring. Yang Chun on the other hand reflects that he's barely being able to dodge each hit, but it's starting to take a toll on his body, directly proving that he needs more training. But he hasn't yet decided how he should treat this battle. One way could be for him to take a direct hit and pretend to be knocked out. At the same time, with the way she's attacking him, bro is not going to be pretending at all. He thinks he's genuinely going to be put out of commission. Before he can even chart a battle plan, his sister goes on the offensive again, grabbing his uniform to make sure he stays in place as she launches another sword slash. But he dodges that too and quickly undoes his top, causing Yeonsu to slice it down. The boy taunts his sister for having so much bloodlust against him that her attacks are predictable. He recommends they stop the battle, questioning how much she despised him. Even though they weren't even using real swords, she tore his shirt in half with such power. Yeonsu replies that she had to accept the horrid reality that she would never become the heir simply because of the system, even though she trained and gave her life to the cause. And yet, the boy who does nothing and lives like a heap of garbage is easily handed the position because he's a son. That's why she hates him so much and believes that their positions are unfair. Yeonsu takes it a step further by imbuing her weapon with internal energy, raising the stakes of the fight. With her current level, Yang Chun is astonished to discover that his sister has already evolved past the third ring. The onslaught of attacks continues as she does her absolute best to nail him down with at least one attack. She even calls him a coward and a useless clown who does nothing but dodge because that's all he can ever do. That he's talentless, and someone who isn't even determined. She thinks that if her brother is going to continue this lifestyle, then it may as well be fate to get rid of him. Interestingly, The boy quietly listens to her complaints, and in the next attack, we can even see a look of sadness on the girl's face. Yangchon stands fearless and does nothing, hearing Yeonsu's cruel words for his mother too. The conclusion is intriguing, as he actually manages to stop the attack by catching her wrist, returning a demonic glare as Yangchon questions what rubbish came out of his sister's mouth. Following a monologue of the girl, Jeonsu openly admits that she holds her big sister in high regards. She was given the title of the Searing Blade at the mere age of 15 and was exceptional by the age of 20. Because of her raw talent and effort alone, she eventually became the leader of the 5 swords of the House of Ku. A woman who was acknowledged by everyone with no equal, but even with everything at her disposal, she couldn't be granted the title of the head of the house. That was a privilege reserved for the little boy Yang Chon-ku, someone born from a mistress and the only known successor. Initially, Jeonsu really fancied her brother, and though they shared different mothers, Yang Chon's mom showed kindness to both. In a way, Jeonsu also loved her back, which is why she didn't feel threatened or disgusted by the boy at the time. That's when it happened. One day, the woman was nowhere to be found. All gone, abandoning the 2 children. The head of the clan, their father, strictly ordered everyone not to look for her. That's why it became a hopeless endeavor to even try. This was actually around the same period of time where the boy became crueler to everyone. He didn't form connections with anyone in the clan until the rumors of his mysterious acts with women began circling around. However, despite what led to this change in events, one fact remained supreme. Yang Chon would still be given the position of the head of the house. That's not his fault, it's the system of men inheriting titles. And it's not like Jeonsu could ever hope for that to change. She was nothing compared to the ever-blazing talent of her older sister, which sprouted a deep resentment inside the girl's heart. She began detesting him for being someone who couldn't even make use of his abilities. Let's go back to the present scene, where upon the mention of his mother, Yang Chon gives his sister a fearsome glare, instilling so much fear inside her that she retreats just to be safe. But that won't matter, because this man is now done playing around as he blitzes behind her, launching a punch right in her face. Witnessing the battle, Ah-hee is pretty impressed by Yang Chon's sister's talents despite sharing a similar age group. At the same time, she can notice the 2 siblings conversing with each other in the middle of their battle. Unfortunately, no one can hear them clearly, strictly because the second elder made it his personal business to coat the surrounding arena with his own internal energy. Or at least that's what Woo Jin says. Also, bro's got a swollen face coming out of that spar. I would not be showing my face publicly after that. Even Ah-hee makes fun of the clown for recklessly messing around. She doesn't want to leave for House Peng because they'll question what happened. Anyway, both of them discuss the greatness of Yeonsu, a girl who has already reached the 3rd ring and a blade talent that is quite capable. But here's the intriguing part. Woo Jin isn't even interested in the girl, he's actually impressed by her opponent. This surprises Ah-hee, while Yobi confirms the relationship between the 2 siblings. Based on the fight, Woo Jin is impressed that there's more than one talent among the House of Ku. Seeing his face experiencing such happiness, Ah-hee feels devastated that her brother won't ever feel the same after becoming the head of House Peng. Let's go back to the fight. Yeonsu realizes that she has no choice but to evade her brother's strike. She manages to dodge and returns with an intimidating final swing, believing that the fight is over as she's exploited his opening. But Yang Chon coldly talks her down. This is how you know you're about to get cooked. It's when your opponent is trash-talking you against your final attack. Yang Chon states that he understands his sister's position, so he doesn't really have a right to judge whether or not she hates him. Though he feels pissed off by her last comment, he shows maturity by disregarding it completely. However, Yang Chon hopes that she forgets what he's about to do next. Drawing his hand back and expending a burst of energy, he punches the crap out of Yeonsu with a solid hit, knocking her down and out completely. The fight is over, and to everyone's shock, the winner is the incompetent Yang Chon. Shortly after the fight ended, we can see the young boy regretting his decision about the way he handled that situation. He didn't want to win, and it's going to look bad that a 2nd ring was able to beat a 3rd ring fighter with a complete knockout. Yang Chon still feels haunted by his sister's words, and while he's sulking in despair, Muyan and his servant come through to check on his condition. Unfortunately, Muyan has come with some bad news for the boy. Everyone's talking about his grand victory when they clearly expected him to get dog-walked in that fight. That's why the 2nd elder purposefully had to step in to control the reaction of the crowd. The speech is still ongoing, which gives Yang Chon the opportunity to escape the damn place before Bear Grandpa gets to him. Seola worriedly points out that his hand is bleeding, but what it really means is that he failed to control his internal GI at the last moment. The adorable Seola tries to comfort him by bandaging it up, causing the boy to get flustered. But unfortunately, the poor girl doesn't even know how to wrap it properly. She weeps while gently holding his hand, apologizing for how useless she is. The scene melted my heart, and it puts Yang Chon in a pause, until Woo Jin cock-blocks their moment with a sudden entrance. Anyway, Yang Chon greets him properly still, even though Ah-hee is out here embarrassed like crap and insists on going home. But this dude is so chill. I love him because he's treating Yang Chon like a homeboy even though Ah-hee's engagement broke off with him. He even recommends the two of them together again. Our boy is a bit surprised and wonders why he's here at all. Woojin expresses that he just wants to connect and network with talented people. He also holds his older sister Hibiku in high regard, but was unaware of a hidden talent like Yang Chon. The boy is actually surprised that Woojin knows about his sister. The heir of House Peng reveals that they actually share a pretty close relationship, but he doesn't know how she thinks of him, basically contradicting himself. Yang Chon simply laughs it off, ignoring the ridiculousness. He sees Woojin going away with Yobi, but strangely his ex-fiancée is still here. She wants to break her silence, apologizing for hurting him with the chair. She's about to conclude something which I suspect would have been about a reconciliation, but Yang Chun cuts her off and shocks her by his own apology. He knows that he overstepped a boundary by saying stupid words about her mother, and it's only fair how she reacted. They're both in the clear, with Ah-hee accepting the situation and leaving him with a reminder to check what her brother left him with. Yang Chon inspects his uniform and discovers a little slab, not knowing what it means. The night ends with the two of them sharing a farewell. With this, Yang Chon is starting to mend the mistakes of his past life, but still there's so much more for him to correct. On their way back, Iola is knocked out like a log. Our boy is still gloomy about his duel against his sister. In his previous life, he never got the opportunity to do that. And of all the times he can think of, Yang Chon thinks he shouldn't have been able to win that fight. From his understanding, the future began manipulating the moment Siola began working under him. A small act of kindness could have possibly shifted the tide of the story he was supposed to follow. Still, he doesn't get why this is happening, and that he should be careful about updating his plans. Suddenly, the boy senses something sharp and immediately requests Muyan to check the demonic talisman. The personal guard is happy to inform his master that there's nothing to worry about, as the talisman is working just fine. But as Muyan is delivering that news, the talisman lights up, causing him to order an immediate stop. The fact that the talisman reacted strongly means that a demonic gate near them has just opened up. Muyan tells all his men to prioritize the safety of the young master. However, to his shock, the same young master is casually standing outside and stretching for the fight to come. Muyan scolds him, constantly reminding the boy of how dangerous this could get for him. Yang Chan tells him to concentrate on what's ahead of them. As if a crack in reality appeared itself, a green gate spirals open, releasing houndish beasts. The good thing about a green gate is that it's supposed to be the weakest level of the demons. Preparing his technique, Yang Chon goes on the offensive and annihilates the monsters without any sense of trouble. Now there is one thing to be noted about all demonic creatures. They possess a special stone inside their bodies, signifying their hearts. Think of these stones as a power core, and a weakness that can be exploited by simply pulling it out. One other demonic beast attempts to bite him from behind, but our boy is quick with his reflexes and efficiently focuses on extracting the demonic stones. However, just having taken down two of them has inflicted a crazy amount of exhaustion on his internal energy, affecting his usage of the 9-flame blaze wheel technique. Still, it's not like he can stop just because he's tired, especially when 3 more of these ugly dogs were heading their way. But to his surprise, Muyan comes sweeping in to protect his young master, reacting with such unfathomable speed and unleashing a spree of slashes across the creatures' bodies. Virgil from Devil May Cry must have taught him his judgment cut end ability from the looks of it. Even Yang Chon is straight up speechless seeing his cool-ass servant knock it out of the park. Muyan turns to inquire about his condition, and he's glad that nothing serious happened. The fight's already finished, considering not a lot of the beasts came out from the other side. In a way, they got really lucky. But Muyan is seriously worried about our boy's decision to jump in so recklessly. It could have ended in a disaster. Yang Chon states that it's all fine in the end. Well, it's not exactly fine at all, as his hand begins to burn in a purple flame, giving him unimaginable amounts of pain. Even Muyan's got no idea what's happening to his young master. Yang Chon curses in frustration and fear, questioning why the hell the Heavenly Demon's martial art is activating all of a sudden. This technique of the Heavenly Demon is officially known as the Heavenly Absorption ability. Let's take a look at a cool flashback from the badass demon martial artist Yang Chon, who had single-handedly severed down an entire battalion of fighters. The broken warrior before him questioned why he was so merciless, and why he slaughtered them when he had no reason to. About to finish the guy off, Yang Chon questioned if those would be the man's last words. The man looked at the deceased elder's cut-off head and screamed in despair. A large shadow hovered over the skies, and from a scarlet gate emerged a gigantic dark dragon. The Heavenly Demon decided to descend from her dragon and walked up to the kneeling Yang Chon, stating that he could have put more effort into trying to amuse her. But having gained a slight sense of satisfaction, she decided to imbue him with a skill. And well, that leads us to the present, where much to the boy's shock, the same absorption technique is purified thanks to the effects of the 9-flame blaze wheel. The boy describes this unique process as a kind of a merging effect, something that never even happened in his past life. Anyway, Seola and Muyan are crazily worried for him as he finally gets back up, stating that he's fine. He thinks it's possible he might have sustained an unknown injury during the duel he had with his sister. Muyan wants to find an immediate doctor, but our boy insists that he's okay, especially considering the fact that he wants to hide his ability to consume demonic energy. Seola, on the other hand, is whining like a puppy, squishing his face and asking for confirmation as she finds his condition to be sad. Luckily, the other servant stops her cute meddling and pulls her away for Yangchun's sake. Once again, Muyan requests that they visit the doctor, but the young master believes it would be better if they just returned home and if he slept to cool off the exhaustion. While his men are gathering around and preparing again for the journey, the boy enters a contemplative state, noticing how he doesn't feel an ounce of demonic energy within him. This means that his family's generational technique must have done something. Interestingly, he also takes note that the color of the stone faded, which confirms the absorption of the demonic energy. Deciding not to dwell on the matter for too long, he crushes the stone within his grasp, believing that he should urgently work on his plans. The following morning, Seola's eye for sweet snacks is acting up again. But our boy actually ignores her pleading request and betrays her from her expectations. Yangchun reminds the girl that she was the one who keeps tagging along for no reason at all. Anyway, Muyan is pretty curious why they've come out here of all places, especially since the boy is still in the process of recovering from what happened, so it doesn't make sense why he's out in the marketplace when he should be resting. The considerate Muyan even offers to help him if he's looking for something. Though the young master appreciates his consideration, Yangchun concludes that he doesn't want any help right now. He notices a specific street and scans the alley, confusing Muyan a bit more. First, Yangchun requests the girl to retreat back home, and then tasks Muyan to follow him. He wants Seola to be the messenger to his house, stating that he'll be back by dinner. The young girl is worried that her grandpa will scold her, so Yangchun plays with her greed and offers to buy her 10 yakwa snacks for completing this task. Suddenly, the girl is beaming with confidence and adds a condition of dumplings on top. Yangchun is more than happy with those terms, and the two of them shake on it like best friends. Anyway, back to the alley. Muyan is curious, but our boy doesn't feed him any answers yet. The personal guard is scanning his surroundings, believing that this place seems a bit dangerous to wander alone. But that's something even Yangchun knows about. It seems that he's found what he was looking for at last. At first he was worried he wouldn't be able to find it. Muyan is curious why the building is of interest to the young master, and even states that his senses are telling him that something is wrong with the building. Yangchun commends him for having sharp instincts and opens the door, receiving annoyance from a bunch of crooks who think that the young boy must have lost his way. They also notice that the boy's guard is armed with a weapon, which means this is a good sign for them to kill these two. These thugs put Muyan on edge as he prepares his weapon. One of them questions why the boy came here of all places. Yangchun confidently reveals that he's simply a customer, but his arrogant tone makes the thug pissed off. He actually threatens Yangchun to the point that Muyan is ready to strike all of the bastards down. But the young master believes it's not the right time, and reveals that all of them knew who he was the very moment he stepped a foot inside the alley. Yangchun intriguingly asks if they're afraid of the House of Ku's wrath, but he's not here for that. Instead of trying to slice each other down, the boy offers a negotiation with the branch manager. The thug is actually shocked by the boy's audacity, and reveals that Yangchun doesn't even have the most basic of manners. But the cunning young master fires back, reminding the thugs that it's not like they're the sweetest people either. This makes the thug snicker a laugh, and instead of going along with the boy's offer, he commands all of his men to slice the kid down. In 1 second, all of them attack him from every single direction. Muyan is done waiting around and demolishes the entire group, carefully making sure that none of them are killed in the confrontation. With this display of power, Yangchun stands fearless, aura farming while his guard takes care of everyone. The thug is shocked, and yet unsurprised that Yangchun brought such a powerhouse along. At the same time, it's not like he can comply with the young master's demands either. Suddenly, the thug receives a message from the main manager. Seems like they've already heard of the boy already. The messenger offers his words and discusses the situation. Meanwhile, our boy is forming his own thoughts, questioning what they're planning. At this point, he thinks it's a waste of time and requests Muyan to kill them all. But to his surprise, the thug reveals that their boss wishes to see him, so there's no point in fighting anymore. Though annoyed that they couldn't just do this from the beginning, Yangchun tells Muyan to stand down. They follow the thugs, and yet Muyan is still out of the loop and inquiries for information. The boy reveals a hint of his original plan concerning the Vagrant clan. Let's talk about the Vagrant clan itself. It's grouped as one of the 10 prestigious clans, simply because of their incredible information network and reconnaissance skills. However, because they follow the path of virtue, they strictly follow a code that keeps their reputation from harm. Now, since the clan won't be able to do what the boy wants them to, he decided to take the second option. Contrasting the Vagrant clan, there is the Hao clan, known for being malicious in all ways possible, which is why he's here. Descending to the lower floors, the boy finds Wunchu Do, the branch manager of the region. She apologizes for her men responding with force upon first encounter. It's really because they were shocked upon the boy's arrival. Anyway, Yang Chan doesn't care about that and demands to speak with her. The branch manager firstly inquires why someone of the boy's stature has come here of all places, especially to a clan following the malefic path. To that, the boy obviously responds that it's a request that can't be met from the Vagrant clan. The branch manager apologizes for her insistent questions, but it's just that the boy's connection to the House of Ku made them worried for a moment. Yang Chun understands their situation, but he's still waiting on a clear yes from their side. Wunchu Du expresses that their clan promises to do the job of any caliber as long as they're granted the payment. The boy is glad that they're complying and reveals that he's trying to look for someone, specifically a child over the age of 10. He hands over a sketch and details of the kid. Reviewing this document, the branch manager quickly takes a backstep and reveals that they genuinely can't take this request. Unfortunately, one person came before Yang Qian, and their request was basically to look for the child's guardian. This makes it a conflict of interest for both parties, which is hard for them to swallow. Yang Qian happily responds by arrogantly stating that he can offer to pay them back by requesting information about the head of the clan. His words receive a murderous look from all the guards, who immediately draw their weapons to slice him down. But Muyan always comes in to clutch the situation. Bro blocks all 4 of their blades at the same time. Dude is a monster. The branch manager switches their sweet face into one of murderous intent, questioning how the boy knows such critical information. Yang Chun casually states that it's clear both sides have valuable information on each other and that should be enough. Still, Wunchu wants him to prove the validity of his information, but to that the young master responds that they'll regret testing that out with him. After all, if they do refuse him here, he's going to go and visit the Vagrant clan and reveal important information about the Hao clan's leader. It's a serious threat that the branch manager can't overlook, so she's forced to accept. To that, the boy questions just how long it will take for them to execute the request. The Hao clan emphasizes that it will take a minimum of 3 months for them, but it's a good time horizon for Yang Qian, and he leaves stating that they'll conduct an official exchange once they've fulfilled his request. However, the boy stops to find the branch manager's gloomy expression, and hints at the Yejok mountain range, alerting Wunchu as he leaves, stating that it's a hint for now. The branch manager is in shambles, while the thug questions if she really trusts a boy to be speaking the truth. The reason she's actually confident in his information is because he knows about their clan head missing, which is why they'll have to take him at his word. However, not even Wunchu gets what the boy is plotting, believing that he has own goals. At the same time, she thinks that such critical information couldn't have been obtained by the young master, which means that the clan head of House Ku must share some involvement. Now, this isn't the case, but that's what she suspects. Ripping off her mask, she reveals her true face, which appears much younger than the older woman she portrays. Wunchu tackles her thoughts, recalling how the clan head actually went into hiding because the clan doesn't exactly respect their master. This is why he had to run away into hiding to prevent people from rebelling against him. That man also just so happens to be her father, which is why this matter is so important to her. The scene cuts to Yang Qian and his guard exiting the building. Overall, despite his confident demeanor back there, our boy was worried that the matter could escalate into a direction he didn't want. It's thanks to the information of his previous life that is coming to use now. From that, he knows about the clan head of the Hao clan being held captive for 5 years. He's also the same reason the clan waged a war against the Obsidian Night Palace. Though the Murim Alliance's attack resulted in a complete catastrophe for the Obsidian Night Palace, unfortunately, the goal of saving the clan head resulted in a tragic death for him. This basically drove the clan to the edge of extinction. The only problem is, not even the boy knows about the information about the location of the Obsidian Night Palace. It's only thanks to the general knowledge that he had that won him the request. Though it's annoying for him to go to such an extent, Yang Qian believes that it's absolutely critical that he finds the young boy. After all, that very same boy would inevitably go on to become one of the most trusted and important figures of the demonic temple. He was known as the strategist and the demonic temple's mastermind, Hyuk Jagal. That's why Yang Qian wants to eliminate him as soon as possible, recalling how the dude's strategies were so cunning that it became an issue for a powerful warrior like Seola many times. If he fails to subdue him here and now, things will get much worse for them all. Muyan cuts off his thoughts and questions what the boy is searching for, but he does add that the request should be fulfilled by summer, and he's also cautious of the young master's knowledge of the Hao clan. Well, Yang Chun confirms that he'll receive the information by summer, but something else comes up and bothers him. He sharply remembers that this is around the same time when House Yan's secret treasure mine was discovered. Unfathomable wealth rested inside that place, but none of it held a candle to the priceless spirit pills. Those pills allowed any person to reach a higher level of martial arts. And in the original timeline, it helped someone become so powerful that they were acknowledged by the heavenly demon. So now the kid has two issues to deal with: Jiggle and the spirit pills. And though he wants to attend to the matter of pills, it's going to be difficult to track down information. So our boy goes with a 1000 IQ strategy that you've probably heard of before. It's called giving up because this shit is too hard. After all, there's just too much going on and he'll have trouble locating the treasure. Let's cut the scene to Seola, who is surprised because a dude is hitting on her and requesting that she serve him instead. The second elder immediately finds Seola's grandpa, stating that he only came this far because of the little boy, and he's even more shocked to find the sovereign sword himself looking after the boy. They both share a laugh as the second elder reminds him to keep on working. This pisses him off as he casually shatters the broom, questioning why Elder Ryun came here at all. The interesting thing is how even Bear Grandpa, who is supposed to be seriously powerful, is afraid of the sovereign sword's wrath. The sovereign sword tells him to pick up the pieces of the broom, and while Elder Ryun is doing that, he inquires about the real motivation the second elder came here. At the same time, he's not surprised that Ryun came here, especially since he's piqued his interest. Just 3 months ago, the kid was incapable of mastering the horse stance of the family, and now, all of a sudden, he has the talent to defeat his superior sister. The fact that his blaze wheel technique has reached a point of stabilization only continues to point in the direction that the boy is a hidden gem that needs investing in. To that, the sovereign sword wisely questions if they can really call it talent. After all, in all of his life, he had yet to see a child progress so rapidly in the span of a few months. This makes him suspicious of the boy, and he believes that the first elder of the House of Ku is probably making his move in secrecy because of the boy's recent developments. Now, of course, even Ryun agrees with this observation. As for the boy, they can't tell where he went. The good thing is, he won't be getting in harm's way anytime soon because of the people keeping close tabs on him. Let's go back to the Seola predicament, where she finds herself in a unique situation of being confessed love. The adorable girl internalizes to the reader how she had a bad dream last night. In this low-detailed dream, she was beating the crap out of many people, and she didn't stop until she got what she wanted. Though she wanted to stop, she ended up hurting the people she loved inside a house too. That's when an old man in the house told her that he would have succeeded in defeating her. Shortly after this, he stabbed the girl right in her abdomen. Waking up from that terrible nightmare, the only words that released from her mouth were one of guilt and an apology. She woke up and wanted to see Yang Chun right away, and Manhwa, the senior servant, told her to search for him in the training grounds. She tried doing that but ended up arriving even sooner than Yang Chun, finding someone else at the training grounds. Seola was promised a lot of happiness if she served him instead of her current master, even though she was already pleased being at Yang Chun's side. Afterwards, our boy appeared on the verge of exploding, and well, he confronted the random boy, questioning his identity and intentions. Seeing the embarrassed look on his face, even Yang Chun thinks that this dude is probably creepy as hell. Anyway, the boy apologizes for not introducing himself properly and reveals that he knows about the young master. He probably introduces himself as Jeolyup Ku, and he wants a sparring match with him. But our boy is quick on the draw and rejects the offer immediately, shocking the boy because his refusal implies he's running away like a coward. But Yang Chun has no shame in admitting that, which pisses the other kid off, and he calls the young master weak for it. Our boy continues to admit that he's indeed extremely weak, so there's no harm in admitting the truth. This leaves the kid speechless. Here's the main issue. If Yang Chun tries to spar with someone randomly off the bat, he'll get in even more trouble than before. But as he's leaving, his life is once again ruined by Grandpa Bear, popping out of nowhere as he implores Yang Chun to accept the battle. Jeolyup greets the second elder with respect too, and refreshes our boy's memory of him. It's revealed that he's actually the grandson of the first elder, sharing a resemblance on their face. The second elder is really accepting of the idea of their spar, while Yang Chun straight up calls out the boy's creepy intentions to seduce Seola. This also makes him wonder if Jeolyup actually came here on behalf of the first elder, which is probably the reason he asked for a spar. Turns out that this fight is actually a political one, rather than one that concerns martial arts. Now, the first elder is known to be extremely ambitious in his endeavors, which is the reason he's been skillfully manipulating the scene from behind, making sure a weak-ass clown like Yang Chun takes the position of househead so that he can manipulate him. However, now that the same incompetent boy has defeated his marvelous sister, things have become complicated, which is why Jeolyup is being sent to beat Yang Chun's ass. Still, our boy shows no signs of interest in facing the kid, even though Elder Ryun thinks it would be a good idea to show kindness. Yang Chun argues that there's no point in fighting when he knows the outcome of the battle will result in a loss. To that, Grandpa Bear gently encourages Yang Chun, stating that he has utmost belief in the boy's ability to win. I'm starting to think that this geezer is genuinely the one who cares the most about Yang Chun. We all need supporters like him in our lives. Regardless, Yang Chun argues that he's seen enough, and can easily tell that Jolyop is way more powerful than even his sister, so he's got no interest in fighting a losing battle. But as he's taking Seola away, the bold grandson of the first elder grabs her arm, telling Seola that she's special and shouldn't be around a clown like Yang Cheon. He requests the girl to join him, as he'll promise her an easier life than a wimp like her current master. Here's the absolutely terrifying part. The logical and cautious approach of Yang Chun is thrown out the window when he sees Seola in trouble. He puts on a damn scary face and accepts the duel immediately. Well, he does regret his decision in the very next moment, finding himself in the dueling arena against an even stronger opponent. But Bear Grandpa offers his support, believing that it will allow an opportunity for growth for the boy even if he loses. Yang Chun argues that he wants something in return for the condition of him participating in this fight. The second elder is more than happy to comply with his terms, but he reminds the child that losing here would be shameful as the heir of the clan lord. But the young boy emphasizes something with conviction, stating that he has no interest in becoming the head of the house to begin with. This revelation jolts a reaction out of Ryun, who argues that it's impossible for him to decide against it as he's the only boy in the family line. Yang Chun internalizes his frustration, questioning why people still think he's fond of the decision to become the house head when in reality he actually discarded that decision in the previous life too. To rub salt on the wound, the cunning boy reminds the old geezer that he'll lose on purpose if Elder Ryun backs out from their terms. Grandpa Bear is okay with it as long as there's a condition attached, and that condition is that he has to win this fight no matter what. Facing his opponent, Jolyop allows the boy an opportunity to warm up. He even apologizes that the situation has come to this, believing he should be pitying Yang Chun. After all, they had a match just the previous year, and Jolyop decimated his ass to the point he couldn't get out of bed for a month. Even Yang Chun is like, why the fudge did I forget about something like that? Anyway, Jolyop expresses that the boy from back then was weak. Even now that he's defeated his talented sister, Jolyop is of the opinion that it was just a fluke. Bro is out here giving warnings like, I don't want to abuse the weak. At the same time, what he despises the most is seeing a weak and pathetic person soaring to the powerful ranks. Saying as much, Jolyop imbues his blade with the technique and prepares to unleash his wrath against the boy. He addresses Elder Ryun, stating that he also wants a condition to be fulfilled upon his victory in this match. Grandpa Bear is okay with that idea. Well, unsurprisingly, Jolyop's condition for the fight is actually Seola. He just had to say the one thing that pissed off every single nerve in our boy's body, pissing him the fuck off for his audacity. The elder is greatly amused by the scene and allows the battle. Jolyop is actually pretty hesitant as the fight begins. He does nothing but observe the raging red aura emanating from the boy's body. He reveals that traditionally, the stronger opponent is expected to allow his opponent to lead the first move of the battle. Yang Chun calls him out on his bullshit and wonders if Jolyop is actually afraid shitless in this battle. The funny thing is, as competent as Jolyop is of his strength and control over his internal energy, he just can't trust himself to get even close to the young master's terrifying aura. Even though there are a ton of openings he could exploit, he just can't find himself making the move. Suspecting that Yang Chun must be exhausting all of his strength for a show of intimidation, Jolyop laughs and thinks he's got the edge in this battle. He thinks that it's an incredibly stupid decision from Yang Chun's side to exhaust his internal energy like this. Our boy is done waiting around and decides to lead the first attack, and before Jolyop can even finish his sentence, he's already on top of him. An incredibly fast, thunderous kick nearly catches his opponent, but Jolyop is still confident and believes that the difference in their speed is far too much still. But to his shock, Yang Chun's next attack fucking connects and launches him in the air, ending the battle with a destructive kick in the damn face as he puts Jolyop on his knees. The boy coughs out blood, while Yang Chun humiliates him by purposely delaying his final attack. After all, he doesn't want his opponent bickering about how he only won because of a surprise attack. Jolyop's ego is instantly humbled as he agrees that he made a mistake looking down on the young master's talent. However, he's far from being finished, believing that he's yet to make his move to return the blow. This means that the battle will continue and become troublesome for Yang Chun. Unfortunately, he's once again facing an opponent outclassing him. To make an efficient use of his internal energy, he is efficiently imbuing it in certain parts of the body during his attacks. This way, the body will experience short bursts of strength, preventing his body from entering a state of deviation. However, the fact is clear. Yang Chun can't delay this battle any more than 7 minutes. He has to end the fight by then. As for Jolyop, The kid is channeling a powerful technique called the Scarlet Sword of the Nine Dragons. Yang Chun intends to keep a sharp eye on the blade as best he can. The minute the blade is unsheathed, Yang Chun grows extremely tense and barely has the opportunity to dodge the wide slash. His monstrously fast opponent goes for a follow-up, unleashing a variety of concentrated swings to catch Yang Chun off guard. The caliber of Jeolyop's technique shows that he's trained immensely well to refine his abilities. The natural flow of the technique may be a benefit, but it's also a drawback if the sword is interrupted in its flow. Accessing his internal energy, Yang Chun focuses on staying in one place, and just as Jeolyop is about to deal a deadly finishing blow on him, the boy unleashes an explosive attack from his body. Interrupting his moves, he basically extinguished the heat inside his body all at once, disrupting Jeolyop and giving our boy just the brief moment he needed to finish the battle. Yang Chun annihilates Jeolyop's abdomen with such a heavy fist that even I can feel it through the screen. The blazing punch knocks Jeolyop crashing into the nearest wall, leaving a damn crater behind it. It's all over, but Yang Chun is unfinished with his words, revealing that he doesn't actually care about the position of the head of the house, or the insults he receives from other people. But the one thing he can't tolerate is when shitty people like Jeolyop try to take something forcefully from others. That's the one part that pisses him off the most. He exerts a horrifying level of pressure, recalling that he can never forgive Jeolyop for daring to lay a finger on Seola. So much so that he wants to break the guy's arm as a punishment for next time. Bro is fucking brutal, and just as he's about to shatter Jeolyop's arm, Elder Ryun catches him and urges him from going any further. After the battle, the boy gets a scolding for going way too far in the battle. But Yang Chun thinks it's only responsible to assume that they'll get hurt in an actual battle. And since Jeolyop managed to return home on his own eventually, it means he's fine. However, what's worrisome for Ryun is the fact that the first elder may not take this situation lightly. Yang Chun confesses that he doesn't give a flying crap about becoming the house head anyway, so anything political doesn't matter to him. He even offers Seola the position of house head, and she's ready to accept the duty so long as she gets plenty of food to eat. Anyway, Elder Ryun is serious when he says that it's an important matter. As Yang Chun is casually speaking about how Seola is more powerful than him, he catches himself and realizes that he doesn't know the exact timeline of her mastering the blade. After all, the Sovereign Sword must have started training her at some point in her life as she was the best disciple. But from the looks of it, he's never even seen Seola around a blade, so it confuses him. There's also the fact that she's more dumb in this life than the previous, which makes him wonder what kind of person she actually was at this age. For some reason, not even Yang Chun can confidently recall the details, even though he should be able to remember something like this. The adorable girl asks if he's doing okay, only for Yang Chun to smack her in an effort to help her regain her senses. Anyway, the second elder chooses to forfeit the conversation of the househead for now, and requests the boy to take a rest. But Yang Chun is sharp, and casually stops the old geezer to remind him about their little promise. Elder Ryun is annoyed, but a deal is a deal, so he asks about the boy's request. Pointing out that he's the esteemed second elder, Yang Chun believes that his request must be simple for him to fulfill. Saying so, he points to his right, declaring that he wants to be sent to Sacheon territory. It's a rather confusing task, especially when our boy hilariously learns that he can always go to Sacheon whenever he pleases. This comes as a shock to the young master, who reminds the old geezer that Sacheon isn't exactly close to their region, so it's not a piece of cake like he's assuming. There's also the fact that he can't wander around everywhere as he pleases, as he's constantly monitored and protected. To that, Grandpa Ryun suggests attending the weapons exhibition of House Dang as a meaningful excuse to do his business. Reduced to a baffled face, the boy recalls how the weaponry exhibition is known to invite families each year to showcase the best weapons imaginable. Though it's not a requirement for the boy to attend the event, he can still use it as a proper excuse. Suddenly, Yang Chun switches demands and expresses that his real request is to ask for money. The sharp elder realizes that the boy wants to head to Sacheon as fast as possible, but he's actually excited to send the little boy to Sacheon, much to Yang Chun's worry because he's starting to think it was a really bad idea to ask this guy. But Grandpa Bear roars like an animal, stating that he's going to send him away immediately. The young master reminds him that they would need time to prepare and file a proper report. Grandpa Ryun sways his troubles by stating that he's sending the boy away as an official order, causing the caretakers of the boy to get ready immediately. And before he could even process what was going on, Yang Chun found himself in his carriage. Bro was played by the old geezer and sent off. As for the Sword Sovereign, he tasks Ryun with some household chores, reasoning that the young must help the old. Ryun wants to let something off of his chest by having a word with the Sword Sovereign in silence. Apparently, there have been talks of the clan head looking for the divine physician for a particular reason. The second elder is put on edge and switches topics. He addresses Seola, declaring his suspicions that the girl doesn't even show a hint of being human. It's as if she's something else entirely. But this inquiry gets the Sovereign Sword so pissed off that he tells Ryun to shut up as he draws multiple divine swords. Ryun continues to boldly state that if Seola may be a different form of life, recalling how he encountered the girl at the council first, but immediately noticed that she lacked a presence in her body. Elder Ryun emphasizes that the divine physician's medicine won't fix that, and that it's a pointless approach, especially when Seola doesn't even have an illness. But as he's running his mouth, the Sovereign Sword is forced to unleash dozens of golden swords, emanating a terrifying pressure as he declares Seola as a human. Unfortunately, Ryun is unconvinced and walks away, accepting the Sovereign Sword's intentions. Intriguingly, in his reflection, her grandfather believes that he's going to fix the missing parts of the girl by making her human. He's fine if it means sacrificing his very own life for the cause, just so that his granddaughter can become a healthy lady as she grows up. A few hours passed by when her grandfather realized she wasn't inside their quarters. By nighttime, they've already been traveling for a few days up until now. Sachon is a bit far away still, while Muyon is concerned over the young master's whereabouts. Turns out Yangchon escaped for a bit to be on his own. They think he's pretty much bored without Seola. The surprising part is, our boy is actually putting in the damn work by training to the point of exhaustion. Unfortunately, he's still pretty weak as only a few beginner-level punches were able to tire him out easily. Even though 10 whole days had passed on this journey, Yangchon found himself stuck against a wall. He couldn't discover a breakthrough. The one problem he discovered during his matchup against his last opponent, Jol Yap, is the unfortunate reality that he has an extremely low supply of internal energy. This means the first thing he's got to do is home and cultivate his internal energy to its limits. Deciding to activate the demonic art of heavenly absorption, the boy reflects that it siphons internal energy from other beings. But at the same time, with this amazing ability, it slowly corrupts the user from the inside as a side effect of such a power. But in this case, thanks to the blaze wheel technique, he didn't have to suffer any of the after effects of the technique. Now, he doesn't exactly have any demonic energy inside him, which means he can continuously increase his supply of internal energy as long as he kills more demons and obtains more power. Still, the fact is, it's the heavenly demon's martial arts, and that can still become a really big problem for him in this regressed timeline. He genuinely doesn't want to meet the same fate that he met in his original life. Suddenly, a loud scream distracts him and grabs his attention. The boy quickly rushes to find Muyon for a bunch of answers. The personal guard reveals that something is going on inside the carriage, causing our boy to inquire for more information on his own. Inside, we discover Seola popping out with a smile, innocently claiming that she somehow managed to find herself all the way here. Let's go back 10 days ago and see what happened. Seola wasn't allowed to go to the Sachon region because of her strict grandpa. The only reason he even allowed her to go to the Nine Dragons Council is because he could depend on other people to help her out in times of trouble. But that isn't the case for the Sachon region, which could bring about a number of issues for the girl. The grandpa insisted that they get the move on and work with laundry for now. However, Seola found herself depressed, recalling how Yangchon won't be returning for at least a month. She's terrible with her chores on top of that, and unfortunately there's nothing she excels at, so it's not like her going along would add to any benefits. But suddenly a voice calls out to her and startles the young girl. Searching around, she recalls hearing a proper voice from the box nearby. Desperately, the girl tries looking around for an answer, when suddenly, a hand pushes her over, making her trip and crash inside the rationing area. Seola actually didn't even want to go inside, but she was tricked by someone. Poor girl was scared and begging for help, but those same pair of astral hands seemed to hypnotize her into a state of sleepiness. Within a matter of moments, the same Seola flopped to the ground, fully knocked out as the voice apologized for its actions. And that's how the carriage began moving, with the voice's final words remarking that Seola's supposed to be the one to protect them. Anyway, the little girl's explanation basically does little to nothing because all three of them are just baffled by what she just said. Their reaction makes Seola wonder if she'd done something wrong, so she tries to hammer the point again and conclude her story. According to her story, she was tricked by a ghost to enter the carriage, and that's probably the one story no one will ever believe. Yangchon wanted the girl to go back, but there was no point anymore. They continued their travels during the night when suddenly, an owl hovered over close by. Seola kept taking notice of all the animals nearby and described eating them with delight. Even our boy is horrified that this girl is merciless when it comes to her appetite. His original idea was to send her back to the House of Ku, but unfortunately, they're running short on supplies already, and sending her back would have wasted them even more. Wiggling a worm in his face, Seola offers to trade it with a yakwa, but bro at this point is so pissed he tosses the snack away, this time regretting the decision of keeping her on the journey. Their carefree attitude comes to an end actually when Yangchon senses the arrival of something. He alerts Muyon, who further engages the rest of the guards to stop. Just when he thought that things were getting peaceful, he sensed 4 demons in the distance. But to his surprise, he could now only feel the presence of 3. And before he could even know it, only 1 was left. This final one tries to attack the carriage, and right as our boy is about to defeat the creature, a silver-haired girl wearing a purple robe unleashes her blade and severs the demonic beast in half. She quickly sheathes her sword afterwards, apologizing for being irresponsible with her prey and letting it near the carriage. Not even Yang Chun has any idea of the identity of the girl at first, until she turns to look at him, giving this guy a shock of a lifetime. Recalling gruesome memories of this very same woman severing multiple warriors to pieces, he sees that the hot baddie from his memories who coincidentally met him on his journey to Sacheon in his past life too. That same girl made the same request in this timeline too, asking to join them for the journey. The beautiful lady is known as Bia Namgung, or the Mad Woman as Yang Chun hauntingly remembers her. Let's go back to their horrifying first encounter in the previous life. This woman slaughtered all the warriors around in cold blood, while the demon martial artist Yang Chun questioned if she was really responsible for killing them all. Turns out they're both on the same side. Namgung wants to know about their master's orders, and learns that Yang Chun was sent here to retrieve her, or else she'd be going crazy murdering everybody. He scolded her greatly for being batshit crazy. The funny part is that being a cold-blooded murderer, this girl struggles with navigation and is so dyslexic that she can't figure left from right. Finding the idiot a waste of his time, he tells her to just follow him. Yang Chun found her a piece of work to deal with, while Namgung curiously asked about the strength of the sovereign sword. To that, he responded to her by a warning not to engage with any of the sovereigns, as they're supposed to be rivals of the heavenly demon and not them. But Namgung of all people was a curious person, and wanted to know how the blade of the sovereign sword compared to her own, or even their master's. As she went on to yap all day, our boy got pissed and threw an attack right towards her. But without even glancing in his general direction, she sliced the energy ball in half, questioning what the fuck was that about. She was ready to throw hands with him right there and then too. This girl is straight up aura farming. Yang Chun emphasizes that he shot the attack because she's still following the wrong direction, reminding the idiot to just keep up with him. As they were navigating along, she annoyed him by asking another question. But only this time, Yang Chun was serious about tearing her to pieces if she asked about information about the sovereigns again. To his surprise, the girl pointed to another pathway, suggesting that it might be a faster route. Yang Chun had no idea what this girl was yapping about, but before he could even react properly, she was already gone. Here's the hilarious conclusion. Bro reached his destination within the same day, while the crazy chick arrived 4 days late. She sucks at following orders. Anyway, back to the present. Namgung understands that they're headed to Sacheon and requests joining along. But of course, knowing their shitty history together, Yang Chun is like, nah, you're not allowed, bitch. After all, he just can't imagine reliving through that hectic routine again. Aside from that, she will bring him a shit ton of trouble if not for anything else. To keep matters simple, Yang Chun makes it a matter of trust, pointing out that he can't trust a stranger in the middle of the night. Realizing that she has to earn his trust, the girl unleashes a concentrated lightning technique. She's out here turning into Super Saiyan 2 with the kind of attack she's charging up. Mu-Yan immediately senses danger from her usage of the ruler's sword technique. The technique results in a gigantic explosion of energy from her body, but before any harm was caused, Mu-Yan had already stepped in to stop her. Bia simply wanted to prove her identity and gain trust with the display of her power. With this, Yang Chun has no way but to accept her connection to the Namgung family, so he makes up a second excuse, stating that he can't risk allowing a terrifying technique user join them along. And well, what ends up happening is that Bia actually follows their carriage all the way to the point they were supposed to take rest. Yang Chun has no idea why she's following them and still keeping a safe distance. Not to mention the fact that he even tried lying to her by stating that their destination wasn't Sacheon at all. For now, he doesn't want to confront her but focuses on ignoring. But it's already too late for that because Siola's already out there teaching the girl how to peel a frog properly. Our boy gets irritated and yanks her away, questioning what the hell she's doing all of a sudden, especially when he ordered her not to linger around aimlessly. Bia shoots an empty glare towards his direction, as if to ask, "What's your problem?" Our boy addresses her and asks what she's doing out in the middle of nowhere from her family. Turns out that Bia actually set off with her family, but embarrassingly, the idiot ended up getting lost from their path. It's exactly what Yang Chun suspected anyway, recalling how shitty she was with directions in her previous life too. The boy then questions why she's choosing to follow them even when he clarified that they won't be going to the Sacheon region. Bia is surprised and decides to ask again for their travel destination. Siola innocently turns to Yang Chun, who shakes his head in disapproval. The adorable brat still doesn't get the damn hint and blurts out the truth in shock, making Yang Chun regret his decision of not sending her back yet again. Anyway, He doesn't really care about Bia anymore and tells her to do whatever she wants from a safe distance. She redundantly introduces herself to him, requesting the boy to introduce himself as well. With a heavy heart, Bro literally adopts the identity of Jeolyup Ku, expressing that he belongs from the House of Ku. This is the only way for him to maintain a disguise. 2 days passed by. Seola and Bia quickly became associated with each other. This actually slowed down the journey significantly because this adorable potato would always leave the carriage to talk to the other girl. Yang Chon found himself irritated that she refused to get on even after he made his position clear on Bia's case. Finding himself exhausted, he asks Muyan about the time left to reach their destination. The OP guard reveals that they should have arrived within a day, but with the current speed, it's going to take them at least 3 more days. That's crazy. Though he's unaware why Yang Chon is so cautious of the young lady, he thinks it would be better to allow her a spot on the carriage for a faster journey. At this point, our boy just can't take it anymore and gives up in the end. He plans to take a break to think through his plans in the nearby village. Both the young master and his servant are discussing their travel plans. There's still 1 day left. Luckily, they didn't have to camp out for the previous night. As for Seola, she keeps on offering Bia to tag along and sleep with them, but she doesn't know if that's going to be okay. Anyway, Yang Chon is shocked that a lady of such stature is carrying another family's servant. But Bia seems to be generous and just wants to help the girl who is tired out. But young Master Yang Chon recommends that if that is the case, then Seola should just focus on resting inside the carriage. Now that they're inside the village, he tells Seola to just get off her back. Bia asks her, but the adorable potato points towards the approaching group of men who are wearing a similar attire to Bia. The man leading them is actually Bia's brother, who was worried sick where the hell she'd gone. They tried so hard looking for her, but she ended up lost anyway. He regrets not tying her up earlier to prevent such a mishap. Anyway, her brother is finally calming down after worrying about his sister's condition. But he's even more surprised by the group of people behind her. Seola is the first to introduce herself, while Yang Chan is still annoyed that she isn't getting off her back. Taking a closer look at Bia's sibling, our boy remembers him as the Lightning Sword, who is destined to become one of the 5 greatest swordsmen in the entire world. Now that is a crazy title. That same boy was greeting him with kindness, introducing himself as Cheonjun Namgung, the Lightning Dragon. At first, our boy accidentally spits out his real name, but then he realizes he has to maintain the disguise of Jeolyup, sharing his honor to meet such an important figure here. Cheonjun appears embarrassed being held in high regard, but he's all the more serious and concerned when it comes to the matters of his sister. Scared shitless, Yangchun jumps to explain that they met on the way to Sacheon. Unfortunately, Bro blurted out that their destination was really Sacheon all along, causing Bia to catch his lie immediately. This turns the situation even worse, but Cheonjun is okay because he knows that his sister can be quite the handful to deal with. For now, he wants to offer the House of Ku a chance to stay in one of their rooms, but Yangchun turns this offer down, stating that they were only doing what they thought was right. Though it's a good offer, Bro just doesn't want to be around this crazy psychopath of a girl anymore and hopes to look elsewhere. Unfortunately, Muyan has to remind his young master that they really don't have any rooms booked either. He offers the idea of camping, but Muyan cuts him off, stating that their servants are exhausted beyond hell, so it's going to be hectic to force a camp again. And well, that's how he had to accept the offer in the end. Let's actually go back to Bia's background as the demonic martial artist in her previous life. The first thing she ever did after becoming one was annihilating her entire clan. This is the same woman who killed her own brother and her father, as well as the disciples of the clan. That led to her title of the Demonic Sword Empress, leading to a reputation unlike any other. To this day, Yang Qian has no clue what drove her to such limits to have killed her family in cold blood. But based on their conversation earlier, he couldn't tell any hostility between her and her brother. The weirdest thing about her is the technique called the Ruler's Sword. Back then, when she showcased a hint of it, he could already tell it was much stronger than her brother's. And yet, even after the display of such a powerful ability, unlike the Lightning Dragon, she doesn't seem to have a nickname of any kind. It only makes the boy wonder if there's some kind of internal conflict going on inside the house. Coming out of his room, he accidentally stumbles into Cheonjun, greeting him with kindness. But to Yangchun's shock, the bastard not only ignores him but also shoves him away, coldly reminding our boy to know his place. Yangchun has no clue what the fudge just happened. Cheonjun goes on to express that he doesn't want a shitpiece like the boy to be conveniently talking to his sister. He thinks Bia has been somehow seduced by him, especially when she's extremely gullible. Therefore, this dude is prepared to slice Yangchun in half if he ever dares to speak to his sister again, not to mention the sight of the servant casually mounting on her back. But when Bia suddenly makes an appearance and comes into frame, Bro literally switches personalities and acts like the sweetest and most welcoming child in the world. Yangchun is out there standing like, what the heck is going on? And his final conclusion about the Namgung family is that these idiots are all crazy in the end. Muyeon the same day greets his master and tries to talk about the matters regarding the Namgung family. But our boy has had enough of his fill already and wants to leave. Muyeon expresses that it's pretty easy for them to set off after breakfast. This is good news to our boy because he's just dying to leave already. He wants to make sure he doesn't become an enemy of the Namgung family from this point onwards. Arriving to get breakfast, he finds Seola and Bia enjoying their meal. Bro is struggling to sit between the two girls, questioning his decision. And well, the moment he does take a seat, Bia's brother is out here on the verge of exploding like a nuclear bomb, giving Yangchon a murderous glare from the opposite table. The funniest part is that every time Bia turns to look at Cheonjun, Bro changes his personality into a sweet child. Even Yangcheon is questioning if this is some kind of technique at this point, because how does one even do that? Though he perfectly understands why Cheonjun is behaving in this manner, the good thing is that they won't be running into each other again at the weaponry exhibition. Yangchon finishes his meal early, deciding to exit the room as fast as possible. He says goodbye to Bia, who finds herself sensing some kind of dark stench from him. Cheonjun comes up to confront his sister, inquiring why she chose to sit on the side of the House of Ku. She takes one glance at him, at Cheonjun, and realizes that the stench is actually coming from him instead. The lightning dragon recommends that she sit with her own house next time around. Bia doesn't focus on contesting his opinion and simply apologizes. She sees Yangchon and the others leaving and tries to follow them, stating that she wants to rest in the carriage for a while. Her brother is still baffled by her interest. Anyway, she catches up to our boy, who is peeved by her following them. Cheonjun literally does a Kaneki finger crack from Tokyo Ghoul, expressing his sheer hatred for random intruders. As for the girl, he tells Yangchon that she's not just stalking them, rather she wants to travel alongside them. The young master of House Ku doesn't get why she's hoping to travel with them when she's got her own brother and the House of Namgung ready to set off. Well, Seola beams with confidence and states that she's the reason why. Pissed as shit, Yangchon is done tolerating the stupid girls and wants them both off of the carriage. The guard insists that they'll meet their destination soon enough. After all, they're finally in the beautiful Sacheon region. Let's discuss House Dang of Sacheon. Following the virtuous path, this family took shelter in the Sacheon for many centuries. If the Namgung family excelled with their blade, and the Ping family overwhelmed with their strength, there was also the Dang family, who were the best when it came to poisoning and the mastery of metals alike. This weaponry exhibition held by the Dang family is simply a result of their brilliant reputation. Yangchon, on the other hand, finds himself in a state of contemplation, recalling how he has 3 days to fulfill his task of finding the secret room. Knowing that it's in the Sacheon region, he could potentially start tracking it down, but for now, it's still too difficult. And the worst part? If he doesn't find it, he's going to have to consult the Vagrant clan to find it for him. Still won't change the fact that he's going to have to explore most of the city to get any meaningful outcome. Seola startles him all of a sudden as she admires the beautiful view from such a height, not to mention the incomparable wind. Giving him a sweet smile, she asks him to look at the fireflies dancing pretty under the moonlight. But to Yangchun, dude is unimpressed. Seola forces him away to help explore a lake nearby. A while later, they arrive standing under the graveyard of stars and the bright moon. The lake is huge, and unfortunately she got a beating for recklessly dragging him here. Even the young master is shocked about the sheer size of House Dang for having a forest to themselves. Calling his name, the silly Seola teases him with a game of peekaboo using a bunch of flowers. The girl is simply trying to make him happy, knowing that he's in a bad mood, so she's doing everything she can. But Yangchon concludes that there's nothing she can do to help him. The insistent servant wants him to let his problems off his chest because she's ready to hear him out. Bro decides to gamble on the opportunity and supposes a situation where someone hid a treasure in the giant city. He wants to hear how Seola would try to find such a treasure. Giving him a stern glare, the adorable Seola doesn't even help and simply thinks the person who hid the treasure was being rude. While they're chatting about, a certain someone comes along to question what the two of them are doing in a restricted area. Yangcheon realizes that it's true because they're basically in the House of Dang. The woman before him is actually responsible for stopping thousands upon thousands of demonic martial artists from raising the Sacheon region. Yes, this girl boss did all of that on her own. The poisonous queen, Soyol Dang, and the same woman who died by his hands in his previous life. Let's actually take a look at how that happened. At the edge of defeat, Soyol had nothing to pull. No more tricks left, while the demonic martial artist before her simply stepped forth, questioning if the poisonous queen was finished at last. Her eyes were no more, an injury she sustained from her battles, so she could barely question if he was a familiar person. Yangchon at the time remarked that her family abandoned her completely, and that she's the only one from House Dang who stayed behind to protect the Sacheon region. In the end, nothing changed, which makes him question why she went to such limits. To that, the poisonous queen asked why he was here all the same then. Provoked by her question, he hastened to grab her neck, declaring that he's here to end her life, of course. Resisting the urge to say harder daddy, the poisonous queen apologizes to the demonic martial artist, which only made Yang-chan even more shocked and confused. At this point, Soyeol concluded that she might have lost her mind, and right after losing both of her eyes, she could truly see everything even beyond normal sight. She thinks that she should have gone insane much sooner instead. Yang-chan told her to conclude her yapping session already. The poisonous queen's final words weren't something related to her, but a final wish for Yang-chan. But before she could finish her words, Bro snapped her neck, ending her life as he walked away. A look of sadness and conflict showed on his face as he observed his hand. Well, Soyeol was here rambling in his damn face again. But knowing her at her current age, her nickname is actually the Poisonous Phoenix. Soyeol is pretty insistent when suddenly Bia comes around to clarify the situation. The representative of the House of Dang is stunned to hear the news and pulls an attitude switch, greeting Yang-chan with delight and apologizing against a guest. Dude still maintains his identity of Jeolyup-ku, but that doesn't stop Soyeol from being annoyed why he is meddling around the lake of all places. After all, the Dang family doesn't prevent outsiders from casually stepping in. But when Yang-chan points out that Bia is also an outsider, it pisses the girl off because she knows he's staring straight facts. This also means that they're being told to leave, so our boy takes the hint and focuses on doing exactly that. He and Seola go away, causing Soyeol a bit of annoyance. She was glaring at him earlier because he wouldn't accept his mistakes of stepping foot here. The funniest part is that this girl actually admits that our boy is hot, but that still doesn't mean she's going to go easy on him. Her little confession just now makes her realize what she just said, and she jumps to clarify her point to Bia. The silver-haired girl is just confused as ever, because the only way she remembers seeing him is as a rude and grumbling person. Soyeol goes away talking about how kind people are more beautiful than handsome people, which is still pretty funny because she's dragging this for no reason. The following morning, Yang-chan steps out of his room. Knowing that the exhibition is in 1 day's time, he wants to train for a bit. But to his surprise, the moment he opens the door, he's greeted by Bia and Cheon-jun. Both made a surprising appearance. Well, turns out that the Dang family invited them for a meal, so that's why they're here. Bia wanted to tag Yang-chan along as well, which is why they're here. However, our boy acts like he's a shy soul, which is a polite way of declining. Internally, Bro is hoping to God that these clowns leave him alone. But Cheon-jun is insistent. Bro is pissed off too and grabs Yang-chan's arm. This is getting irritating for the young master who keeps refusing, and yet he's dragged along for no reason. Fully pissed, Yang-chan releases a hint of his aura, to the point Cheon-jun has no point but to pull away. But that's about it for his tough guy act. Yang-chan accepts the offer and realizes that there's no way out of this one. Just one last thing for Cheon-jun, he drags him away for a polite little chat, reminding the bastard that he's got a bitch face for glaring at him like that in front of his sister. This bone-chilling warning pisses Cheon-jun off, but he can't do anything but simply put on an act in front of his sister. Arriving to get breakfast, Yang-chan stares down at a variety of spicy food options. He's really having a hard time selecting what to eat when everything here is drenched in spices. The House of Dang insists that they eat to their heart's content, but Yang-chan is afraid and decides to go for the safest option, dumplings. As he's about to pick one and take it in his mouth, he notices the poisonous queen staring him down with a careful glare. She's been staring at him just like that in his past life as well, making him wonder what's the deal with her. He's a bit annoyed having to deal with the same pensive stare again. Anyway, the young master puts the dumpling in his mouth, immediately stunning himself with the sizzling spice. Dude is begging for a chance to spit it out without looking disrespectful. Even Soyeol appears to be having trouble with the level of spice. Bia offers him water to survive and actually offers him a piece of meat that isn't as spicy. Seeing her casually talking to him like this, the young master questions why she's doing this. Meanwhile, I just love how Cheon-jun is out here crushing his chopsticks out of sheer frustration. Finally, Soyeol comes around to sit right next to our boy, showcasing much of her shyness, much to his confusion. This man is about to end up with a harem at this point. Bro is collecting girls from every region. Yang-chan teases Soyeol for having a lot to say, but she's a flustered mess. Girl is so bold that she nearly asks him if he was into her looks, when suddenly Cheon-jun interrupts and asks for a training ground area. Unfortunately, the place is reserved for family members only. The place is well maintained, but Cheon-jun is interested in taking a visit, so they all think it's a good idea to go there collectively after the meal. Meanwhile, Yang-chan is getting a bad feeling, realizing that this guy must be plotting something fishy behind his back. Fast-forwarding to the scene of the arena, the training ground is gigantic compared to the ones they've had before. To this day, not even the successors of the Dang family have any clue why their ancestors made it so big. Cheon-jun laughs it off, and they all learn that Soyeol personally grew up training in these grounds when she was still interested in sparring. Hearing that much about her, Yang-chan is glad that he's not in Soyeol's brother's position because he wouldn't want to deal with her. The cute thing about the young poisonous queen is that she feels embarrassed after her brother blurted out that fact. Cheonjun believes that it's a good idea to digest food with a bit of training. He's been waiting for this opportunity after all, and straight up challenges Youngchun for a spar. This bastard's smiling face just shows how much he wants to beat up our boy in a fight. But of course, he's not stupid to comply so easily. Youngchun confesses that he's merely a third-rate martial artist, so there's no point in fighting. Soyeol roars ahead, stating that it would be terrifying if Cheonjun ended up hurting our boy's pretty face, especially considering the age difference between the two. I just love how she's down bad about him and not even pretending to hide it. Cheonjun expresses that neither of them will use internal energy, and this will be more or less an instructional battle than anything. With this new proposal, he's waiting for Youngchun's answer with a confident face. Hearing that there won't be any use of internal energy in this battle, Youngchun finds himself amused and questions if such a fight will even be possible. The bitch face doesn't get his question, so our boy clarifies and repeats himself. He's dying to know if Cheonjun is really in the position to instruct him at all. Seeing the tension rise between the two of them, Soyeol's brother sweeps in to tell Youngchun that he should respect Cheonjun for his age. Still, the bitch face is fine with accepting the challenge, convulsing his aura, curious to see just how good his opponent really is. Before Cheonjun is even able to allow him the courtesy of making the first move, Youngchun cuts the dude off and declares that he will go second. This makes Cheonjun seethe with his blood boiling as he rages on ahead for a first strike. Youngchun casually evades the slice. It's a heavy blow, but Cheonjun isn't stopping there. He follows up with a piercing or a jabbing motion, causing our boy to draw away. From the way this fight is going, Youngchun notices that he's facing an opponent who plays with feints and fake strikes. But it's a good thing he knows exactly what Cheonjun's intentions are, allowing him to maneuver against his blade without much trouble. Soyeol witnesses this battle take place, which gives us a good opportunity to take a look into her past. She was different from her siblings from the very moment she was born. The children loved chasing after normal pets, but she was comfortable around wolves and tigers alike. The girl was fearless around creatures that opposed each other. These creatures stood at the top of their respective food chain, but these strong animals were much more beautiful to her than the ones that became their prey. It's actually this very reason that made it difficult for Soyeol to be attracted to someone. She was more interested and fascinated by powerful beasts than humans, though she was hoping that she could find someone like that in the exhibition. It was true that Cheonjun was strong, but hilariously, she found him feminine-looking more than anything. God damn, she really destroyed the twinks here. She regretted that most men weren't like the respectable wolf Dangrang. But in the end, she did end up encountering someone she was fascinated by. A boy that had her in a chokehold from the moment he was in front of her. Soyeol's heart was beating so fast and she didn't know why. At first, she thought that it was just a fleeting feeling, and that tomorrow, she would see him no differently than any other person. But when they had breakfast the next day, he appeared as bright as ever. Eyes unlike any other, an inability to eat spicy food. Bro did the smallest of actions, and this obsessive bitch was down bad for him for it. Before she even knew, she was already sitting next to him and breaking down. Realizing that it was really love, the bold Soyeol was moments away from confessing her love with the next step. And well, that's how they got here. In the training area, a piece of Cheonjun's wooden sword is shattered and goes out of bounds. As for the battle, Bro is finding himself winded. Dude is demolished because he just can't get an edge on our boy, who is enjoying Cheonjun's demise. The scene makes Soyeol a steaming mess for him again. The girl literally drops to her knees here. Let's focus on the fight now. The bitch face is out here getting a reality check that he's not as special as he thought he would be. He's being toyed with even after making serious attacks. In his helpless state, Youngchun gives him a lesson to remember. He talks about how geniuses and talented people think way too much during their decisions, which opens a path of exploitation, a weakness. Youngchun is of the opinion that in a real battle, he would have killed this guy 3 times at least. His punch strikes the ground as Bia's brother draws away in fear, calling his opponent a coward for attacking when he didn't have a weapon. But our boy is a straight-up shit-talker. He tells Bitchface to grab another weapon and continue on the fight. After all, this is supposed to be an instructional spar, so the senior fighter should be teaching him lots here. Cheonjun is seething with rage as he picks another blade as Youngchun continues to talk down on his opponent. But all of a sudden, Bitchface forgets about the rule of not using any internal energy and imbues his blade with its full might. Then he charges against Youngchun. The ironic thing is that he still misses. Youngchun, who wants to return the blow with double the payback, retaliates with a punch. But before he can do anything, Cheonjun pulls up with a slashing cage technique to entrap him. Regardless, our boy is literally him because he breaks the slashes and frees himself, proving his worth as a fighter and as an opponent even stronger than Cheonjun. Now that he doesn't have any reason to hold back anymore, Youngchun thinks it is time for him to unleash his might. So he goes for the all-powerful, anti-army, anti-world, anti-universe, ultra-mega super-powerful generational nutcracker technique. Bro cracks his egg so hard that even I felt it. Just look at Cheonjun's face, bro reaped his damn soul. The funniest part is how the author conveys how the eggs were literally cracked from that attack. Yangchun stands over him as the victor while he's trembling like a near-dead animal. Giving him a final look of arrogance, he laughs at his opponent's misery and wonders if he ended Cheonjun's bloodline here. Cheonjun's on the ground whining like a dog and cursing our boy out, causing Yangchun to taunt him for perhaps maintaining his family jewels intact for being able to still speak. Cheonjun calls him a cowardly martial artist and that he's going to report the matter to every single martial house he knows of, forcing them to act against Yangchun. All of a sudden, the young master of the House of Ku amusingly asks him how many men he's killed. Cheonjun tries to feign ignorance, but our boy knows the truth about his life. Cheonjun had killed at least around a dozen people here after all. Yangchun makes it his business to pin his arm in a position that makes him tremble in torture. At this point, Soyol's brother interrupts and urges to stop the fight. But Yangchun is right to call them out on their bullshit, as they all clearly saw this guy use the internal energy before, as well as the fact that he wanted to kill him in this battle. They can't even use the excuse that he was just a young person, because he was still older than our boy in the end. Soyol's brother emphasizes that Cheonjun belongs to the Namgung house, so going any further than this will only invite trouble to Yangchun's doorstep. The boy clarifies that he's holding back much of his power specifically because of that knowledge, but he's dying to know what would have been House Dang's reaction if the opposite happened and their positions were switched. While he's in the middle of thinking that over, our boy ruthlessly shatters the bastard's arm, leaving Cheonjun in a state of agony and pain. But it's only after he's done breaking the dude's arm that Yangchun realizes that he might have pushed it too far. After all, the second elder might react harshly to this, knowing that he reduced the lightning dragon to a shitty mess. On second thought, he thinks that Elder Ryun might actually praise him for the accomplishment, so it may not be as bad as he thinks. The best part is that he's got witnesses all around this time, and it's clear that Cheonjun is wrong in this case. Just as the boy is leaving, Bia grabs his sleeve and stops him. This time, she desires to know his name, his real name. Yangchun pulls away and reminds her that he's Jeolyup Ku, of course. But somehow Bia knows that he's lying to her face. The boy doesn't have any interest in telling her his name, questioning if she's asking so that she can report the matter to the higher-ups. A thought clings to his mind. He just destroyed her brother Black and Blue, and yet Bia wasn't even sad or angry. Drawing closer to his face, she requests to know his real name. Bro is getting rizzed up by every house, and he calls her out for addressing him so informally. Bia corrects herself with actual manners and honorifics attached, and requests to know his identity. Yangchun wants her to stop stalking him around in case he does, and she agrees to uphold that promise. Deciding for a moment, he ends up telling her his real name, fluttering the feelings inside her heart. Yeah, this dude is literally Mr. Steal Your Girl at this point. A while later, Yangchun comes to the realization that he can't attend the exhibition anymore, but he's still okay with that, since it will only give him time to look for the secret treasure room. But for now, he's got to rest after that tiresome battle. Also, he's not exactly having the most pleasant thoughts wondering how Muyon's reaction will be after hearing the news. In the next scene, Seola's all by herself looking at the view. Muyon rages inside to find the young master and asks if the girl has seen him somewhere. She states that he's nowhere around, but this guy is suspicious as heck and scans the entire room. Muyon expresses that Yangchun has yet to return from his breakfast with the House of Dang. While he's out here losing his mind and learning about the news of his victory against Cheonjun, Seola is busy scanning the city again. The scene drifts off to delve into the House Yan of Gumcheon region. At a certain point in time, they were once known as the strongest and wealthiest house. They were responsible for the creation of powerful martial artists and ruled over many large companies. But in the end, their glorious reign came to a tragic end with a family massacre. No one knows who caused it. Based on the records of the family, it came to people's knowledge that their family treasure hid under a white maple tree. But that same dang tree has become a pain in the ass for our boy to find. Yangchun can't even find a maple tree, let alone its color being white. He's been searching all day and there's just no way of finding a tree like that. At this point, he thinks it must be a ridiculous rumor that caused misinformation. While he's resting, Yangchun finds himself exhausted. Not only did he barely eat breakfast because of the spiciness, he also had an exhausting battle. And the next thing he did was climb a mountain all day long. From out of nowhere, Seola catches up to him and offers him a yakwa, causing him to appreciate her in his own way. He's also pretty surprised that she packed a shit ton of food along for the journey. The funniest part is that Yangchun doesn't even realize until a minute later that she's not supposed to be here. They lay out dinner and discuss important matters. Yangchun learns that people are looking for him, so she naturally decides to do the same. The interesting part is how she knew he was headed for the mountain and managed to track him down. To that, she proudly declares it was just her gut feeling. It's a good thing she brought food along, because Yang Chun can survive with this. Still, he's worried about his search because there's no white tree in sight. The food she's brought is actually for 3 days worth of sustenance, but it's still unclear whether or not he'll be able to find the tree or not. He wants to give up, and talks about how the white tree must have been a damn lie. Seola casually admits that the tree was actually pretty when she saw it. Yang Chun has a sharp moment of realization as he jumps all over her asking where she saw it. The surprising part? She actually saw it with him, which blows his damn mind. Yang Chun is brought to the place that is supposedly where she saw the white tree, but to his eyes he can't see anything. It's just a dead tree without anything remarkable about it. Seola for some reason is able to consider it a maple tree and one that is white in color. Bro is so done with her he thinks they'll have to get her eyes checked for a doctor next time. But the adorable potato argues that it's actually him who needs to get his eyes checked, because she can see the tree clearly. Yang Chun doesn't want to argue with her and thinks it's just his fault for believing in the girl. To that, the potato finds herself disheartened, stating that she's not on the list. Here comes the interesting part. There's a voice inside of her head that is commanding her and confirming about the tree's existence. But Yang Chun is still all the same, realizing that he's back to square one with nothing solved for him. With an entire mountain left to scan, things aren't looking too bright for our boy. He's really starting to consider asking help from the second elder to focus on his training instead of meandering around in a place like this. Still, he has little faith in the old man's teachings when suddenly the young master hears something in the distance and spots Seola doing something. She's found herself interacting with some kind of energy crack. From this distance alone, our boy senses that something dangerous is about to happen as she's tackling the unknown. He demands that she step away immediately, but something comes over her Seola as she reaches her hand to interact with the crack of lightning. Yang Chun dashes forth to stop her, but it's already too late as she ends up interacting with the blue spatial crack. After forming a connection, it sends ripples enough for Yang Chun to fall back. But when he opens his eyes again, he is utterly starstruck. The same dead tree with nothing remarkable about it was now glowing an impossible white color, shimmering in remarkable beauty. Seola turns to face him, confirming that she was right in the end. She gives him this cute smile as if proud of her accomplishment. Despite having the experience of his past life, Yang Chun has no idea how to explain what just happened before his eyes. A dead tree coming to life is unheard of, not to mention the fact that his girl just created a ripple through space. He wonders if she was interacting with some kind of special barrier that was meant to disguise the appearance of the tree. That still leaves the mystery of how Seola herself was able to figure that out. He asks her about it, questioning how the hell she made the tree pop up all of a sudden. But this naive and dense potato has no idea what happened. In fact, Seola doesn't even have the memory of interacting with the dimensional crack or barrier. Her reaction practically frustrates our boy because he thinks she's being ridiculously difficult for no reason. Yang Chun chooses to focus on what's important and decides to postpone the interrogation later. For now, he has to discover the treasure from the tree. From the looks of it, there's nothing special over the ground, meaning it must be around. Suddenly, a crater glowing a purple hue catches his attention, drawing him in as he looks down into the abyss. To his shock, there's an energy sphere or a gate indicating that it's the entrance to the special room. While our boy is hesitant, this girl is on another level of being fearless. She literally jumps off without even thinking about the consequences like it's an everyday thing for her. Seola tells her master to come join along before she dissolves into the entrance. Yang Chun is frustrated, but he trusts the process and takes the leap. I find it really funny to imagine that if they were wrong, both would be dead from the fall damage. Anyway, the sudden appearance of the glowing white tree catches the attention of a passerby. This random dude is rather impressed that the kids managed to bypass the barrier. Back to Yang Chun, who finds his footing and thanks the heavens that the fall damage didn't kill him. But Seola, on the other hand, appears a bit confused. Well, it's actually because before their eyes, they've got two pathways. It only begs the question which one of them leads to the treasure room. The adorable potato tries listening to her head and with conviction, believes they should follow the path next to them. With her recent development and strangeness, Yang Chun only gets more confused. Trusting in her gut, he takes the shot by following the advice. As for the random dude from earlier, he's also seen popping from the entrance and tailing them along the way. Seola's little hair antenna is out here giving her signals like a goddamn GPS, while our boy is starting to question if she was truly right this time, as apparently, there's no end to this pathway in sight. Because of the fact that the lights are diminishing with the more they carry on, he's having a hard time trusting her. Seola is still assertive and confident and follows through, until finally concluding that they've arrived. Well, it's not exactly the most pleasant sight as there's nothing here. Yang Chun smacks the sweet potato and observes his surroundings, noticing how all the self-illuminating orbs are off. There's also the fact that there's just nothing here, when he clearly expected mountains of treasure. As he's beginning to doubt his decision, The little girl worriedly alarms him of someone following them from behind. Seola finds herself startled by the sound of a snake slithering and making its way around them. The reveal is grand. It's a beautiful white snake, more monstrous than anything else we've seen in the series besides Yang Chan's massive balls. Both of them shit their pants at the sight of the gigantic demonic creature. Seola's out here crying while Yang Chan is trying his best to keep his shit together, questioning why such a gigantic monster would appear in a place like this. Not to mention the fact that this place was abandoned and empty only 1 second ago. There's just no way they missed a beast of this size and appearance. From the looks of things, and according to the monster scaling system, Yang Chan is terrified that they're facing a blue-class creature, which ranks the 3rd lowest in the system. The good thing is that the creature has yet to spot them, because it would have started attacking already otherwise. Our boy is of the opinion that it might hibernate, so it's their best chance of escaping. But right as he looked back, the white snake breaks free from its hibernation, locking its eyes with the humans. While our boy is contemplating his chances of survival against a creature like this, Seola's eyes are gleaming a confident gold, resembling the same eyes she possessed in her past life. Yang Chan internalizes that he doesn't see a fair chance of winning this battle, especially not at his current level. Their chances are slim, and an aura of frustration looms over him. He'd worked so hard to get to this point, so there's just no chance in hell he was going to let it all slip against a creature like this. Yang Chan believes that if he's going to go down, he's going to go down fighting. But as he's charging the attack, the creature actually speaks to the boy, demanding that he stop charging his energy. The fact that a demonic creature spoke to him is shocking enough. Yang Chan learns that the snake has no intention of harming them at all. To that, he questions how a demonic creature can even talk to humans. Hearing the word demonic creature makes the snake laugh, before counter-questioning Yang Chan how an unrelated outsider was able to enter the bounds of the Yan family's treasure hold. Our boy simply states that he's been doing his digging. This answer excites the creature, imploring it to ask the young boy why he came in search of this place. Yang Chan comes up with an excuse, stating that it was merely by chance. It's actually an intelligent reason, because even if by chance the snake serves the House of Yan, it would actually kill him right here for trying to steal their treasury. The funny realization is when Yang Chan catches himself calling a literal snake as Sir. Anyway, the creature expresses that the boy has come at a loss because there's nothing of value for him here. He addresses Yang Chan once more, drawing near to the boy's face and asking if the boy has any idea of what fate truly is. It's quite an open-ended philosophical question, to the point Yang Chan nearly curses at the mention of it. It's funny because the snake was somewhat expecting a rich answer, and not exactly what the boy responded with. It reduces the monster to a hearty laughter, satisfyingly enjoying the hilarity of the situation. Even Yang Chan is questioning if the damn snake is on drugs or some shit. The snake confirms that he might have asked a strange question considering their conversation. He always knew that the House of Yan was no more, but for some strange reason, the monster still stayed here in this place, unsure as to why. Perhaps it was some kind of regret, a form of punishment it gave to itself. Yang Chan doesn't want to listen to his yap session and tries to exit the situation, but the snake actually leaves them with a reward for making it experience joy for a long while. It's a golden stone that appears differently from a demonic stone. The snake understands that the stone will end up at the hands of someone else eventually, so it's best for the boy to keep it instead. While he's reaching to grab it, the creature remarks that the boy will be able to consume it more responsibly and easier than anyone else if he bears the burden of the stone. He's speaking in riddles, and Yang Chan has no clue of what this burden is. The golden stone illuminates a bright yellow color, alarming the boy as it begins activating its effects on him. Yang Chan is startled and confused. He can't sense an ounce of demonic energy from this stone. His absorption technique is kicking in, but only this time, he doesn't feel like absorbing demonic energy. It's quite different, and frankly agonizing as he struggles to contain the stone's power. Then, a hand reaches out to him, gently patting his back. It's Seola, and before he's even able to recognize what she's doing, Yang Chan is knocked unconscious on the floor. And now for the grand reveal. The snake was actually extending so much of his kindness to please Seola, even though she regrets handling things this way. The girl is illuminated with a heavenly aura, her expression appearing different from the adorable potato she usually is. Actually, it's because of this aura alone that caused Yang Chan to fade in seconds, and it also runs the risk of killing him by overwhelm if she doesn't stop. The snake advises him to tend to her matters quickly if she wants the best for him. He's also quite amused that Seola is doing far too much to bend the bounds of reality. She wonders if her reasoning is difficult to comprehend to someone like the creature. To that, the snake expresses that it's quite the opposite, but it's also why the creature pities her with all of its heart. Seola counters and asks why a creature like himself willingly chose to hand over an invaluable pearl to a boy that he just met for the first time. In response, the snake states that it was the will of his heart that led to the decision. In the end, he's waited far too long for the Yan family to come and retrieve it, But the reality is, they will never come. So now it has reached a state of acceptance as its body withers away. A reminder to us all that we should let go of the things that we can't change and just accept reality. In its fleeting state, Seola shows a look of concern, reaching to the embers of the snake's skin, questioning if the creature met so much as a meaningless fate. But when she looks at Yang Chun, something happens to her. She thinks he's a stupid clown, who despite holding his second life as the most precious, still ended up stepping in for her. This means that he valued Seola even more than the second chance he got. His action alone melts her heart, but a voice inside Seola demands that her body be returned. Wiping away her tears, she apologizes to the little girl version of herself, and begs to keep the body for just a while longer as there's still danger. The random dude from earlier ended up finding his way here, and he's impressed that the girl noticed his presence. Seola calls him a bitch of the Namgung family just as she considers the rest of them. This pisses the guy off as he readies his blade, stating that these kids were truly reckless for climbing a mountain in the middle of the night, not knowing the dangers. He's also disappointed that Cheonjun ended up losing to such a sorry state of the House of Ku when he can't even handle a mountain climb. Anyway, they came here for Yang Chun upon orders. Saying so, he puts a blade against Seola's neck, who fearlessly asks if this is upon the orders of the Namgung family, or just Cheonjun the bitch-face's bidding. Turns out that it's the latter. Having confirmed this, Seola gently taps the blade, and before the dude is even able to finish his damn sentence, his arm fucking hits the floor. This girl is a literal monster. He roars in pain, and all she does is order him to be quiet. She then invokes the same heavenly blades that her grandfather also used, her hair turning into a golden color, resembling the same in her previous life. Seola wants to end this fight without waking up her precious Yang Chun. Earlier that same night, the scene cuts to Cheonjun. Let's just say bro is not having a good time as he smacks a fist down in frustration. I do have to admit that he's ripped, but that doesn't change the fact that he took an embarrassing L in front of the ladies. Dude is literally such a sore loser that he still thinks that Yang Chun must have used some kind of trick to get one up on him. There's just no way otherwise that a fool like him was able to get the better of him. Or at least that's what this arrogant prick thinks. He can't swallow getting his ass beat so hard that even punching shit in frustration causes him sheer amount of agony, especially the arm that was broken. Finally pissed off, Cheonjun decided to demand his personal guard for a task. Walmart Gojo asked him if they have been successful in any way of exploiting an opening. Mikhail, the guard, expressed that Muyon was incredibly strong, and he's someone they can't take lightly. But for whatever reason, they've spotted the young master to be away from his guard for an unknown reason. This means they've got an opportunity to strike the boy down while he's without any defenses. Cheonjun let out a sinister grin, entrusting Macheol with the duty of killing the kid and returning with satisfying news. However, Mikhail couldn't help but remind his master that they were dealing with a member of the House of Ku, so there could be repercussions for going too far. Cheonjun let his emotions get the better of him, and ordered a full-on assassination on Yang Chan's head, believing that it was only a fair exchange for the troubles he had caused. Armed with his blade, Mikhail set off to execute the order. Lo and behold, back to the present, bro's just lost his arm against a divine warrior with no equal. He wants to know about her identity, causing Seola to playfully ponder before answering that a shit piece like him doesn't have to know. Before he's even able to say his second question, dude's second arm is slashed off and he's put on the ground like a whining dog. Seola's done answering pointless questions and glances softly at the unconscious Yang Qian, believing that it's going to be troublesome if this keeps on any longer. Meanwhile, Mikhail is starting to realize this job is way out of his pay grade and that he's got to run for his damn life. With what strength he can muster, he tries to take a stand, knowing that the girl is distracted by Yang Qian for now. Dude literally makes a run for it, despite his arms bleeding out like hell. He thinks it'll be a good idea to return another time. His legs running as fast as he can, Mikhail reflects that he'd never faced a monstrous opponent like this before. But just like last time, before he's even able to finish his thought, his body hits the ground. But only this time, his head is severed from it. A brutal killing. Something you could never expect from a warrior shining so brightly like Seola. The future version of Seola apologizes to the past version, stating that she feels sad for murdering someone in her body, but it was necessary. In return, the sweet potato simply demanded control of her body again. Apologizing continuously, the future Seola apologizes and makes one final request to stay for a while longer with Yang Chun while she can. Just enough for her to admire him more, but the past self inside her is infuriated and demands control of her body again, causing her future self to pull her hand back, promising that she won't make any interruptions beyond this. The interesting part is that the snake's withered body is still communicating with the future Seola, questioning if she's already leaving. She confirms having burdened her past self more than enough. The snake asks if she knows who she really is, and to that, She responds saying she's got a rough idea. Her golden swords flicker and fade away, and she understands that it will be difficult from here on out. With the snake fully withering away, it offers one final hope, a wish that Siola's future is blessed. Though she shows an expression of hopelessness and regret, Siola gives Yangchun one final smile, wishing for a miracle to allow them to meet again one day. With that, the past self retains control of her body as her hair reverts to normal. The following day, we cut to the scene where Yangchun finally wakes up. The adorable potato is the first thing he sees. He quickly scans his surroundings, not knowing where the hell they are. Apparently the tree is back to being its normal, unremarkable self, while the both of them have exited the secret room. The entrance is no longer there, and Yangchun is clueless about everything that happened. Well folks, to recall what happened, in the end they found their maple tree, and a giant ass snake greeted them hello there like Obi-Wan Kenobi. The boy interacted with the snake's pearl and absorbed it fully before getting knocked out. He's trying to tell this entire story to his clueless servant who just, has no idea or recollection of whatever happened. Yangchun tries his best to explain and is starting to think that she's actually gaslighting his ass because there's just no way she missed all of that. Siola gets irritated and mouths off the ridiculousness of the whole situation. There's just no way she was able to discover a white maple tree and talk to a giant snake after all. In some way, even Yangchun thinks that it's a bit of a jump for someone like her. Anyway, this begs the question how they exited the secret room. Siola expresses that she has no clue and that she just found them both lying here after waking up. A sudden aching stuns our boy in his chest, but he tells her that it's nothing to worry about. It's just that his danjian is aching. At first it's nothing to him, but then he realizes something. Entering a state of meditation, the boy closes his eyes and begins channeling his aura. He's confirmed his suspicions. Ever since he absorbed the invaluable strange pearl, he's experienced an increase of internal energy coursing through his body. It's more than enough to catapult him all the way up to the 4th ring. The very fact that his body experienced a change means that he wasn't just hallucinating those events. They really did happen, and it makes him wonder if the snake shifted them up here and tampered with Siola's memory alongside it. Well, he doesn't care anymore and recommends that they leave to find Muyan, as things will only get worse if they stay here for long. The boy thinks of an idea, deciding to try something. He lowers his body, extending his arms back, and tells Siola to hop onto his back. The idea is that it's going to be way faster if he carries her all the way down instead of walking slowly. The cute servant finds herself embarrassed because she ate a lot and feels like a burden to carry. But this only frustrates him even more, so he forces her to just get on. Siola agrees in the end, and asks if she's heavy. Instead of denying like a gentleman, Bro straight up says that she's definitely not light for sure. Channeling his blaze wheel of 3 rings, he allows an ample amount of internal energy to course through his body. His body erupts with incredible speed, like a projectile taking off to meet its destination. Lunging from one location to the other, Yangchun expresses just how light he feels, even with the extra weight. It's almost like he's flying with how fast he's going. The majestic view of the sun makes both of them happy as they continue their way back. Let's cut the scene to Moyun. While things may appear to be happy and chill for our duo, this dude is out here biting his nails in worry. He's worried like crap for the young master who has been missing for an entire day. If something happens to him, Bro is getting killed. To his surprise, he casually hears the same young master from behind. They've arrived home and Yangchun is surprised why Muyan is here. The guard roars out his anger at the boy who didn't even leave a letter or a note to inform him of his journey. Yangchun plays it off casually, stating that he did return in one piece. And yes, One Piece is real. Muyan sobs his eyes out. He'd assumed that the worst had happened to his young master. Wiping away his tears, he inquires for more information. Just where was he and why? Siola is in the middle of blurting out their encounter with a titanic snake, but our boy stops her shut. He casually plays it off again, stating that they were taking a simple walk is all. Muyan is worried and suspicious, wanting to know if something happened along the way. Thinking of immediate excuses, Yangchun realizes that dealing with his clever and questioning servant will be tough. He switches topics and asks about the 2 random people hanging around in his quarters. Those 2 random people are actually not so random at all. They're the hoes. I mean the Soyal and Bia who are munching on food without a worry in the world. Even our boy is confused, questioning if Soyal was waiting for his return. He's also pretty sure Bia made a promise not to annoy him, and yet she's here in his room. Both of them showcase different yet funny reactions. They're a double headache for our boy, who can't with these crazy bitches. Yangchun learns that they're both actually here to bid farewell to him. Curiously, Yangchun inquires if the Cheonjun is also here, but gladly he learns that he's not. The funniest part is that Bia told her brother that she was going off to greet Yangchun, and all he said in return was that she won't ever find him again. Neither Yangchun nor Bia know what that means, but anyway she raises her hand casually to ask a question regarding his situation. She wants to learn about where he went. Yangchan is really bad at coming up with excuses because he can't even say anything before her. Bia has a request, releasing a hint of her electrifying aura as she challenges Yangchan for a duel. Immediately, our boy acts like a damsel in distress who is so tired that he feels dizzy and wants to rest. Muyan is initially worried, but then our boy shoots him a menacing glare to follow the fucking script. This leads to Muyan kicking the annoying hose out of his room. Before leaving, Soyeol has something to give him as a token of their meeting. It's an actual invitation to join the weaponry exhibition held next year. Being the tsundere that she is, she pretends not to care whether he'll come or not. But it's a good thing for our boy, who has no interest in coming here again anyway. He simply thanks her, causing Soyeol to clarify that she's doing this only for the sake of both their families. Saying so, they leave his room. The future poisonous queen remarks that he looked normal in his reaction, but she notices something about Bia. This girl has an unusual smile on her face, which complicates things. She decides to teasingly ask Bia if she has fallen in love with the honorable young master of House Ku. The scene cuts there, and I guess a few days before the night, Seola is seen jumping like a ragdoll on the mattress, saying all sorts of childish and cute things. Yangchan, on the other hand, is questioning if she's suffering from some kind of mental illness. Soyeol deep dives on the tradition of Thanksgiving called Chuseok in their culture, which is basically celebrated as a feast for the guests. The yakwa snack that is Seola's favorite was actually derived from this tradition. Yangchon looks towards his annoying servant and tells her that there's no point trying to celebrate a tradition that isn't even one of their own. Poor girl is reduced to a crying puddle again, but Bia breaks her silence and expresses that there may be one way to celebrate it. All that is required is to make a wish to the moon, and then it shall grant them a wish, allowing everyone to celebrate the wonders of Chuseok. I have to remind you all that this is supposed to take place sometime before Yangchon went on his search for the white maple tree. Focusing back on the main storyline again, we resume from the part where Soyeol questions Bia. Giving it a thought for a moment, the Namgung girl questions what it really means to like someone. The future poisonous queen turns into a cute mess and ends up being unable to put it into words. Bia switches topics and asks about the thing that Soyeol wanted to bring along. The funny part is that the invitation was originally meant for Bia, but her feelings got the better of her, and Soyeol instead gave it to her crush Yangchon. But Bia doesn't mind and pats the little girl, stating that she did a good job for that. They both share a very sweet relationship and continue on. Suddenly, Bia experiences a shadowy allure as her vision staggers for a bit. She strengthens her resolve and expresses that she and Yangcheon will run into each other someday again. That night, the scene cuts to the Namgung family, where the clan lord learns of the things that went down in Sacheon. He remembers tasking his son to only look after his sister, and because of his reckless decisions, they lost a trusted guard. The clan head calls his son a damn fool, but not even Cheon-jun has any idea of what the hell could have killed Mikhail. In his mind, there's just no way that his trusted servant was done like that, especially when he was considered one of the best martial artists around. And yet, that same reliable guy is missing all of a sudden. His father addresses Cheon-jun, unleashing a ferocious crackle of lightning with every step, forcing his son's entire body to shudder in fear. You see, there's a reason why he, as the clan head, is disappointed in his son. It's not because of the boy's failure or that he tried murdering his opponent in that match. The only thing that bothers the ruthless Namgung clan head is why his son failed to cover his tracks and couldn't finish the job. For now, he doesn't want to punish Cheon-jun for the mistakes he made, but he will be facing extreme training for an extended period of time. Cheon-jun musters up the resolve and agrees to his father's orders. We can see him appearing breathless just in his presence. The clan head emphasizes that Cheon-jun should forget his encounter with the son of the Ku family for now. This comes as a shock to the boy, who was clearly looking forward to his father's approval. In return, the clan head simply shoots a menacing glare back at his son, forcing him to avert his eyes in disappointment. He tells his son that it's only after he will take on the mantle of the clan head that he will understand why he means this advice seriously. For now, there will be no conflicts with the House of Ku. Cheon-jun agrees, and to his utter despair, his father leaves a note that it's possible they'll end up sharing families with each other. Oh man, if I was Cheon-jun here, I would just jump off a cliff after hearing that. Back at the House of Ku, our boy shares the exact same reaction actually. Yangchon is fucking shocked by what the second elder said. His new engagement date is already set up. The boy offers his complaints, stating that he literally just got back from a dangerous trip to Sachon and he's now dealing with an engagement. Not to mention his previous broken engagement from the House of Peng. Elder Ryun knows about that incident, and yet he still wants to send the same dude to yet another relationship. I have to say he's kind of the ultimate wingman here, because he doesn't want Yangchon to remain single and believes it's best to get engaged. Seola finds herself worried that he's getting in a relationship with another girl, but our boy promises her that nothing of the sort is going on. The funniest part? She doesn't even know what a damn engagement is. She thinks it's a food item. Anyway, Muyan consults the young master and confirms that the whole engagement stuff is actually real. He'd been on reporting duty in Sacheon and heard people talking about it casually. The funny thing? Everyone knew about it except for the dude who was supposed to be part of the engagement. Anyway, Yangchun is genuinely surprised that someone took up on the offer of settling a marriage with him, given how badly his previous engagement ended. Curious enough to ask, he demands to know what kind of stupid house ridiculously signed their daughter up with him. Grandpa Ryan laughs it off, and right as he's in the middle of saying Namgung, Yangchun finishes the sentence for him. Yeah, bro is finished. He has no idea why the Namgung family would ever even consider the possibility of tangling him. Not to mention the fact that their family has already accepted the engagement proposal from the House of Ku. The boy adds 2 and 2 together, realizing that there's only one girl from the Namgung house. Elder Ryan confirms that they've already met each other at the exhibition too. Yangchun's face draws a dead silence. Finally it clicks. His fiancée is going to be the beautiful Bia. Well, it goes without saying that our boy is pissed that he's got to put up with a crazy bitch. Elder Ryun reminds him not to say such words against his fiancée. Unfortunately, the boy can't even control this situation as his family ultimately already decided. If he has complaints, he's going to have to deal with the head of the Ku family. To top it off, there's an even more urgent matter that needs to be taken care of. While Yang Qian is wondering what could be more problematic, the old geezer gives him a smile as he reveals that his sister has returned. The revelation cracks our boy's confidence. And no, they're not talking about Yeonsu here, but the majestic older sister and the leader of the 5 squads. Exploring the words of the sovereign fighter of destruction, he once stated that the golden era was upon their world. The birth of geniuses from every family began sprouting as if they were stars from the sky. There were many geniuses among each family, and the boy's elder sister just so happened to be born in that era. For Yangchun, he was unfortunately always compared to his older sister, and even remarked as the unlucky child who was born in the wrong era. Even though he possessed talent, he didn't hold a candle to his sister. The searing sword, Hebe Ku, is the pride of the Ku family, a woman of boundless talent and strength that cannot be compared. It's actually one of the reasons the boy grew up despising his older sister. Just hearing of her arrival, Yangchun's survival instincts kick in, and he's immediately trying to look for a place to hide. Any place far from this hellhole would do well, unless Grandpa Ryun comes in to stop him, of course. He isn't letting this kid hide anywhere, not even this once, believing that it's a time of reunion with his sister. Yangchun is begging for the old fart to just pretend to ignore his existence for a while, but Ryun catches on that the boy is being dramatic over his sister's return. In reality, Yangchun is afraid of what his sister will do to him during her stay, so he's gonna make it his business to hide for a couple of months at least. Elder Ryun grabs his head and questions if the boy hit his head or got poisoned in Sacheon because he's acting like a little prick. As they're discussing about Hebe's return, the boy hears an explosion from the training grounds, and it's enough of a sign to him that his dear old sister is coming over to him. That flaming monster is excited to meet him after all. Yangchun doesn't share that excitement and tells Muyan to quickly make a blockade on the door, as if some piece of wood is going to stop his sister. The funniest thing is how they ended up using a damn broom to block the gates as the most reliable form of defense. The personal guard inquires what his young master will do once his sister breaks her way inside. From the other side, Hebe laughs, almost annoyed that her little brother blocked the door when she was so excited to see him. Even Muyon is shocked when a mere touch of her hand forms cracks on the gate. When she has a good sight on her brother, she destroys the door and sends Muyon flying. Striding towards him, Hebe is pulsing with a crimson aura as she questions why her brother is being such an annoyance. Yangchun probably thinks he's about to see God after this, but she simply waves him hello and recommends that the boy greet older people when he sees them. She's also surprised that he's standing still without doing anything. The question confuses Yangchun, who inquires if he's supposed to be doing something else. Quickly recalling his mistake, the boy kneels in front of her, respecting her rank. Hebe doesn't demean him or anything and simply pats his head. She's glad to meet the second elder as well after a while. Grandpa Ryun tells her that he's amazed to see that she's still maintaining her reputation as the leader of the sword squads. Hebe isn't the egotistical type and humbly offers praise to her hard-working squad members. While our boy is hoping for a plan to run from this place, Hebe addresses her little brother and wants to know if he knows about the 2 mistakes he made. Yangchun confesses that he tried blocking the door and running away, which is funny because she only thought of the first thing and not his plans of running away. Suddenly, a thought clicks in his mind and he asks if he made a mistake defeating Yeonsu. The news of him defeating Yeonsu in a battle baffles Hebe. She clearly hadn't heard the news, so it comes as a shock. But seeing her being unaware, Yangchun doesn't get why she's so mad at him. Placing her hand gently on his head, she points to the boy's engagement. Something so important that he didn't even mention once. It really pisses her off that he got engaged without even consulting her. As she's about to murder our boy, Yang Chun desperately tries to explain that he too was unaware of his engagement until today, and that he doesn't require her approval. Hebe is shocked that he's mustered the ability to talk back to adults. Bro asks Muyon for help, but with one serious damn glare, she literally scares the soul out of him. The same personal guard who swore to protect his young master until his dying breath is out here giving up with a one glare. Hebe returns her attention to her annoying little brother and thinks it's a good time to beat his ass. But out of nowhere, Seola comes rushing to grab her arm, shocking not only Yang Cheon, but also Hebe herself. The young master understands that her servant made a mistake by intervening. He tells Seola to stay in her place and even defends her in front of his sister. But that's not all. Hebe notices just how devotedly the servant is trying to protect Yang Cheon from getting hurt. She leaves him for a moment and unleashes a wave of fiery aura. Things can take a really problematic turn as his sister has just unleashed her aura. Hebe addresses her little brother about the child squeezing her arm tightly and questions what's happening. Yang Cheon is deathly afraid of what she'll do and explains that she's just a servant who is new to her job. But to his horror, Hebe commands a flame strike and is prepared to hunt Seola down. Yang Cheon calls her a psycho bitch and decides to step in to save his servant's life. Seola, on the other hand, is prepared for the consequences. The end is anticlimactic as Hebe ends up squeezing the potato girl's face for being so adorably cute. She can't believe that Seola's face is so squishy and playful. Yang Cheon is freaking shocked that his sister activated her internal energy just to squish Seola's face in the end. But Hebe is annoyed that her brother hid Seola's existence from her. Actually, she's such a fan of the little girl that she wants to claim Seola for herself. Bro is not ready to give her up and declines strongly. Hebe finds the boy's reaction rather intriguing. After all, he never once in his life refused to give something to his older sister. And yet he's possessive of this particular servant. Yang Cheon is told to sit back down, while Hebe notices a striking development in the boy. His internal energy is so different that she's curious if the elder had any involvement in his growth. Our boy thinks that it's only logical for her to figure this much out. Grandpa Ryan clearly states that he didn't do shit, but Hebe is still unconvinced how the boy was able to undergo such a change in the span of a few months alone. She turns to him and orders the kid to meet with the clan head right away, much to Yang Cheon's confusion. At first she wanted to beat his ass up, but thankfully she's no longer in the mood to do that, so our boy gets to live another day. Yang Cheon, Muyon, and Seola bid farewell to his older sister to meet with the clan head, but she stops him and tosses a little stone in his hand. Yang Cheon has trouble figuring out the properties of the stone because he can't sense any energy expelling from it. She reveals that it's just a souvenir. She bought it from a merchant who offered it as a good luck charm, so maybe it will help him someday. Basically, shit his ass with nothing good for it, so she's passing it down. Hebe reminds the little brat that if he ever dares to lose it, she's going to show him more of her so-called love. And well, that's more than enough to show Yang Cheon that he's got to protect that charm with his life. Cracking a sincere smile, Hebe is so proud of her younger brother's efforts for working so hard lately. The scene is reminiscent of the time he lost Hebe in his previous life. Even in her final moments, all she wanted was for him to live happily. That's a true sibling right there. The boy is lost in thought for a moment and continues on his way to meet his father. Confronting the second elder, Hebe is curious about Grandpa Ryun's involvement. She's concerned how her little brother was only at the first ring last year, and was unable to release his internal energy or make precise movements. But at his current, not only is his energy stabilized, his internal energy has also doubled, and his body is precise and controlled. She initially had suspicions about what happened between him and Yeonsu after their battle, but the fact that her brother was able to evolve at such an alarming rate is nothing short of amazing. Even Grandpa Ryun admits that it's incredible that the boy unleashed his potential like this. Hebe didn't bother peeving her little brother about how he grew so fast, knowing that he's the stubborn type who wouldn't give her a satisfying answer. She can read him by the look of his eyes alone so that he won't comply. Apart from that, she has one other matter to address. Hebe remarks her concerns regarding the servant hovering around the boy. Grandpa Ryan clearly knows, but he chooses to hear Hebe's side of the story first. Hebe tells him that she could sense as if something was wrong with that child particularly. She was unsure of her bodily composition, so she tried squishing her face just to check. Things appeared to be normal. Sweating bullets, Grandpa Ryun feigns ignorance and acts like there's nothing wrong with the child, that she is a servant at the end of the day like any other. Hebe is successfully manipulated by the old geezer's words. She does mention that maybe her senses are overreacting after facing hordes of demonic beasts for many months on end. Internally, Bear Grandpa is actually pretty happy that she was able to notice the oddity within Seola. It makes him believe that both of them have immense potential for growth. Patting the girl's head, Ryun expressed his true gratitude. The thing about their family is that they're closed off and distant people who even turn their backs on their own blood. Despite the narrative set against Yang Cheon, and the whole clan disrespecting him, Hebe remains to be the only person who has consistently cared for the boy and showed consideration. To that, Ryun is really happy that someone is looking after the kid. He's happy because now he won't have to worry about the boy's safety. At the same time, the second elder thinks that her reaction over the engagement was a bit too much, and that she could have controlled it a little. Speaking of the boy's new fiancé, Hebe is ignited with rage at the mere thought of a bitch trying to get with her brother. I love how she's overly protective of Yangchun even if it's against his lover. Let's cut to the chase with the meeting with the clan head. Lord Ku expresses that news reached his ears about the boy shattering the arm of the lightning dragon. Yangchun tries to save face by stating that he merely tapped his shoulder a little. His answer draws an empty silence between the two. Lord Ku takes a sip of his drink and switches up the question, inquiring why the boy would have to go to such lengths to break someone's arm. Yangchun isn't exactly pleased to be asked such a tough question. He takes a breath to collect himself and reveals how the situation escalated. He was told to spar lightly, but when he saw his opponent's intent of actually trying to harm him, that's when he took serious action. This revelation surprises Lord Ku and he asks if there were any witnesses nearby. Gladly, Yangchun states that multiple people saw the fight go down. Impressed by the boy's abilities, even Lord Ku admits that the boy has grown stronger. It's a good thing because it pleases him to see his son's progress. Yangchun internalizes his thoughts. Even though his father not only learned about his battle against the lightning dragon and his recent development reaching the third ring, he still appears unfazed with a blank expression. Musashi's all about that stoic life apparently. Apart from that, Lord Ku believes that there's no way the boy couldn't have bumped into his new fiancé when dealing with the Namgung family. And this is the moment that Yangchun was dreadfully waiting for. He counters his father with a question, inquiring about the details of the engagement and how it was arranged in the first place. Lord Ku expresses that it was actually decided by the elders, but it's not exactly the worst proposal for the kid in this case. Even though Yangchun thinks it's a terrible outcome for him, his father already knows about the mishap that occurred with House Peng, and he's hoping that the boy won't spoil another engagement this time. It's a long way of saying, you won't be getting another chance if you fuck this up, basically. Yangchun is in a tough situation because of his track record of handling the previous engagement. Lord Ku takes out a letter and alludes to the fact that summer is reaching its midpoint. And that means the Hua festival is going to take place at Mount Hua soon. By the way, it's the same mountain where Yangchun slaughtered the entire clan in his previous life. The boy inquired about his role in the festival. His father hands him the letter to read. Yangchun gives it a thought and questions why he's being tasked with such a thing. Lord Ku cuts him off and orders the boy to bring a special someone back to the house. He's going to personally make sure that Yangchun is escorted within 10 days. The boy isn't pleased to hear this, and even rejects the idea because he just came back after a tiring trip from Sachon. His father happily allows him the liberty to refuse the task, which the boy tries to do immediately, until he hears that his father will reward him with a great sage pill if he succeeds in this mission. While this conversation is happening, Muyan and Seola are getting bored sitting outside the office, hoping for Yangchun's return. They suspect that he'll take at least 2 hours in the meeting. Poor Seola is tired from the trip and hadn't gotten the chance to rest. Unfortunately, both of them are servants and guards, so they can't rest until he does. While they're secretly snacking and hiding, the young master shocks the ever-living crap out of Muyan by popping out of nowhere. He alerts them of their upcoming journey to Mount Hua within 10 days. It seems like a strenuous journey will meet them once again, but it's a direct order from Lord Ku, so refusing it is out of the question. Muyan is curious about the goal of the journey. The goal is to return home with his other sister, who is currently meditating in solitary training. In the next scene, Yangchun secretly spies around to see if the problematic old geezer and his annoying older sister are out of sight. The Namgung family is in Sacheon and Hebe is here. Just when the kid thought he'd get a break, he's found himself with another tiresome task. Yangchun is so exhausted he doesn't even care about dinner and heads straight to bed. A few hours later, as the boy is fast asleep, an ominous clan member enters his room. It's definitely Hebe, and she's brought him dumplings. Unfortunately, she doesn't even wake him gently and instead gives him a horrifying scare by choking him. The older sis cares about her little bro and doesn't want Yangchun to go around skipping meals. It makes me really glad to see a positive sibling relationship in a manhwa for once. Drunk as hell, she shoves the dumpling in his mouth, until he's got no choice but to bounce the heck away from his bed, questioning what the hell she's doing in his room. Yangchun reminds her that it's his personal quarters, so she isn't allowed to go and come in as she pleases. But Hebe channels her inner communist energy and goes, "If it's your room, then it's also my room." She's drunk as shit already and ready for more. Yangchun's sister was worried why he didn't show up at the dinner, so this is her way of checking in. Apart from the fact that she's really annoyed how Yangchun ended up marrying a Namgung bitch. The jealous older sister is annoyed that he's always giving strong reactions to the mention of his fiancé's name, but our boy doesn't want to argue with a drunk Hebe, who won't even listen to his words. Bro just wants her to take her booze away to someplace else. Hebe thinks the boy should be celebrating an opportunity to spend some time with his sister and recommends they share a room. Young-chan is not about that life and he's like, nah, fuck this shit, I'm out. Hebe thinks he's being overly rude for no reason, but Young-chan believes it's an appropriate reaction dealing with her ass. Getting even more drunk as the night goes deeper, Hebe enjoys her booze. Staring at the view of the stars outside, his sister addresses her little brother and recommends they have a little fun. And no, it's not about to be a Sweet Home Alabama moment. She's talking about having a match. Yang-chun acts like he didn't just hear the ridiculous words that came out of her mouth. He tells her that she must have entered a new level of being drunk to say something so stupid, and he recommends her to return to her room. Possessing an air of seriousness in her tone, Hebe questions if he's truly certain of his words. A confused Yang-chun asks what she means, so Hebe points to his little chest, stating that she has no idea how the boy trained or what he did to get to this level. But it's clear that a good amount of the energy that has entered his body isn't being absorbed. This is actually problematic because it could lead to issues. Yang-chun reflects that it's true that the pearl he received from the snake hasn't been fully dissolved into his body. It's mainly because his body is far too immature to contain an energy that great and make a part of himself. Hebe is of the opinion that they need to do something about the situation immediately. It's why she suggested the idea of sparring with him, but that's not the only reason why. Looking at him with a smile, she expresses that she's just in the mood to beat his ass is why she recommended it. Yang-chan is starting to think that neither one of his siblings is a sane person with the way they treat him. Hebe finds herself stretching in the training ground in the next scene. She hasn't fought her little brother in a long while and actually finds herself surprised to see him adapt to a swordless fighting style. Yang-chan declares that he no longer relies on a weapon, which impresses her and surprises her, especially since he was using a blade up to this point. Pointing her wooden blade at him, she thinks that maybe her little brother has become so arrogant that he thinks he no longer needs a weapon, even allowing him the chance to make the first strike. Yang-chun's eyes widen and he tries to remind her that this fight is supposed to be for the purpose of helping him release some of the energy. Hebe lets out a sigh and understands that she doesn't have to kill him in the battle. After all, she's a monster who slaughters demons on a daily basis. But as she's in the middle of talking to him, Bro pulls a quick one on her and surprises Hebe with a high-speed lunge. His first punch actually freaking connects with her abdomen, grazing her side and putting her off balance. The boy quickly hastens to unleash a second strike, which also freaking connects, launching his older sister crashing into the wall. The boy's internal energy is more controlled than ever, but he's especially worried about what's coming his way after he's finished off his attacks. From the distance, his sister laughs. It's not just any laugh, she's laughing like a villain. Hebe's impressed by her brother's accomplishments and surrounds herself with rampant flames. Looking at her current level, Yang-chun finds it hard to believe that she's only at the 5 rings level. It's as if she's surpassed that and entered the bounds of 6 rings already. And even after using his most powerful strike right from the beginning, it seems to have done 0 damage against Hebe, who is happily smiling in his way. Bro knows he's about to get destroyed to the ground, so he suggests the idea of ending the battle here. But his sister isn't finished just yet. Her fun only just started. Stomping her feet into the ground, with every step she releases a column of destructive flames. Girl is walking through a nuclear reactor with how much energy she's expelling. Yang-chun can't even open his eyes against her wave of internal energy. And before he even knows it, Hebe is already in his face, monstrously attacking him with a heavy blow that sends him dragged to the opposite wall. It's a miracle that he was able to block that blow in time, because if he hadn't, the consequences would have put him in the hospital for a while. From the distance, he sees her wooden sword and dodges it. His maniacal sister comes roaring with her flames, making Yang-chun worried for his life in a battle against the crazy bitch. Expending some of her energy into her feet, she swings a destructive attack from his side. But it doesn't end there. She forces Yang-chun heavily on the defensive with back-to-back heavy attacks using martial arts alone. I know Hebe is supposed to be really strong, but credit where credit is due, our boy is holding his ground pretty solidly well. Unfortunately, Hebe ends up grabbing her blade from the wall and stops her fiery slash at the last second against his neck. This fight is over. She grabs his hair and recommends the child to tighten his mouth shut for the next attack, or else he's going to end up with a broken jaw. Now that is a scary threat. Well, the end is tragic because Yang-chun is brought to the edge of tears, awaiting his demise as his screams reach the starry sky. In the next scene, we cut to the Namgung family. Bia has left the family with a note for the clan head. She wants to meet her fiancé, so the girl ends up running the fudge away from the house for a while. The news pisses off Lord Namgung, who demands her immediate return. A farmer is observing the quality of his crops and finds himself despairing. The season has been tough for the agricultural business. As he's thinking of that, he sees a lady clad in purple robes jumping over him. The mere sight of the girl seduces him, making him think that an angel has descended from the heavens itself. Bia says hello and asks for directions for the Shangxi region, especially since she's terrible with navigation. She learns that it's in the east, so she quickly leaps away. Before leaving, the girl seemed to have dropped a silver ingot, which is precious enough to feed any family for months on end. The farmer is grateful for the beautiful angel's kindness, but he's really not sure why the girl ended up heading west instead of east. Yep, she's one of those people who can't survive without a GPS. Where she's currently headed is Manhwa in the west, which brings us to the second elder, who speaks with the Sword Sovereign regarding the divine doctor's stay at Manhwa. The Sword Sovereign explains that the doctor is known to move around a lot, never staying in one place, but he's rather surprised to find the divine physician is staying in Manhwa of all places. Elder Ryun doesn't get why there's an urgent need to find the guy anyway, but he recommends it's a good idea to send Yang Chun for a confirmation call first. After all, the Sovereign Sword has been doing so much to hide his identity that if he reveals himself now, it would be a problem. He agrees with Ryun's approach, but with a little twist. So when the time of their departure came, the Sword Sovereign told Yang Chun that he's going to be accompanying them on this journey. And well, bro is just speechless, just as much as his baffled second elder. The fact that their main coachman is suddenly gone for a vacation, and that the Sword Sovereign himself has taken his spot, means there's more than what meets the eye. Especially for Yang Chun, who knew for a reason that both Seola and her grandpa weren't supposed to be on this trip among the list of people. So something must have happened in the span of a single night, altering their trip plans. The boy can't help but figure that something else is going on behind the scenes that he just can't figure out for now. The second elder catches him and questions why the boy has such a confusing look on his face. Yang Chun merely states it's nothing, but his trusty old geezer expresses that it would be best if he didn't try to beat up more kids. At first, Yang Chun thinks he'd never do that, but from all his travel journeys so far, he realizes that he's amassed a reputation for at least beating one boy into the ground upon every visit. He decides not to do something like that this time. Well, hopefully not. Entrusting the kid with something special, the second elder hands the boy a small bag. The first thing the guy notices about it is its sweet scent, finding himself becoming powerful by just keeping the object in his hand. Yang Chun assumes that it must be valuable, but the second elder tells him that it's not as special as he thinks. It's just a rock called the Blossom Stone, something that was once considered one of the 4 treasures of the Manhua clan. A sudden realization comes over the boy as he stares deadpan into the old geezer's eyes. It's definitely more valuable than he thought, but Bear Grandpa doesn't think much of it, and entrusts the object with the boy. Yang Chun has no idea why he's being given something so important. Turns out the old geezer doesn't really care much about the Blossom Stone as he won it over a petty bet, so to him it's next to nothing. Still, Yang Chun thinks it's reckless to casually hand over an object like this so out in the open. But the second elder strongly believes that he made the right call, entrusting it to someone reliable. Yang Qian fails to comprehend the message until he glances over to Seola's grandpa, who is basically the definition of getting the best bodyguard there is. Yang Chun understands that Ryun must at least have some kind of idea about the Sovereign Sword's identity, which is why he's so carefree about this trip. Mu Yan informs the young master about their finished preparations. The boy unfortunately doesn't have a good enough excuse to refuse an important gift, and ultimately decides to keep it. Inside the carriage, he bids farewell to the old geezer, who plans to inform Hebe of his departure. Yang Chun is curious where his sister disappeared off to, and learns that she's actually whining at the fact that her little brother is going away. She sounds like a sweetheart for her brother's sake in a clan full of maniacs. As he's departing, Yang Chun wishes the second elder to bid farewell to his sister on his behalf. This means he actually really cares about her too. As they're leaving, Ryun turns to face Hebe, who was spying on them, and asks why she didn't just come out to meet him directly. The conflicted sister is seen hiding and crying her eyeballs out. She didn't want to show her pathetic self in front of him. Ryun reminds her that the boy is no longer an infant and can be trusted with these travels. But Hebe, being Hebe, thinks of him as a precious little puppy who needs constant care and attention at all times. The carriage is steadily moving when the young master decides to ask Muyan a question. He wants to know about the travel time for reaching Mount Hua. Unfortunately, it's a question that the boy has repeatedly asked for a while now, signaling his impatience. It doesn't make it any better that they're going to have to take a long while to get to the location compared to all the recent journeys they've taken. On the way, Seola's grandpa teases the young master for feeling uncomfortable already. The boy says that he's doing just fine, but internally, Yang Chun thinks that the most worrisome part is regarding the Sword Sovereign's personal involvement. He simply can't act normal in the presence of the strongest sword user in the world. Meanwhile, the same Sword Sovereign's carefree granddaughter is out here munching on snacks as her only purpose of existence. Seola acts like a villain plotting a scheme who requires immediate food to act normal. Things get much worse for Seola when the other servant drops the bombshell regarding the little girl stealing all his honey cookies. Instead of getting mad at her, Yang Chun simply takes one for himself and stares at the boring view, already wanting to go back home. The scene cuts to the house of Ku, where Hebe inquires the identity of the girl of Namgung. Bia somehow managed to end up at our boy's place, despite looking like a complete mess. Just hearing Bia's name is enough to trigger every nerve inside Hebe's body, but to her shock, Bia is actually pretty damn hot. Much prettier than she thought. Hebe complains why she looks like a total loser and a mess when she was supposed to meet her fiancé. Bia replies that she made a few wrong turns and, well, shit happened in between. So then the searing sword questions why she took the trouble of traveling long distances just to arrive here. To that, Bia reveals that she is here to meet her fiancé. Hebe reminds the girl with a teasing statement, telling her that nothing is official for now. Not to mention the fact that Yang Qian isn't even here. What Bia didn't know is the fact that she was speaking to her fiancé's older sister. Hebe proudly introduces herself as the brat's caretaker. She looks so proud of herself that Bia adjusts her hair and properly shows her respect by sitting politely. She then inquires about where her fiancé went, but Hebe is again proud to reveal that he's way far off traveling to Manhwa, which means they won't be meeting anytime soon. But the mere mention of Manhwa makes the girl happy. Instead of wasting another word with Hebe, she dashes away into the skies with speed. The act confuses Yang Chun's older sister, making her wonder if she's disheartened enough to go home. She's also pissed that Bia didn't even stop to say goodbye, which is disrespectful. That aside, the scene transitions to Yang Chun's group. They're resting after a long day, but Seola's grandpa is up and away, maintaining the fire. He senses the boy's energy from nearby. The perspective zooms into Yang Chun, who appears to be confident in his ability to conquer the fourth ring very soon. However, he's finding it difficult to circulate his energy in his body. The control of his energy is the opposite of what he intends to do with it. That's why he desires to break free from his current level. Compared to his sister, who was explosively wasting away her internal energy without any problem, he can't even channel normal energy that well. This comes down to a difference in talent between the two. Still, Yang Chun refuses to whine like a bitch all day and decides to double down on his training process. The first act of training is to breathe in and then concentrate on his energy. Moments after, energy begins channeling all over him, expelling aura. Well, apart from that, the scent of the blossom stone distracts him. Unfortunately, he can't even toss it away as a valuable item from the old geezer. The scent of the stone appears to be much more potent now than before, and it hinders his concentration because of that. Faced with multiple hurdles in his training, the boy concludes that he should end his training cycle for the night. It is then he spots a sudden wave of blossom petals erupting out of nowhere. They're not supposed to be here in the middle of summer after all. Suddenly, a strong voice declares him an outsider rather than a child of Mount Hua. The spiritual pink figure appears to have an ambiguous form and disappears right after the startled Yang Qian looks around. He knows that he wasn't tripping just now. It's clear that he heard a voice. The same voice then questions how a boy like him is able to devour so much energy, even when he isn't from the mountain. This time Yang Qian is certain as hell that he heard an old man's voice. Continuing with its words, the voice taunts him for devouring so much energy, to the point that he's bound to get sick. Yang Qian still has no idea what's being discussed or said, until the blossom stone in his grasp begins overreacting with a wave of energy. The boy finds himself appearing dizzy with the absorption of energy, and soon after, he faints. The unconscious boy is brought back to life by muffled voices of his servant and guard. He awakens in a sudden panic, immediately getting up and questioning what the hell happened to him. Seola hugs him tightly while the personal guard expresses that it's actually the sovereign sword who discovered the unconscious boy in the woods and returned with him. Seola's grandpa acts like it's no big deal as he's only doing his duty as a servant. However, he seems to be in a pensive state, to the point Yang Chun is alarmed by it. Muyan is curious to know if something bad happened or took over the young master last night. To that, Yang Chun tries recalling his training session and remembers witnessing the stone's bright shimmering light. However, now that it's in his hand, nothing appears to be changed regarding the stone. But upon unraveling the stone, he discovers an unexpected change. The crystal no longer has a scent and it looks glossy. The absorption technique ended up absorbing the stone's power and resulted in him losing consciousness. He did have high expectations for the treasure of Mount Hua, but not to this level. The fact that his body has absorbed it presents another situation to him. Sensing his internal energy, the boy is extremely happy to conclude that he's actually stepped into the domain of the fourth ring level. Later that day in their travels, Yang Chun is seen resting inside the carriage, collecting his thoughts. He still has no idea how the development from 3 rings to 4 rings happened overnight. Both Muyan and the Sword Sovereign seem to be keeping an eye on the boy, so he's getting uncomfortable. Seola, on the other hand, is busy sniffing him out. Yang Chun is shocked that he has a scent even though he switched out clothes and even bathed. But only this time, Seola surprises him by saying that he smells like a flower. The boy tries to blame their surroundings, believing it must be from the window or something. However, Ciola is unconvinced. She is firm on her opinion that the smell is a part of him. The fact that Ciola's been able to recognize this change means that his internal energy did in fact increase for the good. At the third ring even, he could at most expel heat from his body. But from this point onwards, he thinks it should be no big deal for him to shoot out fire attacks without any hurdles. Bro is hoping to become just as much of a monster as Hebe became in their last battle. Either he's a fan or he's still terrified from the experience. Anyway, it's a long shot from using it, but Yangchun is confident that later down the line, he'll find a victim to experiment his new strength on. Both Ciola and Yangchun find themselves distracted for a moment before the carriage takes a sudden bump. They crash with a heavy thud as the other servant inquires if the young master is doing okay. The boy immediately gets up to ask Muyan what happened. But for some reason, he's non-responsive and dead serious, staring something down. Yang Qian looks out of the carriage and discovers an unknown man in a white robe. The man respectfully apologizes, and based on his blossom emblem alone, Yang Qian figures out that this guy must be from the Manhwa sect. The guy introduces himself as Yang Feng, a disciple of the third generation with a bunch of questions to ask. To top it off, he's the same dude who ended up getting severed at the hands of Yang Qian in their previous encounter. The boy faces guilt for the actions he committed in the past, knowing that he slaughtered someone so ruthlessly from the Manhwa sect. Muyan, on the other hand, finds it an offensive gesture for the Manhwa sect to send one of their best martial artists to stop their carriage. Yang apologizes once more, emphasizing that his goal wasn't to stop the carriage but a means of verification from them. He desires to know if one of their disciples is actually hiding in the carriage. Yangchun is desperately hoping that he isn't this mysterious disciple all of a sudden. The Blossom Sword Dragon strides ahead, stating that he sensed a peculiar aura and that's why he wanted to check for himself. But Muyan is seriously on guard and warns the guy that if he takes another step, they'll have to take action. Yang fearlessly turns to face Yangchun, before excitedly asking the boy why he is covered in the aura of the mountain. The question immediately makes Yangchun shit his pants. Bro knows he's fucked without answers. Strangely enough, a voice agrees with his opinion. This voice is the same old man, the spiritual being that was haunting him last night. The old geezer is shocked that Yangchun can see his miniature self. Rubbing his eyes, Yangchun is having a hard time questioning if what he's seeing is really the truth. But apparently the floating elder before him is in fact real and talking to him. Seeing him distracted, Yang asks for the boy's attention. Yangchun is out here confused as hell if he's on drugs or if this is a result of overtraining of some kind. The little elder is offended and reminds the boy that this is very much real. Yang is concerned about the boy's condition, while the young master inquires if he can see the floating figure next to him. The insect-sized old man. Yang apparently doesn't see crap and looks at the boy weirdly. Even Muyan is clueless when asked the same question and thinks the young master must have lost it. He pretends to play along as some kind of gimmick, before realizing that Yangchun isn't messing around but actually being serious about his questions. At this point, no one's going to believe in him, and the mini old man thinks he's only making a fool out of himself by asking others. Yangchun lost it and thinks he's being possessed by some weird kind of ghost. The mini old man reveals that he's not possessed. It's just that he forgot what he ate earlier. At first, the boy doesn't get what he's talking about, until he remembers that he absorbed the energy of the Blossom Stone into his body. The pieces fall into place, as the old man refreshes his memory, reminding Yangchun that the idiot ate the sacred treasure when he didn't even belong to the Manhwa sect. Furthermore, the mini old man helped him right after the boy ended up in a state of blockage after consuming immense energy. And yet he's being called all sorts of things like insect-sized man over here. Confused, Yangchun inquires for the mini old man's identity. The floating spirit is surprised that the boy really can't tell him apart. Because of his cluelessness, the spirit calls him unaware of his own surroundings. Well, while this is happening, Muyan and Yang are confused as shit, because from their perspective, the young master is talking to himself. The floating spirit decides to do an act of courtesy and properly introduces himself. He's actually the renowned 8th leader of the clan, Shin Cheol, the Immortal Sword. In order to understand the significance of this character, we must first explore into the depths of the greatest war that occurred before the arrival of the Heavenly Demon. The Great Demon Blood War was safely fended off by 5 notable figures, expert martial artists whose names were etched into history even long after the war ended. Shin Cheol just so happens to be the greatest ancestor of the Manhwa sect, sharing no equal in his reputation. And that same guy is now just a tiny old man that no one else can see except Yangchun. The funny thing is, Yangchun can't even stay quiet in his thoughts because the old man hears everything he thinks about. Now that the kid has come to learn of his awe-inspiring reputation, Shin Cheol is hoping that he'll be respected now. But Yangchun being Yangchun proves to be the opposite and is still stuck up. He questions why the old man was stuck inside the stone. Unfortunately, the little guy doesn't even know that about himself. It's more like he was expecting Yang Qian to be the one to fill in those gaps for him. So they're both at a loss with the way things are going. The most curious question for Xin Sheol is why an outsider from the Manhwa sect was able to absorb the powers of the Blossom Stone when it shouldn't even be possible. Faced with a question like that, the boy goes speechless. His reaction is a good enough sign to the old man that Yang Qian knows something he doesn't. The best thing the boy can do is simply avert his eyes. Instead of hammering him with more questions, the tiny ghost confesses that young kids at Yang Qian's age are known to hide things, and he respects that as his senior, so he won't be annoying him anymore. Because of this, Yang Qian is indebted to him for being patient and understanding with him. At the same time, Xin warns him to pay attention to the important thing that's about to arrive in front of him. His warning proves to be correct as multiple figures pop out of the forest to confront the carriage. From their uniform, it's easy to guess that they're also disciples of the same clan. Yang emphasizes that they've got nothing to worry about as these people aren't a threat to them. However, Muyan's done playing around and knees the guy down, pinning a blade against his neck as he's cautious of the men. Muyan strongly believes that this is actually an ambush rather than a greeting. Put in a position like that, the disciples of the Manhwa sect are on guard. Even Yang Qian believes that maybe his guard is pushing it too far, but Muyan argues otherwise. He can sense their sheer hostility from the second they appeared on the battlefield. Yang begs them to stop and listen to him for a second. He has no idea why the members of his clan are so furious, but he also thinks that it should be possible to resolve the issues if he can just communicate with them properly. Muyan is alarmed and asks to confirm if they're truly warriors from the same clan. But just seeing the symbol on their clothing, it's enough to verify that Yang isn't lying, and he sincerely requests that they let this issue be handled by him. Yang Qian is convinced and tells his guard to stand down, so he frees Yang from his grasp, who promises to settle the matter properly with a little talk. They can see the guy quickly going up to his men and discussing things. But before he can say another word, Bro gets dismantled by warriors of his own clan, much to Yang Qian and Muyan's confusion. The warriors step forward to apologize and properly introduce themselves. They also think that it's Yang's stupid interference that caused them to believe that this was some kind of ambush attempt. The young master is fine with everything that happened and returns the apology. At the same time, he's dying to know why the warriors are out here so far from the mountain. To that, the warrior apologizes, stating that their mission is confidential. Well, until Yang blurts out crucial information about their clan member suddenly going missing all of a sudden. The strange thing about this incident is that, under the command of the Blossom Sword Squad of the Manhwa sect, it doesn't really make sense that so many of them are missing all of a sudden. Anyway, that's one reason they were actually patrolling the area, and Yang stupidly ditched them all after sensing energy from the carriage, and ran ahead. Yang Qian realizes that it must have been because of his familiar energy that drew them all the way here, while Xin tells the boy that there's no longer any threat to worry about as he's already blocked off the excess energy. This means they will no longer be able to gauge the energy coming from him anymore. When Yang points to Yang Qian stating that they can sense one of their own energies from him, the warriors end up confirming that they can sense a hint of their power within him. This shocks the boy greatly because earlier, Xin just told him he blocked it off. The immortal sword advises the boy to just whip out his special rock and settle the matter, so that's what he does. Shocking both Yang and the warrior, Yang Qian reveals what appears to be the sacred treasure of the mountain. The same treasure that their sect leader ended up losing over a betting game against the second elder. Yang finally has his answers now. The reason he felt the energy coming from him was because of the blossom stone wielded by the boy. At the same time, the warrior is curious why the boy is holding on to the object. Yang Qian decides to make his presence be properly known by introducing himself as the heir of the Ku family, and that his purpose is to return the treasure back to the sect. The mere mention of the Ku family is enough to alert the members of the Manhwa sect, spurring a gossip session between them. The leader apologizes for showing hostility towards such a reputable house, because Yang Qian basically belongs to the nobility before them. Yang seems to be in a pensive state and decides to ask an important question. The question is actually regarding the boy's sister, but before matters could get any worse, his comrades quit him for blurting nonsense at the wrong moment. The warrior emphasizes that Yang Qian doesn't need to be worried about Yang anymore. The funny thing is, while he's saying this, the dude is literally getting his ass beat for talking too much. The boy questions if his older sister became a pain in the ass for them. The hilarious part is that the warrior plays it off like she didn't do anything, but inside, bro is genuinely tired of her. The kid can sense that his sister must have given them a seriously rough time, so he not only apologizes, but also promises to bring her back to the clan upon his arrival at the mountain. The warriors are baffled to hear the news that Yang Qian intends to bring his sister back to his house. Funnily enough, they all get so happy hearing the news that they're ready to offer him a proper walk, respecting him for the choice he's making by taking responsibility for his sister. The action leaves both Muyan and Yang Qian speechless, because it only makes you wonder just how much trauma she inflicted upon these poor warriors. That night, the scene cuts to Yangchun's sister, who is standing at the door of her teacher before coming inside. The senior lady is impressed by the little girl's vigor and bravery. It's so late at night, and yet she fearlessly arrives to visit her every night. The disciple walks heavy steps before crashing right into her teacher's embrace. They talk about the woman's condition and how she's feeling a bit better seeing the moonlight. This gives the girl an air of relief. The senior lady considers it a pity that the little girl's visits will soon come to an end, as she'll be returning to her family sooner or later. But the mere mention of returning causes her to grow tense and silent. Her reaction signals that she's still uncomfortable and dislikes her family. Adopting a menacing tone, she declares in anger that she doesn't consider those people as part of her family. This harsh confession leaves her master in a thoughtful mood, but she's not the type to invade into the private matters of others and doesn't probe further. But the disciple corrects her master, showing her the respect that she deserves. After all, her master was known as the brilliant Blossom Sage just before falling ill to her sickness. But now, that moniker is nothing more than a memory of the past. It makes the lady wonder just how much time she has left in this world. Sometime in the night, a writer is slashing down a bunch of demons like it's nothing to them. This is Bia Namgung, the lady with a blank expression despite having slaughtered a group of monsters without any problem. Exhausted, she senses something hovering around her. An object just behind catches her attention, causing Bia to leap away from her spot and tail it down with a few swift lunges. The following morning, Ciola is told to prepare a big batch of food for the warriors of Manhwa, who actually ended up staying the night for guard duty with the group. As for Yang Qian, the boy is already annoyed with the mini-ghost stalking him around and asks what's the easiest way to get rid of him. Shin reminds the kid that he wouldn't be stubbornly attached to him if he knew a way out either. Curious for a question, Yang Qian calls the mini-ghost an old man again, causing him to yap about his introduction as the immortal sword all over again. Seeing the dude in a pitiful tiny state, Yang Qian gives him one hell of an untrusting look. Still, he goes on with his question, and is about to ask when Shin emphasizes that the boy's worries are pointless, as he has no intentions of stealing the kid's body for himself. Nothing of the sort is going to happen. The young master of House Ku struggles to believe it, as it's coming from a ghost of all things. Shin senses that the boy has things to feel guilty about, as if he's carrying a lot of burdens inside of him. Nervous, the boy asks for clarification. Shin is surprised that Yangchun is oblivious to the things that are taking place inside of his body. Before that, Shin hammers the kid with another question, shockingly inquiring about information regarding the bloody demon. The mere mention of that causes the kid to be dubious of the immortal sword's true identity. Yangchun fully expresses his doubts. He's now certain of the fact that this guy isn't who he claims to be. After all, the immortal sword himself was responsible for taking down the bloody demon. So how can it be that this dude doesn't even remember the demon's fate that he slayed with his own hands? The tiny ghost surprisingly admits the same. For some strange reason, Shin doesn't seem to remember the conclusion of his fight against that demon. This leads Yangchun to make a concerning expression. The conversation isn't going anywhere, so he goes back to asking about the strange thing inside his body. But from here on out, the mini-ghost is giving him an attitude for not trusting in his identity, so he's going to be uncooperative as well. But he ends up complying anyway, as Shin funnily reveals that not even he understands what's going inside Yangchun's body. Way to conclude that discussion. The old man claims that he finds it interesting that the boy can't sense what's going on, especially when there's a violent energy inside of him. For now, Shin is doing his best to contain the energy, but it's definitely nothing to scoff at. Yangchun wasn't sure that it was going to be that serious, so the mini-ghost offered him a chance to test it out. But before the boy has a chance to decline, the immortal sword releases his hold, which releases the exorbitant amount of dark energy inside of Yangchun. The energy is so vile and pulsating that it surrounds the boy and attempts to swallow his entire being, before Shin quickly contains it again, believing the demonstration served its purpose well. The kid is scared shitless and can't believe what he just experienced. The immortal sword emphasizes that it's the very reason he's been containing it for the boy. Why that thing is inside of Yangchun is something not even he knows. Though the kid has a ton of questions, Shin thinks the conversation shouldn't be pursued any further for today. Even though Yangchun gives him a stubborn attitude, Shin points to the sky and states that there's something he's got to deal with. Our boy checks his surroundings and there's nothing special around. But right when he's unaware, a purple beam descends from the skies and lands right next to the boy, frightening the hell out of him. Yangchun roars at the dude who nearly killed him just now, while the muscular young man before him states that the members of his clan follow a strict rule ever since the old times, and that rule is to fight in order to become friends with each other. Yangchun's literal first reaction is, "What the fudge is this dude talking about?" While Shin is glad that at least some traditions of the clan are still thriving. The young master of House Ku can't believe that this is the way these guys handle their sparring matches. Yang apologizes for intruding so suddenly. It's just that he got curious and wanted to test another martial artist's skills. Yang Chan counters that his very own clan, the Manhwa sect, is brimming with experienced martial artists, so he can just ask anyone. Yang finds himself cornered with that response and shows a disappointed face. Shin tells Yang Chun about the importance of the kid before him. This guy is supposed to be the youngest elite martial artist among their clan. His stature is the definition of a towering wall of talent. Unfortunately, that's one reason that Yang feels so bad about himself. He can't get along with other people well because of his thriving talent. Shin is shocked by the boy's knowledge of someone he's meeting for the first time. I have to remind you all that the mini-ghost can read all of our boys' thoughts, which really makes me curious about their future interactions. Anyway, Yang Chun surprisingly accepts the duel, when in fact his usual attitude is to avoid unnecessary confrontations. But he's ready this time. Just hearing that causes Yang to wear a joyful face, and he bows respectfully for their match. A surge of electricity zaps around him, and you might think that it's his own ability or something. But the funny thing is that it's someone else's attack, and this certain someone tackles the ever-living crap out of the poor guy, tossing and turning him into the damn lake. Even Yang Cheon is baffled to find Bia Namgung here of all places. But I'm sure you all guessed that the Namgung family loves to use their lightning attacks. Anyway, the girl is down bad for him immediately, really happy to have found her beloved fiancé at last. A flashback into the past. It was a dark day for Yang Cheon, yet again, who was losing one of his most trusted allies. It was Bia, the white-haired girl, her eyes losing consciousness slowly. She couldn't help but wonder why a guy like him was crying for her. But Yang Cheon, being a stubborn brute of this era, told her that it was just the rain and that he was fine. She found his explanation satisfying and, in a way, unfortunate. Desperate for an answer, he inquired why she went so far ahead. She could have easily avoided this fate, and yet she chose to be reckless. She stopped the attack that was aimed towards him and suffered the full weight of it with her own body. Even now, Yang Cheon still doesn't understand why she did that for him. In her dying state, Bia looked at him and stated that it's just what she wanted to do without any reason. Her final question was about the state of the moon. Yang Cheon told her that the moon was still up, and to that, Bia happily found herself accepting that her two moons seemed to be fine, indicating that she must have considered Yang Cheon one of the people she treasured the most. This cushioned the blow for her death, and then a moment later, she closed her eyes and her body went limp. She was no longer a part of this world. Coming to the scene, an arrogant warrior proclaimed how it is unnatural for demonic humans to fall in love with each other. He continued on teasing the demon, stating that he was soon going to join Bia in death. But Yang Cheon merely declared his name with anger, promising the meteor sword that if anything, he will make it his personal damn business to give him an uncomfortable death. Saying so, he unleashed a weight of his demonic aura. The flashback sequence ends there. Bia's smile just now triggered the flush of memories floating inside his brain. Yang Cheon is startled and doesn't want anything to do with this girl, questioning her intentions. But as she's about to explain the reason why she came here, the warrior's voice is heard. He wants to know if Yang Cheon shares affiliation with the woman or if she's an intruder of some kind, to the point that this guy is ready to slash her down. Yang Cheon feels terrified because the rest of the Mount Hawa warriors have gathered around him and they're all preparing their weapons to take her down. He struggles to come up with an explanation. Dude is losing his marbles because Bia had just struck Yang down, so he can't exactly provide cover for her either by saying that they're comrades. But before the boy can say a single word, Bia simply blurts out the truth. They're both each other's fiancé. This little explanation causes all of the warriors to become flustered in confusion, including the floating mini-geezer. Yang Cheon has no choice but to play along with her at this point. The funniest part is that they're shocked a pretty angel like Bia ended up downgrading herself to a crappy-looking guy. Inquiring her purpose of visit, Yang Chun learns that Bia came to meet him. The rest of the warriors are suddenly more interested in our boy than the girl, eyeing him down to see if he's lying or not. Yang Chan is confused why she launched an all-out attack if the purpose was to meet him only. Shin expresses that the boy still hasn't read the room. Based on her body language, the floating spirit concludes that Bia has been running sleepless just to get to her lover. It's because of her hindered state that she couldn't tell who Yang Chan was up against, and simply attacked to protect him. Well, our boy still thinks it's crazy of her to go to such lengths with all things considered. But that only proves her devotion to come meet him. This girl is the definition of commitment. Funnily enough, Yang Chun takes the side of the Mount Hua warriors, proclaiming that they will not let this incident slide. But to his utter shock, his very own boy, Yang, is out here getting dazed by the princess's unparalleled beauty. Yang Chun can't believe this guy is such a simp when it comes to his duties. Fueled with even more confidence, Bro challenges Yang Chun to a duel, which is more than enough to conclude that Bia's previous attack basically did nothing against his mountain of a body. The fight takes place at night. The warriors are watching in anticipation and silence, while Yang is still getting butterflies, getting distracted and looking at the pretty lady at the side. Yang Chan, on the other hand, is a bit worried about the guy's serious case of infatuation, which makes the floating old geezer tease him for being jealous. Bro isn't exactly jealous, but rather pissed that he accepted the duel for the sake of being nice to Yang, only to get backstabbed in the most unexpected of ways. Homie is out for his girl, man. Shin believes it's actually a good opportunity for the boy to win and gain something. Since Yang Chun is too stupid to understand, Shin expresses that this is just the perfect time to test the boy's new strength. Meanwhile, Seola and the others are enjoying themselves with company together, questioning how and when Bia came here. Muyan appears to be the only one worried, caring for the young master's condition in this battle. The warriors of the Manhwa sect are out here placing their bets on the victor. But ultimately, they all think the real winner of this battle is already decided, and it's going to be Yang, thanks to his godlike talent. The guy has a fun-loving attitude on the side, but he's a real monster during a fight. Shin even notices this as the Blossom Warrior prepares his blade, channeling his energy and surrounding himself in a bunch of petals. Out of respect, he announces his first attack. In response to his blossoming energy, our boy whips out his scorching hot flames, stunning the spectators with his control over the internal energy, surprising the likes of the Sovereign Sword himself. Yangchun unleashes a similar state to his sister, igniting himself in a cloak of fire, while at the same time believing that he's nothing compared to Hebe's flames. Though the boy pities himself for unmatching his sister's capabilities, his impressive aura surprises his opponent. Yang appears shocked, leading Yangchun to question if his opponent has grown afraid of his increasing strength. Gripping his blade, the Warrior of Blossom prepares to take his advance, unflinching in the face of the young master. His first attack is a simple one focused on speed, channeling all of his power and leaving a trail of his unique aura as he approaches the burning aura of Yangchun. Yang unleashes his powerful attack, but our boy appears unfazed and simply gives him a glance before diverting his attack with a gentle push upwards. Seconds afterwards, Yangchun uses his other arm to unleash his fist inside the warrior's abdomen with such immense speed that it literally launches him away like a projectile. Yang is sent flying with agonizing pain, much to the shock and amazement of the spectators watching the battle. His blade is shattered, and the outcome of the match even leaves the Sovereign Sword amazed. The fight ends with Yangchun standing over as the victor. The field around them has been scorched down, while his opponent is barely recovering from the burns he received. Just like that, the fight has ended. Immediately, Bia jumps away from the group to confront her fiancé, requesting a battle with her at once. Bro thinks she's going haywire again, and reminds her that he literally just finished his battle with another opponent. Poor Bia has no better counter-argument and cutely stares him down. She's a bit upset, and the floating spirit recognizes that immediately. Yangchun realizes that if he continues to delay her any further, she's just going to become an issue for him down the road. So while he still has the opportunity, he schedules their battle next time when they get the chance. Hearing his approval of the fight, his fiancée is really happy as she clasps his hands, giving him a sweet smile as she's satisfied with his answer. The scene cuts to later in the night, where Yangchun is literally unleashing his explosive flaming aura while meditating. Even Shin is in awe of the boy's capabilities at the 4th ring level, having accessed his central core. Yangchun acts like it's not a big deal and shouldn't be celebrated. But Shin argues that the boy has an unfathomable amount of talent brimming inside of him for his age. At the same time, if he tries to go beyond the level of the central core, he might end up overdoing it and cause the core to overreact inside him. Curious to know more about his core, Yangchun learns that the core responds directly to one's internal energy, which means the more energy that is expelled, the more pressure on the core it will build. This also means that the kid can't use anything reckless beyond unleashing flames from his body, because the sheer load of using such an advanced technique will disrupt his core. That isn't pleasant news to Yangchun, who was expecting to continue onwards with his upward trajectory. But for now, he's met his plateau and needs to be patient with it. Interrupting Yangchun's training, Yang is surprised to find his opponent distraught even after his victory against him. The boy inquires what he's here for, and to that, Yang bows and shows him a gesture of respect, thanking him for an opportunity to learn more from his defeat. Yang knows that the fight had a set purpose behind it, and that Yangchun was attempting to teach something. Shin is actually really happy with the way Yang is handling his defeat, because it shows that he's capable of maintaining a positive attitude towards growth even after suffering a loss. But the same isn't true for Yangchun, who is out here beating himself down for having to risk his entire life for some training. Yangchun clarifies to Yang that he didn't have any purpose behind the training session, but he's still happy for him to have gained some insight from their battle. Yang, on the other hand, had his expectations reset just now. Back at the Manhwa sect, he was constantly reminded that he was the sharpest talent they had for his age. But seeing Yangchun fight has changed his perspective on the other parts of the world. It makes him wonder just how much effort the young master of House Ku expended to get to such heights. Funnily enough, Yangchun finds himself seriously pissed off in this conversation, and even cusses the dude in his thoughts. Shin constantly reminds him to just be a good ear for now and listen. Anyway, Yang is really thankful for the experience and leaves Yangchun baffled with his behavior. The fact that Thai is the same pitiful guy who he severed piece by piece in his reign doesn't make things any better. It really pisses him off in a way. Anyway, the scene cuts to Seola, who is out here describing the battle like it was an epic movie scene to her grandpa. Apart from her silly yapping, she also informs her grandpa of some trouble they've got to deal with. At first you're probably thinking it's some big issue, but then you remember it's this adorable potato, and she's just annoyed that the young master found himself in an engagement. Instead of celebration, she finds it a really angry occasion. Her grandpa is confused by her reaction until Seola states that she has no idea what getting engaged to someone even means. The potato erupts with cuteness, stating that she's the only one who has rights to do whatever she wants with the young master, so I guess it's also a bit of jealousy there. The Sword Sovereign decides to ruin her innocence by finally explaining to the little girl what getting engaged truly means. And it shocks her to her senses. Shortly after his fight with Yang, a bunch of issues have erupted for our boy. The first of which is Seola's depressed reaction. She appears down and out, even though she's usually the most excited when it comes to food. It's to the point even her grandpa is worried for her. The potato shakes her head in resignation, while Yangchun questions why she isn't eating her food properly. He also scolds her for the constant treats she's eating, and that they may be ruining her appetite. Apart from her, Bia is choosing a bite to eat when suddenly Seola steals it from her bowl, munching it on her own. The Namgung girl tries a second time, and yet again, Seola strikes back like some kind of machine. Yangchun questions what the hell is wrong with her, but before he can do so, her strict grandpa roars at her for having terrible table manners. Poor Seola feels unwell, and breaks down stating that they're all stupid. She then rushes away on her own, leaving her grandpa and going off on her own. Our boy still has no idea what's going on and asks if Bia shares any involvement. But his fiancée apparently did nothing wrong. Ever since his fight with Yang, his servant has been acting strange, and it's clear that she's upset over something he has no idea about. To make matters even worse, the very next day, Yangchun woke up from a bad sleep. They've been setting up camp for a while, so it's getting tiring. It's as if he's been sleeping outdoors all his life. Drinking water from the river nearby, dude runs into the muscular Chad with 69 abs and a body straight out of the Baki universe. Yang recommends that they train together for the day, while the young master is a bit frustrated to see a shirtless dude walking around casually in the morning. Shin defends the shirtless kid by stating that the body is the pride of a martial artist, and the student of Manhwa clan only becomes better and grows stronger the more they develop. Long story short, they're training these guys for the next Mr. Olympia. As for Yang's offer, our boy refuses it straight up by saying that he's got something else to worry about. Intrigued by what this important task is, Yang questions if today is going to be special. Yangchun takes a moment to ponder the importance of today, and the scene transitions to him continuing his travel inside the carriage. At long last, they've finally arrived at the main base of the Manhwa clan. The place is so damn high up that Yangchun is complaining about it in the next scene. The dude is pissed that some maniac thought it would be a good idea to build the base on top of a mountain. At the same time, it's a nice change that the warriors of this clan are understanding compared to the rest of the families. The warriors of the sect even suggest that Yangchun stay in the carriage for the night and that they can climb up the stairs when morning comes. However, the young master believes that it's important for him to go up immediately, considering he has the treasured Blossom Stone. To that, Yang suggests he reconsider his plans. Yangchun decides to stay in the carriage for the night, leaving the disciples of the Manhwa sect to carry on with their report for the night. They want Yang to stay put with the young master, and to make sure he reaches safely tomorrow. But our boy actually suggests that Yang also leave with the rest, since he's been busy accompanying them for a while. Hearing that, the talented young man lets out an exhaustive sigh, as if he doesn't like the idea. Well, that's how Yang ended up staying the night with the rest of them. Based on his reaction earlier, Yangchun concludes that this guy probably doesn't get along with his superiors either. Apart from that, Seola finally goes back to normal and impresses the young master with some special prepared dumplings for the night. Yangchun is seriously happy to find at least one good thing about the day, and he can finally experience it. Surprisingly, his servant even offers him some water too. She's being overly nice all of a sudden, which makes him question what the heck brought this change. All she does in return is laugh, because she's happy enough just to be of help to him. Yangchun struggles to piece together the clues to the puzzle. Just a few days ago, this girl was upset like hell, and now she's fine. To make her happy, he pats her head as a gesture of doing a good job. It makes her really happy. He foils the moment by reminding her of how she's normally the opposite of what she is now. As for Bia, The chick comes out of nowhere and offers to feed our boy a dumpling. Yang Qian judges the battlefield between these women and calculates what would be the correct answer here. Meanwhile, Seola's got those eyes of a demon, staring down at her enemy of a dumpling. Girl literally chomps down on Baya's dumpling, munching it in her mouth for her master's sake while giving Baya a sharp glare. Despite being taken off guard, Yang Qian's fiancé doesn't react harshly and instead only smiles at her. This clearly makes Seola feel a bit guilty about her reaction, while our boy takes notice of the tension between them. Well, for now, he's just infuriated that he can't even eat his food in peace. Far away from Yang Qian and his carriage, we get to see the shadow organization that is responsible for the missing Manhwa sect disciples. The leader of the organization is annoyed that his underlings couldn't cover their tracks and left a bunch of trails for the Manhwa sect to notice. He curses their chances of getting anything more out of the situation than what they've achieved so far. The underling promises to send the report to the main palace, and he's reminded that if he's late to deliver the report, he's going to lose some of his limbs as punishment. The spy also reports the news of the divine physician's spotting in the Shangxi region. It's big news to the brooding leader, who further learns that the divine physician appeared to have stayed in the Anhui region first, but now they're in Shangxi. More of their men are trying to figure out his exact coordinates. The leader gets up from his seat, addressing the servant by his name, Beichong. He raises his blade against the underling's neck, reminding him of the order to never use their men for the job. Quivering before his blade, Beichong stresses on the order that was given from the palace head himself. That's the only thing that calms the leader down, though he's confused about their intentions with the divine physician. Apparently, the goal is to imprison the divine physician in their underground area, which strikes boring to the guy. The leader also learns that he's allowed to remove any obstacles in their path, which means he can kill anyone if it means the secure capture of the divine physician. The malicious man is joyful at the thought, the opportunity of being able to have fun by slaughtering others. The scene reverts back to Mount Hua, where Yang Qian is huffing and puffing as he makes his way to the top of the damn mountain at last. The stairs killed him just like Po in Kung Fu Panda. Dude is dropping F-bombs on the idiot who built the base so high up. Yang even rubs salt on the wound by saying that their elders wanted to imbue the importance of hard work through the challenging climb. Yang Qian funnily confronts the annoying little spirit and asks if it's really true. The hilarious part is that not even Shin approved of the idea of setting the place so high up. Seola apparently climbs without any trouble, and even offers to carry him, but he refuses out of his ego. Bia is also pretty chill and even offers her fiancé a hand to get back up. She's cock-blocking every opportunity Seola has, and you can see it in the potato-face girl's reaction. Yang Qian gets up and she actually respectfully bows down to him for some strange reason. Shin calls the guy a clown for not even knowing the obvious of what just happened. Apparently the moment is really special to Bia, who clasps her hands tightly, having felt the touch of her fiancé. Seola, on the other hand, is out here like an angry kitten, ready to lash out. Yang Qian realizes that she's actually bowing to receive the same treatment from him that his servant received. She wants him to pat his head. Bro is just about to do that when suddenly, Seola intrudes and starts patting her head instead. She doesn't want Yang Qian to do it after all. But the white-haired girl is actually okay with this outcome too, smiling at her fiancé as she concludes that there will always be a next time. Every time she smiles at him, you can just tell bro is in deep trouble. Yang Qian distracts himself by checking on the others. Seola's grandpa and Muyeon appear to be doing just fine, but the other servant is out here breathless and dying while climbing up. She's fine with being left behind like dead weight, but our boy doesn't want her to sacrifice herself to the stairs like that and offers someone to help Honghua out. Aside from that, the gates of the Mount Hua clan are finally made open to the young master of House Ku. Their leader has personally arrived to meet them in person. The old man actually looks a lot like the immortal sword spirit too. The clan leader grabs the boy's shoulders and delightfully expresses just how much he's been waiting for the boy's arrival. Apparently, the rest of the elders in the clan have been beefing with their leader ever since he lost that betting game against Elder Ryun and lost the Blossom Stone. Meanwhile, our boy's doing his absolute best to introduce himself, but this old geezer just won't stop shaking him. Lord Hua reveals that Ryun actually sent a letter just before the kid's arrival, stating the boy's purpose of returning the stone and retrieving his sister. Yang Qian is really happy because now he doesn't have to waste time explaining shit around. He confirms that those two things are exactly the reason he's here. Well, apart from that, Lord Hua mentions that apparently Ryun forgot to mention one critical thing. It's the energy that he can sense from Yang Qian's body. The mere mention of it puts our boy on high alert, because this could mean anything. Aside from that, he also wasn't expecting to see the arrival of the Sovereign Sword, who is acting like an ordinary figure. Still, Lord Hua doesn't confront the boy strongly, and believes that it's best for them to rest after coming here. He tasks one of the guards to personally take care of their stay here. And that's how they made their way inside, to a place filled with dozens of blossom trees, Faced in this unique situation, Yangchon consults Shin for some guidance, expecting to receive something good from him. But the floating old spirit simply laughs and thinks that this much is a normal reaction when the kid ends up absorbing the energy of the stone. The leader of the Blossom clan apologizes for an immediate meeting shortly after rest. The issue is that he finds it a pressing matter for the boy to have absorbed the energy of the Blossom Stone and appears to be walking around without care. Yangchon is actually fine with their concerns and complies with him during the meeting. The leader then recalls the testimony of the events given to him, asking if Yangchon's body really accidentally absorbed the stone's power. The boy makes a contemplative face at first, and internalizes the best course of action by consulting Shin. The floating spirit expresses that he should keep it simple and stick to his current statement. It's actually pretty difficult for the clan leader to digest the fact that the boy was able to absorb the stone's power, and also maintain multiple different energies of different aura inside of him. It's troublesome, but he doesn't bother the boy anymore and decides to help him meet his sister first. Yangchon is tasked to follow his lead, and he's curious where they're headed. But to that, the old man merely laughs, ominously reminding the boy that he's not getting free treatment after he's absorbed such an important stone. The kid simply agrees with the approach, without showing any signs of fear, surprising the clan head. Yangchon states that he isn't afraid because he's gotten used to dealing with the troublesome second eldest of his family. The mere mention of Ryun pisses the sect leader off even more, as if it is offensive for the two of them to be compared. Jokes aside, the leader states that it's time to meet the boy's sister. Fast-forwarding ahead to a serene location of the temple, we come to find that the great lady from earlier is having a checkup on her condition. The results are unfortunate and frightening. Her blood flow is all over the place, and her energy is also inefficiently being handled by her body. It's the definition of rotting as time goes by, and even after enduring so much pain, the lady appears strong in front of her disciple. She acts like it's not hurting her that much, but the healer knows that she's lying to remain confident in front of her disciple. The healer learns that it's been 4 years since she got this illness. As for the specifics of how she got it, just recalling the scene makes her stop dead in her speech. Yangchon's sister finds herself concerned for her master, showcasing a face of frustration and regret. Her coughing gets even worse, causing her disciple to sweep in for her sake. Without explaining another word, she thanks the physician for his attention. The healer has guessed that it's actually some kind of seal that is causing such an illness, and yet he couldn't even detect it while checking her flow of energy. Fun fact, this guy isn't just an ordinary healer but the divine physician himself. However, he doesn't like being called by that name and prefers Elder Tay instead. Curious enough to ask, the lady wants to know how long she has left to remain in this world. The girl shows genuine sadness just thinking about the sorry state of her master. Elder Tay explains that she won't get past another winter at most. Instead of fearing the announcement, the girl's master simply accepts her fate, even though we can see her quivering body. The woman is reminded of her past as an able-bodied majestic warrior of the Manhwa sect, and now she's stuck like this. Elder Tay intends to do his best to treat her and requests the kids to exit the room. Although the girl shows hesitation, her master reminds her to follow orders. Her coughing is also seen getting intense as she's coughing blood on her napkin. Frustrated, the little girl has to accept the order. Aside from that, our boy is continuously getting annoyed, being tortured by stares back to back ever since he came to the annoying base. The clan leader pisses him off even further by reminding him of the same principle of achieving something good with hard work. While he's complaining to the spirit of the immortal sword inside his head, Yangchon sees his sister stepping outside of the temple with a sobbing expression. Her nose is red because of her crying, and she's startled to a halt to find her brother of all people here. Even Yangchon appears surprised, while his sister demands to know why he's here. Anyway, her sudden stop caused the person behind her to bump into her head, causing a clash that hurt both of them. Yangchon takes notice of this kid with distinct white-colored streaks in his black hair. Even though seeing him should be a normal reaction, for some reason, it gets our boy's blood boiling to the point he literally goes ballistic and unleashes the full extent of his aura. Let's go back into the past and explore what exactly caused this reaction from our beloved protagonist. Opening the gates of the temple, Yangchon faced the man known as the strategist of the heavenly demon. He congratulated the demon martial artist for his return, and sensed that something was a problem, as Yangchon appeared unusually angered. With his every step, this man was literally dropping the demonic humans around him like it's nothing. That's what you call actual aura farming. The strategist was curious what could have possibly ignited such flames of rage inside Yangchon's heart, and immediately pointed to the death of Bia Namgung, believing that it was the reason for such a harsh reaction. By this point, our boy's energy was releasing to such unfathomable levels that his presence made it difficult for the strategist to stand. Taunting Yangchon even more, he reminded him that this all took place thanks to the will of their leader, the heavenly demon, so there's nothing he could do about it. Being incredibly angry, Yangchon got up in his face, infusing his hand with demonic energy as he began initiating his strike. Using the right words, the clever strategies reminded the martial artist that the leader of the demons was above him in rank, which means he can't disobey her orders. That statement stopped Yangchon's attack. You can tell just how badly he wanted to kill the bastard right in front of him. And yet, he released his attack to the side because that's all he could do in the face of this scumbag. Turning his back in his face, the guy prepared to leave when the strategist emphasized that they'd already taken care of the Heavenly Sovereign, and the Aura Sovereign would be next in line soon. Finally, the third and last Sovereign, Ciola's grandpa, lost his arm in the battle against the Heavenly Demon. With all three Sovereigns taken down, the strategist believed strongly that the Heavenly Demon would no longer operate in the same manner and leave the responsibility to someone else. And in his eyes, Yangchon would be that person, the one who would be bestowed upon the special responsibility of managing the demons in her place. Just recalling that damn sequence is enough for our boy to get so enraged that he quickly grabs the seemingly unknown boy, choking the sheer life out of him without a hint of emotion. The demonic power within him is brewing, while his sister quivers seeing her brother go maniacal in such a state. Yangchon appears to have lost his damn mind, causing the calm and collected clan leader to intervene. Lord Hua places a hand over the boy's eyes and reminds the child that what he's about to do is going to hurt like hell. The scene is cut from there, while the divine physician and his patient could only hear the scream of a boy coming from outside. Lord Hua is glad that the doctor's already here, since he's bought another patient. And that patient is the young master's unconscious body. Elder Tay is peeved every time people call him by his special name. His reputation exceeds him. People remember him as the guy who can cure any illness. Same guy actually ends up treating Yangchon. As for the lady opposing him, she's known as the Blossom Sword Queen, and her disciple is Ryonghua Ku, who is also the half-sister of our boy. Finally, the disciple and grandson of the divine physician is actually Jaegul Hyuk, who, by the way, is supposed to be the strategist of the demon empire in the future. The burden is actually placed on the young master, who has regained consciousness, but lots of questions await him, starting with the fact that he nearly choked Jaegul to death. The only reaction in this situation is that he's fucked, which he literally internalizes in his monologue. The boy reflects that it's been a long time since he's encountered this guy again, but unfortunately, that can't pass as an excuse here. The only shocking part of this story is Jaegul's connection to Elder Tay, the Grand Physician. At this point, nothing is going according to his plan. And then there's the fact that not even the spirit of Shin is helping him out on this one, leaving Yangchon on his own. The kid has no idea what to come up with as an answer. Surprisingly, the clan head appears to know what our boy is thinking about and questions if the kid is facing issues recalling what happened. Yangchon is startled to hear him say something like that, but not even the clan head knows why such an idea came to his mind. Recalling the scene of what happened, Lord Hua wants Elder Tay to inspect the child's body one time. The divine physician throws a stubborn fit, declining the request. The two old geezers are fighting each other while the Blossom Queen strikes conversation with our boy. Dude is surprised that she knows about him. After all, she was the best friend to his mother, Cheon-hee. Her words appear shocking to the boy, but the Sword Queen is actually pretty happy that they've met at last. As for Ryonghua, she seems to be on guard. She also tells Yangchon that he shares a resemblance with his mother when it comes to their aura. She also praises him for having a warm and gentle heart. Saying such words, she hastens to leave. The clan head, on the other hand, offers a valuable leaf of a dragon herb in exchange for inspecting Yangchun's body. Though seriously annoyed, Elder Tay ultimately decides to accept one final request from Lord Hua. Considering the checkup itself, Yangchon places his hand freely for the elder to inspect. Elder Tay senses an ominous bulk of dark energy concentrated inside the boy's body and releases the boy's grasp. Lord Hua is immediately curious about the issues residing in the boy's body. Elder Tay starts off by dropping a bombshell. It's not just one issue, but multiple. The conclusion? Yangchon is an embodiment of a corpse. This conclusion even terrifies the boy, who has no idea what that means. The divine physician reveals that there are multiple different kinds of energies inside the boy's body. It should be impossible for the kid to even be walking after that. It's true, after consuming the demon stone, the blossom stone, and finally the white stone from the snake, Yangchon really has consumed different kinds of energies, although he believed it wouldn't be an issue since they would merge into the same. All this time, he was under the assumption that he had things under control, but now, just like Shin warned him, something inside his body is tampering with the energies. All of a sudden, the mini-ghost pops out of the blue just to disagree with the child, stating that he's wrong in his opinion. The kid is startled and questions where the hell this guy has been when he needed him the most. The tiny ghost innocently claims that he actually ended up losing connection with our boy as soon as he entered his chaotic state. Based on the conclusion that Elder Tay gave, it's clear to the immortal sword the kind of condition the boy has. The sole reason for his survival is actually the dark energy residing inside the boy's body. This dark energy is doing its best to control the other energies and suppress them to the point they don't go wild. Now that he's got a bundle of energies inside his body, Yang Chun is curious of what his next moves should be. To be honest, even Elder Tae thinks it is game over for the kid, because he's one moment away from blowing his body to pieces if they go out of control. It's actually a very realistic possibility for the kid's body to explode right here and now too. The Divine Physician really can't do anything in Yang Chun's case. For an even stronger conclusion, he states that the boy's body is so damn unstable right now that he could die at any moment, even while bathing or eating. That's not the best news to hear for Yang Cheon. As for Lord Hua, this news is even worse than he thought. Ryonghua is actually shocked to see her brother's calm reaction, seeing as though he could die at any moment. To that, the boy responds that he hasn't died yet, so there's no reason to worry. The conversation leaves the room in empty silence. For now, he thinks he's okay, but worries about Ryonghua, who needs more serious attention and news to return home. Despite her refusal to return home, Yang Chun argues that it's fine if she wants to stay, but she has to consider their father's reaction when he learns of her refusal. Infuriated by his words, she is forced to admit that their father wouldn't even give a damn if she stayed here forever, as that's the kind of emotionless man he is. Lord Hua observes them closely and recommends Yang Chun to rest up in his lodgings for a bit. The kid leaves, reminding the physician that he'll be back at a later time. Exiting the room, even Elder Tae has to admit that the kid is the weirdest child he's ever met. The same goes for the Sword Blossom Queen, who sensed odd things about the boy. The boy didn't even feel afraid of the news of his impending doom. It was as if the boy no longer cared about his existence anyway. Later that night, the young master appears to be walking leisurely on his own. The mini-old spirit boggles his mind, questioning how the kid can remain so calm even after the terrifying news. Shin wonders if Yang Chan's plan of action is to just keep on eating food until impending doom. The boy replied that he really doesn't care about these things. After all, he's lived a life full of sins, so karma is just a normal reaction from the world. Of course, to the immortal sword, he doesn't get what the boy's talking about as he's so young to say something like that. Coming over to his lodging, Yang Chun finds himself shocked when he sees Bia waiting for him in bed. He has no idea what this girl is up to, but she's firm on her intentions to sleep with him. The funniest part is how Shin is teasing Yang Cheon about he could potentially have a child before he dies. Appearing unfazed, our boy calmly tells her to go back to her separate lodging. Turns out that they only gave them one room to stay in, so sharing the bed will be inevitable. Yang Cheon senses that this must be a damn scheme of the second elder behind his back. Realizing that he could always sleep with his trusted guard Muyeon, our boy heads out to leave. Suddenly Bia grabs his hand, requesting that she'll do nothing but hold on to him in bed at most. Yeah, that kind of statement would absolutely destroy any guy who hears it. But Yang Chun is somehow able to keep a straight face before erupting in laughter. She's surprised by his reaction, and instead of feeling like he's laughing at her, Bia is genuinely happy that he smiled at her. Yang Chun is about to leave again when she clasps his hand, stopping him and gently putting it on her face, cutely requesting them to sleep together. I've never seen a ship being developed like this, and for some reason it's suspicious that it's going this well. So many MCs would fold here, but our boy is no simp. Aside from that, the Sword Sovereign pays a visit to Lord Hua at a late hour. He's been meaning to meet the Divine Physician after all. At the same time, some people known as Shaolin and Wudong are searching for the Sword Sovereign too. Lord Hua suspects that the cunning Sword Sovereign has already discovered the location of the physician. This fact is actually confirmed by Siola's grandpa, who knows that he's being defended underneath an energy barrier. And yet, he was polite enough not to force his way inside, respecting the Mount Hua sect. The Sword Sovereign requests a personal meeting with Elder Tae, but to that, Lord Hua emphasizes that there's another patient being treated, not to mention that what he's hoping to get from this meeting won't end up in his favor. As the rustling blossom trees dance with the wind, Lord Hua offers a second way to his troubles by means of a favor. The kid wakes up the next day, appearing still sleepless from his terrible sleep at night. And yes, he did end up sleeping on the same bed as her, though I imagine the dude was so cautious and on guard that he couldn't sleep a wink. That's exactly what happened, while Shin is shocked that nothing happened between the two of these lovebirds. The young master tells him to shut up because he's already going through hell in his sleepless state. That doesn't change the fact that he still ended up sleeping with the girl anyway. Well, Yang Chun only complied because after his rejection last night, the girl was overloading her body with internal energy, meaning she would have beat his ass right there and started a fight. The floating mini-ghost thinks it's relieving that Siola didn't get to see the two of them sleeping together. At first, Yang Chun was oblivious to the fact that it wouldn't matter, but then the dots start connecting in his mind. The only reason Siola has been starting to act grumpy around him is ever since Bia reunited with them. The funniest part is that our boy is doing his best to make sure she doesn't catch this sight of him with Bia. But to his horror, The girl is literally standing right behind him, and her face is like the devil. It's at this moment that his fiancée also wakes up and turns to face the servant. She kindly asks Seola if she managed to get a good night's sleep. But in response, the servant is infuriated to the point of sadness. She calls them selfish and loathes the idea that she wasn't able to sleep with the young master. Her little pleading goes on, and to Yang Chon's absolute horror, his fiancée casually says that it wouldn't be a problem if they did. She's fine with the idea of including her along. Oh wow, this is going in a very different direction than I thought. But anyway, Seola just feels happy to be included, and only a moment afterwards she flops to the bed, excited as a puppy to be given the chance to join along. Yang Chon's fiancée is satisfied seeing this, while the boy doesn't have any objections of his own. Barging into their room, Yang comes along and Bro catches two girls laying next to Yang Cheon in bed. The first reaction this guy had is probably the same as the one we had, because he dashes away at the speed of light to leave them to their business. The one good thing about the Manhwa sect is that its people are actually sane and don't like spreading pointless rumors, or so Shin assures him. But clearly Shin's ass was lying, because in the very next scene, Lord Hua teases Yang Cheon for playing around with two women in his bed. Now the kid has a whole other issue to deal with. He doesn't see any interest in the meeting and turns to leave, when suddenly the clan leader stops the kid and asks if he remembers going to the small establishment yesterday. Of course, how could Yang Cheon forget meeting the Sword Queen and the Divine Physician of all people? Lord Hua brews him a drink and reveals a scroll, requesting the kid to deliver it to Elder Tae personally. At first glance, the task seems a bit odd for our boy to execute. After all, he doesn't have anything to do with it. Lord Hua drops a bombshell. It's actually because the rest of the clan has no idea that their beloved Sword Queen is battling an illness, which is why it's necessary for any messages to be delivered in secrecy. Lord Hua has no intention of spreading word of this information, and if he does happen to tackle Elder Tae again, unfortunately they'll have another clash. He also can't request the information to be delivered via his personal disciples, as it's supposed to be a secret. That's why Yang Cheon, the kid who is currently indebted to him, is the only fitting person for the job of delivering the message. Kid is already regretting his stay every time this old geezer creeps up behind him. Lord Hua sends the boy on his way. In the next scene, we find Ryongwa doing her business walking around the marketplace until she reaches the store. She first enters this space and then exits it after purchasing the necessary goods. Ryongwa then climbs her way back up to deliver the goods, when suddenly her eyes dart towards a bunch of deers living a comfortable and loving life. The scene reminds the young girl of her time at the house of Ku. Before her father, she saw how ruthlessly the young Yang Chun and his mother were treated brutally. Just seeing that horrific scene is enough to remind her not to return. After saying that, the girl camouflages using a technique of the clan, surprising the secret spies of the shadow organization nearby. They can't believe she disappeared, and start to question if she caught on to them. One of them goes up to inspect what happened, and realizes that there's actually an energy barrier placed by the leader of the sect. This powerful barrier prevents any single one of them from intruding inside. But at the same time, it's also given confirmation to these assholes that the Divine Physician is in fact being guarded nearby. For now, they intend to form a retreat, believing that their regional leader will be best pleased to handle the rest for them. Climbing up the mountain of stairs, the girl discovers our boy wasted right in front of her. Dude is not having a good time huffing and puffing the crap out of himself, while Ryonghwa is displeased at the mere sight of him. The boy questions what she's staring at him for, and to that, she inquires what he's doing out here. Yangchun emphasizes that he isn't out here enjoying a walk, but rather he's got a small mission to deliver something. Ryonghwa bolts upwards and tells him to keep up the pace. Of course, he's doing his best. Yangchun's half-sister still hasn't forgotten the cold words of Elder Tae, who concluded that the boy's condition is so fickle that he could die at any moment. Meanwhile, our little protagonist is shocked how people are used to climbing the stairs. Ryonghwa tells him to hand over the object he's supposed to deliver, promising to deliver it on his behalf. The offer is unexpected, but being the teasing spirit that he is, Yangchun points out that she must be worried about his condition. This annoys the girl and repels her kindness. She insults him for being a slowpoke. Yangchun states that it's fine, he can just move faster in that regard. As he's going up, the girl worriedly asks about her brother's condition. Yangchun changes topics and requests information on the grandson of the Divine Physician. He wants to know if Jaegul has been up to something suspicious as of late. To that, Ryonghwa surprisingly admits that she hasn't seen anything like that. Hearing that, he faces back up and continues his climb. The floating little spirit notices the girl's disappointed reaction. He points out that Ryonghwa isn't even a bad child, so there's no point in the two siblings arguing with each other. But then again, not even Yang Xion understands why they fight needlessly. For some reason, Shin seems to be bothered and asks if it's troublesome for the young master. Yang Chon states that his biggest concern is his messed up body. The floating spirit emphasizes the importance of family members, reminding the kid that she's still important. The boy was surprised at first because he thought the conversation was circling around Jaegal, the grandson of the physician. As for his sister, dude just doesn't give a fudge about her apparently. Which isn't a good thing either because it makes Shin wonder if these two are actually siblings to begin with. The scene cuts to Elder Tae reading the message delivered by Yang Cheon. Having read it fully, the physician funnily calls out the reality of the situation. Lord Hua had just sent a goddamn half-dead child to deliver a crappy message to him. From Elder Tae's harsh reaction of the clan head, Yang Cheon wonders what the hell happened between the two geezers to trigger so much hate. Anyway, Elder Tae understands that it must have been difficult for the kid to have come this far. He asks about the boy's condition. Yang Cheon states that he's not really having any major issues at the moment. The news is good to Elder Tae, until he raises a serious question. Is the little young master truly unafraid of death? The question finds the boy speechless for a moment, making him enter a contemplative state. Elder Tae realizes that he isn't going to get an answer from the kid, and apologizes for intruding. The boy is told to leave, and so he gets up to exit the room. As he's leaving, the considerate Ryonghwa worriedly asks again if her brother is really feeling okay. Well, unfortunately, Yang Cheon quickly moves along and doesn't answer her question, leaving her a bit annoyed by his uncaring reaction. Back to Lord Hua, the boy reports having successfully delivered the message, and expresses how Elder Tae was cursing the crap out of him afterwards. Lord Hua isn't surprised, and secretly asks about the Sword Queen's condition as a side note. The boy whispers back, stating that he only saw her sleeping, so he was unable to tell if things were going well for her or not. Lord Hua is unamused by the answer, but Yang Cheon argues that if the divine physician of all people is currently busy taking care of her, then things shouldn't be a problem. While that is true, Lord Hua points out the cruel reality of their clan's fate. They've been constantly getting hit by one unfortunate circumstance after another. The mention of these misfortunes inspires interest in the young boy, as Yang Cheon desires to know more about them. Shin reminds the idiot about the missing disciples of the clan. Then there's the fact that the Sword Sovereign is here, and well, Jaegal's presence is also a misfortune without question. Though these situations would be fine on their own, they all happened back to back, which makes them difficult to deal with. The scene cuts to the Shadow Organization, where the underling finally reports the discovery of the Divine Physician's location, causing his leader to become psychotically excited for his hunt. The disgusting scumbag is ecstatic at the revelation of his location, even though his subordinates haven't exactly pinpointed the doctor's coordinates. This fact underwhelms his satisfaction. Beichong tells him that they've come to discover the enormous energy barrier set up by the clan, indicating that the doctor is nearby. However, this fact frustrates the leader immensely. He doesn't like assumptions, because they've yet to confirm for real whether the doctor is there or not. He questions what Beichong is truly confident about. Slamming his blade right next to his servant, he roars at him for having the sheer audacity to lie to him with meaningless information. The towering and despairing figure of the guy is enough to give Beichong nightmares for life, and he agrees with his boss's opinion that he did in fact being useless information. Beichong apologizes and fully takes the blame for his mistakes. Suddenly, he feels a powerful swing descending across his left shoulder. The man screams in agony as his boss has just sliced his arm off, unimpressed that his goons are unable to find a simple old man. Beichong weeps in pain while apologizing. His boss, on the other hand, thinks that he did a kindness by not killing the underling. After all, he's the smartest servant there is. Despite the pain, the guy thanks his boss for the mercy he's been shown. The scumbag goes back to sit on his chair, letting out an exhausted sigh. At this point, the regional leader is convinced that his underlings won't return with useful information, no matter how many times they're sent out for their mission. Hearing the mention of an energy barrier has him intrigued, however. Beichong's body quivers with the pain of his severed limb, while his boss comes to a conclusion. He's bored and declares his intentions of personally making a visit after 3 days' time. Beichong's strict orders until then are to return with the divine physician within that time period. And if he doesn't, everyone standing in his way will be slaughtered. The crazy bastard thinks it's the perfect plan, and his underling can't do anything but agree with his boss despite his ridiculous demands. Well, in the next scene, we return to our boy Yang Cheon, who is unimpressed by how his day went. The dude basically did nothing except deliver a letter today, and just carrying out that small errand was enough to conclude the day. Shin believes it's time for the kid to return home. Even the young master agrees, believing that his sister shares no intention of returning home, so he needs to make preparations to head home immediately. Suddenly, a voice calls out for him. It's the joyful Seola, who attempts to hug him, but our boy sidesteps and leaves her hanging. He wonders what she's doing all the way out here when this isn't supposed to be her room. The potato reminds him of what they settled upon. Seola was going to be sharing beds with him for the night after all. Yang Cheon never recalls making that promise, but both Shin and Seola do. The boy tries to use her grandpa against her, but Seola isn't worried because the old geezer has been to himself lately. Curious to know where he is, Yang Chon learns that the Sword Sovereign is apparently missing and hasn't told anyone. This is enough of a reason for Yang Chon to extend his stay for a bit. Even though Shin doesn't get what's so special about her grandpa, the floating spirit concludes that their world definitely has changed quite a bit. Anyway, when our boy returns to his room, he sees Bia already waiting for him in bed. Yeah, tonight's gonna be difficult. Sayola quickly climbs inside the bed, as both of the girls demand they sleep together. Bro's definitely got his harem going for him. Yang Chon attempts to activate I Ain't No Simp Jutsu and dashes out, but the lightning-fast Bia chases after him and catches him. Some time passes and we get to see the adorable potato out cold, while the elegant Bia looks like a princess even while asleep. Yang Chon is stuck in the middle, having a really hard time being able to sleep, especially when the cute potato Sayola smacks his face in her sleep. It's morning again, and unfortunately, or should I say fortunately, our boy is hugged down from both sides. He can't even move and begs the floating little spirit to save his life because he can't move a single arm. The funny thing is, even the old geezer calls him a lucky bastard to have such a situation to himself. Unfortunately, the only reason he can't get up is because Sayola is squeezing the crap out of his arm. Once again, Shin calls him a lucky dude because guys would kill for something like this. Well, the issue is, if someone ends up finding Yang Chon sleeping with the two of them like this, it's going to cause trouble. And well, that's exactly what happens when Ryonghwa enters the room at the worst possible timing. Her face tells you everything that you need to know when she spots her brother in bed with two beauties. It looks really bad for him, causing Ryonghwa to give him a disgusting glare before slamming the door shut. Yang Chon is starting to realize that the clan members really have no etiquette of knocking before entering. Anyway, he tries to get the two of them to wake up quickly. Yang Chon tells his servant to get up quickly because there's a bug on her face. Immediately she wakes up startled and jumping from her bed. That's one target down. Now, to assassinate the second target, he deploys advanced tactics and uses a strong finger flick to knock her face. Bia has no idea why he's hitting him, while Sayoola's out here going commando over a bug on the bed. The good thing is that they're both up now. Shortly afterwards, Yang Chon goes outside to meet Ryonghwa, who has come to report that the clan head wants to see the boy. This is a surprising notice to him. Ryonghwa laughs at his misfortune. Also, she had no idea there was a special scene going inside his room, or else she would have delayed the message. Ryonghwa also tells him that she's here for the Hua ritual of the clan, and since she's a disciple of the sect, it's only natural for her to attend. With her message delivered, Ryonghwa is about to leave, and calls both Bia and Sayola a bunch of ugly girls before going. After all, pretty girls wouldn't want to hang around her disgusting brother. Or well, that is until she lays her eyes on both Bia and Sayola. Both of them look not only adorable but also downright gorgeous. Yang Chon inquires what they're up to. While they're curious about Ryonghwa, the kid doesn't even introduce her to them. The mere sight of them causes Ryonghwa to get frustrated, and she quickly leaves in a grumpy attitude. It makes our boy wonder what her problem is. Bia can tell that something is wrong though, based on her reaction seeing her go. Time for us to enter another flashback sequence of a young Ryonghwa searching around for her brother while weeping in the house of Ku. She was really afraid that he'd disappeared somewhere. Hearing a rustling noise in the bushes, the little girl tried to explore further on, until she found Yang Chon scarily pouncing from the spot and scaring the crap out of her. It was so scary that it made the girl cry. Later that day, Yang Chon had a talk with her, apologizing for having made her cry like that. But she was still upset with him, which made him wonder what would make her happy again. That's when Ryonghwa made her special request, desiring her brother to scold Yeonsu, her older sister, for good. After all, Yeonsu was really mean to both of them and treated them like crap. Yang Chon had fondness for Ryonghwa, telling his sister that these things happen when they're all a part of a family together. At the time, it made her really happy to hear him say that. Back to the present moment, the girl finds herself exhausted by the end of her training, frustrated to push past her limits as she continues flinging her sword into the air. After yet another strenuous training session, Ryonghwa is overwhelmed with frustration. She launches her sword at the tree, an anger cultivating deep inside her. Finding her in a state like this, Bia comes around to advise the young girl that even if she's exhausted, one must never let go of their weapon. The elegant lady of Namgung retrieved her blade for her and offered it back. Faced against her, Ryonghwa quickly realizes that this is the same girl she saw back with her disgusting brother. She thanks her for her kindness and reaches for her sword, before adopting a stricter tone and rudely stating that she doesn't require anyone's help. She then gets up, maintaining her grumpy attitude, and asks what the lady is doing out here. Bia expresses that she figured Ryonghwa to be close to Yang Chon, so she got curious and followed her around. Upon her unparalleled smile alone, Ryonghwa is literally baffled by her looks and questions what's wrong with this woman. At first, she figured that Bia was nothing more than a useless tool of Yang Chon, but clearly she was wrong. As for Yang Chon's fiancé, The white-haired girl advises the little girl to try and relax more. She's noticed that Ryonghwa grips her weapon too tightly, which is hindering her in training. Based on this advice, it's clear that Bia is also a swordmaster from her words, even though Ryonghwa strictly judges her off her looks and states that someone like her probably never even held a blade in her entire life. She thinks it's snobbish to try and teach others when a person is inexperienced themselves. Instead of getting angry at her or rushing to correct her, Bia politely requests for them to have a light spar. Shortly afterwards, the two are facing each other for their fight, but Ryonghwa is stunned that her opponent hasn't even bothered to unsheath her blade yet. Bia is so immensely confident in her ability that she thinks it won't hinder her at all. It insults Ryonghwa and causes her to get angry. Refusing to hold anything back from the get-go, the girl unleashes a powerful swing, which is quickly countered by Bia's quick draw, who even in this fight advises Ryonghwa to try and calm down. I'll have you guys know that she has yet to unsheath her blade, and she's not only talking but also casually blocking powerful blows. It leaves her opponent Ryonghwa at a loss for words. Once again, Bia repeats her advice, emphasizing that her opponent should try to relax her body. She even demonstrates how by showing a hint of her internal energy, coating electricity in her sheathed blade. Shortly after that spark of lightning, the fight is cut short. Ryonghwa lost immediately, and just the charging up of Bia's attack left a small crater underneath her. The conclusion of the battle is rather eye-opening for Yang Cheon's sister, who is infuriated enough to ask what Bia means in relationship to her brother. Before Bia could even say the word fiancé, she cuts him off, stating that someone as immensely powerful as Bia shouldn't be hanging around her clown of her brother. She is strongly of the opinion that Yang Cheon doesn't deserve a powerful woman like the beautiful warrior before her. After all, Ryonghwa doesn't have any idea that her brother has changed, and still thinks that he's a lazy clown. Compared to Bia, he's just trash. For the first time, Yang Cheon's fiancé shows a hint of frustration. First, she defends his looks, stating that he's anything but ugly. And then she breaks her calm facade, powerfing her blade with a slash of electricity as she reminds Ryonghwa to watch her tone, or else she'll regret it greatly. While her attack is fired off, our boy quickly blitzes right in, blocking the attack just in time to prevent any damage. The scene stuns Ryonghwa quite. The same brother she was calling ugly and weak has just arrived to protect her. An irritated Yang Cheon interrogates his fiancé, questioning what she's doing all of a sudden. Bia's expression is tense, showing her frustration as she expresses that the girl called him ugly. Now that's how you know she's a queen. The girl was ready to throw hands just to defend his looks. Anyway, Yang Cheon thinks it's no big deal, but clearly his fiancé is angered. She wants to know more about the midget and her identity. After all, Yang Cheon wouldn't just take the girl's side otherwise. Hearing that, Ryonghwa arrogantly states that she didn't need any help and doesn't require anyone to take her side. She roars at her brother and runs off, leaving the two of them to each other. As for the young master of House Ku, he's starting to think that his sister must have skipped out on her manners class because she's acting way too rude. Bia is still insistent on knowing who this girl really is, because instead of taking his fiancé's side, Yang Cheon went ahead and scolded her instead. The boy drops a bombshell on her, revealing that they're actually siblings. It stops Bia dead in her tracks because she can't believe that they're both actually biological siblings. Well, the funniest part is, Bia is terrified of what she's done. She thinks she's made a major mistake laying a hand on her sister-in-law. And well, for the rest of the trip after learning that fact, poor Bia was put in a daze and walked around like a ghost herself, clueless of her every step. She wouldn't stop repeating the same words either. Anyway, Yang Cheon that night returned to his room, this time finding Seola already waiting in bed. Seeing that Bia was missing is surprising enough for him. After all, she hadn't come to her room not even once today. The boy wonders what caused her to go missing, and after a while, she was reported nowhere to be found. Well, aside from that, Yang Cheon is curious about the Sword Sovereign's return and questions when he'll be back. Unfortunately, the girl has no clue either. Her grandpa appears to be taking a long-ass time, which also implies that the young master has to do something on his own, or else he'll have to extend his stay. So the next day, a merchant was busy selling leather and bones of demonic beasts as a promising trade. Yang Cheon came here with his guard, desiring for demonic stones. The request rather shocked the seller, but the boy is interested in knowing if there are any being sold that are a day old. To that, the merchant scrubs his head, answering that the stones aren't sold. Even after searching around for a bit, the boy has yet to find a shop that sells demonic stones in this place. Muyan is of the opinion that they won't find any stones here at all. And to be fair, Yang Cheon also believes in that thought. In the end, the stone or the core is supposed to be the most important part of a demonic beast, acting as their heart. However, right after the creatures are killed, it's basically a worthless piece of stone afterwards. Normally that is, because in the case of Yang Cheon, he can still make quite a bit of use from it by absorbing the demonic energy using his technique. Based on the words of the floating spirit of the immortal sword and the divine physician, the boy fully understands that the single reason he's alive so far can be attributed to his demonic energy inside of him. That means the influx of dark energy inside of him must be explored further. He wants to see what makes it tick and what it's really about. That's why he wants to test it by feeding himself another demonic stone. Yangchun is starting to wonder if he should personally hunt down demonic beasts to retrieve the stones at this point. However, that's not going to be easy either, according to Muyan, who understands that the number of demonic beasts has considerably shrunk lately. It's yet another strange phenomena occurring in Manhwa. Still, Yangchun is grateful that his guard is helpful with the information he is given. Apart from the diminishing health of the Sword Queen, as well as the presence of Elder Tae, Yangchun thinks that he made a good choice tagging Muyan along. His stomach is growling because of their tiring search, so it's about time to head back and eat something nice. Our boy is really looking forward to Honghua's delicious cooking skills. Speaking of cooking skills, when he gets home, he finds a heart attack on a plate. Gordon Ramsay would probably jump off a cliff seeing this plate. Unfortunately, Seola decided to cook fish today, and well, both Yangchun and Muyan can't even tell if it's fish anymore. It seems as though the adorable potato knows that she messed up terrifically, to the point she's crying. Anyway, Yangchun doesn't bother eating it, and learns that Honghua is making fresh new food for him. He's told to rest, but the young master expresses that he's got some business of his own to deal with, so he's going to take care of that firsthand. Muyan is insistent and argues that they should stick together for any travels, but our boy is stubborn and believes it's best for him to journey by himself for a bit. Let's go and check on Bia for a moment. She's actually busy training Ryonghua in her sword style, correcting the inefficiencies in her stance. They both hear a sound from behind as Yangchun reveals his location, tackling through the bushes. He's rather surprised to find his sister training alongside Bia, even though Ryonghua appears to be annoyed to admit the fact. Yangchun is astonished by their recent development. Just one day ago, these two were trying to kill each other. His sister reveals that the root of her frustration actually had to do with him rather than the elegant swordswoman. Anyway, it turns out Bia ended up apologizing in the end, and after that, she was bugged by Ryonghua to teach her about the sword. Seeing them doing just fine, Yangchun lets out a breath of relief and decides to return, reminding them that dinner's ready. Bia is okay with that and even offers Ryonghua a chance to share the dinner, but for some reason she appears hesitant. They can hear Yangchun's voice from afar, demanding that she comes quickly. She goes away, leaving the boy's sister to her own. From today's training alone, Ryonghua notices how she's formed calluses on her hand from gripping her blade so tightly. It reminds of the scene when she was little. Back at their house, for some reason, Yangchun became really cold and distant to her. He said all kinds of mean things in that one moment, even shouting at her for calling her brother. He simply told his sister to live a quiet life and to avoid getting in front of other people's sight. Another hour or two passes. Ryonghua appears to be training firmly by herself. She is reminded of a memory of a beautiful lady who always looked at her fondly. This is probably Cheon-hee, Yangchun's mother. As she cuts through the air, the girl desires to make a flower blossom soon. Food is served fresh and hot. A bunch of berries and skewers are being served, and Ryonghua is enjoying the festival to her delight. She finds a little girl craving to eat the same skewer, but unfortunately, Ryonghua isn't in the mood to share. She's been training tirelessly for days without food. She also thinks that if it tastes delicious, it will be a good recommendation to her master. Just recalling her master's condition, Ryonghua remembers how her master always advised her not to skip meals and always eat something outside. That scene stops her from taking the first bite, and in the end, she actually hands the skewer fully to the little girl before leaving empty-handed on her own. Ryonghua bolts as fast as her legs can take her, desiring to spend more time with her master until the end. She reaches the part of the temple where her beloved master is residing. The girl is unusually excited to share talks of her duel against the lady of the Namgung clan, and also her recent education on her sword techniques. Suddenly, a blade comes erupting out of nowhere. The regional leader aims to cut her damn head off while she is distracted. It's only thanks to Bia's godly reflexes that they were able to dodge the same attack that cut down trees. Shocked to her core, Ryonghua has no idea what's going on, while Bia stares up to the musclehead brute, who jokes around how an unexpected beautiful lady fell from the sky. Ryonghua gains distance and questions the man's identity. His name is Ya Hyeoljok, but I'm going to be calling him all kinds of demeaning names for his behavior. The musclehead recommends that the quivering little girl drop her weapon, or else she will regret her decision greatly and get her face messed up. Bia actually steps in again, instructing Ryonghua to quickly report the matter to the people of her clan, because in this battle, there's nothing she can possibly do to help her out. The disgusting psycho suggests the girl reconsider her options because he won't be holding back or going easy on her in the fight. Bia expels her internal energy and emphasizes to her friend that she has to run as fast as possible and prioritize what's important. The serious scene transitions into a lighthearted one where Suila is surprised to see Yang Chon up so early. Apparently, he wants to go and take care of some business on his own, and doesn't want his servant tagging along. After all, our boy's plan is to head out to find the divine physician. Since Siola is unhappy with his decision, he promises to bring home some chicken skewers to make it up to her. Before leaving, he reminds her not to make any reckless trouble. His loving servant cheerfully wishes him to be careful, rooting for the young master's support. Yang Chon goes on ahead, reflecting how his daily training is exhausting him more than he can take. Shin calls him a stupid whiny brat for doing just a bunch of training, and has no idea why he feels ungrateful when he's a literal chick magnet around here. He also funnily calls Yang Chon a mantis because of his weirdly shaped eyes. The kid coldly reminds the floating little spirit that he's not in any position or size to demean anyone else's looks right now. He even teases the old geezer for acting like he's super handsome. Shin funnily remarks that people liked decorating their walls with his paintings for a reason. But to that, Yang Chon teasingly replies that maybe it's a way for them to remember that even the ugly folks can accomplish good things. While they're hounding each other down, Ryonghwa comes rushing to inform her brother. She's in an unusual state of panic, and practically breaks down before him. She's crying her eyes out, worried for Bia's sake. At first, Yang Chon didn't take the matter seriously. But the moment he hears that his fiancée is in danger, a demon wakes inside of this man. Let's go back to the scene of the fight. Our elegant queen is swiftly dodging her opponent's heavy attacks. The regional leader is pissed off that he's having to waste so much time on an irrelevant girl when he's got the goal of finding the divine physician. Deciding to break loose more of his power, this guy hammers down even heavier slashes, overwhelming Bia to quite a troublesome extent. The heavy clash of swords matching each other and bouncing back continues. The Lightning Queen ducks one of his strikes and continues her evasive maneuvers by leaping to the air. Her nimble movement actually impresses this degenerate bastard, and he's out here gooning to her in the middle of the fight. Bia descends like a thunderous dragon. Crackles of electricity overwhelm her opponent's body, paralyzing him into one position. Just from the looks of her attack, Ya Hyoljok understands that she's about to use the signature move of the Namgung family. However, despite its usage in this fight, he finds Bia's execution of the technique rather predictable and slow, to the point he is able to dodge her forward lunge successfully. However, as dumb as he looks, the regional leader understands that her first attack is definitely just a misdirection. The actual attack is the one that comes as a follow-up. Swinging her blade backwards, Bia quickly turns and attempts to overpower her opponent. The attack is blocked by the musclehead, but the sheer force of the thunderous technique is enough to destroy everything behind him. Thrilled to find such a powerful opponent from the Namgung clan, he inquires more about her identity. The fact that he noticed a member of House Ku as well as Namgung both residing at the top of the mountain means that there's something more to the eye. Anyway, despite having injured her opponent a bit, Bia is extremely exhausted as even her best technique couldn't land a final blow on him. The psychopath praises her for the performance and realizes that her only flaw here is that she lacks experience killing someone in a real fight. That reason alone is why she is destined to lose this battle. Fast forwarding to the aftermath of the battle, it turns out that Bia loses badly, leaving the regional leader quite impressed. He intentionally avoided going for any severe blows and only knocked her out. His goal is to keep her for himself after he's done dealing with the divine physician. Even the Lightning Queen admits that she can't do anything in this situation, having expired all of her energy. And if she is kidnapped, nothing and no one will save her. The worst part? She feels immense regret that she won't be able to meet her fiancé anymore. Her world will be all alone again. A world with the same stench she's had to deal with since forever. To avoid that fate, she attempts to move her body as best she can. But then she hears Yang Chon's voice, who comforts her and advises that it's best to rest for now. He understands that Bia isn't going to run even if he tries telling her to, so for now, he wants her to hide for a bit. As for the bastard out there still making a mess, Yang Chon is filled with seething rage as he launches himself with his full might, aiming to destroy the guy. Reverting back to his previous life, Bia met the end of her fate in an effort to save Yang Chon's life. In every conceivable reality, she could have prioritized saving herself and moved out of the way. And yet she stood guard and deflected the attack with her own body. It was back then that the cold and ruthless demon realized something important. Yang Chon realized that he had led a life of sin and sin alone, so much so that nothing and no one waited for him happily on the other side. He had led such a treacherous existence that there was no redemption waiting. But in an ironic twist of fate, he is now given a second chance. A chance that he described as a hopeful new beginning for the things he lost and the mistakes he made, a desire to fix everything. But in that moment, when he found Bia Namgung completely knocked out like that, in a state that reminded him of his past life, it really changed his perspective on things. This life that he was given, it could end up the same as last time. Maybe it isn't some kind of reward, but more of a punishment to live the same horrors of loss that he experienced in his past life. A repeated cycle of death and suffering. It made him wonder if the heavenly demon wanted to punish him forever, pulling him towards hell. Yang Qian couldn't afford to live a life like that again, not this time. So it ignites an inextinguishable flame inside of his body, expelling immense amounts of internal energy. He vows to prevent the dark future from happening again. Meanwhile, the regional leader is busy attempting to crack the energy barrier placed by the Manhwa clan. Just when he found some result, his eyes widened in fear and shock as a boy lunged at him like a torpedo, full of energy as he smashed his abdomen with punches so strong that it resulted in an explosion. The attack incinerated the life around them, staggering Yang Qian's opponent, who can't believe that there's yet another one of the House of Ku members here. At first he wanted to pay the kid a visit personally, but his master decided otherwise. Based on Yang Qian's murderous state, even the regional leader senses that the kid has a bloodlust coming off of him. His current state resembles that of Lord Ku, his father, the flame demon. However, despite everything, it didn't change the fact that the kid was still a rookie before him. Yang Qian unleashed a barrage of attacks, back-to-back pounding his opponent down. Even the psychopath calls our boy crazy for his chaotic strikes and attempts to retaliate with a swing of his blade. But Yang Qian got flexible movement to the point he evades a clean horizontal swing, impressing the regional leader in this battle. He even finds amusement playing around with Yang Qian every time they exchange blows. Despite our boy's enraged state, he is pushed back, which makes the musclehead psycho wonder if the kid is losing heart. To quickly shut him up, our boy goes on the offensive again and beats the crap out of the guy, shoving him back and making him eat his own words. The fight gets more serious with every passing moment. In a surprising twist, the villain is the one acting sane. Meanwhile, the floating spirit of Shin urges that the boy quell his anger because he's only creating more openings for himself. Yang Qian quickly realizes this when he recklessly lunges forth, disregarding his bodily limitations. The kid's energy core suddenly cracks, diffusing his attack as the boy falls from the skies. Just when his opponent is about to finish the kid off, a voice from inside Yang Qian's head tells him to devour everything. Suddenly, he regains his powers and grabs Ya Hyuljak's sword, catching the blade and shocking him even more. The regional leader is stupefied that a monstrous kid like this even exists, because none of his men from the Dark Palace pose even a threat to the current state of Yang Qian. Speaking of which, our boy delivers a clean hook to the gut, releasing a column of explosive energy from his opponent's body. I kid you not, bro is literally using attacks right out of Dragon Ball Z here. Anyway, that punch really did a number on the musclehead, forcing him to cough blood, but that's not enough to calm down the bloodlust of the enraged Yang Qian. The fight is over, and when Bia comes around, all she sees is an incinerated field and her fiancé senselessly punching the man's face to a bloody pulp. The sounds of churning blood is heard, while the helpless Bia begs him to stop. Suddenly, the dark and shadowy stench from before emanates off of his body. It's the first time she sensed something so vile. Even though Yang Qian has already murdered the guy in cold blood, his psychopathic tendencies aren't satisfied as he keeps pummeling the man's face into the ground. Navigating her best in the incinerated field, Bia begs him to stop, her voice pleading to reach his ears. But when he doesn't listen, she embraces his body to help him regain control, reminding him that he's already killed his opponent. She doesn't want him to give in to his urges and lose himself too. Her words are the only thing that calms him down, enough for him to fade away unconscious in her grasp. As for the Shadow Organization, they're stunned to note that their regional leader hasn't yet returned from the mission. They're a bit worried about his condition, but it's clear they can't act on their own and have to obey orders. The goal is to launch a full-scale attack at dawn. To their surprise, an old man has somehow found his way to their organization, and it's none other than the most badass old geezer of all time. The Sword Sovereign is furious that these men are responsible for the disappearance of the disciples of Mount Hua. One of the clowns thinks that he's just a random senile man who came here without a thought. And well, that guy ends up getting cleaved in half without even the Sword Sovereign batting an eye. This man is the definition of aura. The rest of them are horrified to question who this man really even is. They can't even comprehend what the hell just happened. The Sword Sovereign confesses that the beauty of a blade comes from when it is covered by its sheath. He also thinks that bad intentions should ever go beyond one's feelings in life, and they shouldn't translate into actions. During his meeting with Lord Hua, he learned about the disappearance of the disciples. They suspected that the Dark Knight Palace was responsible for the cause. Because the clan leader himself could not leave, the Sword Sovereign was made a request to eliminate every last one of these scumbags. Before annihilating them completely, the old man offers them a chance to drop their weapons. But of course, these arrogant warriors still decide to jump him, thinking that this is Jujutsu Kaisen. In return, all he has to do is flick his hand, a single sword cuts past every single warrior ahead of him. The entire group vanquished with one strike as the wise sword sovereign comments on their foolishness. Back to the state of our boy. Yang Qian wakes up in a state of panic. His flight or fight senses go overboard, but thankfully the divine physician is there to help him calm down. Apparently the boy has been in a coma for 2 days and is currently receiving treatment against his energy overload. Bro is pinned with needles in every part of his body, hopefully not his mini young master part. Anyway, Yang Qian questions why there's smoke coming out of Elder Tay's mouth, and if that implies a new form of ascension. The physician corrects the kid, stating that he's actually absorbing the smoke to help him recover. He goes back to his previous verdict of calling the boy a walking corpse, and that he could die at a moment's notice because of his different energies. Even now, despite having exhausted so much of his internal energy, Yang Qian's body appears to be in a state of calm. It surprises both him and the physician, but he's not worried about that right now. What our boy really cares about is Bia's state as well as the condition of his sister. Luckily, they're both fine and doing all right, bringing him just the mental relief he needed the most. Well, speaking of those girls, all 3 of them ended up knocking themselves out on the floor just waiting for the young master. Mu Yan has fallen asleep too. Yang Qian is in his room, pondering how he had just committed the first murder in his new life. But what's really bothering him is the voice he heard, the voice that demanded that he devour. In a state of meditation, he reflects that there was much he needed to learn in his life, especially after the warnings of Elder Tay. The kid goes for a routine check on his body to see if his internal energy is doing okay. He notices right away that his blood flow is blocked, but his strength is growing and that he may be able to get past that issue soon. Perhaps the most shocking part is that the same chaotic energy from before has transformed into something beyond his wildest expectations. Yang Qian now officially possesses demonic energy. On a different note, the leader of the Dark Knight Palace quickly learns of the assassination of Ya Hyoljuk. The ominous figure inquires to know who could have defeated such a powerful warrior, as he was a professional martial artist with a physical peak. He learns that a rookie from Manhwa somehow managed to subdue this guy all on his own. It inspires interest into the main leader's eyes, and he believes it's time to send Rakasha to the divine physician instead. The man also appears to boast the same demonic eyes of a demonic martial artist like Yang Qian in his previous life. The sudden hiccup has become a thorn in his path, but he's right around the corner of his materializing his goals. We get to see a shot of a thin girl possessing the same demonic eyes, and she's likely referenced to be the young version of the heavenly demon from the future. The scene switches to Ciola and the Sword Sovereign. The little girl is excited to report that the young master is doing just fine with Bia and has recovered back to full health. The wise old man is happy to hear that, but his granddaughter makes an additional request. Placing the Yakwa snack down, she replaces her hand with a sword and requests to learn martial arts, and thus begins the journey of the mighty disciple of the sovereign sword who is destined to defeat the heavenly demon in the future. In the next scene, we see a woman's leg in the water at night. She was having a drink next to a spring. The woman looked at the beautiful houses and mountains that surrounded her. The older Yang Chun was sitting next to a table inside the room. The heavenly demon said that the wine tastes amazing today. She said that it must be because of the moonlight. She referred to Yang Chun as unit commander and told him that it will be nice if he could join her. Our boy turned to her when he heard this. He didn't say anything, he simply stared at her. He turned to the drink on the table. The heavenly demon glared at him. She kicked her leg in the water and made some of it splash on Yang Chun's face. She told him that he has a strange look in his eyes. Yang Chun cleaned the water on his face with his hand and apologized to her for causing her discomfort. The heavenly demon asked our boy not to apologize. She told him that it doesn't really bother her. She picked up the bottle of wine next to her and poured it into her cup. With a smile on her face, she told Yang Chun that he sometimes reminisces about someone while observing her. Yang Chun said that this is not true. The heavenly demon told him that she knows that he is reminiscing about the girl he holds dearly in his heart. She told our boy that his lies don't work on her. Yang Chun didn't seem to be moved by her words. He apologized to her. The heavenly demon smiled and told our boy that someone will be bitter if she finds out about this. She told our boy that it will be sad if the demonic Blade Empress who died for him was to find out about this. Yang Chun turned to her and told her that he will do his best to suppress his thoughts. The heavenly demon told our boy that she wants to know about the wench who managed to cloud his heart. With a creepy smile on her face, she asked Yang Chun if his mind will be intact after she murders the woman with her own hands. Our boy did not say anything. He simply looked down. The heavenly demon took a sip of her drink and played in the water with her legs. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the present. We see Yang Chun climbing the stairs of the Mount Hua sect, while breathing heavily. Our boy called the disciples of the Mount Hua sect crazy bastards. He did not know why they liked their stairs so much. After struggling to get to the top, our boy went straight to the sect leader's office. The old man asked Yang Chun if the divine physician has allowed him to move around. Our boy told him that he is fine. He said that he is not badly hurt. The sect leader apologized to our boy for getting him mixed up in such a dangerous incident. Yang Chun assured him that he is fine. He asked the man if it isn't already time for the Manhwa ceremony. He told him that he is aware of how important it is to their sect. The sect leader informed him that it was supposed to have begun already. He said that they decided to delay it. Our boy asked him for the reason why they did this. The old man told him that the issue will be resolved soon. Yang Chun was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that one of the Mount Hua's most important festivals was delayed. He wondered if this was related to the disappearance of the sect's disciples. The sect leader stood up and told Yang Chun that he doesn't know the best way to apologize to him. He asked our boy to rest well. He told him that he will visit soon. Yang Chun asked him not to do this since he is busy. He told him that he will come to see him when he gets the chance to. Our boy was actually hoping to return home since he had already delivered the plum blossom stone. The sect leader recalled that someone wanted to meet our boy. He asked him to go outside. Yang Chun wondered about who wanted to see him. He wondered if it was Bia, Siola, or Fung. He didn't feel like spending an afternoon with a guy. Yang Chun stepped outside to see the beautiful plum blossom trees and the shining sun. He raised his hand and stretched it out in the air. He liked the air that was at the top of the mountain. He noticed that no one was waiting for him outside. The moment he thought of this, he sensed someone watching him from a door. He quickly turned around to see the person, but the person hid behind the door. Someone pushed the person out. The person turns out to be his sister. Yang Chun did not understand what was happening. He asked his sister about what she is doing there. Ryonghua turned to Bia and asked her if she really needs to do it. Bia told her that she has to. Yang Chun asked his sister about why she is mumbling. The girl said that it is nothing. She walked up to her brother and asked him to listen well. She quietly asked him if he is all right. Yang Chun could not hear what she said. He asked her to come again. Ryonghua asked her brother if his body has healed up. Yang Chun asked his sister about why she is whispering. He told her that he has healed up and is walking around. Ryonghua said something to him again. Our boy could not hear anything. He moved his ear close to her and asked her about why she is mumbling again. He asked her to speak up. Ryonghua screamed at the top of her voice to thank her brother. After saying this, she ran. Yang Chun asked her if she is crazy. He told her that she destroyed his ear. Ryonghua asked her brother to shut up. Bia came out of hiding and told our boy that his sister is embarrassed just to thank him. Yang Chun said that she would have followed him back home if she really felt thankful. He noticed that Bia's arm was wrapped in bandages. He asked the girl about why she is using the bandages. Bia informed him that she was asked to wear this when she is outside. Our boy told her that he didn't know she was hurt. Bia assured him that she is fine. She said that she only has to wear it till tomorrow. She asked our boy if he is actually fine. Yang Chun knew what she meant. He remembered how he lost his mind and how Bia stopped him from losing himself completely. He cleared his throat and told the girl that he is fine. He thanked her for what she did for him. Bia was surprised to hear this. Our boy asked her about why she is surprised. He told her that he simply wanted to thank her and speak casually to her. He told her that they can return to their normal relationship if she doesn't like it. Bia placed her hand on his arm and told him that she appreciates it. Our boy blushed when he saw this. He revealed to the girl that he can't exactly remember what happened. He said that the only thing he is certain of is that she was by his side. Bia blushed when she heard this. Yang Chun thanked her for keeping his sister safe. Bia turned around and began to run. She didn't want our boy to see her blushing. Yang Chun asked her about where she is going. He didn't understand why everyone was running off. In the next scene, we see Yang Chun lying on the ground. He was trying to catch his breath after climbing the stairs leading to the Sword Queen's house. He called out to Chael and suggested that they beat up someone. The moment he said this, he realized that the old man hasn't responded to him since his fight. He remembered Chael telling him that it is too dangerous for him to lose his temper. Yang Chun wondered about where Chael went. While he was breathing heavily, someone walked up to him. The person turned out to be Hyuk. Yang Chun asked the boy about why he is there. The boy simply smiled at him. Yang Chun stood up. He realized that Hyuk was there to check on the Sword Queen in place of the divine physician. Our boy felt like something was wrong with the boy. He did not understand how Hyuk was able to talk in his past life if he is a mute. He remembered a time when he and Bia stormed a sect with Hyuk. The man said that those who rebelled against their lord's will and those that dare to draw their swords against their lord have now become nothing more than a trail of blood. He said that the entire world now lays under his master's feet and their unity grows stronger day by day. Upon remembering this, Yang Chun was convinced that Hyuk was choosing not to talk. He didn't know what the boy was plotting, but he was certain that he couldn't let his guard down. When he stepped inside the house, the Sword Queen asked Hyuk to tell her who came to visit. Yang Chun put his hands together and told her that he came to pay her a visit. The Sword Queen asked him to come in. Our boy walked past Hyuk and used his shoulder to hit the boy. The Sword Queen told Yang Chun that she was worried when she heard that he was involved in an accident. She was relieved to see that he was fine. The Sword Queen apologized to Yang Chun for greeting him while laying down. Our boy asked her not to worry about it. The moment he said this, Yang Chun sensed something odd. The Sword Queen pushed herself up and told our boy that she heard about how he saved Ryonghwa. She told him that he did something truly amazing. She smiled and said that Ryonghwa has a great brother. Yang Chun could not believe that he wasn't able to sense it before. This energy was something he was quite used to. Our boy was sensing demonic energy from the Sword Queen. He realized that this was pure demonic energy, which is similar to what the heavenly demon possesses. Yang Chun wondered if this was the cause of the illness that was slowly killing the Sword Queen. He did not understand why she would have demonic energy. He wondered if she has already met the heavenly demon. Our boy knew that demonic energy isn't something that can be blocked just by enduring it. He could not believe that the Sword Queen was able to endure something that rampages within a person. To this extent, the Sword Queen coughed and told our boy that it would have been nice if she met him a bit earlier. She said that she wanted to have a nice meal with him. Yang Chun asked her not to worry about it. The Sword Queen touched his hand and told him that he is still her friend's son. She said that she wanted to be healthy for him to feel more comfortable. Yang Chun felt bad for her. Before he could say anything, he felt demonic energy entering his body. He pushed the Sword Queen's hand away. The woman was surprised to see this. Our boy realized that this was the demon well absorption art. He did not expect that the technique could also absorb other people's demonic energy. While he was looking at his hand, he heard someone ask Hyuk to close the doors. He said that the wind is coming in. When Yang Chun turned around, he saw the divine physician. The old man asked him about what he is doing there. The scene shifts and we see Ryonghwa training. She carefully moved her sword and concentrated on each swing. While swinging her sword, she remembered Hyeojuk asking her about where a pretty girl like her came from. She remembered the creepy smile on his face when he asked her to drop her useless stick. Ryonghwa told herself that her sword is useless. She asked herself about what she can do with it. She remembered thinking about how she wanted to return to her sect in order to inform everyone about Hyeojuk. She remembered Bia telling her that she is not helpful right now. Bia ran past her and asked her to run. Ryonghwa could not believe that she escaped after abandoning a martial artist's pride, responsibility, and even benevolence. While breathing heavily, Ryonghwa told herself that she is pathetic. She let go of her sword, she fell to her knees and said that she isn't the type of martial artist her master spoke about. Someone walked up to her and asked her if she was training. The person asked her if she isn't overdoing it. When Ryonghwa raised her head up, she saw Fung. The boy offered her a bottle of water and asked her to drink it while training. He told her that she can have it all. Ryonghwa recalled that Fung is the youngest Blossom Sword's inspector. She believed that Fung won't have ran away the way she did if he was in the same situation as her. Fung did not know why the girl was staring at him. Ryonghwa remembered when the divine physician was treating her brother. The elder informed her that the situation would have been terrible if her older brother didn't intervene. He advised her to thank Yang Chun when he wakes up. The divine physician asked her if she doesn't find the situation to be incredible. Ryonghwa asked him about what he means. Elder Tae told her that her older brother defeated a demonic human that Bia couldn't even handle. He asked her if she knows how Yang Chun did it, and the technique that he used to do it. The divine physician was aware that our boy had a complicated energy, but he did not expect him to use it like this. Ryonghwa could not believe that her brother, who she thought was weak and selfish, was able to do this. Upon remembering this, Ryonghwa realized that everyone is walking the path of a martial artist. While she is still clinging onto her master like a spoiled child, the girl asked herself about the kind of plum blossom she will create if all she knows how to do is to run. She raised her hand and picked up her sword. Fung asked her if she is going to continue training. He told her that he will leave the bottle there. He asked her to give it to him later. Ryonghwa asked him to forget about it. She walked past him and asked him to leave her alone. Fung did not expect this. He turned around to see the girl running. While running, the girl apologized to Fung for ignoring him. She remembered her master telling her not to rush. The Sword Queen told her that whichever martial path she walks is fine, whether it is filled with sadness, pain, envy, or jealousy. She told Ryonghwa that they will smile together when she shows her a bud of flowers blooming at the end of the sword she has chosen. Later in the night, we see Ryonghwa walking towards her master's door. She believed that the Sword Queen hasn't eaten even though it is already late. Before she could open the door, Ryonghwa heard the divine physician ask Yang Chun not to make him laugh. Our boy assured him that he is serious. Ryonghwa quickly recognized her brother's voice. She remembered how she screamed at him. She wondered why she did something so stupid. She did not know what to do. The divine physician asked Yang Chun to tell him what he knows about medicine for him to talk. Yang Chun told him that this is not about medicine. The divine physician asked him to tell him how they cure an illness if they don't use medicine. He asked Yang Chun if he understands what he is saying. Our boy told him that he does. He said that he can cure the Sword Queen with his technique. Ryonghwa was shocked to hear this. She barged inside and asked her brother if he is serious. Yangchun was surprised to see her. The girl asked him if he can really cure her master. Our boy told her that it is not confirmed yet. Ryonghwa asked her brother to tell her what he is going to do. She said that even the divine physician has given up. Yangchun revealed to his sister that he will try to treat the Sword Queen's illness if the divine physician gives him the permission. The Sword Queen moved to the edge of her bed and told our boy that she wants to know what he will be doing. Yangchun told her that he will be using his family's secret technique. He explained to them that the technique uses heat to expel impure energy. He revealed to the divine physician that he can feel an impure energy eating away at the Sword Queen's life. The old man was shocked to hear this. Yangchun said that he felt the energy when their hands touched. He told them that he felt his goo flame wheel art pushing the energy away. The Sword Queen coughed and said that she does not remember the Goo family's secret art having such an effect. The Sword Queen was correct. This attribute had nothing to do with the Goo flame wheel art. It was actually something that could only be done with the demon well absorption art. However, our boy could not say this. He had to tell her that it is an attribute of the Goo flame wheel art in order to gain her trust. Yangchun knew that he had to do this because the Sword Queen will soon be unable to handle the demonic energy, and she will die. Even if she survives, she will turn her back on the world and disappear without a trace. This was what she did in our boy's previous life. Yangchun was not actually sure if he should be changing the future by saving her. While he was thinking, his sister grabbed his clothes. She asked him if he can really save her master. With tears in her eyes, Ryonghwa begged her brother to save her master. Yangchun was not fooled by the tears in her eyes. He knew that his sister only does this when she needs something. However, her tears helped him make his choice. He turned to the divine doctor and asked him to give him permission to treat her. Elder Tay said that he might actually be able to use the Goo family's secret art to drive out the energy. He reminded Yangchun that the technique was not created to save people. He asked our boy if he will take responsibility if the Sword Queen dies there. Yangchun asked the divine physician if they should just watch her as she dies. He said that they need to try everything. The divine physician stood up and screamed at the top of his voice. He asked Yangchun not to talk carelessly. He told him that what he intends to do is a gamble with the patient's life at stake. The Sword Queen told him that they should allow Yangchun try. The divine physician turned to her when he heard this. The woman said that she can't stand herself withering away like this. She reminded the elder that he has already tried everything he can. She said that she actually felt different when Yangchun touched her. She coughed and said that this is enough for her to try walking down this path. She turned to Yangchun and told him that it is not his fault if things go wrong. She explained to him that she doesn't have a lot of time left and she wants to try believing in him. Seeing that the Sword Queen was ready to try our boy's method, the divine physician decided to support her. He told Yangchun that he is going to interfere immediately if anything happens. The Sword Queen sat in a lotus position, and Yangchun sat behind her. Our boy recalled that he took thousands of lives with his hands in his past life. He found it ironic that he was going to use this hands to save someone's lives. He realized that this new feeling of pressure is the responsibility that the divine physician was talking about. Yangchun knew that he still had to do his best because if he doesn't do anything, he won't be able to protect anyone. Ryonghwa and the divine physician focused their attention on our boy. He placed his hand on the Sword Queen's back. The moment he did this, he felt a large amount of demonic energy. His Goo flame wheel art got activated. Yangchun's consciousness got dragged into another world. He saw several veins filled with demonic energy. Our boy was shocked to see it. He could not believe that the Sword Queen had such an insane amount of demonic energy. He could not believe that she was able to survive until now. While he was looking at the demonic energy, he saw the Sword Queen's consciousness manifest in the world. A mysterious entity appeared above her. It touched her head and arm. It looked like it was holding her down. Yangchun carefully walked up to her. He realized that the situation was quite bad. He knew that everything will be over if he loses focus for a moment. Our boy asked himself if he will be able to handle absorbing this amount of demonic energy. He looked at the entities that the demonic energy created and told himself that enduring this is his karma. He placed his hands on the ground and began to absorb the demonic energy. He called the entities parasitic bastards. As he absorbed the demonic energy into his body, he activated the Goo flame wheel art and used it to burn the energy. The demonic energy was quite much, but Yangchun didn't back down. He used his fire to burn the veins of demonic energy. He burned the entities created by the demonic energy too. The monsters screamed as they slowly left the Sword Queen. The moment this happened, the Sword Queen opened her eyes. She unsheathed the sword in her hand. Yangchun was sent back to the real world. His body was still covered in his energy. His body quickly returned to normal. Youngchun heard his sister call out to him as he slowly fell to the ground. Before closing his eyes, he saw a blurry image of a woman sitting in front of him. When Youngchun closed his eyes, a mysterious entity told him that it was a bit different this time. The being said that it was tasty. In the next scene, we see someone training at the edge of a cliff. Someone was asking the person to raise her sword higher. The person who was training was Seola. The girl was being trained by her older self. The older Seola told her younger self that she has improved a lot. Our girl told her older self that it is all thanks to her. After her grandfather got angry about her talking about martial arts, Seola became upset. While she was crying, someone asked her to calm herself. Seola was surprised to hear the person's voice. She quickly looked around and asked if anyone is next to her. The older Seola stretched out her hand and told our girl that she will teach her how to use a sword. With a smile on her face, Seola told her older self that she was scared to learn from her because she once took over her body. She told the woman that she now likes her more than her grandfather. The moment she said this, someone called out to her. The person turns out to be Hyogun. The Sword Supreme reminded the girl that he asked her not to lay her hands on a sword. Seola became nervous when she saw her grandfather. She quickly put the wooden sword behind her and tried to find an excuse for Hyogun. The Sword Supreme was not interested in hearing what she had to say. The scene shifts and we see Youngchun open his eyes. Our boy was drooling, he had 2 needles on his head. He looked like an insect with an antennae. Youngchun found himself in a room. Our boy quickly raised his head up. He called out to the Sword Queen and the Divine Physician. Before he could call out to anyone else, our boy felt a large amount of pain in his body. He grit his teeth when he felt this pain. He knew that only one thing could cause this revolting pain. Seeing that the demonic energy in his body is running wild, our boy became certain that he absorbed the Sword Queen's demonic energy. Youngchun stood up from the bed with the needles on his head. He wondered if the Sword Queen is doing better. He walked out of the room to check on the woman. The moment our boy got outside, he saw something odd. He saw his little sister staring at a plum blossom tree. Before Youngchun could call out to her, he saw the amazing thing his sister was looking at. Youngchun could not believe his eyes. He saw a woman swinging her sword in the air. The woman released plum blossoms from her sword as she swung it in the air. Ryonghwa was extremely happy to see what her master was doing. She could not believe that her master was moving like this. The Sword Queen landed on a tree branch. She used the branch to push herself up to the sky at a crazy speed. Youngchun watched the Sword Queen as she flew. He wondered if this was skeletal overhaul. He quickly realized that the Sword Queen had merely returned to her original state. The Sword Queen raised her sword when she got close to the sky. She made 2 strikes in the air with her energy. Her attack tore the sky apart. It left 2 huge strikes that cut across each other in the sky. When the Sword Queen returned to the ground, she saw that Youngchun had woken up. She told him that there is something she wanted to say to him before her master could say anything. Ryonghwa ran to her and gave her a hug. She hugged her master tightly. The Sword Queen pat her head and thanked Youngchun for saving her. She told him that she wouldn't have survived without his help. Our boy didn't know what to say. He wasn't very good with these kinds of situations. Before he could say anything, someone took out the needles on his head and told him that he did well. The person turned out to be the Divine Physician. The elder told Youngchun that he actually took out the energy that was clouding her system. The Divine Physician was intrigued, with a scary look on his face. He asked Youngchun to allow him test his cultivation method. Our boy was scared to see the look on his face. He didn't want the elder to know his secret. The Divine Physician ran after Youngchun. He asked him to let him test his cultivation method. Our boy begged the old man to stay away from him. The Sword Queen smiled when she saw the elder chasing Youngchun. She seemed to be happy to be able to experience this moment. In the next scene, we see Youngchun eating noodles with Seola and Bia with a scary look on her face. Bia asked our boy to tell her where he was last night. Youngchun choked on his food when he heard this. While he was choking, Bia asked him about where he slept last night. Youngchun drank some water to push his food down. He did not understand why he felt like he got caught cheating. Our boy realized that he is actually going to be getting married to her. He told Bia that he was simply training all night. He said that he fell asleep on the spot because he was tired. Bia did not believe him. She asked him if he is telling the truth. Youngchun asked her if he has a reason to lie. Our boy wondered why he was being interrogated in the first place. Bia placed her chopsticks on the table and told Youngchun that he should have informed her that he wasn't going to come back last night. She told him that she was worried because he never returned. She stood up and asked him to let her know ahead of time in the future. Youngchun asked her about where she is going mid-meal. The girl said that she is going to train. Our boy watched her as she left the room. He did not expect things to be so intense. He noticed that Seola was quiet. He asked her about why she is quiet. Our girl began to cry. Her mouth was filled with food. Youngchun found this gross. He asked her about what she is doing. She said that it is her grandpa. While struggling to speak, Small particles of food flew out of her mouth and got on Yang Chun. Our boy was annoyed to see this. He used his hand to cover his face. With tears in her eyes, Seola said that her grandpa told her that she can't do something. She said that he is so scary. Yang Chun closed her mouth out of anger and asked her to stop spouting nonsense. He asked her to swallow her food first. Seola did as he asked. Yang Chun could not believe that he had to deal with this when his hands are full. He was bothered by the fact that he had demonic energy churning inside him. He also hasn't seen Cheol in a while. Yang Chun wondered if the voice he heard had something to do with the old man's disappearance. The voice told him that the demonic energy he absorbed was delicious. Our boy recalled that Cheol once mentioned something about this. The old man said that he was subduing something within him. Yang Chun wondered if Cheol has been devoured by that thing. While he was thinking, Manhwa knocked on the door and informed him that he has a guest. Our boy asked her to tell him who it is. Manhwa simply opened the door. The person turned out to be Ryonghwa. The girl apologized to her brother for disturbing him while he is eating. Yang Chun asked his sister to tell him why she keeps coming to see him when there is a large amount of stairs between them. Ryonghwa asked him to shut up. She told him that she simply felt like seeing him. She revealed to Yang Chun that her master's internal energy is returning to normal. With a flushed face, Ryonghwa thanked her brother for healing her master. She told him that she keeps getting indebted to him. Yang Chun ate a dumpling and asked his sister if she came all the way there to say this. He asked her if she has nothing better to do. Ryonghwa was annoyed to hear this. She asked her master if she can see how mean her brother is. Yang Chun was surprised to hear her call out to the Sword Queen. The Sword Queen asked Ryonghwa to stop complaining. Seol-ah was surprised to see the pretty woman. The Sword Queen told her disciple that a debt of life can't just be repaid with words. She told Yang Chun that he seemed surprised to see her, with a nervous look on his face. Yang Chun told her that he is happy to see her healthy and energetic. The Sword Queen said that she didn't expect to return to her original state so quickly. Yang Chun asked her if she is completely recovered. The Sword Queen asked him if she looks completely healed. Yang Chun told her that she looks much better than when he saw her earlier at her quarters. The Sword Queen drew a chair and revealed to Yang Chun that she came to see him because she feels inclined to pay him back for what he did. With a smile on her face, she asked our boy to tell her if there is something he wants. She told him that she is willing to give up her life for him since he was the one that saved it. Yang Chun asked her about how she can put her life on the line when she just got it back. With a bright smile on her face, the Sword Queen told Yang Chun that she would have died if it wasn't for him. She promised to grant any of his wishes. Yang Chun asked the Sword Queen if she isn't worried about what he might request for. The Sword Queen grabbed his hand and told him that she is certain that what he will ask of her won't be something evil that would harm others. Yang Chun glared at her hand with a scary look on his face. Our boy wondered about how the Sword Queen came to this conclusion by simply observing him. He recalled how he incinerated this sect and its disciples in his past life. He watched them beg for their lives and burnt them to ashes. Even though Yang Chun knew that it wasn't the Manhua's fault that they couldn't protect Ryonghwa, he still wanted to lash out his anger. While he was thinking, the Sword Queen told him that he can tell her his wish later. She told Yang Chun that she actually has something to ask him. She apologized to Seola for interrupting her meal and asked her and her disciple to give she and our boy some time alone. Ryonghwa asked her master if she also has to leave as well. The Sword Queen told her disciple that she wants to talk privately with our boy. She asked the girl to give them some space. Ryonghwa reluctantly left the room. Yang Chun asked Seola if she isn't going to leave. Our girl wanted to finish her food. She told Yang Chun that she will use her finger to cover her ears. She asked him if she can just continue eating. Yang Chun quickly kicked her out of the room. The Sword Queen took a deep breath and said that the atmosphere in his room is quite nice. She told our boy that it has been a while since she felt like this. Yang Chun could not believe that she was being sentimental about something like this. The Sword Queen told him that this was how she felt when she was with his mother. She said that she and his mother would laugh and quarrel over the tiniest things. The Sword Queen put herself together and decided to go straight to the point. She asked Yang Chun if he remembers the last moment he had with his mother. She said that Ryonghwa was too young to remember anything, and their clan is hiding the truth about the matter. The Sword Queen asked Yang Chun to tell her anything he can remember. Before our boy could say anything, he remembered what happened. The scene shifts and we are taken to the past. We are taken to a place covered in snow. We see Yang Chun and his father looking at a woman from behind. The woman in the beautiful silk clothes said that she is ready. Our boy grit his teeth out of anger. He asked his father to tell him why he is showing him this. He asked him to tell him what he hopes to gain by going this far. The clan head said that he wants nothing. He asked his son to simply stay alive. Yang Chun's mother asked him to take care of his sister. Her hair slowly began to change. Her husband told her that he will open something now that she is ready. The moment he said this, a crack appeared in the air. The crack widened and revealed a huge portal. The woman's hair turned platinum blonde and everywhere became red as tears flowed down from our boy's eyes. His mother called out to him. With tears in her eyes, she told her son that she is sorry. This struck a nerve in Yang-chun. He quickly ran towards his mother. He stretched out his hand and asked her not to go. His mother gently smiled at him. The crack closed and the atmosphere returned to normal. Our boy's mother was no longer with him. Yang-chun called out to her repeatedly. His father watched him as he cried. He told Yang-chun that he needs to make sure that this is the last time he ever weeps in this life. He told him that he won't be able to cry from now on, even if he wants to. Yang-chun asked his father to tell him something, with a terrifying look on his face. Our boy asked his father to tell him where he sent his mother to. The clan head turned around and asked his son to follow him. He told him that he wants to show him something. The clan head opened a door and asked his son to take a good look. He revealed to him that this is the reason for the Gu clan's existence. This reason was so shocking that Yang-chun could only stare. He couldn't say anything. His father told him that this is his legacy and burden and what he will pass on to him. Upon remembering this time, Yang-chun told the Sword Queen that he can't answer her question. The Sword Queen asked him if his mother is somewhere in the world. Our boy said that he also can't answer this question. He explained to her that he will always give her the same answer. No matter what she asked him about, the Sword Queen stood up and told him that she understands. She said that she won't ask him anything else. She apologized to Yang-chun and pat him on his head. She told him that she is aware that he is in a tough position too. She revealed to him that she heard that a pretty girl was helping Ryonghwa train. She asked him if Seola is that girl. Our boy laughed when he heard the woman call Seola pretty. The Sword Queen asked him to tell her who it is if it isn't Seola. Yang-chun found it odd that his sister mentioned something like this. She doesn't say things like that. He knew that the person his sister was referring to was Ba. The Sword Queen decided to change the topic. She asked our boy if he is returning to his clan soon. Yang-chun said that it will be very soon. The Sword Queen asked him about when he plans on departing. Our boy revealed to her that Ryonghwa said that she doesn't want to return home. The Sword Queen smiled when she heard this. She called out to her disciple. Ryonghwa quickly responded to her master. The Sword Queen stepped out of the room and asked her disciple if she doesn't want to go home. The girl told her master that she was just worried about her. The Sword Queen told her that she still needs to visit her home. Ryonghwa didn't know what to say. The Sword Queen told her that she has a solution for her since she is nervous. With a smile on her face, the Sword Queen told her disciple that she will accompany her to the clan. Ryonghwa was very happy to hear this. Yang-chun could not believe what he was hearing. Ryonghwa asked her master if she is really coming with her. The Sword Queen told her that she has some business with the Gu clan. She said that she also hasn't heard Yang-chun's request yet. Yang-chun asked the Sword Queen if it isn't her duty to protect the sect. The Sword Queen found this question to be funny. She told our boy that she is the one who has been protected by the sect. Yang-chun told her that his sister said that she doesn't want to return home, with a crazy look in her eyes. Ryonghwa told her master that she will follow her anywhere. Our boy asked her about why she easily changed her mind. Ryonghwa asked him not to worry about this. She reminded him that he wants her to go home. She told him that this is good for him while they were talking. Seola called out to Ba, who just returned from training. Immediately the Sword Queen saw her. She knew that Ba was the one her disciple was referring to. She asked the girl if she is the one who saved Ryonghwa. The Sword Queen grabbed her hand and told her that she is really grateful. She said that Ryonghwa told her many things about her. She told Ba that Ryonghwa said that a beautiful girl helped her out. Ba began to blush when she heard this. She didn't know what to say. The Sword Queen told the girl that she is as pretty as she heard. Yang-chun wondered why Ba was shy. He wondered if it was because she was being complimented. Immediately he thought of this. The Sword Queen told Ba that she heard that she is Yang-chun's fiancé. Our boy was shocked to see that she mentioned this. The Sword Queen told Ba that she and Yang-chun have kind hearts. She assured her that the two of them will get along. Ba smiled when she heard this. While they were talking, Seola noticed something. When she looked up, she saw her older self. She referred to her as sis. The older Seola suggested that they go practice. She said that they have to finish what they started earlier. Seola smiled when she heard this. She stood up and ran with a smile on her face. Yang-chun asked her about where she is going, but she did not respond to him. Ryonghwa called out to her master. She informed her that the Mount Hua festival will take place soon. She asked her master to leave with them after the festival. The Sword Queen asked Yang-chun if this is okay with him. Ryonghwa was happy to see that her master liked her idea. Yang-chun told the Sword Queen that he cannot do anything if his sister wants to return to the clan. He told her that he will depart with her. The Sword Queen clapped her hands and said that they can schedule the time they are leaving. Immediately she said this. She noticed something about her disciple. She moved close to her to check something. Ryonghua asked her master if something is wrong. The Sword Queen told her disciple that she just realized something. After seeing her in the sun, she told the girl that she has gotten a little fat. Ryonghua was embarrassed when she heard this. Yang Chun laughed out loud when he heard what she said. The Sword Queen told her disciple that she must have been too busy taking care of her. She apologized to the girl. She told her that it will be good for her to spar with Yang Chun. Our boy was shocked to hear this. He asked her to tell him why he would spar with her. The Sword Queen explained to him that she plans on instructing Ryonghua again starting tomorrow. She said that she wants the girl to warm up before that time. Ryonghua told her master that she can warm up on her own. She said that she has been keeping up with her training. The Sword Queen poked her nose and asked her to stop talking back. She asked her disciple to simply do it. In the next scene, we see Yang Chun and his sister in another place. Ryonghua raised her sword and took a stance. She asked her brother if she can start. Our boy felt like this was a stupid question. He reminded his sister that this is a duel. He advised her to do her best. Ryonghua charged at her brother when she heard this. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the past. We see snow falling in the Gu clan. We see a younger Yang Chun and Ryonghua eating together. The little girl asked her brother if he won't tell her about it. Yang Chun didn't say anything. Ryonghua asked her brother if he will continue acting clueless. Our boy asked her about what she means. The little girl said that their mother hasn't returned for days now. She said that him and their father don't seem to care about this. Ryonghua told her brother that it is too weird. Yang Chun asked her to shut up and eat. Ryonghua was not happy to hear this. She called out to her brother again, while raising her voice. Ryonghua asked her brother to tell her why he is acting like this. She said that their mother has disappeared. Our boy asked her if she is raising her voice at him. The girl said that she is, with tears in her eyes. Ryonghua asked her brother to tell her how he can eat calmly when they don't know where their mother went or when she will come back. She asked Yang Chun if he isn't worried. Yang Chun wanted to say something comforting to his sister, but he couldn't. He grit his teeth and pushed the table away. He asked his sister to shut up. He asked her to stop crying at the table. He told her that he doesn't know where their mother went. He asked her to tell him why she keeps asking him the same question. He asked her if she is trying to piss him off. Ryonghua could not believe what she was hearing. With a scary look on his face, Yang Chun told his sister that their mother is dead. He asked her if she feels better. He asked her if she likes the answer. Ryonghua asked her brother if their father was the one that killed her. Our boy told her that he has no clue. He asked her to figure it out on her own. He told her that she can even ask their father. Yang Chun asked his sister to stop bringing their mother up. He said that he won't show her mercy if she raises her voice at him again. Ryonghua cried more when she heard what her brother said. This was the reason why the girl came to hate her brother. She believed that if she stayed at the Manhwa, she would forget her mother, brother, and their damned clan. Ryonghua remembered watching her master use her martial arts. To her, the Sword Queen is family, but she still also missed her original family. She carefully looked at her brother. In the next scene, we see Ryonghua breathing heavily on the ground. As expected, she lost to Yang Chun. Our boy told her that she has some power and her blade is quick. He said that the Sword Queen taught her well. While breathing heavily, Ryonghua asked her brother if they can return to how they were before. Yang Chun did not expect to hear this. He moved forward and asked his sister to tell him what she is talking about. He said that it is too late for that. Ryonghua sat up when she heard this. She gently smiled. She found it funny that her brother didn't say no. Beneath the majestic Huashan waterfall, where the roaring cascade echoed like the thunderous growl of a dragon god defying heaven and earth, a lone figure stood tall amidst the raging torrent. It was Mu Yan, the loyal guardian of Yang Chun. Each slash of his sword was razor sharp, cleaving the air and shattering falling droplets into bursts of white foam, dazzling like fireworks against the misty curtain. The force behind his swordplay stirred the water below, sending violent waves crashing outward. Mu Yan did not pause. His hand gripped the hilt tightly, veins bulging and muscles taut. Sweat mingled with the water running down his resolute face, yet his eyes were clouded with troubled thoughts. He clenched his jaw, and in the silence of his heart, he questioned why his lord bore the burden alone. Memories returned like sharp blades. Visions of Yang Chun lying motionless, his body pierced and wounded, covered in a forest of needles. Mu Yan recalled the helpless moment when he had knelt beside him, fists trembling, his voice choked with grief. He had wondered why Yang Chun hadn't called for him, why he had chosen to fight alone. Mu Yan had known his master had surpassed him, reaching a realm that no longer required his protection. But that truth hadn't erased Mu Yan's duty. He still considered himself Yang Chun's sword and shield, the one meant to take the blow before his master bled. Nothing outside of that was acceptable. Yet when Yang Chun had shielded others with his own body, Mu Yan had not been there. The shame of that failure burned inside him, driving him to train relentlessly. Every slash of his blade was a cry of anguish, a release of the turmoil within. One fierce stroke split the water beneath the falls, sending glittering shards flying like shattered glass under the dim light. And still, his brow remained furrowed, his heart heavy. He murmured bitterly to himself, questioning the purpose of swordsmanship if it couldn't protect the one most important to him. To him, his blade was nothing more than useless firewood if it failed that purpose. Just then, a clear voice rang out from the top of the falls, pulling him from his thoughts. Someone called out that the place was too high. Startled, Mu Yan looked up sharply. His piercing gaze scanned the rocky cliff, his soaked hair blown by the wind, and his grip remained firm on his sword. He instantly recognized the voice. It was Seola's. He couldn't believe she was there. Her voice continued, saying she understood and would keep going. She asked whether she just needed to move the same way as before, remarking that her feet were soaked, but she would continue regardless. She questioned how long she would have to keep her eyes closed. Across the shimmering surface, Seol-ah moved lightly, as if walking on invisible lotus petals. Her figure, delicate like mist, glided with ethereal grace. In front of her stood a blonde-haired maiden with a noble air, who gently explained that once Seol-ah's footwork was fully integrated with her body, there would be no need to close her eyes anymore. Seol-ah muttered nervously that falling would mean certain death, but she persevered nonetheless. The blonde girl nodded approvingly and told her to proceed to the third form. With a brilliant golden arc, Seol-ah struck out, her sword shaping the image of a spinning lotus petal. She exclaimed in delight, asking if she had done it correctly. The blonde girl confirmed that she had, and instructed her to move on to the fourth form. Down by the waterfall, Mu Yan watched in astonishment as Seol-ah demonstrated her sword technique. He was stunned, wondering when she had learned the blade arts. She was no longer the sweet-toothed servant girl he had once known. He murmured to himself that practicing swordsmanship on a cliff like that was far too dangerous. If Yang Chun were to find out, he would surely be shocked. Meanwhile, atop the waterfall, Seol-ah fluidly transitioned from the first to the fourth form, her sword energy swirling like a coiling dragon, radiating with brilliance. The blonde girl nodded in approval once again and announced that it was time for the fifth form. Taking a deep breath, Seol-ah spun midair and delivered a powerful downward slash, shattering stones and rippling the water's surface. She beamed with joy at the praise, exclaiming how much she loved being complimented. At the foot of the waterfall, Mu Yan stood motionless. The roaring waters surged like a wrathful dragon, a sight that stirred awe and reverence. It became clear he could no longer underestimate her. Could it be that she had been secretly training with the sword all this time? He tried to reassure himself, reminding himself to stay focused. Silently, he told himself that belittling others would not help him improve, and that he should concentrate on the path ahead to fulfill his duties as a guardian. Suddenly, a soft voice rose behind him, saying that it was enough. Startled, Mu Yan turned sharply and saw Seol-ah standing behind him. He wondered when she had arrived. She pointed at his chest, her eyes unwavering, and asked if he truly understood what he needed to do. Mu Yan stared at her in confusion, unsure of her meaning. At that moment, a golden light burst from her fingertip and pierced into his body. A strange energy surged through him like lightning tearing through his meridians. He gritted his teeth as pain twisted his face. Seol-ah, however, simply smiled gently, telling him that cultivation was not always about restrictions, that sometimes breaking the rules was the first step towards soaring freely. Both of them were soon engulfed in golden energy. Spiritual force churned wildly, the wind howled, and trees bent under the pressure. Everything vanished into the light. Mu Yan collapsed, gasping for breath, and when he lifted his head, Seol-ah was gone. Stunned, he asked aloud where she had gone. The scene shifted to the Firelight Festival. Banners fluttered in the sky, and the sounds of merchants shouting echoed through the air. "Unloading now! Great deals!" Fireworks exploded in the night sky like blooming peach blossoms, their radiant petals illuminating the heavens. Beneath that breathtaking display, Yang Chun and Bia sat together, enjoying steamed buns as they watched the fireworks. Yang Chun muttered that he hadn't expected things to turn out this way, but since they had, he might as well enjoy the moment. Bia gave him a knowing smile, her cheeks flushed as she winked at him. Yang Chun glanced at her and said she should return home as her family was probably tearing the place apart looking for her. But before he could finish his sentence, she had already fallen asleep on his shoulder. He gave a helpless smile and murmured that she could do as she pleased. The fireworks exploded above them as if cheering for his decision. The night sky looked like a violet silk canvas adorned with luminous peach blossoms, each radiant burst like sword energy turned into flawless, shimmering petals. No one knew that those blossoms were actually handmade by the disciples of Hua Shan. Somewhere behind the scenes, a voice cried out, asking their senior brother if he wanted their hands to break. Another voice responded, telling them to endure it. Pain was true cultivation. Beneath the pale moonlight, fireworks lit up the sky as Yang Chun and Nam Kung Pi sat together on the veranda, immersed in a scene so poetic it resembled an inkwash painting. The shimmering lights reflected in Fi Nga's eyes, drawing a soft exclamation from her. Yang Chun remained silent, a rare smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Yet, within the house, the atmosphere was starkly different, heavy and tense, as though a storm was looming. The swordmaster sat across from the divine healer, their sharp gazes locked in silence. The stillness was so profound that even the drop of a needle could be heard, broken only by the distant sounds of fireworks. After a long pause, the divine healer finally spoke, his voice deep and commanding. He said he understood what the swordmaster wanted, and asked if the man truly believed he was capable of such a thing. His tone carried doubt and a trace of weariness. The swordmaster, calm as ever, replied without hesitation, asking who else besides the healer could possibly do it. His question was as direct and piercing as a drawn blade, causing the healer to frown slightly. The man shook his head, his eyes reflecting helplessness. He said that even though the world called him a divine physician, he was still just a man, far from any deity. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over the swordmaster's hopes. Disheartened, the swordmaster's eyes darkened, but he still tried to keep his voice composed as he asked whether there truly was no other way. His question hung in the air like a final plea. The room sank into another heavy silence. The healer said nothing at first, his gaze drifting into the distance as though weighing something enormous in his mind. Seeing this, the swordmaster did not give up. His voice dropped, laced with a sliver of hope as he said that the healer's silence must mean there was still a possibility. The healer sighed, his voice tinged with concern. He explained that the matter was anything but simple. He said that interfering with a person's meridians recklessly was already dangerous, let alone doing so to that child, who wasn't ordinary. What should have been a normal energy vessel within the Dantian was strangely different in that child. Its width and depth were so vast that it felt utterly empty, holding nothing. The child's indistinct presence all this time might have been a result of that very peculiarity. The healer's words struck the swordmaster like a stone cast into a still pond, stirring waves deep within his heart. He stood frozen, overwhelmed as a flood of memories surged through him. He could still vividly recall the day when little Viseol-Ah, her eyes sparkling with determination, had stood before him holding a wooden sword, demanding to learn martial arts. In a moment of anger, he had uttered harsh words he now regretted deeply. He had told her that she was merely a servant, and that no matter how tightly she clung to a sword, it would never be enough to strike fear into the world. Driven by impulse, he had even snapped her wooden sword in two and shouted at her to fulfill the duties expected of her. To this day, the image of that young girl lowering her head, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, still pierced his heart with pain. The more he thought about it, the more self-loathing he felt. His hand trembled as he clenched it, and in a voice filled with desperation he had pleaded, begging the physician to allow Seola to live a normal child's life. The divine physician had fallen silent, clearly conflicted, his gaze clouded with hesitation. He had told the swordmaster that what he asked lay beyond the limits of medical technique. Yet the swordmaster had remained unmoved, insisting that was precisely why he was begging. The physician had then remarked that the request was akin to asking him to overturn the natural order of time and the cosmos, let alone the many preparations required for such a feat. The swordmaster had immediately offered to take on all the burdens himself, vowing that whatever was needed, he would prepare it without fail. The physician hesitated for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, and wondered aloud whether the swordmaster too was driven by something he needed, perhaps for the sake of his own grandson. At that, the swordmaster stiffened, as if the man had struck a vulnerable point. He asked if the physician was referring to the white tear spirit ore. The physician, stunned, slammed his hand down on the table and demanded to know what the swordmaster had heard. But the swordmaster remained composed, his gaze unwavering. He said he believed their hearts were the same, both moved by love for the younger generation. He pleaded once more for help, for the sake of the children. The physician grew thoughtful, then finally asked a single question: why the swordmaster had prevented the child from learning martial arts. In a world as perilous as theirs, knowing a bit of self-defense was hardly a disadvantage, he pointed out. With a weary sigh and sorrowful eyes, the swordmaster responded with a question of his own. If he were to reveal the truth, would the physician then be willing to help? The physician lowered his gaze and replied that if the swordmaster could explain why he opposed nurturing the child's talent, and if he could also procure the white tier magic stone, then he would try to find a solution. Faced with this, the swordmaster finally confessed. What Seola possessed wasn't a gift, but a curse. Even if she had been born with talent, the cost of wielding it was her very life. He explained that so long as she lived as a normal child, she would be fine. But if she ever blended instinct and intellect to use martial skills, her life force would begin to burn away. The more she used her strength, the more her vitality would be consumed, until one day it would simply run out. The physician was horrified, his voice shaking as he repeated the word, "Her life?" The swordmaster nodded, pain evident in his voice. He said that only ordinary activities posed no risk, but using martial techniques would ignite the fire of her life force. In time, it would consume her completely. Staggered by the revelation, the physician muttered in disbelief, likening it to the demonic bloodlines of the heretical sects. It finally made sense why the swordmaster had forbidden her from learning martial arts. The physician then asked if the swordmaster had visited the Tailing Manor, where the leader of the martial world currently resided. When the swordmaster shook his head, the physician advised him to go. That place, he explained, held something called the Sealing Stone, perhaps the only thing capable of suppressing the child's energy core. But if it worked, she would never be able to learn martial arts again. He warned that what the swordmaster was doing was akin to breaking her wings to eliminate all risk. However, one day the child would grow up. She would come to understand what had happened, and perhaps resent him for the rest of her life for cutting down her potential before it had a chance to blossom. The swordmaster pondered this, his eyes filled with a sorrowful resolve. If that was all it took to keep Seola alive, then he considered it a price well worth paying. Meanwhile, outside, under a sky glittering with fireworks, Youngchun and Namgung Fi were strolling through the lively streets. Youngchun chewed on a candied hawthorn skewer, looking bored and distracted, while Namgung Fi suddenly brightened and dashed off like the wind, leaving him alone amid the bustling crowd. Drawn by a nearby merchant's cry, Youngchun turned his head and saw a display of glittering, butterfly-shaped hairpins, so beautiful they took his breath away. He stood there in silence, his gaze locked on them as if under a spell. At that very moment, Seola was returning home under the pale moonlight. She looked tired, nibbling on a half-eaten pastry in her hand. Her carefree gait and contented chewing suggested that, for her, sweets were enough to dispel any lingering worries. Suddenly, a sharp voice called out from behind her. She flinched, nearly choking on her food, and turned to see Youngchun's icy gaze fixed on her. Flustered, she stammered as she addressed him, barely managing to say, "Young master." She stammered, sweat beading on her forehead, her hands trembling as she held a pastry. Youngchun approached, his voice laced with both reproach and a touch of anger. He demanded to know where she had been all day, saying that he had planned to invite her to the festival, but the moment he turned around, she had vanished without a trace, only to reappear late into the night. Seola lowered her head and mumbled an apology. While she was still flustered, Youngchun unexpectedly held out a delicate butterfly-shaped hairpin, its intricate design shimmering under the moonlight. Seola, surprised, asked what it was. Youngchun, trying to maintain a cold demeanor despite his awkwardness, replied that it was nothing significant, just a small reward for her hard work. Seola's eyes lit up, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Blushing, Youngchun told her to take it, claiming that his hand was getting tired. She asked again, almost in disbelief, whether he truly meant to give it to her. In response, Youngchun pulled his hand back ever so slightly, teasing her and pretending to reconsider, saying that if she didn't want it, then perhaps she shouldn't take it at all. Alarmed, Seola quickly waved her hands and insisted that she would accept it. Seeing her reaction, he smiled faintly and gently clipped the hairpin into her hair. Beneath the moonlight and the falling cherry blossoms, the moment felt like something out of a dream. Afterward, Youngchun asked if it suited her, still trying to keep his tone cool. He added that if she didn't like it, she could throw it away. After all, it hadn't cost much. Seol-ah's cheeks turned red as her eyes shimmered. Without a word, she rose slightly on her toes and placed a soft kiss on his cheek. Yang Chun froze, his face flushing bright red, while Seol-ah beamed with joy. The butterfly clip sparkled as if fluttering its wings, and the entire atmosphere seemed tinged with a rosy hue, her smile sending someone's heart into chaotic flutters. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the morning sky the next day, the scene gently shifted to Bia. She stretched her arms with a lazy yawn, her eyes still heavy from lingering sleep, murmuring to herself how sleepy she felt. Behind her, Seol-ah radiated excitement, her voice ringing out with cheerful enthusiasm as she urged everyone to hurry and go see the grand tournament. When she noticed Yang Chun walking slowly behind them with a relaxed pace, she called out to him in a playful tone, urging him to move faster. Yang Chun, observing the girl's boundless energy, had a fleeting thought pass through his mind. It was truly remarkable how she had completely recovered after just one night. Suddenly, Seol-ah furrowed her brows in concern and asked him whether he was feeling unwell, pointing out that his face was turning red. Startled by her comment, Yang Chun tensed slightly and stammered in response. Images of the previous night's encounter briefly flashed through his mind. But he quickly composed himself, silently nodding as he reminded himself that he was no longer a child and shouldn't let such things trouble him. He told himself to just let it go. The scene then shifted smoothly to the martial contest grounds of the Manhwa, where the crowd buzzed with lively conversation. Someone asked if the famed sword dragon would be participating this time. Another responded thoughtfully, noting that the person in question hadn't appeared the previous year and wasn't yet known by that title back then, but was certain to show up this year. As they continued, a memory seemed to surface. Someone wondered aloud who had won the championship last year. At that moment, a newcomer who had just arrived overheard the end of the conversation and confidently chimed in, declaring that it must have been the guardian saint. The first speaker nodded in agreement, affirming it was indeed the saint. Curious, someone asked who exactly that was. Just then, Yongfeng stepped forward with a warm smile and introduced himself as one of the 3 top disciples of the Manhwa. His words drew a surprised reaction from one of the others, who asked in disbelief whether he was the so-called genius sword dragon. Yongfeng humbly scratched his head and replied that the praise was excessive. Coincidentally, Yang Chun happened to be passing by at that very moment. Upon spotting Yongfeng, he silently questioned what he was doing there. Wondering why the man wasn't busy preparing for the flower offering ceremony, Yongfeng noticed them too and raised a hand in a friendly wave. When he addressed Yang Chun as the heir of the Gu clan, Yang Chun paused his steps. Yongfeng quickly approached and asked if Yang Chun was also on his way to watch the flower offering ceremony. Yang Chun confirmed that he was, but questioned whether Yongfeng should even be there, suggesting he must be swamped with preparations. In response, Yongfeng smiled gently and explained that things were nearly ready, so it was fine. Behind them, several disciples of the Manhwa were seen busily hauling equipment. One of them shouted in frustration, demanding they hurry up. He complained that with the flower offering ceremony approaching, everyone had disappeared. Another disciple responded that everyone was busy hastily practicing for the major martial competition taking place that day. The first one grumbled further, claiming that such last-minute cramming was no better than cramming for an exam. Yongfeng could only offer an awkward laugh before sheepishly suggesting that since there was still a bit of time before the ceremony started, perhaps he could show Yang Chun the training grounds. Hearing this, Yang Chun silently reflected that when Yongfeng said preparations were done, it seemed he had actually meant preparations for the great competition. Later, Yongfeng enthusiastically introduced the place, stating that it was the very arena where the grand contest would be held. Standing before them was a majestic and grand training ground. Seol-ah's eyes lit up as she exclaimed in amazement over how vast the place was. Yang Chun glanced sideways at her, quietly thinking to himself that she had already seen similar venues during the Nine Dragons Assembly. Yongfeng then asked whether the Gu clan heir would be attending the flower offering ceremony. Yang Chun waved him off, saying only a madman would join, and urged him to come to his senses. Yongfeng laughed heartily, clarifying that he was just joking. After all, the ceremony was only meant for disciples of the Manhwa. Yang Chun fell silent at that. He wondered to himself about Ryonghua. Who was her opponent going to be? He just hoped she wouldn't get utterly destroyed. Suddenly, Yongfeng brought up a new topic. He asked if Yang Chun had heard the news, that he himself was going to be Ryonghua's opponent in the upcoming match. The moment those words were spoken, Yang Chun felt as though he had been struck by lightning. In disbelief, he questioned internally what was going on and insisted to himself that Ryonghua couldn't possibly be a match for Yongfeng. Bia, who had been listening, showed visible excitement, and remarked that the grand competition was bound to be thrilling. Seola, upon hearing Yongfeng's statement, turned around and curiously asked whether the young lady would truly be competing against him. Yongfeng smiled and explained that the two of them would indeed be dueling, and that he hoped the Gu clan heir would watch the match and provide an honest and sharp analysis. Yang Chun, hearing this, couldn't believe that even now the man was still expecting him to offer commentary on the duel. Just then, a loud voice rang out, calling everyone to clear the arena. The flower offering ceremony was about to begin. Bia reminded the others that it was time to step aside. As Yang Chun began to leave, he muttered to himself with growing unease. He wondered if things were truly okay as they were, questioning who on earth had arranged such a match. He suspected there might be malicious intent behind it. He cursed under his breath, frustrated by the strange feeling creeping over him. Was he actually worried for Gu Ryonghua? No, he quickly reasoned with himself. It must be because she was going to get thoroughly beaten that he felt this way. Just then, another announcement rang out, informing the crowd that the sect leader was about to enter the arena. Though the leader had yet to appear, his voice had already begun to echo across the field. As with every year, no one quite understood what was so special about this seemingly trivial event that compelled everyone to climb all the way to such a high place despite the scorching heat. Regardless of the Manhwa leader's words, Seola paid no attention to them. Her focus was solely on the falling peach blossoms drifting gently through the air. Following the trail of those delicate petals, a sudden beam of light shot down from the sky and landed in the center of the dueling arena. As the light gradually faded, the figure of the Manhwa sect leader came into view. He expressed his deep gratitude and said that he hoped everyone would watch carefully to witness just how brilliantly the disciples of Manhwa had trained and persevered. Below, Yangchun watched Seola with slight irritation. She had come to see the duel, yet didn't seem to care in the slightest, instead engrossed in her own strange antics. At that moment, the disciples of Manhwa responded in unison, shouting that they were the ones who should be grateful. The Manhwa sect had always been thankful to those who helped preserve its legacy. Then, the sect leader declared the official beginning of the first grand duel. Instantly, the falling petals exploded in a burst of celebration in place of applause. Even the blossom in Seola's mouth detonated, leaving her wide-eyed with surprise. The crowd roared with excitement, and the atmosphere buzzed with energy. Moments later, the sound of clashing swords rang out continuously as two Manhwa disciples put on a spectacular performance. The audience cheered wildly, especially for Wu Ayan-san, urging him on. This year, everyone seemed particularly fired up. The duels continued one after another until the sun slowly disappeared behind the mountain peaks. Meanwhile, near Ryonghua, two Manhwa disciples approached her with concern. They remarked that it was their first time seeing her wield a real sword, and explained that the ones used in the duels were slightly lighter than standard ones. They asked if she was ready, addressing her as junior sister. Ryonghua remained silent for a moment, eyes closed in contemplation, before quietly replying that she was, thanks to them. Hearing this, the two disciples became so touched they were moved to tears. One of them exclaimed in awe that she had sincerely thanked them. Another, feeling bolder, suggested she begin learning his personal ultimate technique. Just then, Yang Chun appeared and called out to her. The two disciples immediately turned around with hostile glares, demanding to know who dared to call their junior sister so casually. They angrily asked if he had a death wish. Yang Chun smirked at their reaction, his eyes flashing with cruelty, and responded that he was her older brother, calling them filthy toads. Moments later, both disciples lay in a heap, their faces bruised and distorted. Yang Chun approached Ryonghua and told her he had heard the news and came because of it. He asked if it was true that she would be dueling with Sword Dragon. Ryonghua replied softly that it was. Yang Chun continued, saying he didn't mean to belittle her, but if this decision had been made by the Sword Queen, then it would be better to call it off. No sooner had he said this than the two disciples, seemingly revived, sprang back to their feet and demanded to know who this guy was. Accusing him of ruining the mood, Yang Chun, completely unfazed, stated bluntly that it was precisely because the opponent was Sword Dragon that the situation was regrettable. To him, the outcome was already painfully obvious. Just then, Tuyatoa spoke up, catching Yang Chun off guard. She told him that she had already decided and thanked him for worrying enough to come. She admitted she hadn't expected it but urged him to listen. She explained that if she kept running from battles as she had until now, it would be a betrayal of all the kindness she had received. From their master, from her senior brothers, from Bia, and from Yang Chun himself, she had already been given more than she could ever repay. And so, from that day on, she vowed to repay those debts with action. She said that winning or losing this time didn't matter, because for the first time, it was a battle she would not run away from. Night fell, but the atmosphere at the Tahoa Pavilion remained vibrant. At the Silver Victory section, loud voices cheered in admiration and disappointment. Someone shouted in awe at the impressive display, while others expressed regret. Then came the announcement of the next match, an exceptionally rare duel. From the gold side emerged the one hailed as the #1 late-stage prodigy, the future of Manhwa itself, Sword Dragon Yang Feng. As Yang Feng stepped onto the stage, the crowd erupted in frenzy. At last, they were about to witness the legendary Sword Dragon with their own eyes. While standing on stage, Ryanga wondered about when her brother first got really mad at her. At first, she felt spiteful towards her brother. Later, she began to fear his constant rage and couldn't stop hating him. The fear that started with her brother continued to grow until she began to hate the entire world. She ran away from everyone. She eventually met her master, the only person who made her feel safe in the world. However, as she looked back at her still troubled self, a thought crossed her mind. She wondered if this was really a scar her brother left on her. She realized that she might have actually just known her weakness faster than other kids do. After understanding her problem, Ryangwa made up her mind. Even though she didn't like her brother and her family, she will no longer run from them. She charged at F. The sword dragon easily blocked her attacks. As she clashed swords with him, Ryangwa realized that he was strong. She now understood why he was the sword dragon. She covered her sword with her energy and swung it at F. Her attack caused a small explosion. Fum was able to block the attack, but he got pushed back. Ryangwa quickly closed the gap between them. She made her attacks faster. Each time she swung her sword, plum blossoms got scattered around them. F blocked each one of her attacks. He smiled and told her that she is not bad. The girl took a stance and made her attacks much more faster. With a smile on his face, Feng said that the flower the Sword Queen planted has blossomed ferociously. He charged at her and told her that her sword is predictable, even though it is flashy. He dodged her attack and informed her that her movements are choreographed. The moment he said this, he got close to her waist. Ryangwa was shocked to see him close to her. Fun told her that she died at this point. Instead of ending the fight, he pushed her with his shoulder and asked her not to waver. He covered his sword with his energy and told Ryangwa that he is aware that she still has things to show him. He said that he wants to witness what lies beyond her full potential. He asked Ryangwa to let everything bloom at this festival. The moment he said this, he swung his dazzling sword at her. The people were amazed by the skills they saw. They did not think that Ryanga would be this skilled. As Yangchan watched his sister, he realized that she has grown. He understood that she has been released from her chains. He was happy to see this. He was happy to see that he saw a meaningful thing today. He realized that his sister was right to not think about winning. He turned around after seeing what he wanted to see. Baya asked him about where he is going. Yan told her that he just realized that he has something to do. He asked her to tell his sister that she did a good job. In the next scene, we see Yanshan running somewhere. Now that everyone's attention is on the festival, our boy decided to check something. He went to Hijik's hideout. The Mount Hua found the place. Our boy wanted to see something himself before the Murim Alliance arrives there. He looked around to make sure they weren't there yet. He was relieved to see that they weren't there. Yongshan told himself that he will make it back before the finals. He decided to take a quick look at the cave. He created a fire with his energy and went inside. He was surprised to see sword marks everywhere. He wondered if the Mount Hua fought the remaining stragglers. He heard that the sect only cleared out the bodies inside the cave. Yang Chan wondered about what the Dark Knight Palace was trying to do in a place like this. While looking around, he sensed something. He saw a jar which demonic energy was leaking out from. He realized that he was in the right place. He opened a curtain and arrived at the final room. He could sense the most intense demonic energy in this place. Due to what he knew about the Dark Knight Palace, our boy knew that they always build a secret room in a place like this. He moved close to Hijik's throne and looked around. He knew that there would be a place where he could sense demonic energy clearly. The contraption that hides the room is usually hidden in a tricky place. While looking around, Yangchan noticed something odd about the armrest. When he pressed it, the throne moved back and revealed the stairs that led somewhere else. Yangchan couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered if these people were stupid. He didn't really care because this was good for him. He went down the stairs. When he arrived at the bottom of the stairs, he found a pool filled with blood. Our boy became angry. He saw the bodies of the missing Mount Hua disciples. He couldn't believe that this bastards made a lake of blood. He wondered why the Dark Knight Palace did something this horrible. He noticed a flower in the middle of this blood pool. He wondered if the Dark Knight Palace did everything all because of this flower. Yang Chan wondered about what it was. While he was looking at the flower, he saw something odd. He pulled a body out of the blood pool. He realized that this martial artist isn't from the Manhwa. He could tell that the man died recently. Thanks to the logo on his clothes, Yang Shan was able to deduce that the man is from the Murim Alliance. He now understood that the Murim Alliance has already been here. While he was looking at the body, something flew towards him. Yang Chan quickly bent his head to dodge the dagger. The dagger hit the rock in front of him. Someone commended Yan Chan for having good reflexes. Yang Chan quickly turned around. He saw a masked man sitting on the stairs. The man said that he now understands why Hijik lost. Yang Shan asked the man if he is a lackey. The man did not expect to be called a lackey. He called Yang Chan a rude brat. Thanks to our boy's red robe and small stature, the man was able to guess his identity. Yang Chan did not expect the Dark Knight Palace to be aware of his identity. The masked man stood up and revealed to Yang Shan that he was one of his targets. He did not expect our boy to deliver himself to him. He said that this is convenient. Yang Shan quickly took a stance. The man told him that he wants to make him an offer. He revealed to him that the palace wants him alive. He asked him to comply and follow him willingly. Our boy released his energy and asked the man not to spout nonsense. He reminded him that he just tried to kill him. The man told him that he didn't know it was him. Yang Chan advised the man to put more effort into his lies. He asked him to come at him if he is going to fight him. The man was annoyed to see that Yang Chan was smart. He took out his blades and introduced himself as the warding demon. Yang Chan asked him about why he is introducing himself. The warding demon charged at our boy at a crazy speed. He said that he introduced himself because he is being nice. He told Yan Chan that it will be better for him to know who killed him. The moment he said this, our boy saw his blade in front of his eyes. He was shocked to see how fast the man was. Before the blade could touch his eye, he released his fire on the warding demon. Unfortunately for him, the man was able to dodge his attack. He appeared behind him in an instant. Yang Chan quickly turned around. He recalled that the exit was quite far from him. He wanted to run away. He didn't think that he could defeat this man. The warding demon appeared above him and closed the gap between them. He swung his blades at Yan Chun at a crazy speed. Our boy had to quickly bend his head to dodge the attack. The warding demon told him that his blades are smaller than Hijik's own. He asked our boy about why he is running. Yang Shan grit his teeth out of anger. He knew that he could take this man if he had more internal energy. He quickly jumped to dodge the warding demon's blades. The man raised his head up. He said that he can't believe that Hijik lost to A was like him. He said that Hijik deserves to die. Immediately he said this. He swung his blades at our boy. Yang Chun used his arms to block the attack, but he got pushed back. He fell into the pool of blood before he could lose consciousness. Someone told him that he woke up to see that he has already gotten himself into another mess again. Yang Shan was shocked to hear this voice. It was the voice of Chiol. Our boy used his hand to pick up a sword from one of the corpses of the Mount Hua disciples. Chiol said that he hopes the heavens takes note of how hard he worked even after his death. He asked Yan Chan to get up. He said that they need to try again. While Yang Chun was talking to Chiol, the warding demon looked around for him. He asked our boy to come out. He said that he needs to finish this in order to go home. He told Yan that his skills are quite incredible. He didn't expect him to be able to block the attack. He said that he doesn't like to drag out an assassination for this long. The moment he said this, the warding demon noticed some bubbles forming in the blood pool. He believed that Yang Chun was there. He said that he will end things in a single strike. Before he could swing his sword, a powerful attack was fired at him. The warding demon was able to block the attack with his blade. The impact of the attack blew away the blood around him. The warding demon was shocked to see this. Yang Chan landed on the ground and struck a pose with a sword behind him. The blood that got blown away poured back down with a different tone in his voice. Our boy reminded the man that he told him that he needs to know who he is dying to. The warding demon was shocked to see Yan Chan holding a sword. He couldn't believe that our boy was able to use a sword. He didn't understand why he wasn't given this information. He was told that Yan Chan uses his fist. He asked our boy about how he was able to use the attack he just used. With a serious look on his face, our boy told the man that he is Shinshi. The moment he said this, he swung his sword at the warding demon. The attack tore his mask apart and revealed his face. The warding demon wasn't even able to react to the attack. Chiol turned around and called the man a child. It turns out that Chiol has taken over Yanwan's body. The warding demon was enraged by Chal's attack. He charged at him out of anger. Chiol easily blocked his attacks. The warding demon called him a bastard. He told him that he will tear his limbs apart and feed him to the animals. Chal wasn't even moved by his words. The warding demon jumped and gathered his energy in the air. He began to spin really fast. His body and his blades were moving at a crazy speed. Chal quickly took a stance. He said that a head full of anger clouds the heart, and this is reflected in one's blade. He pushed his leg forward and changed his stance. He asked Yan Chan to take a good look. He said that a true master can shake the heavens without using as much chi as him. He raised the sword and blocked the man's attack with a technique known as Plum Blossom First Sword. The moment their blades touched, Chiol's sword released a massive plum blossom energy. The warding demon was shocked to see this. Yongchun couldn't believe his eyes. He watched the plum blossoms fall around him. Chiol's body materialized behind Yongchun. He was holding our boy's hand to guide the movement of his sword. The old man told Yan Shan that the fist is not so different from the sword. He said that he thought he would have figured this out because he is quite talented. He didn't expect him to be stuck on it for so long. He told Yan Shan that he is slow for someone who has traveled back through time. Our boy was shocked to hear this. He asked him to repeat what he just said. While holding Yonuin's hand, Chiol revealed to him that he was swallowed by the beast within him. He told our boy that he was able to see many things thanks to this. He even saw things that Yang Chan couldn't tell him about. Our boy did not know what to say. Chiol told him that he has many questions to ask him, but now is not the time. He told him that he needs to focus and feel it now, immediately. He said this. He used our boy's hand to send the man flying. Yang Chan told Chiol that he is not a swordsman. The warding demon was able to stop himself before he hid anything. He became more angry. He asked our boy to tell him why he didn't do this from the start. He raised his blades and took a stance. He told Yan Shan that the fight is more fun now. He told him that he doesn't care if he is a swordsman or not. He charged at him when he said this. Chiol asked our boy to tell him why the disciples of the Manhwa train their bodies to be so physically strong. He told him that they do it to complete their bowl. Immediately, he said this. The warding demon appeared in front of our boy. He swung his blades at Yongchan. Chiol told him that a complete bull can easily produce the maximum result with the minimum chi. The moment he said this, he gave Yongchan back his body. Our boy blocked the warding demon's attack with the sword. He tightened his grip on the sword. He noticed that his body felt quite heavy. Chiol told him that this is because he is using muscles that he typically doesn't use. Immediately, he said this. He took over his body again. He told Yan that he doesn't need to be desperate to make the plum petals bloom. He advised him to just let them come naturally with his prowess. The moment he said this, he swung his sword at the man's arm. His sword released some plum petals. The attack cut off the warding demon's right arm. The man was shocked to see what happened. He became angrier and made his attacks faster. Chiol was able to block the attacks with our boy's body, but our boy was still feeling the pain of pushing his body. Chiol asked him if it feels terrible to defend without using chi. Yangchan asked the old man to give him his body back if he is going to drag out the fight. Chiol asked our boy not to act arrogant again. He used the sword to push the warding demon back. The warding demon quickly attacked him again. Chiol blocked his attacks easily, but Yongchun was still feeling the pain of taking them on. Chiol told our boy that he knows he acted big in his previous life. He told him that he was nothing without his ki. He said that the common issue with demonic martial arts users is that they lack fundamentals. Our boy told him that he understands. He asked Chiol to focus on the man for now. Chiol appeared behind him and asked him if he will train his body from now on. Yang Chan said that he will. Chiol asked him if he will act big just because he has some chi. Our boy assured him that he will never overly rely on his chi again. Chiol smiled and said that this is good. He told Yonshan that the warding demon lost too much blood already because of his rampage. He assured our boy that he can defeat the tired man now. He asked him if he wants him to finish off the man. Yang Chan was not interested in this offer. He reminded himself that he cannot use too much ki. He let go of the sword and took a stance. He asked Chiol to take a good look. He said that he doesn't know how much he saw in his past life, but he never ignored the fundamentals. Even when he didn't use demonic martial arts, Chiol asked him to show him what he can do. The warding demon raised his head up and screamed. He called Yan Chan a brat. He told him that he will kill him. Immediately, he said this. He swung his blade at Yan Chan. Our boy dodged the attack by bending his head. The warding demon wasn't done with him. He made his attacks faster. Our boy was able to dodge them. But he got pushed back. As the man swung his blade, he got closer to our boy. Yan clenched his fist. Chiol reminded him that a foe who has lost his temper can be defeated with less power than before. Yang Chan told himself that he can produce the maximum result with minimum ki. He concentrated his energy on his fist. He gave the man a heavy blow in his chest. His attack released some fire on the man's chest. He took a deep breath and told himself that minimum ki can produce the maximum effect. He gave the man a punch that sent him flying. His blade fell out of his hand. Yang Shan instantly gathered his energy in his hand. The warding demon turned to him while he was in the air. He called him a brat. Before he could say anything else, Yang Chan attacked him with the energy he gathered. His attack was swift and clean. His energy burned the warding demon in the air before Yang Chun could land on the ground. Something inside him got activated. The warding demon's internal energy came out of his body and moved to Yanchun. It entered his body through his back. Our boy grit his teeth to endure the pain. He realized that the demon well absorption art is acting up again. The warding demon's energy was getting transferred into his core. He got covered in a large amount of powerful chi. Yang felt like his energy core was going to explode. The pain was quite extreme, but Yang Chan still struggled to push through it. He knew that he will lose consciousness if he loses focus right now. Chiol scoffed when he saw Yan Chan struggling. He told him that he should be able to handle it with what he taught him. He asked him if he wants him to spoon-feed everything to him. Our boy was surprised to hear Chiol's voice. He clenched his fist and tried to remember the sensations from before. He controlled his breathing so that Hiski wouldn't explode. He concentrated his quaking chi into a single point. He moved it close to his heart. He stabbed it into his central energy core. The moment he did this, the energy around him began to subside. Yang Chun forcefully gathered it and pushed it into his body. He began to breathe heavily. When he was done, when he took a look at his hand, he saw that his energy was flowing smoothly. He couldn't believe that he actually succeeded. He realized that he has reached the martial pinnacle realm. He noticed that his energy was hot, but it wasn't painful. It was as if the energy was his own from the beginning. This was a moment of growth for Yang Chan. It was something that he didn't experience often in his past life. He always broke through his limit by using a ridiculous amount of demonic energy. He thought that he did it with his own skills. While he was thinking, Chiol called out to him and asked him about how long he plans on reminiscing for. He appeared next to him in his small self and asked Yonchan to look ahead. He asked him if he is going to do something about the flower on the rock. Yang wondered about why the Dark Knight Palace was growing a flower like this. He knew that the palace was plotting something big since they were willing to sacrifice so many martial artists. Our boy was certain that it was an evil plot due to the disgusting energy emanating from the flower. He realized that the only place they could have gotten this flower from is the demonic realm. Shul said that he can't sense any disgusting aura from the flower. Yongchan found this odd. He told the old man that it is obvious. Chiol told him that not everyone can sense the aura he is talking about. Yongchan asked him about what they should do. He asked him if they should take it back to the Mount Hua. Chiol explained to him that the Mount Hua will ask him about where he got the flower from. He said that the current sect leader might actually plant the flower in his garden. Yang knew that Chiol was right. He asked him about what they should do with the flower. He said that it would be wasteful to burn it. Chiol advised our boy to eat it and turn it into his own power. Yongchan was shocked to hear this. He asked him if he knows what he is saying. He asked him if he can't sense the chaotic energies within the flower. He said that he can't just take something so pertinent to the Mount Hua. Chiol called him a fool. He reminded him that he claimed to have made up his mind. He asked him about why he is worrying about things like this. He advised Yan Chan not to use his guilt or his pulry morals as an excuse to hesitate. He believed that Yongshan was well aware of the best method of atoning for those who have fallen until now. He asked him to focus on growing his own power, regardless of the method. Yongshan couldn't argue with Chiol. He knew that he was right. He told him that he understands. He plucked the red glowing flower. He told himself that Chiol is right. Since he already made up his mind not to regret the past, our boy decided not to hesitate. He shoved the flower into his mouth and swallowed it. The moment the flower touched his energy core, Yongchun felt a ridiculous amount of pain in his body. His veins popped out. He could feel deist energy, internal energy, and demonic energy in the flower. He couldn't believe that a single flower had such a messy amount of chi. He was certain that this flower wasn't made for a normal martial artist to consume. He gathered the energy in his hand. His flames became purple. Our boy noticed that his fire was burning with the hue of deist energy. He could feel the resistance of the flower weakening. The fire in his hand began to slowly fade away. When it was completely gone, Yongchun placed his hand on his chest. He noticed something shocking. Chol also noticed the same thing. Yangwen's core now had 5 wheels spinning around it. His goo flame will art has reached the 5th star. Our boy was happy to see this. A while later, we see Yongchun running inside the forest. Although he was happy about his progress, he didn't want to be late. He knew that the ceremony would be over already. He jumped on the trees and used them to get out of the area. He saw that the sun was already rising. Before going inside, Yang Chan washed off the blood on his body and burned his dirty clothes. Our boy knew that the missing martial artist will eventually be discovered by the Murim Alliance or the Mount Hua sect. Since his job was done, our boy decided to rest. He wanted to sleep for now in order to prepare to leave tomorrow. When Yanshan opened his room door, he saw Baya wake up from his bed. Our boy had forgotten about her. Chiol asked him if he made any progress with the girls while he was out. Yang Chan was annoyed to hear this. He asked Chi to explain the kind of progress he means. Immediately he said this. Ba told our boy that she can smell blood. She asked him about why he is so late. She reminded him that he said that he would be back soon. Young Chan told her that he had some business to take care of. He smelled his clothes to see if the smell of blood was still there. He was certain that he burned off the smell with heat. Ba revealed to him that Ryangwa lost her match. Our boy was not surprised to hear this. He believed that this was natural since she was fighting the sword dragon. Ba said that Ryangwa seemed content. It was as if she had fun even though she lost. She said that she has never seen Ryangwa so happy. Yangshan didn't really care. He was focused on his body. Baya moved close to him and gave him a hug. Our boy did not expect this. He reminded her that she just said that he smells of blood. He asked her if she isn't going to ask about where he was. Baya gently sniffed Yangchan. She told him that she won't ask for now. She asked him to just stay like this for a while. Yan accepted her request. Sheol was annoyed to see this. He called Yanshan a horny brat who flirts every time he gets the chance. Our boy didn't know what to say. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the cave. We see two officials of the Murim Alliance step into the underground secret room. They saw the bodies of their missing members in the blood pool. One of them asked about what the kidnappers were trying to accomplish there. His senior advised him not to try to understand them. He told him that he can't comprehend what the unorthodox sects do. Immediately he said this. The man saw something shocking. He ordered his junior to head back and report the situation on his own. He said that he will add more details later. The junior was surprised to hear this. He accepted the order and wished the man good luck. He ran out of the cave in an instant. After his junior left, the man turned to the corpse in front of him. He recognized the scar on the face of the dead man. He knew that this is the warding demon. He recalled that the warding demon received orders to retrieve the essence of the Manhwa. He wondered about how the warding demon ended up as a crisp in a place like this. He quickly turned to the essence. He saw that it was gone. He wondered about who took the flower. The moment he thought of this, the spy noticed the residue heat and the burn marks on the warding demon's body. He realized that the warding demon was taken out by the same person that took out Hyjik. He placed his hand on the warding demon's body to feel his energy. He noticed that the man's heavenly chi is completely gone. He couldn't understand how this happened. The situation was quite bad. The man said that he needs to return and immediately report to the Dark Knight Palace Master. In the next scene, we see Yan Chun training in the mountains. He took a stance and covered his fist with his energy. He thrust his fist forward and released an enormous amount of fire. His flames burnt the things in front of him and cleared the things around him. The land was filled with fire. Xiao asked Yan Chun if he was so happy to have reached the pinnacle realm and achieved the 5th star. Our boy told him that he was simply intrigued. Kiol asked him if they could have a proper conversation. Now Yang Chan became nervous when he heard this. Kiol told him that he had a lot of questions for him, but would limit it to just one for now. He asked our boy to tell him who the heavenly demon was. Yan Chuan asked him if he seriously wanted to know about her. The old man said that he did. He explained to our boy that he had many hidden memories. Among those memories, the ones connected to the heavenly demon could not be accessed. Kiol asked our boy to tell him where the heavenly demon was. The scene shifted, taking us to the past. We saw a huge rift open in the air. Everyone on the ground quickly looked up. Someone closer to the rift said that a person was coming out from the gate that led to the demon realm. Yang Chun and everyone present were surprised to hear this. Our boy could not believe his eyes. He saw a young woman in black clothes slowly descend to the ground. The moment her legs touched the ground, the martial artists drew their swords. Their leader asked the woman to tell him who she was. The woman raised her hand and covered it with her dark energy. She introduced herself as the heavenly demon. Immediately after saying this, she fired her energy at the martial artists. Her attack heavily damaged the place. Xiao found it odd that the heavenly demon had come out from a gate in the middle of a tournament. With a worried look on his face, Yan Shun called out to the old man. He asked him if he did not see what he had done to Mount Hua in his past life. He questioned why he was asking about the heavenly demon instead of the massacre that had taken place at Mount Hua. With a scary look in his eyes, Xiao asked our boy if he wanted him to start showing his anger. He assured him that he hadn't forgotten what he had done. He explained to Yan Shun that he was simply overlooking it because he understood how he had felt. He understood his rage toward Mount Hua for being unable to protect his sister. He advised Yang Chan to focus on the future for now and reminded him that he already knew what he must do. Yang Chan completely understood Shiel's words. He told him that he knew what he must do. He gathered his energy into his palm and clenched his fist. He said that he needed to stop the heavenly demon. In the next scene, we see Young Chun walking somewhere. While walking, he saw a woman who turned out to be the Sword Queen. She turned around and asked our boy if he was on his way back from training. She informed him that his servants had told her that they were done with the preparations. She suggested that they head down to their carriages together. Yang Chun bowed his head and accepted her request. Near the carriages, we saw some disciples crying as they spoke to Ryangwa. They asked her to eat well and not forget about them. The disciples told her that they wouldn't forget the smile she had at the Mount Hua festival. Ryangwa grit her teeth in anger. She told the men that she could not forget their scary faces. Yang Chan wondered what these people were doing there. The moment he thought of this, he remembered something. He asked the Sword Queen if he could use the favor that she owed him. The Sword Queen asked him if he had thought of something. Our boy told her that he wanted her to take his side for a short while. The scene shifted, and we saw the sect leader Fu and his senior disciple. The old man told Yan Shan that he hoped he would return home safely, even though many things had happened. Our boy called out to the sect leader and bowed his head. The man asked him if something was wrong. Yang Shun revealed to him that he had something he wanted to get before leaving. He asked the sect leader if he could make him an honorary disciple of Manhwa. The old man did not expect to hear this. He asked our boy if it was because of the energy inside him. Yang Chun told him that he was correct. He explained that he needed an excuse for having this kind of energy. He was worried because he couldn't teach him how to use it. The Sword Queen comforted the sect leader, reminding him they owed Yan Chun a lot. The old man agreed and named Yan Chun an honorary disciple of Mount Hua. Yan Chun thanked him, and the sect leader handed him a bag given by the second elder, saying it wasn't important. Yan Shan and the group left in their carriages. Feng asked for a rematch next time. On the way, Yan Chun reflected on everything: being possessed by Xin Qil, meeting Feng, fighting Hail Jik, curing the Sword Queen, and most shocking, meeting Jie Gal Hyuk, who was now mute. The divine physician and his grandson joined their journey back to the Gu clan. Yan Chun wondered if bringing them was wise, but thought it might be for the best. They reached Shangshu in autumn. At the gate, the clan head waited. Rionhua passed her father in silence, but he welcomed her back, surprising her. After she went inside, Yan Chun and Baya greeted him. Baya introduced herself as Namgung Baya and thanked him. Yan Chun was shocked at how normal she acted. Chio teased, asking if she was the same girl who drooled in her sleep. Yan Chun replied he had never seen her use her brain before. The clan head introduced himself as Guchio Lan. He told the girl that he had heard about her and revealed that the Namgung clan had been looking for her, assuring her that he would contact them. Bia bowed her head and thanked him for his kindness. Before Yan Chun left the clan, he was informed that a guest had been waiting for him for 10 days, which surprised him since he wasn't expecting anyone, and he wondered who it could be. While he was thinking, Seola told Bya that she looked super cool. Earlier, the clan head greeted the divine physician, noting it had been a long time, to which Elder Tay replied that it had been years. Shi Olin then greeted the Sword Queen, saying it had been a while, but the woman only glared at him. Later, Yan Chun entered his room intending to change before meeting the guest. The moment he stepped inside, he saw soil on his mat and a flushed girl drooling on it. She murmured that the chambers were well lit and warm, as if he were lying next to her, and hoped he would return soon. Opening her eyes, she found Yan Chun staring at her, screamed in embarrassment, and left him unsure how to react, so he slowly walked out of his own room to escape the awkward situation. Sometime later, Yan Chun sat with Soil, nervously asking why she had come to his clan. She said she had something to say, slammed her hands on the table, and declared that his name wasn't Gu Juliup, demanding to know what was happening. He realized she had learned the truth. When she had first arrived, she said she came to see Julia and waited happily in a room, expecting to see Yang Chan. Instead, Julio appeared, greeting her with a smile and introducing himself, saying he had heard she wanted to see him. Shocked, Soil asked who he really was, unable to understand. Julio was surprised by her question, believing she already knew him, but Soil couldn't believe he had a different name and demanded to know why he hadn't told her. Yang Shun admitted he had his reasons, apologized, and regretted not using a fake name, before asking why she had come to Shangxi. Soil realized she hadn't explained yet and said she obviously came to see him, then quickly corrected herself and told him she had something else to say. Nervously, he asked her to explain, and she pulled out a document. She explained that the time for the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly was approaching, blushed gently, and invited him to accompany her. He was surprised to receive the invitation. The Dragon and Phoenix Assembly was a martial arts tournament of the Orthodox sects, where the Muram Alliance gathered promising young martial artists, though in recent times it had become a place of vanity where titles were handed out. Yan Chun recalled hearing that the recent assembly was full of monsters, and it was there that Tang Soil had gained the title of Poison Peak. The girl hoped he would accept her invitation. In his past life, Yang Chan was too embarrassed to join the event, so he avoided going until he became the proper heir of his clan. He told Soyo that he was not certain if he would participate and that he could not give her an answer right now. The girl was sad to hear this. Yang Chan then asked her if she had anything else she wanted to tell him. Soyo told him that there was nothing else. He could not believe that she came all the way from Sichuan just to tell him this, and he did not understand why she would do so. At that moment, Kiol appeared and asked him if he really did not understand. The old man hated how clueless Yan Chun was. He revealed that Soyo came to see him because she liked him. Yang Chan was shocked to hear this. Kiol complained that he could not understand why so many girls were falling for a boy that looked like a mantis. Yang Chan could not believe what he was hearing and wondered why she liked him. In both his current life and his previous one, he had never truly gotten involved with the girl. He recalled the times he encountered her and realized that she always blushed around him. He now understood that Soyo had an unrequited love for him. Young Chun decided to confront her about it and called out to the girl. She quickly answered him, and he told her that he was curious about something. Sheo asked him what he was doing and quickly realized that he wanted an answer from her. He asked him to stop, called him a clueless idiot, and begged him not to continue. Despite that, Yanshan asked the girl if she liked him. Immediately after he asked the question, Baya opened the door and stepped into the room. Both of them quickly turned to her. Baya apologized and asked if they were still talking. Young Chan confirmed that they were and asked her to leave. Soyo apologized to him and asked if he could give them some time together. Our boy was surprised to hear this and asked her what she meant. Kyol called him an idiot again and told him that he could only survive the situation by shutting his mouth and leaving. Soyo seemed rather hostile to her friend. Realizing the situation, Yang Shun decided to leave. Smiling, he told Baya that he was done talking to Soyo. He stood up and told Soyo that he would let her know about the offer. She thanked him, and Yang Chun quickly ran out, as the mood was too intense for him. Bayao then moved closer to her friend. Soyo told her that she wanted to talk to her. When Baya sat down, Soyo revealed that she had heard about her engagement to Yanshan and asked if she had a part in deciding this. Baya told her that she did not, and said that she felt it was actually a good thing. Soyo glared at her, clenched her fist, and said she would ask her the same question she had asked before, whether she loved Yanshan. Baya replied that she was not sure. She admitted that she did not know what love was, but she wanted Yanshan to stay by her side. Smiling brightly, she said that this was the only thing she was certain about. Soyo was surprised to see the bright smile on her friend's face and did not like what she was hearing. She felt betrayed and could not understand why Baya and Yanshan had to get engaged. She wished she had asked earlier for an engagement with the Gu clan. While Soyo was lost in thought, Baya apologized. Soyo was surprised and asked why she was apologizing. Baya reminded her that she liked Yanchun before. Soyo told her that she should be the one apologizing, saying that she should not get involved in matters decided by their clans. Baya then noticed the document on the table and asked her friend about it. Soyo revealed that it was an invitation to the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly and that she had asked Yanchun to go with her. She said that our boy might refuse. Baya told her that it was fine. She said that she was going too. She gently smiled and told her friend that she would go. If Yanchun went, she told her that it would be fine. Baya's skin shined brightly as she smiled. A bright light was emanating from her body. Soyo was blinded by this light. She didn't understand what happened between her friend and the boy. She couldn't believe that someone like Bia, who had always hated going to these events, had decided to go willingly. The girl wondered if this was the power of love. She felt like she had completely lost. She picked up her cup and slowly drank her tea. Bia told her friend that she had something to share with her. She revealed to Soyo that she might be carrying Yan Chuan's child. The girl spat out her tea when she heard this and coughed out loud. Bia asked her if she was all right. Soyo pulled herself together and asked her friend to repeat what she just said. Bia gently blushed when she heard this. Outside the room, Yanchun was walking somewhere. He suddenly stopped and turned around. Chio asked him if something was wrong. The boy said that it was nothing. He told the old man that he just had an ominous feeling. For some reason, he hoped the girls weren't talking about anything weird. Soyo asked her friend if she was really carrying Yanchuan's child. Baya gently touched her stomach. She said that they had slept together in the Manhwa sect and held each other's hands. She told her friend that the child might have been conceived at that time. Soyo couldn't believe what she was hearing. She hadn't expected them to get this far in their relationship. The moment she thought of this, she realized something. She asked Baya to tell her what happened after they held hands. Bia asked her what she meant. Soyo asked her if they didn't do anything else. The girl realized that her friend was oblivious when it came to matters like this. She drew out her chair and told Bia that she was going to share something with her for her own sake. She told her that babies were not made that way. Bia was shocked to hear this. She asked Soyo to tell her how they were made. Her friend asked her to listen closely. She pointed at the oblivious girl and began to explain how babies were made. Bia could not believe what she was hearing. She was completely lost. A while later, Baya stepped out of the chambers. Yanchun was standing outside. He asked the girl what had taken her so long. He noticed that she looked tired. He asked her what happened. He stretched out his hand and asked if she was all right. Baya's face instantly became red when she saw his hand. She turned around and began to run. Yanchun asked her to wait and to tell him where she was going. He didn't understand what was happening. He wondered if he had done something to her. The scene shifted, taking us to the clan head's office. The Sword Queen stepped inside. Xiaolan asked her to sit since he wanted to ask her some questions. The woman asked him not to worry about it. She said that she would leave immediately. She was done. She referred to the clan head as squad leader. Chi Olin asked her to address him with the appropriate title. He told her that they had been away from each other for too long to be playing such games. The Sword Queen told him that she must call him squad leader if she wanted to ask about what happened in the demon realm on that particular day. Xiaolon was surprised to hear this. He released his energy and fire covered his entire body. He asked the Sword Queen if she had forgotten their promise. The woman asked him if there was a problem and reminded him that she only promised not to question him about Chunhei, but this did not apply to the demon realm. With a scary look on his face, the clan head asked the woman if she believed such tactics would work on him. The Sword Queen assured him that she was not playing around. She brought up the mature dragon squad that was created by the Muram Alliance to prevent the dangers of the demon realm from reaching civilians. She said she would never joke about this issue, especially when it involved the children who once followed him as their squad leader. The Sword Queen begged Xiaolon to tell her what he saw in the demon realm that day. She asked him to explain what caused the members of his squad, who entered the demon realm, to kill each other, leaving the survivors trembling in fear and ending their own lives. Xiaolon removed his energy when he heard this question. He asked her if she would believe that he saw the same thing she had seen. The Sword Queen vividly remembered what she saw, a huge twisted tree with glowing purple leaves. When she went to the demon realm to search for Chunhei, she remembered how chaotic energy entered her body just from looking at the tree. The tree's aura and bindings did not even allow her to speak of its existence. The woman did not expect Xiaolon to have also seen the same thing. The clan head told her he would no longer speak on the topic because she had experienced the same danger as him. He revealed that everyone who saw that thing went mad. He explained that they all entered the demon realm under the orders of the Sword Supreme, who was the alliance leader at that time. The Sword Queen was the only one who did not go because she was sick then. Xiaolon told the Sword Queen that they were simply following the Sword Supreme's orders. He reminded her that Haiyan claimed the end of the demon realm would save the world. The Sword Queen gritted her teeth when she heard this, saying it was all a lie. She reminded Xiaolon of what they heard from the Sword Supreme when he disbanded the mature dragon squad and stepped down as alliance leader. Hagon had told them that he thought he would find a way to revive his daughter in the demon realm. The Sword Queen was shocked to hear this, but Xiaolon did not seem surprised. She revealed to him that she spoke to Hagon again while they were traveling. The Sword Supreme knelt down and begged her, admitting that he did it all for his own personal interest. The Sword Queen could not believe that the great Sword Supreme had knelt before her. She told Xiaolon it was a sorry sight. She had wanted Haiyan to be unapologetic so that she could direct her anger at him. The woman told the clan head that their squad members had not lost their lives for the greater good, but for the Sword Supreme's greed and lies. Xiaolon assured her that he was aware Haigon's actions could not be understood or forgiven. The Sword Queen was surprised to hear this and asked him why. He told her it was because it had to be done. He asked her to leave for the day, saying he had no more answers for her. The woman did not expect to hear this. She let out a sigh, composed herself, and turned around, telling Xiaolon that she would visit him again. After she left, the man thought back to the past. He remembered thinking that the Sword Supreme was not in the right state of mind. It was almost as if he had been entranced by something, as though the thing was in control. The scene then shifted to the second elder and Seola looking at Yanchun. They watched him as he covered his body with energy. Gurian said they had a dragon in their clan and asked Yanchun if he had gained some enlightenment at Mount Hua. Seola told him he was amazing. Yanchun withdrew his energy, surprised to see the second elder. Seola moved close and gave him a towel. He told the elder it was too corny to call someone a dragon. Ryan asked him if people his age did not like such titles. At that moment, Yanchun remembered something. He took out the bag that the sect leader had given him and told the elder that the Plum Blossom Sage said it belonged to him. He asked what it was. The elder told him to take a look inside. When Yanchun opened the bag, he found a bracelet. The second elder said it was nothing much and asked him to keep it. Yangchun said he would give it to Xiola if it was nothing much. Xiola was very happy to be receiving a present from him. But before he could give her the bracelet, the elder punched him on the head, literally burying his head in the ground. He scolded him, saying he could not just give away a present in front of the person who gave it to him. Xiola was shocked to see what the elder did. She moved close and told Yangchun she did not want it anymore. When Yangchun pulled his head out of the ground, the second elder remembered something. He told him that people from the Namgung clan were in their clan. Yangchun was surprised and could not believe they had arrived so quickly. The second elder revealed they were waiting for his fiancée to arrive in a place not far from the clan. He also could not believe that people from the Tang clan and the Namgung clan were both present. Yangchun quickly stood up and ran. He could not believe that Bai Ah was finally going home. He told himself it was normal for her to return home. He remembered her smile, how she stopped him from losing his mind, how she risked her life to stop him, and how she gently rested on his shoulder. Yangchun wondered why he felt so anxious when Bai Ah was returning home. He opened the door to her room when he arrived at her doorstep and saw something shocking. A man in blue clothes slapped the girl. Bai Ah could not say anything as the man glared at her. Yangchun lost his cool and released his energy in anger. Yangchun's memory drifted back to his previous life. At someone's grave, he was slowly pouring wine over the sword planted before him. He paused for a moment, his thoughts turning chaotic. His dark, abyss-like eyes gazed forward as he dropped down onto the ground, staring at the grave as though it were that of a close confidant. Images of Bia's final moments appeared vividly in his mind. Back then, as he had looked at her, he had told her that she resembled the moon. She had turned around in confusion, asking what he meant. He had quickly denied it, telling her to forget it, claiming it had just slipped out. Yet afterward, he had spoken inwardly to himself, admitting that although it had been a careless remark, she often gazed at the moon in deep thought. Even at the moment of her last breath, she had stared at the moon, and he had wondered whether it had truly been up there in her sight. He had questioned what she had really been thinking while looking at it that day. What amazed him was that even within such a rotten life, she had still fallen into contemplation. That was why he could not understand it even more. If she died, she would no longer be able to swing the sword she loved, nor gaze at the moon either. Once death came, everything ended there, he had thought, addressing her in his memory. Kim Bu. And yet, despite knowing this, she had chosen death. Lowering his face in frustration, Young Chun had cursed inwardly, blaming that damned girl. He had recalled her saying she had done it simply because she had wanted to, dismissing it as nonsense. He had then reflected that thinking about it any further was pointless, for he would probably never know the true answer for the rest of his life. When his memory faded, reality surged back. Bia had just been struck across the face by the Namgung patriarch for the offense of daring to run away from home. At that very moment, Yang Chun appeared, unable to restrain his fury. His eyes burned with nothing but rage. Without a second thought, he lunged toward the patriarch, his fist blazing with the fire of hatred. Namgung Jin, the clan head, remained calm, his body radiating a pure azure energy. With a single effortless block, he easily halted Yang Chun's frenzied assault without much exertion. Yang Chun stared at him in shock, wondering how the man could have stopped his blow so easily. The patriarch then demanded to know who Yang Chun thought he was to interfere in another family's affairs. Only then did Yang Chun truly grasp the situation. He realized that the man before him must be none other than the Namgung clan's patriarch, the Azure Sky Sword King himself, Namgung Jin. At once, Yang Chun lowered his killing intent and responded with measured words, introducing himself as Gu Yangcheon of the Gu clan and declaring that he was the young lady's fiancé. He then asked what that situation just now had been about. The patriarch looked at him with sharp, cold eyes, his voice edged with irritation as he retorted that it was exactly what he wanted to ask. He said that as a father disciplining his own child, he wondered whether Yang Chun thought it was right to interfere with the patriarch's actions. Yang Chun, calm and steady, bowed his head slightly and replied that he could not simply stand by and watch another man strike his fiancée. From his perspective, it had looked as though the patriarch were harming his guest. Those words only inflamed Namgung Jin's anger further. Calling Yang Chun an insolent brat, his entire body erupted with violent energy, shaking the surroundings with its intensity. Bia desperately tried to calm him, pleading for restraint, but her words had no effect. The patriarch's voice thundered as he told Yang Chun that although he seemed to have talent, he lacked humility, and that he was just like his father. Yet instead of cowering, Yang Chun met his words with defiance. He declared that at least he was not like the patriarch's own son, who had flaunted himself without either talent or humility. Then, with biting irony, he added that the man was no longer a son, but had become his second daughter instead. Every word Yang Chun uttered only fueled the man's fury, making him wish he could tear apart the young brat standing before him. Overcome with rage, the man shouted an insult, calling Yang Chun a little brat. Suddenly, a gentle hand rested on Yang Chun's shoulder from behind, and a calm voice remarked that it seemed his son had caused trouble. Slowly turning his head, Yang Chun saw that it was the clan head who had appeared. Clan head Namgung, noticing clan head Gu's presence, was visibly surprised and stammered his name in shock. Clan head Gu, however, spoke with composure, saying that Yang Chun was still merely a childish boy, that he would discipline him later, and that Namgung should be generous this time. He then scolded Yang Chun directly, telling him to hurry and apologize. Yang Chun quickly bowed to show sincerity and muttered an apology to clan head Namgung. With that, clan head Gu led his son away, saying they were sorry for the disturbance and would now take their leave. From behind, clan head Namgung called after them, insisting that such an incident could not simply be brushed off with an apology. Yet the only response he received was the cold gaze of clan head Gu. Realizing the hidden meaning in that silent look, Namgung chose not to press the matter further. The doors slammed shut, leaving only Namgung and his son standing in silence. Before departing, clan head Gu remarked that they would meet again at tomorrow's gathering. The room sank into oppressive quiet. The face of clan head Namgung darkened as he begrudgingly declared that the punishment would end there. He ordered Bia to have his wounds treated by the attendants immediately. Bia lowered his head and replied softly with obedience. The scene shifted outside, where clan head Gu and Yang Chun were walking under the stillness of the moonlit night. Yang Chun's mind was clouded with self-reproach, cursing himself for losing his temper and failing to hold back. Breaking the silence, clan head Gu suddenly addressed him, calling him third, and asked if he had not heard him. Startled, Young Chun flinched and stammered a frightened response, thinking inwardly that he was surely doomed, perhaps even about to be killed. Contrary to his fears, however, clan head Gu only offered words of praise, telling him that he had done well. Stunned, Young Chun froze, unable to comprehend, and asked what he meant. The clan head clarified that his words meant exactly what he had said. Young Chun had done well, for he had acted to protect his people, and there was nothing wrong with that. Young Chun watched the clan head's back in confusion, questioning in his thoughts why his father was acting so uncharacteristically. He reflected that his father never praised him for anything other than martial achievements, and yet now he had even acknowledged him as one of his people. Memories from childhood surged forth. The times when Young Chun and his younger sister had tried desperately to express their affection toward their parents, his mother's warm smile, and the affectionate pat on the head that he could never forget. He thought to himself that, had his parents still been alive, the family would have been a happy one, filled with laughter, tender gestures, and sweet words forever engraved in his memory. Standing silently for a moment, Young Chun collected his troubled thoughts and finally spoke, addressing his father as clan head. Turning calmly, clan head Gu told him to speak. Young Chun then brought up the matter of the Taishan pill, reminding him of the promised reward for bringing back the youngest. Clan head Gu replied that he had just been about to mention it, but Young Chun shook his head and said he no longer needed the pill. Instead, he requested to be shown the underground at least once. Upon hearing those words, the clan head widened his eyes in astonishment and remarked that ever since that day, Young Chun had always avoided even going near it, demanding to know what had gotten into him. Young Chun, stammering, replied that as someone of the Gu clan, it was something he would eventually have to understand, and that he could not keep putting it off any longer. The clan head, after a moment of contemplation, conceded and told him that once the betrothal talks were concluded the following day, he would take him to the underground. Young Chun, confused, asked what he meant by betrothal talks. The clan head explained that Young Chun would be meeting clan head Namgung to set the schedule for his engagement, and ordered him to appear at the designated place the next day without being late. Young Chun clasped his hands respectfully and answered in agreement. A while later, when Young Chun returned to his quarters, he spoke with Elder Shin, complaining that it was such a mess to deal with right after his return, and demanding to know why the elder had merely stood by silently during that situation. Elder Shin retorted by asking since when Young Chun had ever listened whenever he was told something. Young Chun countered that despite saying so, the elder had seemed to be watching with great interest. Elder Shin admitted that from a spectator's point of view, the entire scene had indeed been extremely entertaining, before shifting the topic to ask what Young Chun intended to do about the martial arts tournament the Tang girl had mentioned, pointing out that he could have refused back then if he truly wished. Young Chun clarified that the elder was referring to the Yongbong gathering. He explained that he had no real reason to decline, and that Henan, where it was held, was not too far. Besides, he thought to himself that there was someone he would eventually have to face there. Elder Shin mused aloud about Henan and wondered whether the Shaolin temple still stood there. Young Chun confirmed that Shaolin was, of course, still thriving. Elder Shin then asked if Young Chun could stop by the temple while he was there, since there was something he wished to confirm. Young Chun asked if all that was required was for him to drop by, and after a moment of thought, the elder confirmed it. Young Chun acknowledged the request, stating that he would stop by while he was at it. The next morning, at the meeting place the clan head had mentioned beforehand, Young Chun arrived alone. As he stood there, he thought to himself that he had rushed over in fear of being late, only to realize that no one else was present. From a distance, Bia's voice rose gently as she remarked that he was already there. Young Chun casually pointed at her and asked why she had only just arrived, adding that in situations like this, they should have been the ones to appear first. Bia softly tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. The person who appeared before Young Chun at that moment was not the Bia he was accustomed to seeing, but a refined and elegant young lady of striking beauty. Her white hair was neatly tied up, her lips carried a soft rosy hue, and her affectionate gaze could have felled the heart of any man. Young Chun stood frozen, his body stiffening as though he were nothing more than a boy who had only just discovered what true beauty meant. After a while, at the dining table, both clan heads had already arrived and taken their seats. Clan head Gu was the first to speak, inquiring whether the other had rested well the previous night, adding that if such a matter had truly occurred, then peace of mind would surely have been impossible. Young Chun, sitting beside them, felt surprised at the question, but said nothing. Clan head Namgung calmly replied with a trace of displeasure, expressing his thanks for Gu's concern, but insisting that it was not something Gu needed to worry about and asking him not to mind it any further. Gu countered that it was impossible for him to do so, since that heavenly demon was certainly connected to him. Upon hearing this, Namgung's expression darkened with irritation. He gripped his cup tightly in anger and remarked that the previous day he had also felt Gu remained exactly the same as in the past. Slowly raising his teacup, he went on to state that in terms of realm, he still believed himself a step above. Young Chun was left speechless, wondering silently what exactly Namgung meant by those words. Gu eventually shifted the subject, saying that he wished to discuss the children's marriage. The atmosphere grew so suffocating that Young Chun wished only to flee. Contrary to expectations of bloodshed, however, the meeting unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. Perhaps it was because, despite their enmity, both sides still observed the boundaries of courtesy. Yang Chun cast a glance at Bia, who was eating, and thought to himself that in truth they were only sitting here as placeholders, wondering how she could eat in such a stifling setting. Perceiving his gaze, Bia looked up at him, their eyes met, heavy with unspoken words, before she suddenly turned away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yang Chun questioned in his heart why she had only now begun to feel shy, yet dismissed the thought, telling himself that at least matters seemed to be progressing smoothly. It was then proposed that the wedding should be held once the child reached adulthood and was able to inherit the position of young clan head. Clan head Namgung objected at once, pointing out that adulthood was still several years away and that the matter would be delayed for too long. Before he could finish, however, Gu interrupted to ask whether he bore any dissatisfaction. Namgung quickly denied it, saying that it was not what he meant. Yang Chun, seated beside them, noticed once again, as he had the day before, that Namgung never truly managed to oppose his father's words. What appeared to be a discussion was, in reality, nothing more than one-sided commands. Gu then asked when the betrothal ceremony should be scheduled, suggesting that if there was no particular preference, the coming spring would be suitable. Namgung reluctantly agreed, saying that he would consult with the elders and then send a letter informing Gu of the decision. Gu declared the matter settled and said that he looked forward to a favorable outcome from Namgung. After that one-sided discussion, clan head Namgung later sat alone in his chamber, staring at his sword in a fury. The moonlight streaming in only heightened the tension. His teeth ground together as veins stood out across his enraged face. Muttering Gu Cheolan's name in his heart, memories of his youth surged back once more. He recalled that Gu had not changed in the slightest and still looked at him with the same contemptuous gaze. He remembered vividly the day of his defeat, a humiliation he had never forgotten. The blazing flames and scorching heat had been overwhelming, a power far beyond what any youth of their age should have possessed. From that day onward, he had burned away his own youth in an attempt to surpass Gu, convinced that sheer effort would make it possible. Yet, desire alone could not always bring reality into being. A single remark from an elder had left him tormented ever since, when he was told that inside him was emptiness. At that time, Namgung could not comprehend what those words meant. He had asked what they implied, only to be told that he was hollow, void, and that he should first fill that emptiness. The elder had been one of the 3 celestial venerables, and his words had not instructed Namgung to merely cultivate inner strength, but rather to fill some deeper void. He had pondered that statement for decades, wondering if even now he remained unable to escape Gu Cheolan's shadow. His eyes glowed with suppressed turmoil, his mind consumed by countless thoughts. Worse still, even Gu's son now dared to treat him with contempt. Fixing his gaze on the sword before him, he resolved inwardly that if Gu did not know how to discipline his own offspring, then he himself would have to teach the insolent boy a lesson. The scene then shifted elsewhere, where Suola was secretly practicing sword techniques with intense focus. The words of her past self as the sword saint echoed as guidance within her mind, instructing her to move in harmony with the whisper of the blade. Closing her eyes, she gradually felt the flow around her. In an instant, she swung the sword decisively through the air. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure tore through the atmosphere, unleashing a sword aura that split apart everything in its path. The ground in front of Suola had been stripped of grass, revealing the rugged earth beneath, scattered with fallen leaves. She decided that it was enough for the day, letting out a weary sigh as she lamented her exhaustion. Her spirit companion appeared beside her, speaking with gentle concern that she had already trained diligently and that her progress was clearly visible. Suola asked in return if that was truly the case, and her spirit confirmed that compared to the beginning, her improvement was remarkable. Yet suddenly, an ominous premonition surged into her mind, interrupting her train of thought. Turning her gaze toward the source, she realized what had caused it. Her spirit asked if she too had sensed it, the eruption of immense energies where the Namgung clan resided. That was where Namgung's elder sister lived. The sword Saint Suola, feeling uneasy, urged her to hurry there immediately. Suola hesitated, pointing out that if she went in her current state, others might discover that she was actually a servant of the Gu clan. But then she smiled with determination, saying that she already had a way to deal with it. At that very moment, on a deserted road, the Namgung clan head was striding forward with burning fury, intent on venting his anger. Suddenly, he was stopped. Someone called out for him to halt. In front of him stood Suola, wearing a hat that concealed her face, with moonlight spilling across the path. He demanded to know who she was, but immediately recognized her, realizing she was the attendant who had followed Chietvon's son earlier. The clan head mocked her for such a clumsy disguise, and Suola's face froze. She thought in alarm that her elder sister's plan had already been exposed. The sword. Saint Suola fell silent, understanding now what kind of method she had meant earlier. The Namgung clan head fixed his sharp gaze on her and asked what business such a lowly servant could possibly have in this place and who had sent her. Then, as if dismissing her, he told her to get out of his sight at once since he had no time to quarrel with someone like her. Seola, though hesitant, replied that leaving was not an option. His eyes widened in disbelief at her words, asking if he had heard correctly. She pointed to the terrifying killing intent radiating so clearly from his body and asked where exactly he intended to go. Lowering her head, she cautiously suggested that he might be planning to unleash his anger upon the young master. Those words struck directly at his pride, igniting uncontrollable rage. In an instant, his entire body erupted with violent energy, a storm sweeping through the heavens. Panic rose within Seola, and she hastily asked her elder sister what she should do now. Her spirit urged her to draw her sword immediately. The clan head roared in fury, declaring that even the descendants of the Gu clan dared to speak so insolently. He raged that all of them were the same, arrogant and disrespectful, nothing but eyesores who offended him simply by existing. Clutching his sword tightly, lightning surged around him like torrents crashing down from a waterfall, devouring everything in their path. When he drew his blade, a vicious arc of sword energy, sharp enough to chill the bone, slashed towards Seola, wrapped in a storm of thunderous force that howled like a starving beast. The sword. Saint Seola urged her to act according to what she had practiced, and Seola answered with resolve. Drawing her sword, she sliced the ferocious strike into 4 separate fragments with effortless precision. The cut was light and graceful, yet refined and deadly. The Namgung clan head froze in astonishment at what he had just witnessed. His overwhelming sword strike had been shattered into countless fragments of energy that exploded harmlessly behind Seola. His body stiffened as chaotic thoughts swirled through his mind. He wondered in disbelief if she had truly managed to block his attack. Narrowing his eyes warily, anxiety crept through every fiber of his being. He demanded to know who she really was, but Seola gave no answer. She simply remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on her opponent with unwavering concentration. A figure walked through a dark, torchlit dungeon and stopped before a prison cell where an old man was being held captive. The visitor asked the old man if he had called for him. The old man looked up from the floor, examined the visitor's appearance, and remarked whether the man had grown fond of the clan he was imitating. The visitor touched his face and replied that after hiding for so long, it had simply become a habit. Growing impatient, he pressed the old man to explain why he had been summoned. The old man handed him a letter and told him that he needed to make a trip to the Black Knight Palace. The visitor was shocked and questioned the destination. The old man explained that the first elder had received a request and that the letter had to be delivered. The visitor complained about the troublesome errand, but the old man simply told him that he would leave it to him. With that, the visitor left the dungeon. Alone in his cell, the old man scoffed and muttered to himself that they were reaching even here in order to secure a seat. Elsewhere, a man named Guang Jun, blinded by greed, smirked and declared that he liked it. In a forest under the full moon, a fierce battle raged. Namong Jene clashed with the veiled Seola, their blades radiating with powerful energy. He struggled against her assault, shocked by its sheer force, and wondered what was going on. Though he noticed that her movements were riddled with openings, he still found himself being pushed back. The energy between them erupted, and Seola cried out in pain as the blast sent her flying backward, her veil tearing away in the force. Namong Jane wasted no time, unleashing another powerful slash that sped toward the airborne Seola. Her eyes widened in shock as the energy was about to strike. The two fighters collided in a brilliant explosion of power, the clash sending shockwaves rippling through the forest. Namong Jane was left impressed with his opponent's skill. He observed that Seola was reacting and blocking at the exact moment. Seola lay on the ground, clutching her arm from the last exchange. Namong Jin wondered aloud whether the Ghoul clan now taught swordsmanship to its servants. He was shocked that his attack had been blocked. Suddenly, a low hum filled the air as both his and Seola's swords began to vibrate. He recognized the sound instantly as sword resonance. Staring in disbelief, he questioned how a mere servant could accomplish a feat so difficult even for swordmasters. He could not believe it. To him, the thought that the Azure Sky Sword King might be troubled by a mere servant was absurd. With that, he unleashed a massive wave of energy that engulfed the area in a storm of blue light. In the face of this immense power, Seola underwent a transformation, her dark hair turning into a brilliant golden yellow. Namong Genie glared at the newly transformed sword Saint Seola, challenging her and asking if she could block the same move as before. He released another powerful wave of energy, but his attack was met with an equally powerful force. Sword Saint Seola stood firm, deflecting the slash. The two warriors charged at one another, their blades meeting in a brilliant flash of light. The energy from their clash erupted in a massive pillar that tore through the forest, devastating the landscape. When the dust settled, Namong Jin stood alone, looking around and wondering where his opponent had vanished. Suddenly, sensing something, he looked upward in shock. Sword Saint Seola was now above him, her golden hair and sword glowing with immense power. He was taken aback by her sudden change in hair color. They clashed again, their powers radiating outward, and he realized that the flow of her sword had completely changed. Sword Saint Seola looked at him with disappointment and told him that his sword was empty, calling it a pity. Her words made Namong Jin tremble with rage. Shaken, he clenched his teeth, his sword crackling with energy. Enraged, he shouted that she dared to run her mouth and insisted that she should not spout nonsense. Gathering a massive amount of energy, he prepared to unleash a powerful blast. The attack erupted, sending a blinding light towards Sword Saint Seola. Namong Jin and Sword Saint Seola continued their fierce clash. As they fought, she recognized his technique as the Namong sword style, though she noted it felt rough and chaotic, as if it had lost its way and been severed from its roots. She recalled that even Chan Jin, a master of the highest realm of Namong swordsmanship, had agonized over this rough style. Facing Namgung Jin's attack, she questioned inwardly whether the Namgung sword was always like this by nature. Sword Saint Xie reflected that there had been one exception, the Demon Sword Queen. Their blades clashed in a brilliant display of power, and she remembered how the Queen's sword had always felt as though it knew the path. She wondered why, among all the warriors of the Namong clan, the Queen alone had walked a different sword path. As these thoughts passed through her mind, she and Namong Jin collided once more in a massive explosion of energy. The blast hurled Namong Jin through the air, and he crashed to the ground, defeated and coughing blood. Looking up at Sword Saint Kola, he asked in disbelief why this had happened. She stood over him with an unreadable expression. Suddenly, dozens of swords made of pure energy materialized in the air, all aimed at him. Powerless, Namong Jin repeated his question, demanding to know why. In frustration, he screamed again, asking why his sword could not reach her. Desperately, he channeled all of his strength into his blade, and a massive pillar of blue energy erupted from the ground, consuming the battlefield in a blinding explosion. When the light faded, the land around them was utterly destroyed, and Sword Saint Kola had disappeared. Sword Saint Seal, however, thought to herself that this would not do. She admitted inwardly that she did not wish to crush his fighting spirit, but she could see no other path forward. From the ground, a radiant white wing of energy burst forth as a colossal, ethereal blue figure began to manifest from the light. Within it floated Sword Saint Kola, her golden aura clashing against the figure's blue energy. The two powers merged into an overwhelming force until a massive blade of pure energy took shape in the sky. Sword Saint Kola, glowing with a golden aura, directed the attack. The giant blade descended upon Namgung Jin, who could only stare upward in shock as the devastating technique, a mirror of his own clan's power, crashed down. When the devastation settled, the two stood upon the ruined battlefield, their swords locked. Namong Jin collapsed to the ground, defeated and stunned. He recognized the technique she had unleashed as one belonging to his own Namong clan, and he demanded to know how she could possibly wield it. Sword Saint Kola remained standing over him, her golden hair shining beneath the pale light of the moon. Seola stood tall under the moonlight, her sharp gaze fixed directly on the head of the Namgung clan. She demanded to know who he really was and how he could possibly wield the Namgung sword technique. The Sword Saint narrowed his eyes in thought, finding it curious that despite witnessing a servant displaying the martial arts of such a renowned family, the clan head only asked how it was possible. It became clear that his curiosity as a martial artist outweighed his killing intent. The clan head, kneeling on the ground, implored Seola to explain how she could use the sword art of the Namgung family. Yet almost immediately, he admitted that the origins no longer mattered and pleaded instead to be taught the technique, saying he needed it to reach a higher realm. Looking down at him, Seola told him that it was enough, urging him to stand. She was surprised at the depth of his desperation. She explained that she was merely a servant of the Gu clan, and that what she knew had only been picked up in fragments from others, making it difficult to explain in detail. Upon hearing this, the clan head was stunned and asked from whom she had learned it. Sola smiled, relieved that she could finally shift the responsibility elsewhere, and suggested that if she were to say it was her young master, would he believe it? The clan head immediately cried out that it was absurd, insisting that the son of Chulwoon could not possibly have such a thing. He remarked that he had only heard rumors of them obtaining the lost Namgung technique by chance. Seola told him that whether he believed it or not was his choice, and that she cared little about it. What mattered was that he kept everything that had happened that night a secret. She added that if he truly wished her young master to teach him, then he should first learn to calm his anger. With those words, she quickly departed, leaving the clan head lost in thought. He wondered to himself whether Gu Young-chun, that child, could truly help him. Meanwhile, the sword saint pressed on beneath the moonlight and the gentle wind. It was then that Seol-ah's voice surfaced again, apologizing to her elder sister and saying she would return the body to her immediately. She questioned whether what had just transpired was really acceptable, worrying that if the clan head attempted to harm the young master again, it might cause further trouble. She told her sister not to be concerned about it, though admitted she had only ended up forcing more burdens onto her. She then whispered an apology to Gu Young-chun. Time slipped by and morning came. Young-chun slowly awoke, his arm aching with a sharp numbness. He wondered what had happened, then turned his head to see Bi-ah fast asleep beside him, using his arm as a pillow throughout the night. Annoyed, he sat up quickly and pushed her away, questioning why she had chosen to sleep there when his father was present as well. He wondered if she truly wanted another scolding. At that moment, his eyes caught sight of a letter resting on the window. He reached for it, puzzled, and wondered to himself what it could be. He opened the letter and read it carefully. Inside were a few words written in Seol-ah's curved handwriting, saying that she had already taught the Namgung clan leader a lesson and that he should rest assured. Even after reading it, Mien still could not understand what on earth was going on. He wondered aloud to himself what the message was about. He then stared for a long time at the drawing at the end of the letter, but remained unable to determine who the sender was or who could have left it there. From outside the room, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, asking if he was inside. Young-chun was startled in fright when he recognized the voice as belonging to the Namgung clan leader. He could not comprehend why the man had come so early in the morning. Stammering, he hurriedly asked for a moment, then rushed to open the door, his clothes still not properly put on. He hastily asked why the clan leader had come at such an hour. The clan leader calmly explained that he wanted to ask him a few things, but his words trailed off when he caught sight of another figure in the room. Bi-ah emerged from Young-chun's bed, and the atmosphere immediately froze. She asked who had come, then panicked when she realized the situation. Rage flared once again on the clan leader's face, and he inwardly cursed her for waking up at such a critical moment. His murderous gaze turned toward Young-chun, as if he wished to tear him apart, though he restrained his fury for the sake of the larger matters at hand. He instead suggested that if Young-chun had no pressing business, they should speak outside. Young-chun stood there in shock, but then quickly changed his clothes and followed the clan leader out. He could not fathom why the man had chosen to speak at the training grounds. The clan leader slowly raised his sword in a deliberate, dangerous motion, and Young-chun's mind whirled at the thought that perhaps this was a pretext to kill him. In panic, he hastily gathered fiery energy into his palms, cursing inwardly at the thought that the threat might be real. Yet the clan leader did not attack. Instead, he demonstrated a sequence of techniques from the Namgung sword style. When he finished, he sheathed his weapon and asked Young-chun what he thought of it. Young-chun, bewildered, asked what the man meant. The clan leader clarified that he wanted Young-chun to say what his swordplay lacked. Young-chun shook his head in refusal, insisting that such a request was absurd and that he truly did not understand what was being asked of him. At that, the clan leader thrust the sword toward him, declaring loudly that he should not feign ignorance, for he had already heard that Young-chun was familiar with the perfected Namgung sword style. Young-chun's face darkened, his eyes empty like those of a dead fish. He demanded to know who had said such a thing and wondered if it might have something to do with the strange letter he had just received. The clan leader, now in desperation, rushed closer and pleaded with him to display the sword style once again, promising that whatever he desired would be granted. Terrified, Young-chun recoiled, asking why the clan leader was suddenly behaving in such a way. The confusion in his eyes made him wonder if the man had truly gone mad, and he questioned inwardly how a person could change so drastically in just a single night. From the side, Elder Shin, deep in thought, murmured that the clan leader was indeed a pitiable figure. Young-chun turned in surprise and asked him whether, if the man was the Namgung patriarch, he ought not be one of the foremost sword masters of the Namgung family. Yet the techniques the patriarch had displayed were utterly unlike the ones Young-chun knew. Elder Shin observed that although the Namgung swordsmen in Young-chun's inherited memories wielded styles of high refinement, they still lacked certain essential truths. Put simply, what had just been displayed was not the true Namgung swordsmanship at all, but rather an empty shell that only made noise without substance. He concluded by remarking that Young-chun's fated companion from his past life seemed finally to have found her own path. At that moment, the swordsmanship of Namgung seemed utterly broken, as though it had been severed and left incomplete. The thought arose that the boy, Min-ni, had once shouted that he would pass down that flawless sword technique to future generations, and yet now it seemed to have been cut off and consigned to oblivion. Questions stirred. Was the Min-ni that Elder Shin spoke of perhaps one of the heroes who had fought alongside him to rid the martial world of the blood demon in the past? That name surfaced. Namgung Min, the Thunderous Heaven Sword. Faced with the situation, the thought followed. What should be done now? The truth was clear. There was not a single stroke of swordsmanship that could be claimed as one's own. Elder Shin reflected that if even the fundamentals were unknown, then it meant that nothing at all was understood. Yet in his eyes, this was not entirely bad. As a true swordsman, to see another so desperate was indeed pitiful, and so he resolved to lend a hand. With that, Elder Shin began to take control of the young man's body. Young Chun reacted with alarm, wondering what the elder intended to do. Elder Shin seized the sword of the Namgung clan head and began to explain that the Namgung sword style had always been meant to resemble the waves of the sea. Since it drew upon thunderous energy, its essence lay in swift movements like lightning. But the most important aspect of all was to create a continuous flow like the unending surge of waves. This, he stressed, was of utmost importance. It needed to be precise even if slow, and upright even if not dazzling. No sooner had he spoken than Elder Shin demonstrated a few basic sword strokes in the air. They were not explosive, not flamboyant, nor particularly forceful. They simply curved and rolled with delicate subtlety, like the rise and fall of a gentle tide. The Namgung clan head, watching, was left stunned. The realization struck him. Was it truly supposed to resemble the sea's waves? His eyes widened, as though some hidden truth had just dawned upon him. Indeed, he thought, so that was its meaning. He rushed forward, grasped Young Chun's hand tightly, and declared with great emotion that a tremendous favor had just been granted to him, and that this was a blessing. Gripping his sword with determination, he turned and departed at once, vowing that what he had just witnessed must be engraved into his body, and promising that such a debt would not go unrepaid. His figure vanished instantly, leaving Yang Chun and the elder watching his hurried steps. Elder Shin remarked that the clan head appeared to have attained enlightenment, and that this was fortunate. Yang Chun then turned toward Elder Shin and asked about the Namgung sword style that had just been displayed. Elder Shin admitted that what he had shown was merely a crude imitation of something he had seen long ago. Yang Chun wondered aloud who could have spread such baseless rumors to the clan head, that he himself could wield the Namgung sword technique. Elder Shin confessed he did not know. At the very least, Yang Chun acknowledged, the clan head was no longer hostile toward him, which in itself was a good thing. Suddenly, Yang Chun remembered something more pressing that required his immediate attention. He dashed off toward the secret passage beneath the Yang household. When he arrived, the family head was already there. The man turned to him and observed that he had come late. Yang Chun quickly performed a respectful bow and explained that his tardiness was due to having matters that needed to be addressed. He apologized sincerely. His father accepted the apology without reproach and asked whether the steward had guided him here, then urged that they descend together. Yang Chun's expression grew tense as both men proceeded down a long staircase leading deep underground. After a considerable passage of time, they finally reached the lowest level. The father announced that they had arrived at the place his son had wished to see. Before Yang Chun stretched a row of prison cells that seemed endless, the flickering firelight only heightening the dreadful atmosphere. The thought arose, from where should they begin?
In the next scene, we see some demons with glowing red eyes yell that someone has come. The monsters were behind bars. They were all excited to see who it was. One of the monsters told another monster known as Dakibi that there is a small human accompanying the man. The Dakibi asked Yang Chun to let it outside. It screamed that it was going to kill everyone. Chiol became nervous. He asked Yang Chun about what was happening. Our boy reminded his father that he told him that this is the reason that the Gu clan exists. It is the karma of the patriarch which Yang Chun would eventually inherit. Yang Chun asked his father to explain what he meant. Chiolun walked past the cells and revealed to his son that these monsters are beings from the other world. He explained to him that they came from the demonic realm. The gates to the demonic realm are shut in order to stop these beings from crossing over. The ones that manage to cross over are locked up in this underground prison. This is the duty and karma of the Gu clan. Chiolun asked his son if he knows why they must take on this karma. He revealed to Yang Chun that the person who opened the gates of the demon realm was the founding patriarch of the Gu clan. His actions plunged Zhongyuan into great chaos. The Gu clan is still being punished for its founder's actions. Chiol couldn't believe what he was hearing. He never knew that the Gu clan was the cause of all the monsters that had appeared in Zhongyuan. He asked Yang Chun to tell him how he is so calm after hearing this. Our boy revealed to him that he already found out about this in his past life. Chiol was shocked to hear this. Yang Chun asked him if he didn't see it in his memory. The old man reminded him that there are a lot of hidden parts in his memory. He asked Yang Chun to tell him why he is here if he already knows this. Our boy clenched his fist and called out to the clan head. He reminded him that he said that they are being punished. He asked Chiolan if there is someone above them who is punishing them. Chiolan turned to Yangchun when he heard this. Yangchun learnt so many things as the heir of his clan in his past life. However, he never found out about the person punishing them. Chiolan called out his son's full name and told him that he can't answer this question right now. He told him that he will tell him about it once he becomes the young clan head. Yangchun nervously agreed to his father's offer. The other world beings laughed at Yangchun for getting rejected. Our boy already knew that his father would give him this answer. He didn't completely hate it because his father didn't deny that there was someone punishing them. This was enough for him. Chiolan walked past his son and told him that they have been there long enough. He told his son that they are leaving. Yangchun called out to the clan head and told him that he would like to look around on his own. A while later, we see Yangchun breathing heavily as he walked deeper into the prison. Chiol told him that he doesn't look well. He told him that he has been in there for too long. He advised our boy to leave now. Yangchun put himself together and said that he needs to go a bit further. He recalled that the first elder used the monster he is searching for to execute his plan. He wanted to see the being while he was there. He walked up to a cell and spoke an unknown language. Chiol asked him about what he just said. The being was in shackles and he was naked. He grabbed the bars of the cell when he heard what our boy said. The being transformed into Yangchun and smiled at him. He asked Yangchun to tell him why he said his name. He asked him to tell him how he knows his name. Chiol didn't understand what was happening. The Dakibi noticed that Yangchun wasn't shocked. He told him that he was trying to scare him. He transformed into the clan head and asked our boy if he is scared now. Yangchun simply glared at him. The Dakibi was surprised to see that our boy was not fazed. Yangchun noticed that there was no trace of the Dakibi leaving the prison. The Dakibi called him a boring bastard and asked him about why he came there. Our boy told him that he came to see how he is doing. He told him that he is done now. He turned around after saying this. The Dakibi told him that he is not doing well since he is trapped in there. He told Yangchun that he can help him get out. Our boy turned to him and glared at him with a scary look on his face. He advised him to give up if he is trying to pull anything right now. He told him that he will burn him to ashes if he catches him. After saying this, Yangchun walked away. After our boy left, the Dakibi began to release some steam from his body. He transformed into his true form. He turned out to be the old man who sent a letter to the leader of the Dark Knight Palace. He smiled and stroked his beard. He now understood why the first elder found Yangchun annoying. After Yangchun left the prison, we see him struggling to catch his breath. Chiol told him that he still can't believe what he just saw. He said that he never thought that they would be a secret like that underneath the Gu clan. Yangchun slowly pushed himself up and said that he didn't expect to stay there for so long. Immediately he said this, Siola called out to him. She asked him about where he was. She told him that she has been looking for him. She placed her hand on his face and told him that he doesn't look so well. With a worried look on her face, she asked him if something happened. She asked him if someone bullied him. Yangchun moved her hand away and told her that nothing happened. He asked her about why she was looking for him. Siola informed him that the young lady and the pretty lady wanted to ask him to have dinner with them. Yangchun was shocked to hear about a pretty lady. He knew that the young lady is his younger sister. He quickly realized that the pretty lady Siola was referring to was the Sword Queen. He grabbed our girl and asked her if she called the Sword Queen pretty lady to her face. Siola smiled and told him that the Sword Queen said that the name is nice, and she even asked her to keep calling her this. Yangchun told her that it is good if she doesn't mind. He realized that he hasn't eaten a single meal today. He decided to join them. He walked forward and asked Siola about where Baya is. Our girl informed him that Baya is talking to the lady of the Tang clan. Immediately she said this. She pointed at Soil and told her master that she is in front of them. When Yangchun turned, he saw Soil and Baya stepping out of a room. Soil asked him about why he is there. Yangchun reminded her that this is his room. He wondered why the two girls were there. He asked them about what they were doing inside. Baya turned away from him and told him that they did nothing inside. Yangchun revealed to the girl that the Sword Queen wants them to have a meal together. He asked them if they want to join them. Soil was extremely happy to hear this. She asked our boy if this is okay. She couldn't believe that she was going to have dinner with Yangchun. The moment she thought of this, she realized something. She asked Yangchun about who they will be having dinner with. Our boy told her that they will have dinner with the Sword Queen. He asked her if she doesn't know that the Sword Queen was staying here. Soil screamed. and asked him to tell her how she was supposed to know this. The girl wondered about what she should do. She didn't expect to meet the Sword Queen. While she was talking, the Sword Queen arrived and waved at them. She noticed that she had never seen Soil before. She gently smiled and said that they have a cute new guest. Soil smiled like a crazy fangirl when she saw the Sword Queen. She nervously put her hands together and introduced herself as the Sichuan Tang clan's first daughter. The Sword Queen smiled brightly and welcomed her. She said that it is a bit odd to keep talking. She suggested that they all go to the dining hall. Yangchun didn't expect the girl to get this excited over seeing the Sword Queen. He wasn't really surprised because the Sword Queen is the most accomplished and renowned female martial artist in the Orthodox faction. It was natural that Soil respected her as a martial artist. Ryongwa moved close to her brother and asked him about why he has another woman. She asked him if Soil likes him too. Yangchun was annoyed to hear this. He raised his hand and told his sister that it is wrong. He was more annoyed by the fact that she was actually correct. Later in the night, we are taken to a different building. Yangchun was amazed to see the amount of dishes on the table. He said that this looks fancier than usual. The Sword Queen revealed to him that Hyuk and the attendants prepared this meal together. Yangchun was shocked to hear that Hyuk made this food. He couldn't believe that the boy knew how to cook. He recalled that Hyuk once mentioned this to him when they were in the demonic cult. Hyuk told him that he likes to cook. He said that he wanted to open a restaurant before he joined the cult. The older Yangchun told him that he never asked him. At the time, Yangchun thought that the man was lying because he always lied. He hoped that the food wasn't poisoned. He picked a dumpling with his chopsticks and carefully bit it. To his surprise, the food tasted good. He told himself that it is just all right. He quickly ate another dumpling. While he was eating, someone moved close to the Sword Queen to tell her something. The person turned out to be Soil. The girl nervously offered the Sword Queen a drink. She asked her to have it while she eats. The Sword Queen asked her about what it is. The girl revealed to her that it is a tea made from the silent flower herb. She told the woman that it is good for skincare. The Sword Queen nervously asked the girl if the silent flower herb isn't poisonous. Soil told her that it is. Yangchun spat out his food when he heard this. He spat it on his sister. Ryongwa couldn't believe what her brother did. Yangchun nervously told her that he is sorry. The girl didn't want his apology. She threw her chopsticks at his eyes. Our boy screamed out in pain and fell on his fiancé's laps. With a look of anger on her face, Ryongwa called her brother a crazy bastard and asked him about what he is doing. After they were done eating, Yangchun and the Sword Queen stepped out. Our boy apologized to her for showing such a poor behavior. The woman assured him that it is fine. She told him that she had fun. She asked him about how his eyes are. As tears gushed down from his eyes, Yangchun told the woman that he is fine. He said that his sister didn't hit hard. The Sword Queen was relieved to hear this. She gently smiled and told Yangchun that his sister resembles him when she gets angry. She told him that they are definitely siblings. Yangchun wondered about how the Sword Queen saw him. He wanted to explain Soil's behavior to her, but the Sword Queen told him that it is fine. She said that she knows that it was out of goodwill. Although Soil was from the Tang clan, the Sword Queen never expected her to drink poison for skincare. She found it impressive. She gently smiled and said that Soil will become an impressive martial artist. Yangchun noticed that something was off with the woman. He told her that she looks tired. He asked her if something happened. The woman stopped walking when she heard this. She forcefully smiled and asked our boy if he noticed. She thanked him for worrying about her. She placed her hand on his shoulder and told him that it is nothing much. She assured him that he doesn't need to worry. She walked forward and said that things will flow naturally. Yangchun carefully stared at her as she walked away. He couldn't understand her worry. While he was looking at her, Soil called out to him. With a smile on her face, she thanked Yangchun for inviting her to today's meal. She told him that it was nice to eat with him. Yangchun moved close to her and asked her if it was nice to eat with him or the Sword Queen. Soil nervously said that she was talking about the Sword Queen. She quickly corrected herself and told Yangchun that it was nice to eat with both of them. Cheol called our boy a mean bastard and asked him if he has to tease someone who likes him. Our boy didn't understand what he meant. Cheol reminded him that he has something he wants to tell the girl. Yangchun quickly remembered what he wanted to say. He told Soil that he has decided to attend the Dragon and Phoenix assembly that she mentioned. He asked her to go with him. Soil was extremely happy to hear this. She grabbed Yangchun's hands and thanked him. She told him that she looks forward to the journey. She quickly let go of his hands and told him that she didn't realize that she was holding him. She apologized to him. Our boy assured her that it is fine. He told her that they will leave soon. He asked her to rest comfortably until that time. Soil thanked him for this. Yangchun left after telling her the news. Soil watched him walk away. She looked at her hand and gently smiled. She was quite happy to touch our boy. The scene shifts and we see Seola and Baya walking in a garden. The garden was filled with white flowers. Seola was happy to see so many flowers. Baya moved close to the flowers and said that they are white smiling flowers. Our girl asked her if she knows the flowers. Baya gently smiled and said that she does. She said that her mother used to like them. The scene shifts and we are taken to the past. We see a younger Baya standing in front of her mother. The woman put the white smiling flower in her daughter's hair and asked her to be happy even if she is not around. While Baya was thinking about the past, someone said that he heard they went on a walk. The girls quickly turned to the person. The person turned out to be Yangchun. Our boy said that the garden looks simple. He said that there were so many flowers there when his mother took care of it. Baya carefully looked at him. She asked him if she can take some of these flowers. Yangchun asked her to go ahead. He said that it doesn't matter to him. Baya picked up a flower and put one in Seola's head. She told our girl that her mother used to always do this. Seola took out a flower and put it in Baya's hair. She told the girl that she also needs to wear it. Baya smiled when she heard this. The two girls turned to Yangchun and called out to him. They asked him about how they looked. The white smiling flowers in the area made their beauty shine radiantly. Yangchun didn't know what to say. Cheol appeared and tapped him on his head. He told our boy that seeing a flower wearing flower will make the night shine brightly. He asked Yangchun to say this to them. Our boy was annoyed to hear this. He asked him to stop pushing thoughts into his head. Due to the look on his face, Seola assumed that they looked terrible. Yangchun assured her that they don't look terrible. In the next scene, we see someone training. The person turned out to be the Namgung clan head. The man was training in the field with his shirt off. His muscles and veins popped out as he wielded his sword. While he was swinging his sword, someone told him that he heard he came to Shangxi. The person asked him if he obtained any enlightenment. Jean turned around when he heard the person's voice. The person greeted the clan head with a smile on his face. The person turned out to be Gu Changjun, the first elder of the Gu clan. He is also known as the Exchange Zero Burning Sword. In the next scene, we see the second elder informing Yangchun that the first elder had a meeting with the Namgung clan head. Yangchun and Seola turned to him when they heard this. Our boy told Ryan that he knows. The elder was surprised to hear this. He told Yangchun that this isn't something that he can take lightly. He said that no one knows what the old man who is desperate to become clan head might do. The moment he said this, he understood what Yangchun said. He asked our boy if he really knew. Our boy smiled and told him that he has kind of become close to the Namgung clan head. A few hours ago, Yangchun went to meet the Namgung clan head. He saw Jean swinging his sword in the field. He told him that he was wondering about where he was. He didn't think that the man would still be swinging his sword. Jean cleaned his sweat and said that he feels himself getting a better sense of his sword each time he swings it. He said that it is as if he is learning how to wield a sword for the first time. He asked Yangchun to tell him how his sword looks compared to what it was in the morning. Cheol asked Yangchun to tell the man that he has grasped something even though it is faint. Our boy said this to the man. Jean told him that he was able to receive his teachings thanks to her help. He assured Yangchun that he will repay this debt. Our boy didn't know who Jean was referring to. He nervously laughed. The clan head decided to reveal to our boy that the first elder came to see him earlier. Yangchun was surprised to hear this. He did not think that the old man would finally make his move. He asked the clan head if he can tell him about what they discussed. Jean thought about it for a second and told Yangchun that he will be honest with him because he received his teachings. He revealed to our boy that the conversation was nothing more than a simple greeting. He said that Changjun asked him if he is interested in joining his cause and if he has the same desires as him. The elder suggested that they meet at a later time to discuss the specifics. Jean raised his sword and told Yangchun that he can obviously see that he and his father are not very close. He said that he would have accepted the first elder's offer if he had come earlier. However, the man is only interested in honing his sword further. He said that he doesn't wish to trouble himself with anything else. He asked Yangchun not to worry. He assured him that he will reject the elder's offer. Our boy smiled and told him that he would prefer if he accepted the offer. Jean was shocked to hear this. Yangchun reminded him that he said he would pay him back. He told him that he wants them to settle the debt this way. He asked the clan head to pretend to go along with the first elder and tell him what he is plotting. He told Jean that he will give him more sword lessons if he helps him. He asked him if he likes the offer. Jean couldn't believe what he was hearing. He asked Yan Chun if he is serious. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. Yan Chun was relieved to see that the clan head was only interested in his sword right now. He was happy to see that he was able to turn a disaster into an opportunity. He told the second elder that he doesn't need to worry about the first elder for a while. Ryan told him that he is even more worried after hearing this. He asked our boy if he will soon be leaving since he is participating in the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. Yan Chun told him that he is correct. He said that an invitation should have come for him. He asked the elder if he has heard anything. The elder put his hand into his clothes. He told Yan Chun that he wanted to give it to him as a present. He took out a cookie and gave it to Siola. Our girl began to drool. She told the man that she thinks she likes him. The elder took out a paper and gave it to Yan Chun. Our boy thanked him. Immediately he did this. He saw something shocking on the letter. With a smile on his face, the elder told Yan Chun that he got this 2 years ago, and he has been waiting for the chance to use it. He said that he is quite touched. Yan Chun told the man that this isn't an invitation letter. The elder explained to him that the character written on the paper is the character for defeat. He told our boy that it is a recommendation letter from the Aura Supreme. The Aura Supreme is one of the 3 great Supremes. He survived numerous defeats and persevered. He ended up eliminating a large number of unorthodox sects with his fist alone. Yan Chun wondered why the Aura Supreme would take interest in someone like him. He asked the second elder about where he got it. The old man told him that it is from the Aura Supreme. Our boy asked him about why it is from the Aura Supreme. Most recommendations are written by clans. The second elder pressed Yan Chun's head and asked him to shut up. He told him that he should just accept anything an adult gives him. He turned around and asked Yan Chun to tear his opponents to shreds. Our boy wondered about how the elder was this connected. He didn't like this situation at all. Worrying about the first elder was already enough for him. He knew that things would be bad if people at the assembly found out about this. Siola moved close to him and told him that he looks tired. Yang Chun told her that he is actually very tired. He said that he is going for a walk. He turned to Siola and asked her if she wants to join him. Our girl was very happy to hear his offer. She quickly accepted it. They walked in the town. Siola ran freely in the town. It had been a while since she last came there. Yang Chun advised her to slow down. He did not expect her to be so excited. Our girl quickly went to a stall and greeted the owners. The woman there told her that it has been so long. The man told her that she has gotten prettier. Siola smiled and thanked him. Yang Chun recalled that our girl said that she used to like walking around here. The moment he thought of this, he wondered about what she meant when she said this. While he was thinking, Siola bought 2 candy sticks from the store owners. She took one to Yan Chun and told him that it is her treat. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He asked Siola if she has money. Our girl revealed to him that she gets paid as a servant. Our boy couldn't believe that this was the same girl that begged for all those treats. Due to how she spoke with the merchants, Yan Chun realized that our girl has changed. He believed that she will soon become her past self. Immediately he thought of this. Siola referred to him as Gu Clan Heir. Our boy was shocked to hear this. He asked her about what she just called him. Siola called him the Gu Clan Heir again. She told him that this is what everyone calls him. She smiled and said that she wanted to try calling him this, but it might not suit her. She told Yan Chun that it seemed cool when other people said it. The moment he heard this, Yan Chun remembered something. This thing happened long before the heavenly demon appeared. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see an older Yan Chun sitting at the edge of a cliff in another world. Our boy had not yet joined the demonic cult at this point. Someone came to meet him. The person referred to him as Gu Clan Heir. Yan Chun turned to the person and asked her if something is wrong. He told her that they still have some time before they switch. He asked her about why she is out. The person turned out to be the older Siola. Our girl asked him if he wouldn't like someone to talk to while standing guard. She asked him if she can sit next to him. Yang Chun asked her to do something about her messy hair if she wants to sit beside him. Siola told him that she doesn't have anything that she can use to tie it back. Our boy did not like this. He tore a part of his clothes and offered it to her. Siola was surprised to see this. She gently smiled. She tied her hair and asked Yan Chun about what he's going to do when he gets out of this world. Our boy did not expect this question. He didn't understand why she brought something like this up when they have been transported to the demonic realm for 3 years. He reminded her that half of the talented martial artists at the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly died to demonic beasts immediately after being transported here. He asked Seola if she doesn't find it weird to still have hope about them getting out. He said that he should have never participated in the stupid event. He got pushed into it because he is the heir of his clan. Seola asked him if he has some dreams that he wants to achieve. She told him that she wants to hear about them. Yangchun dismissively waved his hands and said that he has never thought about it. Seola seemed a bit disappointed. Our boy turned to her and asked her about what she wants to do when she gets out of there. Seola smiled and said that she wants to tour the world. She said that she wants to go to a place where many people live in. She wanted to explore their own world. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the present. We see Seola staring at Yangchun. She wondered about what he was thinking about. She asked him if he is angry because she addressed him as Gu Clan heir. She told him that she won't do it again. Yangchun dragged her cheek and asked her not to do it again. Seola told him that he is so mean. Our boy watched her run forward. He wished she could stay this innocent forever. 7 weeks passed, and it was finally time to head to Hunan. The second elder left to the battlefront because there was a problem with the 5th Sword Squad. Since Wibby is the squad leader of this group, something must be really wrong for her to call the elder. Before leaving, the second elder gave Yangchun some pocket money and asked him to spend it wisely. Our boy was surprised to get some money from the elder. The elder informed him that his sisters will be participating in the Unified Dragon Assembly this winter. He asked Yangchun not to worry about it. Our boy asked the man if he is really talking about his second sister and his younger sister. The second elder told him that he is. Yangchun's second sister was actually also in the clan. However, our boy wasn't able to meet her because she was in solitary training. He realized that Yanxio decided to participate in the Unified Dragon Assembly after hearing that he will be at the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. In the end, Yangchun will be leaving the clan with Soil, Muyun, Seola, and Baya. Baya was able to get permission from her father to go to the event. The Sword Queen and the Divine Physician decided to stay in the clan for some time. Hyuk was also there, but Yangchun had still not verified if he was dangerous or not. The thing that bothered him the most was the fact that he had to stay in this carriage for some time again. The carriage was starting to feel like his home.
The group had only just begun their journey when the weather suddenly turned harsh. The once clear road was now blanketed in white snow, and a biting wind swept across the landscape. Sial. A trembled uncontrollably, even while sitting close to the fire, murmuring repeatedly to herself that it was unbearably cold. She turned toward Yang Qin and asked in a weak voice whether he wasn't freezing, considering how thin his clothes were. Yang Qin, remaining calm, replied that he actually found the temperature rather cool and comfortable. Both Sial A and Namangbai were shivering from the cold, and Namangbai remarked that the young master must have an internal fire energy flowing within him, keeping him warm. She added that it was truly admirable and asked if she might sit closer to him. Yang Qin responded indifferently, telling her to do whatever she wished. No sooner had he spoken than the 2 seats beside him were immediately taken by Sial A and Nam Gungbai. Sial A's face lit up with happiness as she exclaimed how warm his hand was. Nam Gungbai also leaned against him with visible satisfaction, leaving Yang Qin momentarily speechless and helpless. He wondered aloud whether they thought of him as some sort of mobile heater. As he looked at the girl holding his hand tightly, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. He reflected that the Sword Venerable's absence from the journey had been unexpected, perhaps a sign that the old man finally trusted him to travel alone without concern. He recalled having occasionally seen the Venerable speaking with the Divine Doctor before disappearing again, seemingly preoccupied with other matters. His gaze shifted to Namangbai, who was still gripping his hand, and he thought about her father, who must have returned to the Namong clan. Before Yang Qin's departure, the man had been endlessly insistent that he continue teaching him swordsmanship until the very last moment. Yang Qin felt relieved that, thanks to the old master, he had been able to fabricate a convincing excuse. But just as that thought crossed his mind, the old master suddenly appeared beside him with a displeased expression. The old man scolded him, accusing him of being an ungrateful brat who had tried to push all responsibility onto him, even though he himself had never intended to rely on anyone else. Startled, Yang Qin stammered an awkward explanation, greeting the old master nervously and suggesting that since they had survived a dangerous ordeal, perhaps they should simply consider it good luck. He crossed his arms over his chest and, with a short grunt, made it clear that they should leave the matter at that. He added that what surprised him even more was Yang Qin's subsequent actions, how the very monster that had once sought to devour him was now the thing he was determined to seek out, and wondered aloud what kind of hero would behave that way. When the scene moved back to the time before Youngchin left the Young family, Youngchin had a tense conversation with the Great Elder. The Elder's face had darkened when he heard what Youngchin had said, and he demanded to know what Youngchin had meant. Youngchin had bowed his head and, in a deep, steady voice that carried menace, accused the Elder of arrogance, asserting that he wanted everyone to learn the truth about the land's spiritual energy, and had even dared to covet the family headship. The Great Elder had laughed aloud at this, amused, and told him that he had expected something serious but received instead such an entertaining tale. He scoffed that the truly arrogant ones were Youngchin and his father, and asked whether they really thought they could shoulder that karma alone. The Elder had gone on to reproach Youngchin, saying that he spoke as if he were always right and seemed deliberately provocative, and pointing out that Youngchin ultimately coveted the power the family wielded, asking whether those things were so important to him that he would wager the family's fate on them. The Elder had remarked that Youngchin's words were unsurprising, since holding such things would inevitably bring immense power. Youngchin, hearing this, had taken a few slow steps forward and stood opposite the Great Elder without a trace of fear. He had then spoken a few final words. If the old dog that guarded the gate dared to bare its fangs and bite its owner, there would be no choice but to burn it alive. A stern warning he left before departing. The old master had turned to him and observed that such words might well have provoked that old elder to kill him on the spot. He added that if that had occurred in the mountains, Youngchin might have lost his life to the old master's father. He warned that the old fox was cautious and rigid and would not act rashly until fully prepared, and reminded Youngchin that if anything important arose, the Namong clan head would send a letter first, so for now his priority should be the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Suddenly, Youngchin's gaze fixed on the person before him, Tango. All stood up awkwardly, unsure of what to say, and cautiously inquired if something was wrong. She explained that her hands felt cold too, and to be honest, she also wished to hold the young master's hand. Before she could react further, Nungai hurried over and grasped her hand tightly, remarking that her own hand felt warm. Now Tango, flustered, tried to clarify that it wasn't what she had meant, but found herself unable to break free and had to accept it reluctantly. Namumb, pleased with herself for having thwarted a potential romantic rival, smiled slyly, while Youngchin simply looked on blankly, uncertain whether to find the scene amusing or exasperating. Before long, the carriage reached Henan. The attendants informed Youngchin that he should rest at the lodging prepared by the Min clan and that they would continue to the Murum alliance in 4 days. He agreed with a simple acknowledgement. Upon entering his room, Youngchin tossed the money pouch the second elder had given him onto the bed, as though discarding a burden. The reality of his situation began to settle in. He was truly about to take part in the Dragon Phoenix gathering. His eyes narrowed as waves of thoughts stirred within him. In his past life, the Dragon Phoenix gathering had been a dark memory. A few years after that event, the demon realm had appeared there, consuming countless talented young people. The Zhang clan had later referred to it as the Demon Realm Incident. He recalled being imprisoned there for many years. In that life, he had been the only one to survive and escape that infernal place. Everything afterward had unfolded as if the victims had never been swallowed by the demon realm. They had returned as though nothing had occurred. Those who had perished there came back to life but lost all memories of what had happened within. In the end, he alone remembered everything, the bonds, betrayals, and grudges, all of which had vanished for the others. Though he still harbored resentment, there was one person he dreaded seeing again. He thought how wonderful it would be if fate never brought them together in this life. The thought made him freeze suddenly. A dreadful realization struck him. Could it be that she would appear again this time? Panic rose within him as he cursed himself for not considering this possibility sooner. He tried to calm his mind, reminding himself that the Dragon Phoenix gathering was not a once-in-a-lifetime event. Perhaps she would not attend this year. There was no need to worry. Just then, Mao Yun entered slowly, asking why the young master was alone and remarking that it was late. He guessed that the others might be delayed because of their luggage. Youngchin replied indifferently that they were there for a martial arts tournament, not a leisurely trip, and wondered aloud why everyone had brought so many things. From the staircase, a girl began to descend slowly. Mistaking her for one of his companions, Youngchin shouted impatiently, asking if she planned to take all day and complaining that he might starve at this rate. However, his words stopped abruptly as his eyes widened in shock. The girl coming down was neither Nam Gongbai nor Sail Oi, but the very person he most wished to avoid. Startled by the sudden scolding from a stranger she had never met, the girl faltered, her distracted thoughts causing her to trip and lose her balance on the stairs. Acting on instinct, Youngchin reached out to catch her. When he realized what he had done, his face twisted in disbelief and embarrassment. At that moment, Tango Walls and Nam Gungbai's group arrived. They asked if they were late, but their words trailed off as they took in the scene before them. Shock and confusion filled their faces as they wondered what on earth had just happened. Youngchin lay sprawled on the ground, shielding the girl who had tumbled down the stairs and landed beside him. He cursed inwardly, asking if she was all right, though he could already sense that things were not looking good. A deep unease settled in his chest. Among the 4 disciples, this girl was the most renowned for her exceptional swordsmanship, the disciple of the divine doctor from the Muyang clan, their cherished daughter, one of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes, known as the Snow Phoenix, Muyang He. Memories from his previous life surged through his mind once again, and he immediately recognized her as the person he least wished to encounter. He scolded himself in silence, wondering bitterly why fate had led him to this situation. His past memories resurfaced, the time she had berated him endlessly in the demon realm as he lay on the ground, powerless. He regretted ever reaching out his hand, realizing how foolish it had been. From nearby, one of the onlookers questioned mockingly whether his head was filled with rocks, remarking that even after falling so hard, he still dared to make fun of others. Another voice added that he was truly shameless, a contemptible person through and through. The sting of those words deepened his self-reproach. Then, a calm yet familiar voice interrupted from behind, asking whether the person before them was Miss Mu Yang He. Holding her head, Mu Yang He composed herself and greeted the newcomer, noting that it had been a long time since the last Dragon Phoenix gathering. She inquired what had happened. Rising to her feet, she explained that she had slipped on the stairs and that it was thanks to young Master Yang's help that the situation had not turned worse. She admitted fault and apologized sincerely. The other girl brushed off the apology, saying that it was all right and that she did not mind. Yangqin noted inwardly how that same stubborn personality remained unchanged, and he decided that it was best not to dwell on it. What mattered most was leaving the place as soon as possible. However, before Mu Yang he could finish her next sentence, Yangqin quickly made up an excuse to escape. He hastily suggested that they go out to eat and that it would be best to end things there. As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around Tang Soal's shoulder, causing her to blush awkwardly. Namongbi, dressed in blue with silver hair, soon followed them out, which immediately drew Mu Yang He's attention. Her attire clearly marked her as someone from the Namong clan. Mu Yang He called out to them, asking them to wait. She remarked that their meeting must be fate and politely requested to join their table, saying that she had not yet eaten and that her group might take a while to arrive. The words made Yangqin freeze. He turned around, his face pale, blurting that she rarely ate lunch anyway. The moment the words escaped, he covered his mouth in panic, realizing the terrible mistake he had just made Mu Yang. His lips curved into a slight, knowing smile. She commented that he was truly strange. He always seemed irritated with her for no apparent reason, yet he somehow knew all her habits. She reminded him that this was supposedly their first meeting, and yet he knew so much about her. She asked curiously if perhaps they had met somewhere before. Yangqin's heart sank as despair filled his eyes. He wondered why fate was toying with him once again, and why he was being dragged into the same tangled past he had tried so hard to escape. Then, the scene shifted. Returning to the past, deep within the demon realm, where a vast and oppressive mountain range loomed under a dark sky. A voice echoed through the barren expanse, declaring that one person would have to be expelled. The declaration sparked outrage. Someone protested that it was impossible to abandon a comrade, insisting that if anyone had to leave, it should be them instead. Another voice urged calm, addressing the speaker as Little Sword Saint. It reminded them that if the strongest among them left, the group's survival would be jeopardized, and that they had all endured 3 years in the demon realm only thanks to that person's power. The one speaking was none other than Mu Yang Shua, also known as Mu Yong He, who reasoned that while loyalty and righteousness were admirable, the situation required objective judgment. Not everyone held the same value, she said coldly. Though her words were harsh, she maintained that ensuring the survival of the majority was the only choice they had left. The Sword Saint's face narrowed and she asked with concern who it could be, but before anyone could answer, Yangqin stepped forward from behind and interrupted, asking rhetorically what was wrong and insisting the answer was obvious. After all, hadn't they been saying that someone like him, whom no one would miss even if he died, should just disappear? Ninth young master Muang Shua met Yangqin calmly and assured him there was no personal grudge, hoping he would not misunderstand. He explained that he knew Yangqin had been chosen because he was the weakest and most useless, and that, conversely, if Yangqin were in his position, he would also be ready to leave, since Muang Shua was cold-blooded and strict even with himself. After speaking, Muang Shua quickly walked past the group and told them to take care, saying that if he died, they would see him in the underworld. Yang Qin's small figure gradually faded into the chilling snow of the demon realm as he walked away, truly appearing lost. The sword saint watched him go, her eyes filling with tears of sorrow, and Muang Shua gripped her fan tightly. Trembling, she murmured an inaudible apology. Outside the building, back in reality, the snow had stopped falling and the group had finished their meal together. One of them thanked the young master for allowing them to share the table and said the meal had been very pleasant. Muang Shua turned to Yang Qin and cheerfully asked if she might call him ninth young master, promising she would repay the favor when he attended the Mu Yang clan's banquet. His face darkened and he answered with bored sarcasm that he was very much looking forward to going, though when pressed about why he would go, he merely thought it strange that Muang Shua, who was not the sort to accept favors without reason, was suddenly acting so obliging toward a stranger she had just met. She wondered what she could possibly gain, and then considered whether the ninth young master might be a descendant of the Shaniju family, and perhaps also wield fire energy. When that possibility occurred to her, her expression brightened and she looked clearly satisfied, realizing she would be able to observe it during the martial arts tournament. Their conversation was cut off by a voice from behind. Someone addressed Miss Muyang, remarking that they had wondered where she was and noting that she had arrived first. Yang Qin's eyes widened when he saw the newcomer and recognized Namong Chun-jun, who was also participating in the tournament. The two immediately exchanged looks, full of killing intent, each wanting to tear the other apart. Namongbai greeted them and called out hello to the younger brother. Yang Qin stared at the brat and mentally cursed him, thinking the boy's face contorted at the sight of him as if he were displeased that Yang Qin was with his sister. He clenched his teeth, anger rising, and vowed that if they met in the tournament he would beat the boy so badly he would not be able to lift his head. At that moment, another person leaned close to Yang Qin and remarked that they had arrived too, pretending to be startled and pointing at Yang Qin's face while scolding him for going too far, saying they had sent invitations to the Zhu family many times and wondering why no one had ever visited. Yang Qin's eyes darkened with annoyance, but the other laughed it off as a joke and begged the ninth young master not to be angry, noting that it had been a while since they last saw each other and asking if they were both well. Ping Xiaoheap muddled over whether to call her sister-in-law. Memories from that time still haunted Namong Chun-jun, who ground his teeth and roared a warning not to bring that subject up again. Ping Xiaoheap immediately intervened to stop the situation from getting worse, telling Rai Long that it was not the right time for such matters. Realizing the implication behind those words, Rai Long quickly suppressed his killing intent and forced himself to calm down. He then plastered an obviously fake smile on his face, remarking that he had heard the two of them had already set an engagement date, and offering a hollow congratulation to both. Yang Qin thought to himself that just looking at Rai Long's ever-changing expression made him sick. Rai Long then turned toward Tang So Wall, greeting her with feigned familiarity, saying it had been a long time since they last met. Tang So Wall covered her mouth as though she were about to vomit and explained that she was simply allergic to overly sentimental scenes, so her stomach felt uneasy. Her biting remark left Rai Long speechless. Yang Qin then asked young Master Ping why he was there with Rai Long and inquired about the whereabouts of Hua and the people from the Pang clan. Ping Xiaoheap replied that it was nothing but a coincidence. He explained that this time, he was the only representative of the Pang clan attending and that on the way there, he happened to overhear that Rai Long was picking up his fiancée, so he decided to tag along out of curiosity. Yang Qin's expression turned confused, while Miss Muang suddenly stood up, saying it was perfect timing since young Master Namong had just arrived. She quickly excused herself, saying it was a pleasure to meet everyone and that she would be leaving first. Before departing, she bid farewell to the ninth young master. Only then did Yang Qin remember that Mu Yangshua and Rai Long were actually betrothed. As Rai Long was being dragged away by young Master Peng, he still tried to shout back that they would have to have a serious talk later, as brother and sister. Namong Bai merely waved her hand lightly and told him to be careful. Yang Qin then realized the reason Mu Yangshua had been so attentive to Namong Bai during the meal. It had all been to build a relationship with the family she was engaged to. He finally understood. But then he wondered why he himself couldn't establish a connection with the Namong clan as well, since he too had some ties to them. Still, he knew that her main motive wasn't that simple. The real reason, he suspected, had to do with what had happened earlier. He recalled the moment when the two of them had tripped before and remembered the incurable illness that caused cold energy to accumulate within her body. The absolute meridian sickness. It became clear that her true goal was to find a cure for that disease. He remembered that she had mentioned something about fire energy, and it all connected in his mind. Mu Yangshua had spent her entire life searching for a cure and had learned to fabricate emotions to achieve what she desired. That, he concluded, was her true nature. Weeks passed, and 4 weeks later, the opening day of the Dragon Phoenix Gathering arrived. Yongchen and the others hurried toward their carriage. He urged everyone to get in quickly, scolding Seal-A and Nungai for still not being ready despite him reminding them that there was a banquet that day and they needed to reach the Murum Alliance before dark. Sayala defended herself, saying that since it was winter, her elder sister had forgotten to hibernate. Yongchen snapped back, asking if she was a bear to be talking about hibernation, cursing under his breath that at this rate they would be late and wondering what they should do. When he turned around, he was surprised to find Mu Young Sehua still standing there. He asked why she hadn't left yet. She smiled softly and explained that the 9th young master and she had met again by chance. She added that young master Noon had been careless and gone ahead without her, so they would have to share a carriage. Hearing that, Yongchen could immediately smell deceit. It was clearly a lie. The carriage soon rolled toward the Murum Alliance. As they arrived, Yongchen remarked that they had made it just in time. Mu Young Sehua quickly excused herself, suggesting that they all head to their rooms to change and then meet again at the banquet. When Yongchen called out to her, she turned back and asked blankly if something was the matter. He hesitated and said it was nothing, thinking that she had misunderstood his intentions. She then told him that since they were both busy people, it would be better not to waste each other's time, and walked away. Right after she spoke, the old master appeared beside Yongchen, scolding him for being a frivolous brat who had barely been gone and already managed to acquire another girl. The old man remarked that it was not the right time to talk about such matters and teased that the two of them seemed quite compatible. He admitted he had thought their relationship was not good, but now wondered why they cared for each other so much. Yongchen replied calmly that this was a matter of human life, and he could not allow personal emotions to interfere. The old master agreed and thought to himself that it was fortunate he had not mentioned the cursed disease, or he would have been accused of meddling. He reflected that neither the Zhu family's fire energy technique nor the Namong clan's constitution could cure the absolute meridian sickness. If the girl failed to find the right path, she would not live long. Time passed quickly, and Yongchen soon changed into formal clothes for the banquet. Someone reminded him that there was no need for trivial decorations and told him to remove all the gold and silver. Yongchen replied that he disliked such ornaments, so he had not brought any from the beginning. The person teasingly said that it was a little disappointing. Seal-A then cheerfully offered to fix the young master's hair, to which Yongchen hesitated before giving permission. Outside, a figure approached his room. One of Yongchen's guards widened his eyes in surprise as the man opened the door and stepped inside. Yongchen turned around and asked if something was wrong with his hair. The man assured him there was no problem, but Yongchen, sensing the lie, threatened playfully that if the man lied again, he would have his hair turned the same way. The maid, startled, quickly shouted an apology and admitted there was indeed a problem. At that moment, the man behind them spoke, asking if the 9th young master was inside, as he had something important to discuss. The newcomer was none other than the Murum Alliance leader, Southern Sword Jiang Qin. Meanwhile, Xiao-A had styled Yongchen's hair into 2 ridiculous-looking buns. Feeling embarrassed, Yongchen awkwardly requested that they quickly change his hair back to normal. After fixing it, he saluted respectfully and greeted the alliance leader. Jiang Qin waved off the formalities, saying there was no need for such politeness and admitting that he had been the one rude first. His face turned slightly red with embarrassment, realizing how awkward the situation had become. Yongchen asked what had brought the alliance leader there in person. Jiang Qin slowly took out a letter from his inner pocket and explained that it was none other than the recommendation letter Yongchen had submitted. He asked whether it had been personally written by the fallen venerable. Yongchen admitted that he had suspected something unusual about it, but had not dared to throw it away, since it had come from an elder. Jiang Qin then asked if the letter had been personally given to him, and when Yongchen replied that it had not, the alliance leader inquired whether someone else had passed it along. He then asked if Yongchen had read the back of the recommendation letter carefully. Yongchen confessed that he had not, and wondered aloud if there was something written on the reverse side. The alliance leader handed the paper back to him, telling him to read the back. Yongchen turned it over and froze when he saw what was written there. His face stiffened as he read the words that leapt from the page. The letter declared that under the name of the fallen venerable, the secret master, he recommended Niniang, the god of the Shani Zhu family, as the disciple he had diligently taught despite being a lazy man. It further proclaimed that this child would one day shatter the heavens and that the fallen venerable absolutely believed in him. A postscript added that an ancient treasure had been very useful and that it would be sent back through his disciple, asking the recipient not to complain about it. Yongchen, stunned and confused, muttered to himself, wondering what the words disciple and ancient treasure meant. After finishing the letter, he handed it back to the alliance leader, who asked if the young master had read it. When Yang Chun confirmed, Zheng Qin explained that both the aura and seal of the letter were unmistakably those of the fallen venerable. Even the clumsy handwriting was difficult to imitate, making any forgery impossible. Still, despite the authenticity, the alliance leader wanted confirmation. He then looked directly at Yang Chun and asked solemnly whether he was truly the disciple of the fallen venerable. The question struck Yang Qin like a powerful psychological blow, leaving him standing in the middle of the room with his thoughts in turmoil. He pondered over the term, fallen venerable's disciple, realizing that whether in his previous life or the present, he had never even heard of such an existence, yet somehow he had suddenly been labeled as one. To him, it felt utterly absurd, nothing short of a ridiculous joke. Forcing himself to calm down, he decided that he should not lie and would have to tell the truth. Yang Qin then explained that he was not, in fact, the disciple of the fallen venerable. As for the postscript that mentioned an ancient treasure, he confessed that he had no idea what it referred to. The Murium Alliance leader pondered for a moment after hearing this, then remarked that things were as he had expected. He slipped the letter into his pocket and prepared to leave, expressing his understanding and apologizing for wasting Yang Qin's valuable time. Confused by the sudden conclusion of their conversation, Yang Qin hurriedly asked whether that was all the alliance leader had wanted to know. The latter confirmed that it was. He explained that his original intention had been to ask if Yang Qin knew the whereabouts of the missing fallen venerable, but judging from Yang Qin's reaction and answer, it was clear that he truly did not know. Therefore, he would let the matter rest. However, the alliance leader reassured him that the recommendation letter was genuine, so he had no need to worry about being accepted. On the contrary, he added, for Yang Qin to have reached such a level of skill at his age was impressive, even if he was not the fallen venerable's disciple. He said he looked forward to seeing Yang Qin's performance in the upcoming Dragon Phoenix gathering, and that they would meet again at the banquet later. Yang Qin bowed respectfully, expressing that it was an honor to meet the alliance leader and thanking him sincerely. After the man left, Yang Qin was once again alone in the quiet room. The silence didn't last long. Frustration overwhelmed him, and he began pulling at his hair, muttering in agony that he was going insane because of that damned old man. His outburst was so loud that it startled Maon outside. He cursed the elder who had written the recommendation, shouting that no one had given permission to call him the fallen venerable's disciple. Clearly, those old men must have made some ridiculous bet with each other and decided to write such nonsense. Exhausted, he held his head in his hands, wondering who he should even blame. Now, he admitted to himself that he had expected something like this might happen, and that it was ultimately his own fault for letting things reach this point. Though he had never imagined he would be called by such a title, he began to wonder if the Murium Alliance leader truly had only that one question in mind. One of the three great masters who had vanished years ago had suddenly sent a letter claiming to have a disciple. Perhaps that was the only reason the alliance leader had taken an interest. Yet what bothered Yang Qin most was the fact that the fallen venerable was actually that man's father. He reflected that he did, in fact, know where the fallen venerable was and what he was currently doing. He could have answered truthfully, but doing so would have made him look like a real disciple. Besides, even if he did know, it would be difficult for anyone to recognize the fallen venerable's current form. Then a new thought crossed his mind, the ancient treasure mentioned in the letter. The fallen venerable had clearly said it would be sent through his disciple. At that moment, Yang Qin remembered the pouch the second elder had given him before he left, along with the words telling him to take it and spend it carefully. Alarmed by the realization, he quickly took out the pouch and cursed under his breath, calling the elder a damned old man. Holding it for a moment, he hesitated, then untied the string and poured out its contents. The sound of gold coins clattering against the floor echoed throughout the room. Among the scattered gold and money, he finally found what had been troubling him in the back of his mind. As soon as he saw it, he let out a shout that shattered the quiet atmosphere. He cursed the old man again, calling him a lunatic, and muttered that if the man had wanted to thank him, he could have done so without resorting to something so outrageous. The scene shifted to the banquet, where many guests had already gathered. The air was lively and filled with noise and chatter. At one of the tables, a short-tempered man was raising his voice, complaining impatiently about why the event had not yet begun, and wondering aloud if something had happened to the alliance leader. Another man beside him whispered that there was something even more interesting to look at. Several beautiful women seemed to have arrived this time. Curious, the man in the brown shirt turned to look in the direction indicated and remarked that one of them was Doc Fong, who had attended the last assembly, and that she appeared even more mature and graceful than before. Meanwhile, Tang So Wal seemed concerned only with when Yang Chun would appear. His companion noted that the woman sitting next to Tang So Wal seemed to belong to the Namong clan. The mention of Namongbai's name caused both men to become visibly excited as they whispered about her beauty, marveling that such a woman could exist within the Namong clan. They speculated about her relationship with Ryong, noting that despite her modest attire, her natural elegance surpassed even that of Snow Phoenix. While the men were still talking, Muang Shua entered the hall. Her cheeks were flushed, her smile enchanting, and her eyes gleamed with a captivating charm. She walked gracefully toward the table where Namongbai and Tang So-wal were seated, greeting them and remarking that the 9th young master had not yet arrived. Tang So-wal replied politely that he seemed to be running a bit late and asked why Miss Muyong's group was not with her. Pretending to smooth her hair, Sehwa answered in an indifferent tone that she had not seen young Master Ryong even once since arriving at the Merm Alliance, and that she had come in hopes that Miss Namong might know his whereabouts. Namong Bai simply replied that he should be arriving soon. Not far away, a man in an orange shirt observed the scene with amusement. He commented to his companion that the sight before them was wonderful. 3 beautiful women gathered together in one place, and noted that there seemed to be several empty seats beside them. He then wondered aloud if he should go and sit with them. His companion hastily tried to stop him, warning that the alliance leader would soon arrive and that it was not the time to cause trouble. However, the man, Huangbo Chiwi, only laughed arrogantly, declaring that only the brave could win true love and that he would prove it through his actions. With a confident stride, he approached the table where the 3 women sat and asked politely, though with ill intent, if he might take one of the empty seats. Muang Shua turned to look at him with clear disdain, recognizing his clothing as belonging to the Huangbo clan, a reputable family, but still several ranks below the 4 great houses. Tang So-wal's expression hardened with irritation as she thought to herself that she was constantly being approached by lecherous men like him whenever she went to public gatherings. Namong Bai said nothing, but her demeanor made her discomfort obvious. Tang So-wal then spoke up, firmly telling the man that the seats were already taken. Nevertheless, the man continued shamelessly, insisting that they could not possibly be occupying all 4 seats and that there should be at least one available. Tang So-wal's tone grew sharper as she warned him that the seats had been assigned beforehand and ordered him to return to his place. Ignoring her, the man stepped closer and brazenly reached out to touch Muang Shua, telling her not to be so cold and that they should take the chance to get acquainted, especially since Miss Hua was also present. Before he could finish his sentence, however, Muang Sewa struck his hand away and told him icily not to touch others so casually, questioning whether his clan's moral education was so poor. His face darkened with anger at her words. He shouted furiously, demanding to know what she had just said, and lunged forward with his arms spread wide, yelling that those young ladies should not think themselves superior just because of their looks, and that he would teach them proper etiquette before the banquet began. But before he could lay a hand on her, his attack was intercepted by Yang Qin, who appeared just in time to stop him. Wangbo turned back and roared furiously, demanding to know who the blind fool was that dared to interfere in his affairs. However, his words were abruptly cut short when a sharp pain struck his head. Looking down at his arm, he realized with horror that it had already been broken. A scream of agony escaped him, echoing throughout the banquet hall. Behind him, Agla and Mao Yan were both visibly thrilled, remarking with satisfaction that the man had finally gotten what he deserved. Meanwhile, Wangbo clutched his broken arm in disbelief, muttering in shock that his arm was truly broken. Yang Chan approached him and gave his leg a light kick, effortlessly sending the lustful man sprawling onto the ground. He thought to himself that Wangbo's strength was nothing more than that of worthless trash. After finishing what he had to do, Yang Chan turned to the others and instructed someone to spread the word that the man was already drunk before the banquet had even begun, and that he would be forfeiting the martial arts tournament scheduled for the next day. He then approached Muang Zhua's group, asking if everyone was unharmed. One of them replied gratefully that they were fine, thanks to the young master standing behind them. C appeared quite satisfied with how things had turned out, remarking that the young master's single strike just now had been truly impressive. Yang Chan corrected that such an act was necessary, given the man's audacity to behave so recklessly in front of so many people, and added that the world indeed seemed to be full of strange individuals. He then turned toward CA and commented that compared to the last time he had seen her at the waterfall, her body now seemed almost as well developed as his own. However, Xiao A deliberately avoided the subject, pretending not to know what waterfall he was referring to, claiming that Sael A had no memory of any such place. Suddenly, the sound of applause came from behind them, accompanied by a voice praising the scene, saying that they had almost allowed the alliance leader to witness something unsightly, but the young master had handled the matter exceptionally well. Yang Chan slowly turned around, and upon seeing the person approaching, he could not suppress the anger rising within him. He recognized the man immediately and cursed inwardly, thinking that it was that damned bastard again. The man slowly approached with a smile, giving the impression that he felt it was appropriate to introduce himself first. He expressed that it was an honor to meet everyone and stated that he came from the Tailing Shang family, identifying himself as Xiang Xian. His introduction caused murmurs to ripple through the crowd as people whispered among themselves, wondering whether the surname Chang Zyun was the same as that of the Murim Alliance leader and questioning if he might be the leader's son. Yang stared at the man in front of him, thinking bitterly about how many unsettled matters lay between them. He recalled that from the issue of Xiang Xian being Sael A's fiancé to Namong Ba's death, the two of them had been entangled in problem after problem. He also remembered that right there, in that very place, a major incident had once occurred. On that fateful day, the Demon Realm Gate had suddenly appeared at the Dragon Phoenix gathering, and the person responsible for awakening a gate that had remained dormant for hundreds of years had been Shangxian himself. Yangsh told himself he could never forget that arrogant and foolish face. Pulled back into the present, Kangji extended his hand and warmly suggested that, since events had unfolded this way, they should consider it fate and both do their best at the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Yang Qin looked down at the hand and repeated the word fate inwardly before cracking a smile. He replied in a tone suggesting that the idea sounded amusing, adding to himself that Shangxian was stepping right into a trap and should not blame him for what came next. He admitted that he had introduced himself somewhat late and identified himself as Niang God, Yang Chan of the Shaniju family. The two then shook hands. Yang Chan expressed that he looked forward to Xiangxian's instruction, but Xiangxian's expression immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth in pain as Yang Chan tightly squeezed his arm, the pain twisting his features and shattering whatever plans he had formed. In contrast, Yang Chan appeared smug, thinking that the rude man had intended to test his strength with what looked like a simple handshake. He concluded that he would grant that unspoken request, wondering whether Shangxian had truly believed he would not notice the internal energy hidden within his hand. Behind them, Tango Wall observed the entire exchange with fascination, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Yangsh looked directly at his opponent with open challenge and wondered aloud whether Xiangxian could still endure the pressure or whether he should increase his force. But before he could escalate further, Nungai stepped forward from behind and demanded to know what he was doing, firmly telling him to stop. Almost immediately, Zany clutched his hand and remarked that Yang Chan's etiquette was stronger than expected. His thoughts raced as he questioned how an individual, only at the late stage of the elite, could possess such strength. He recalled that Yang Chan had introduced himself as coming from the Shaniju family, a family not counted among the major powers. That meant Yang Chan certainly should not have received the Grandmaster's inheritance, yet he was still capable of unleashing power comparable to someone at the peak stage. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his eyes were drawn to someone in the distance, none other than his fiancée from his previous life. Seol Ah, or Seol Ah, was staring at him with intense killing intent. He wondered what was wrong and why she was looking at him with such murderous hostility. He questioned why everything seemed to turn out this way no matter where he went, insisting internally that he did not recall making enemies with anyone. Suddenly a voice cut through his thoughts, instructing everyone to remain silent and return to their seats because the Murim Alliance leader had arrived. The leader slowly entered the banquet hall and apologized sincerely for making their distant guests wait. He then noted that, since it was already late, the banquet should begin immediately. Seeing this, Yang Qin and Zuni ended their confrontation and returned to their seats. A few guards then announced that, although it was a banquet, everyone's attention was required for a moment. They explained that the lottery draw for the next day's tournament opponents would now commence and asked participants to step forward in the designated order to draw their lots. People began gathering around Xiangxian after discovering his identity. They expressed admiration toward him and asked whether it was his first time attending the banquet. He admitted that it indeed was and added that everything felt new to him, which made him a bit embarrassed. Some people then insisted that he should visit their clan's banquet the next time. Tango, clearly irritated, walked away while questioning what was so impressive about a flirtatious man like that. She felt that young Master Yang had been the one who handled the situation earlier, yet everyone only mentioned Xiangxian. The atmosphere of the banquet grew lively again after Yang Qin's earlier confrontation. Some people nearby began discussing the young master who had subdued Zhang XY, noting that he had introduced himself as Yang Qin. They wondered whether he came from the bloodline of the Savage Gate and remarked that his aggressive demeanor made sense if he indeed belonged to that lineage. Others claimed they had heard that a disciple from an evil sect had registered for the tournament using the same name. They were astonished, saying that if the rumors were true, an unprecedented participant had joined the tournament. Hearing these remarks, Tang Soal looked extremely pleased. She inwardly noted that at least a few people were able to recognize the extraordinary aura of young Master Yang. While she was still lost in thought, someone repeatedly called out to her. Startled, she responded hastily and urged the caller to step forward since everything was ready. Tango Wall then hurried toward the lottery table, mumbling apologies and blaming her wandering mind. Even as she held the lottery slip in her hand, she could not fully concentrate and kept thinking that pondering about young Master Yang made her feel foolish. When she checked the battle bracket, she realized that her opponent was King Zunyan from the Tai Lingjiang family. The realization made her freeze, and she lamented that her luck was truly awful. She returned to the dining table wearing a gloomy expression. Someone asked her whom she had drawn for her match, and she replied that it was him. Another commented that it meant they were all placed into different brackets, while someone else joked that she looked miserable simply because she felt bored. Tango Wall then approached Yang Qin and, with a serious expression, told him that she wished to make a request of him. A few days later, at the tournament grounds, the referee announced loudly that Niniang god Yang Qin of the Shani Ju family would be fighting Baal Sik of the B clan. He asked whether both opponents were ready and declared that the battle would begin if they were. Baal Sik rushed forward immediately, but Yang Qin remained perfectly calm and still. As many had expected, Baal Sik was defeated by Yang Qin with a single basic strike and was sent flying out of the arena. The referee then announced Yang Qin as the victor. The old master appeared beside Yang Qin and grumbled, asking whether he felt ashamed for standing there blankly. He criticized Yang Qin for defeating the boy with a single blow despite his superior skill and told him he should at least show some sincerity and fight properly. Yang Qin turned to him and retorted that he was fully aware that what he had done was akin to choking a child's wrist, but said that this was not the time to worry about such details. He explained that he needed to hurry to watch the match in the second bracket and that he had never expected Tang Soal to face Chiang Jian in the very first round. He recalled that when he had shaken Chiang Jian's hand the previous day, he had sensed that the man's strength was far from ordinary, and he feared the match would be too difficult for Soal. Yet she had still asked him to fulfill her request, leaving him confused about what she was thinking. Meanwhile, at the second arena, Tango Wall was fighting fiercely. Drops of her blood had already fallen onto the floor. Observers remarked that it was impressive that someone with her limitations as a Dak Rayong poison dragon practitioner was still able to use the 9 dragon poison arts. They commented that her resistance using only hidden weapons was extraordinary and admitted that if the battle had been real, they themselves might have been struck. The title of one of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes was said to be well-deserved. So looked at her opponent with clear anger, insisting internally that she could not lose to him. She immediately kicked 2 daggers up from the ground and hurled them at him, yet he blocked them with ease. She did not stop there, continuing to attack with repeated thrusts using the Tang clan's ultimate technique, but Zunyan still dodged effortlessly, as if it required almost no effort at all. His eyes narrowed, and he remarked that if he were the person in charge, he would instruct her to forfeit immediately. The moment he finished speaking, he countered with a kick that struck her directly in the stomach, sending her body flying backward. She hit the ground harshly and slid across it before coming to a stop. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, accompanied by a sharp burst of pain, clear signs of internal injury. She began to think that perhaps she should give up. She told herself that even if she continued fighting, the outcome was obvious. Her opponent was, after all, the Alliance leader's son. She wondered how she could possibly stand a chance against him. But then, something in her vision made her pause. On the distant wall, Yang Qin was standing, watching the match with full attention. She wondered why he was there and what had happened to his own match, even questioning if he had run over because he was worried about her. As she crouched to pick up her dagger, she thought that it was outrageous. Under normal circumstances, he would never care about anything she did. Yet now, she let out a faint smile as motivation stirred inside her once more. She declared that she thanked her opponent for yielding to her earlier, but she had not yet revealed her true strength. Because of that, she insisted that the battle could not end here, and she refused to give up. Zhang Zunyan looked at her with curiosity, wondering aloud what exactly was motivating Miss Tang to push herself this far. She did not answer. Instead, she widened her eyes and fixed her gaze straight ahead while gripping both daggers tightly. A terrifying surge of killing intent burst forth wildly, as though countless venomous snakes were coiling around her, ready to strike down anyone who dared to underestimate her. Seeing the sudden rise of murderous intent, Zuyan's expression turned tense, as if he could hardly believe what he was witnessing. He seemed to question in shock what was happening. The scene opened by taking the audience back to the day before the tournament. In a rare quiet moment after practice, Tang Soal gently pulled young Master Yang Qin to a corner. Her voice was small but filled with determination as she told him that she wanted to say something. Yang Qin raised an eyebrow, his sharp eyes reflecting curiosity, as he asked what could possibly require her to drag him all the way out there. Tang Soal hesitated, taking a deep breath as if gathering all her courage before finally revealing that her opponent the next day would be young Master Zheng. The statement struck Yang Qin so suddenly that he froze for a moment, his gaze becoming serious, as though he had already guessed the worry in her heart. She continued with a voice mixed with sincerity and a hint of nervousness, explaining that she had originally planned to wait until she passed the preliminaries before telling him. However, because she was unsure of how strong young Master Zheng truly was, she had wanted to tell him earlier. Yang Qin looked at her silently, waiting, before asking what she wanted to request of him. Tang Soal clenched the hem of her clothes, her shoulders trembling slightly as she focused every breath and word into her plea. She asked whether, if she managed to defeat young Master Jiang and was lucky enough to advance and meet him in the arena, he could treat her as intimately as he treated Sister Namong or Seala. At that moment, Yang Qin fell silent, not out of confusion, but because he was completely taken aback by her request. He suggested that if she truly wanted that, she could simply say it. But Tang Soal immediately blushed and insisted that if she said it first, it would feel no different from having already lost. She turned her face away, her ears burning red, while the unspoken feelings in her heart surged like a torrential flood. She admitted, to herself more than to him, that at first she had only been impressed by his handsome appearance. Yet after months of traveling together to Henan, she had realized that his heart was even warmer than his looks. When someone felt cold, he would quietly release fire energy outward. When she had no appetite, he would secretly pack extra dumplings into her hand and pretend it was part of training. She knew he treated everyone kindly, but she wondered how she could not be moved and how she could not long to stand a little closer to him. Her voice softened as doubt crept in. She reflected that she always questioned whether she was worthy of standing beside someone like him, someone weighed down by clan matters, older brothers, and titles. She herself had never been destined to be the strongest. Earning the title of Poison Phoenix had already been a long, painful journey. She had thought that this time would be no different. But when she stood opposite Namong Bai and Sayal something deep within her had quietly awakened. She realized that she no longer wanted to give up. Looking up, her eyes shimmering as if on the verge of tears, she resolved that no matter how childish or ridiculous her actions seemed, she had to show him that she was not some soft and useless person. And with that unwavering gaze, both proud and vulnerable, she pleaded for him to accept her request. The look in her eyes seemed to still even the evening wind. The scene then shifted to the hazy white of the infirmary. Tang Soal slowly opened her eyes and jolted upright, cold sweat still clinging to her brow. She anxiously questioned where she was and what had happened to the match. Looking around the room filled with other injured contestants, she suddenly remembered everything. The defeat returned to her in a painful rush, and the shock brought tears she could no longer hold back. She lamented that even though she had used the Poison Fang Iron God, it had ultimately been useless, and she admitted to herself that the son of the Murim Alliance leader was truly formidable. Gripping the blanket tightly, she cried bitterly and blamed herself, wondering why she was crying now of all times. Her thoughts were interrupted when a familiar voice remarked that she was finally awake. Tang Soal jolted in surprise and looked toward the speaker, realizing it was Nine Yang God Yang Qin. She asked him since when he had been there. Yang Qin, leaning calmly against the bed with concern visible in his eyes, told her not to be surprised and explained that the physician and Nam Gungbi would arrive soon, urging her to rest peacefully. She lowered her head and confessed in shame that she had spoken as though she could actually defeat him. Yang Qin turned his face away and reassured her that it was fine, saying that she had fought until the end regardless and that she had looked impressive. His words left Soal frozen for a moment before she quietly murmured that she had still lost. Before she could mention the promise she had been thinking about, Yang Qin announced that he was going to rest and turned to leave. She tried to stop him, attempting to clarify what had just happened, but he was already walking away, unwilling to look back for fear that she would notice how red his ears had become. Tang Soal watched his retreating figure for a few moments before smiling softly, her eyes filled with happiness as she reflected that he was truly terrible at hiding his feelings. The sky outside seemed bright and clear, as though swept clean of all worries. Soon after, the opening bell rang, signaling the official start of the friendly tournament preliminaries. The stands were packed with spectators, their cheers mixing with the excitement of the participants. Yang Qin entered the arena and defeated his opponent with a single strike, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Elsewhere in the arena, Namong Bai also eliminated her opponent with just one move. The crowd erupted with whispers. Some people exclaimed that taking down an opponent with a single move was unbelievable, especially since something similar had happened the day before. Others speculated that a new dragon or phoenix might emerge this year and wondered who the likely winner would be. Rumors circulated among the spectators. Some remarked that the young man who had defeated Doc Bong Poison Phoenix the previous day was clearly extraordinary and claimed to have heard that he possessed the bloodline of the Murim Alliance leader, insisting he should not be underestimated. When asked who might win, others responded that Niang god Yang Qin of the Zhu family was also a strong contender, noting that he inherited the bloodline of the savage tribe and was rumored to be the disciple of the fallen venerable. Suddenly, young Master Peng appeared behind them, startling the group. He stated that he too believed young Master Gu would win. The two men he had been speaking to recoiled in shock, exclaiming that he had frightened them, and then realized who he was. They questioned whether he was really Peng Wu-jun, the former divine dragon, and pointed out in confusion that the Hue branch had not even entered the tournament. Peng Wu-jun only smiled calmly, explaining that he had merely happened to stop by the alliance on business. On the other side, Namong Bai approached Yang Qin with eyes full of challenge, remarking that he had won easily again. Yang Qin returned her look with a calm expression, saying that she had also won and reminding her to at least remember whom she had fought. Nami only shrugged with a bored look, saying that fighting those people felt dull and that she simply wanted to hurry and duel him. In that moment, Yang Qin briefly wondered why she was so obsessed with fighting him. He glanced around and asked the others if they had seen the little girl, noting that she must have gone outside again just like the previous day. Scratching his chin in thought, he considered reminding Hunghua to keep a closer eye on the child. The scene abruptly shifted to a dark, oppressive space. A man clutching his bleeding arm was overwhelmed with panic as screams echoed endlessly behind him and blood stained the ground like the depths of hell. Corpses were piled and scattered everywhere, creating a horrific sight. He desperately tried to escape the dark cave, thinking that it was a nightmare, haunting memories of the Shani branch being wiped out because of one wrong decision to ignore the palace lord's orders. Yet here, everything was supposed to be strictly controlled. He wondered why such a situation was happening when not even the abbot of the Shaolin Temple should have known anything. Stumbling through the darkness, his heart sank into despair. Behind him, Xiao A's figure slowly emerged, the sword in her hand reflecting a cold glint. He realized that the one responsible for everything was an unknown little girl. He told himself that he could not die there and that he had to escape at all costs to report back to the palace lord. With that thought, he turned and ran at full speed, every cell in his body screaming for survival. He kept telling himself that there had to be a way. Without hesitation, Xiao A lunged forward and ended the black-clad man's hope with a precise strike. His head was severed while consciousness still lingered. Standing over his body, Xiao A murmured that she was sorry for having borrowed his body without permission and for forcing him to do all of this. Another voice, gentle, warm, and belonging to her past self, responded that it was all right, saying that Xiao A had acted out of concern for the young master, wanting to lessen the burden he carried. The past self added that she now understood everything, since Xiao A was her future self. Having resolved the matter, Xiao A quickly made her way back to the inn. As she approached, she heard Hunghua calling out urgently in the distance. Xiao A ran toward her and embraced her beloved older sister tightly. Hunghua gently chided her, her voice filled with worry as she asked where she had been and reminded her how anxious she had felt. A only smiled innocently, explaining that she had merely gone out to look around for a bit, but had ended up getting lost. Hunghua repeated her warning, saying that if A ran around like that again, she would truly scold her. She then took A's hand and told her they should go inside, adding that the young master had been very worried about her. In her mind, Sail A heard the voice of her future self echo like a solemn promise, declaring that if there were even the slightest chance to atone to Gu Yanqin, she would seize it. On the third day of the martial arts tournament's group stage, Yang Chun stepped out of his room while stretching tiredly. As he did, the sound of an argument drew his attention. He soon found Namun Bai and Namun Chen Jun locked in a tense confrontation. Chen Jun was urging his sister to stop what she was doing and return with him, insisting that her behavior would bring serious trouble upon the Zhu family. Namun Bai retorted in irritation, questioning why he was so determined to come to her when they already had separate living arrangements. She demanded that he let go of her hand. Chen Jun pressed further, saying he could not understand why she was taking things so far when the matter was simply a marriage arranged by the family, and he questioned what kind of engagement could push her to this extreme. Bai's expression immediately darkened. She tore her arm free from his grip with anger, surprising him enough that he called out to her in shock. She responded with a cold voice, warning him to choose his words carefully and declaring that she never wanted to hear those words again. As she spoke, lightning-infused qi erupted from her body like a violent electrical storm. Across from her, Chen Jun stood stunned by her fierce reaction. At that moment, Yang Chun approached, remarking that he had wondered who was causing a disturbance and remarking that it turned out to be the brother-in-law. He looked at Chen Jun and asked what the two of them were doing there. Chen Jun avoided the question, saying it was nothing important and that they would be leaving. But after only a few steps, Yang Chun provoked him again, mentioning that he had checked the competition roster and discovered that his next opponent was none other than his brother-in-law. He flashed an eager smile, while Chen Jun clenched his teeth in anger as Yang Chun told him he hoped he would give his best this time to make a spectacular match. Chen Jun responded by tightening his fist, veins bulging, and stated that he looked forward to receiving Yang Chun's instruction. Time passed quickly until the quarterfinals. The referee introduced the two opponents. Namun Chen Jun of the Namun clan versus the Nine Young God, Yang Chun of the Shanqiju family. Standing opposite Yang Chun, Chen Jun spoke first, explaining that he had held back earlier only because his sister had been present, but now he intended to speak plainly. He warned Yang Chun not to act smug, just because he had lucked his way into this round, and asked whether Yang Chun truly believed that miraculous coincidence from before would repeat itself. Since Yang Chun had been the one to insist on fighting seriously, Chen Jun declared that he would not hold back in the slightest and warned him not to regret it when he ended up crawling away covered in injuries. Hearing this, Yang Chun merely smiled and commented that it sounded great. The referee then shouted for the match to begin. Instantly, Yang Chun charged forward with a blazing punch of fire qi, the flames shaping themselves into a bloodthirsty firewolf capable of incinerating anything in its path. Chen Jun's eyes widened at the sudden assault. Before he could react, the firewolf swallowed him in a vast inferno. A devastating explosion followed, blowing apart a section of the arena floor. The audience was stunned, shocked that the arena had been shattered and wondering whether Yang Chun had been hiding such terrifying power all along. Namung Bai, Seal A, and Tang So Wal were all thrilled by Yang Chun's overwhelming opening strike as murmurs spread through the crowd, questioning what had happened to Ryung. From within the thick smoke, hundreds of sword strikes erupted, slicing through the debris and scattering the billowing haze that covered the arena. Chen Jun glared at Yang Chun with eyes full of murderous intent. He seemed to accuse Yang Chun of thinking that such a cheap trick could defeat him. But before he could fully relish his own arrogance, Yang Chun had already appeared in front of him with a punch and a bright smile, remarking that he was relieved Chen Jun hadn't become too frightened and run away. Chen Jun's expression froze as the punch closed in, but at the last moment he used a Namun clan technique to evade the powerful fire-infused strike. He then began unleashing his signature technique, the one that had earned him the title of Rai Long Thunder Dragon. Lightning crawled across the arena floor as he attempted to hide his position. While moving, he reassured himself that although Yang Chun's power was formidable, it was nothing more than that. He believed that with Yang Chun's eyes, keeping up with his speed would be impossible. No matter how great Yang Chun's strength was, Chen Jun thought, it meant nothing if he couldn't land a hit. With his sword tightly gripped and arrogant confidence overflowing, he lunged straight at Yang Chun, mentally concluding that this would be the end. A slash filled with thunder and lightning tore through the air. Though still far inferior to the Namung clan head, Chen Jun believed that this strike would be enough to finish the match. However, Yang Chun easily tracked his movement and simply ducked to avoid it. Laughing heartily with blazing eyes, he pointed out that Chen Jun's lower body was exposed. A monstrous punch immediately crashed into Chen Jun's abdomen. The shockwave burst behind him, rising into a massive column of fire that shot toward the sky. Everything within its radius was reduced to ash. A searing pain stabbed directly into Chen Jun's mind, staggering him. He wondered what kind of illogical power this could be. Before he could process the agony, Yang Chun leaped into the air and kicked him straight in the throat. Without pause, Yang Chun seized both of his arms and executed a familiar ground-pounding technique, as if questioning whether such power could truly come from someone younger. A massive slam sent Chen Jun hurtling away like a cannonball shot from a large-caliber weapon. The arena floor shattered, and swirling smoke hid the scene from the spectators. Yang Chun landed lightly, shards of stone raining down around him like falling stars. Amid the devastation, Chen Jun lay flattened on the ground. Memories resurfaced in his mind. He thought of how absurd the situation was, how the one who should have been lying broken on the floor should have been Yang Chun, not him. He internally begged Yang Chun not to look at him with those infuriating eyes. He recalled how everything had gone wrong ever since he became entangled with Yang Chun in Sichuan. It began with Yang Chun's overwhelmingly superior talent, and from there, everything spiraled beyond his control. Even his respected sister changed after meeting him. To correct all the mistakes, Chen Jun had accepted a power so dangerous that even his father had feared it. When he obtained it, he believed everything had finally reversed. He remembered being told that through the ritual, the energy would integrate into his body, but that before the internal force stabilized, he absolutely must not use it. Yet his growing frenzy and rage had caused him to lose all composure and ignore every warning. He convinced himself that even if the timing was wrong, he no longer cared. Right here, in this place, he believed he absolutely had to win. As long as he could defeat Yang Chun, he told himself he could accept any consequence. With a mad roar, he lunged at Yang Chun once more. His sword became engulfed in a sinister dark energy, and his power surged abruptly and violently. Yang Chun was momentarily stunned, forced to use his hand to block the sword strike as he retreated. Confusion washed over him. He could not understand where this sudden surge of power had come from. When he observed more carefully the second time, he finally noticed something. The sword had grazed him, and from that moment on, he no longer had control over the situation and was forced to dodge continuously. Seeing this, Chen Jun laughed loudly, looking thoroughly satisfied. He seemed to mock Yang Chun by expressing that things finally looked the way they should, asking whether Yang Chun could now see the overwhelming difference in their skill levels. He continued swinging his sword wildly with the newfound power, declaring with arrogance that a worthless nobody like Yang Chun had no right to taint his beloved sister. He insisted that his sister could only ever belong to him alone. However, the moment those words left Chen Jun's mouth was the moment Yang Chun became truly furious. Yang Chun directly snapped Chen Jun's sword with his bare hands, shocking Chen Jun. Yang Chun then stated coldly that he would demonstrate what the true difference in skill level looked like. Chen Jun's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to grasp what had just happened. The answer came in the form of Yang Chun's strong hand tightening around his arrogant throat. Chen Jun could only stutter in panic as Yang Chun pinned him to the ground, the fire chi behind Yang Chun surging violently like an uncontrollable volcanic eruption. Yang Chun's voice became icy and filled with terrifying killing intent as he demanded to know where Chen Jun had obtained that power. As Yang Chun's hand squeezed tighter, Chen Jun struggled desperately, unable to breathe. He tried to shout that he couldn't breathe and cursed at Yang Chun, telling him to let go and calling him a filthy demon. Outside the arena, discussions erupted among the spectators as they noticed a massive barrier appearing, one that prevented them from seeing anything clearly inside. Meanwhile, Chen Jun was being choked to the edge of unconsciousness. He tried to justify himself, expressing that if Yang Chun did not exist, he could have been with his sister. In response, Yang Chun roared in fury, demanding again to know where the swirling power inside Chen Jun's body had come from. Before Chen Jun could answer, someone neutralized Yang Chun's barrier. Chen Jun then passed out from lack of oxygen and even soiled himself on the arena floor. While the intense battle was unfolding, the spectators, and Peng Wu-jun, continued watching with unwavering attention. The gigantic fire barrier erected by Yang Chun had completely obscured the view inside the ring. Peng Wu-jun burst into hearty laughter, filled with excitement, remarking that he had not expected young Master Gu to be so powerful and calling him a rare prodigy. He then turned to the person beside him, addressing young Master Chiang. Chiang Xi narrowed his eyes in displeasure, his voice growing stiff as he asked whether Pang, as the head of the young clan, truly believed the current situation was something to celebrate. Chiang pointed out that a junior revealing strength far surpassing the registered disciples of the three great clans was a matter severe enough to threaten their plans. Peng Wu-jun replied more gravely, suggesting that the situation was only happening because that young master had forced himself to use unstable internal energy in order to win. He then turned to Chiang Xian again and stated that this was precisely why he had doubts. He wanted to know why Chiang had dragged Namong into this matter. Chiang Xian responded softly that he had done so because Namong had utilitarian value. In contrast, Peng Wu-jun scoffed, implying disbelief by remarking that someone with such mediocre talent hardly seemed valuable. Chiang Xian countered that Ryong was not mediocre and questioned whether Peng was dissatisfied because Ryong had been granted power first. Hearing this, Peng Wu-jun's expression turned dark before he suddenly burst into booming laughter that startled everyone around him. Chiang Xian found Penguin's actions confusing, but before he could ask anything, Penguin abruptly cut him off. Penguin told him that the young master should take back those foolish words immediately, insisting that even without Falling Star or any granted power, he was strong enough to suppress any junior, especially someone like Chiang Xian. Chiang Xian remained calm and said he truly could not understand why Penguin kept trying to draw such a clear boundary between them, even though they were all in the same situation. He wondered aloud if they had really offended Penguin that much. Peng Wu-jun stayed silent for a moment before flashing his usual smile. He said that perhaps Chiang Xian had misunderstood something, and that, at the very least, he actually had quite a favorable impression of the young master. He claimed he had merely spoken the truth earlier. Chiang Xian then asked why, in that case, Peng Wu-jun was acting so close to the nine-yang master Yang Chun. Peng Wu-jun's eyes widened as he looked toward the arena, explaining that, to him, the world seemed to have faded of all color, leaving only a dull gray, as though he were wandering aimlessly through a barren place. He said that one day, a dazzling, exquisite light had suddenly appeared before his eyes, something even brighter than he could describe, powerful enough to dye everything around it and fill the world with color. He asked how he could possibly ignore such light once he had found it. He added that Qiang Xian also shone in his own way, which was why he had said he held a good impression of him. However, he noted that young Master Gu simply emitted more heat. The moment he finished speaking, an explosion shook the arena. The barrier Yang Chun had erected collapsed, releasing a tremendous amount of heat into the stands. Everyone instinctively covered their eyes and noses. Whispers began to rise everywhere as people questioned what was happening, asking what all the steam was, why it was so hot, and why the smell was so pungent. Some even remarked that it smelled like urine. Qiang Xian stared toward the arena in utter disbelief, while Ping Wujian looked openly delighted. He seemed astonished as he questioned what exactly had happened. Below the arena, smoke and dust obscured the scene, plunging everything into chaos. But once the barrier dissolved, the smoke quickly dispersed, revealing the winner and the loser of the battle. The referee's voice rang out like a wake-up call, declaring that the winner was Nine-Yong Master Yang Chun. The entire stadium erupted with sound, like a massive tremor breaking through the silence. People shouted that Yang Chun had defeated Rai Long and marveled that he was truly worthy of being the younger brother of Sword Peak. Ping Wujian clenched his hand in satisfaction, inwardly declaring that this was what he had always yearned for. He told himself that Nine-Yang Master Yang Chun should continue to shine brightly so that one day he might fill his world with color. Meanwhile, below, Yang Chun was looking at his hand, which was overflowing with the strange qi he had just absorbed. His expression was tense, sweat beading on his face from exhaustion as he silently cursed the situation. Time continued to pass. From inside the treatment room, frantic screams echoed without pause. Chen Zhen, who had just awakened, was clutching his head and shouting in despair. He kept repeating that his internal energy, his mai qi, was gone, questioning why such a thing had happened. As he recalled the earlier battle with Yang Chun, he insisted to himself that such an outcome could not be real and that he absolutely would not accept it. Manhwa sat nearby, nervously biting her nails as she thought that everything seemed to be falling apart. She reflected on how hard she had worked to secure her engagement with him, only to face such a disastrous situation now. She told herself that if this continued, she would be in far greater trouble than simply having to seek help from the Namen clan. More precisely, she would need help from the Heavenly Venerable. Letting out a tired sigh, she wondered how long this terrible drama would last, and when she could finally escape the constant worry of her vein-blocking disease. She wished it could simply melt away like snow in spring. Memories of her first encounter with Yang Chun surfaced, and she considered that perhaps she still had another option, if only she could verify it again. The scene then returned to Yang Chun, who was walking down the mansion hallway with Muon. Muon expressed, with deep admiration, that the young master had been truly brilliant and asked how long he had been that strong, saying he was deeply moved. Yang Chun dismissed the flattery and then remarked to his bodyguard that Muon too had apparently surpassed the threshold of the peak stage realm when he wasn't paying attention. Muon scratched his head awkwardly and replied that such progress was simply the natural duty of a bodyguard of the Ju family. He then asked how the match earlier had ended, explaining that he had been unable to see clearly because of the steam. Hearing this, Yang Chun's face turned pale as he hurried to come up with an excuse. He claimed that he had simply finished the opponent off with the fire wheel technique. Internally, he wondered how he could possibly reveal the truth, knowing it had been a complete mess inside. He recalled that he had generated heat only to dry the urine of that terrified child who had wet his pants from fear. If not for his consideration of his position as a potential son-in-law to the Namong clan, he would have let the boy be mocked forever. Fortunately, he had put up a barrier in time to keep the incident from being exposed. Laughing loudly, Yang Chun continued walking and stated that he was exhausted and needed to rest. Muon agreed respectfully, saying the young master had worked hard. But when Yang Chun reached for the door, he hesitated. He had never expected events to unfold like this and wondered what was wrong with his strange body. He recalled that the entity inside him had reappeared and unilaterally absorbed all that unusual qi from Rai Long. He questioned where the boy could even have obtained such energy. Despite his efforts to investigate, he had found no useful clues. At first glance, the qi was not demonic. Instead, it felt oddly familiar, the type of qi that counteracted his own internal qi. He realized it felt similar to the qi he had sensed from Seale. Just as Yang Chun opened the door, Seale jumped up with a cheerful smile, expressing warmly that she welcomed him home and that his match that day had been truly outstanding. But Yang Chun immediately stepped back in surprise, causing Seale to fall flat on her face. Yang Chun was told that he had been running around outside too often lately, and Seale asked whether he had properly watched the martial arts matches that day. She looked up at him in pain as she explained that she had indeed watched them, saying she had heard all the upcoming matches would be important ones, so she had gone with the sisters to observe. She quickly stood and moved closer to Yang Chun, adding that she had learned how to braid hair from Sister Ling Hua and asking him to allow her to braid his hair. Yang Chun reacted with flustered confusion and wondered aloud whether such a thing was really necessary at that moment, since it was not a special occasion. Seol immediately put on her familiar pout and insisted that he let her try just once, saying she was very confident this time. Her plea left both Yang Chun and Mu Yun momentarily speechless. Yang Chun glanced at his bodyguard and asked if it was true that Ling Hua had taught her. Mu Yun confirmed that it was, saying the subordinates had seen CLA practicing every night after the banquet. With no other choice, Yang Chun reluctantly agreed. A moment later, Namongbai and Tang Sawal ran over excitedly, exclaiming that young Master Gu had been magnificent that day, and remarking that he had even unleashed flames as fierce as a wild wolf. But before they could finish speaking, both froze at the sight before them. Seol was braiding Yang Chun's hair, yet the result resembled a chicken feather duster. Yang Chun's face darkened, and he pointed at the two newcomers, demanding to know why their reactions looked so strange. Seol, stammering and backing away, apologized heavily. She was then playfully struck by Yang Chun and sent outside as punishment. Tang Sao looked regretful as Yang Chun undid his hair, saying he wondered why Yang Chun had taken it out since it actually looked rather cute like that. Yang Chun grumbled that cuteness was of no use to him. He then turned to Namongbai and mentioned that he had heard Namongbai had also made it into the top 4, remarking that he might get to see Namongbai and his sister spar with each other. Namongbai warned him not to get excited too early, reminding him that they still had to draw lots and did not yet know who their opponents would be. Yang Chun acknowledged this and named the remaining participants, young Master Chang and Miss Morong. Suddenly, Namongbai questioned the casual way Yang Chun had spoken to Tang So, asking if something had happened. Yang Chun calmly explained that Tang So had begged him to drop the formalities if they happened to meet during the martial arts gathering. Tang Soal added that although she had failed to keep her promise, Yang Chun had generously agreed anyway. Hearing this made Namongbai visibly jealous, which Yang Chun quickly noticed. He asked why Namongbai's expression had changed and whether Namongbai also wanted to request something. Namongbai responded with a sulky tone that he was too embarrassed and would not say anything, adding that Yang Chun never agreed to spar with him. Yang Chun scratched his head awkwardly and apologized if it was about that, reassuring him that, just as Tang Sao had said, they might meet in the main arena this time and that Yang Chun absolutely could not avoid it. Namongbai accepted this with a smile. However, things did not unfold the way Namongbai had hoped. The opponent lists were announced for the Friendly Martial Arts Tournament quarterfinals. 9 Young Master Yang Chun of the Shaniju family was assigned to face Morong Silhua of the Morong clan, while Namongbai of the Namong clan was to face Yang Zuni of the Tai Lingjiang family. Meanwhile, Chang Xian stepped onto the arena with an expression full of conceit, believing that the stage meant solely for him had finally arrived before his eyes. Yang Chun stood silently while examining the opponent roster, thinking to himself that Nini Yang, Master Yang Chun of the Shaniju family, would face Morang Hua of the Mairong clan, while Namong Bai of the Namong clan would be matched against Zhang Xian of the Tai Lingxiang family. His expression remained somber as he reflected that, considering Tang Sawal's situation, it would have been better if he had faced him earlier. He had never expected such an incident to occur. At that moment, Namong Bai approached him from the side and asked why his expression was so heavy. Startled, Yang Chun turned toward her and denied that anything was wrong, asking when she had arrived. She replied that she had only just arrived and remarked that he did not seem concerned about his own match, instead asking whether he was worried that she might fail. Hearing this, Yang Chun felt a sharp sense of guilt and hesitantly explained that it was not because her strength was inferior to the others, but rather because that man, Zhang Xian, appeared to be hiding something suspicious, which made him feel deeply uneasy. Suddenly, Namong Bai reached out and took his hand, gently telling him not to worry. With a soft smile and a warm voice, she assured him that he did not need to concern himself and that he should simply trust her and watch. As the battle began, time quickly advanced to the next match. Namong Bai prepared herself to seize victory, releasing a breath as she regained her composure. She thought that although she was surrounded by many people, she still felt relaxed, reasoning that it must have been because Yang Chun was watching her from somewhere. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Chiang Xian, who remarked that he had not expected Ryong to have such a beautiful older sister. He stepped into the arena with his usual refined and dignified bearing, stating that they seemed to have met briefly at the banquet and introducing himself as Xiang Zunyan, a descendant of the Tai Lingjiang family, before saying that he looked forward to receiving her guidance. Namong Bai replied in an indifferent tone, introducing herself, but a strange sensation suddenly arose in her mind, causing her to reflect. She felt that although this man could not be compared to Yang Chun, there was something unsettling about him. Despite his almost imperceptible presence, she could not understand why she instinctively did not want to get close to him. Soon after, the referee's announcement echoed throughout the arena, declaring the quarterfinal match between Namongbai and Zhang Zunyan, instructing both sides to prepare and signaling the beginning of the fight. Instantly, Changxian prepared to charge forward, gripping his sword tightly. However, an overwhelming pressure emanating from his opponent forced him to stop. His body froze in place, and anxiety slowly flooded his mind as he wondered what that pressure was and why his legs felt so heavy that he could not lift them at all. He clenched his teeth in frustration and looked up when Namongbai's voice echoed, remarking that since he did not seem intent on advancing, she would make the first move instead. At that moment, her body was engulfed in a violent surge of demonic energy. Lightning tore through the surrounding space like a raging storm, sweeping everything aside. Namongbai slowly approached while Tiangxian was pressed to his knees by the destructive force. She raised her sword unhurriedly, her gaze sharp and utterly devoid of mercy. Tiangxian's face turned pale as sweat streamed down, the blade drawing ever closer. In his mind, he cursed desperately and urged his body to move faster. At the final instant, he managed to dodge aside, narrowly avoiding Namongbai's immensely powerful slash. The ground shattered from what had been nothing more than a basic attack, debris scattering in all directions. Changxian slid backward before forcefully pushing off the ground and lunging forward with a counterattack. Namongbai merely glanced over calmly, without the slightest hint of vigilance or concern. With a simple twist of her sword, she effortlessly deflected Changxian's strike and knocked him back. His expression twisted as his thoughts descended into chaos, realizing that his entire body felt unbearably heavy, as though weighed down by lead, and that despite expending a vast amount of internal energy, this was all he could manage. Before he could regain his composure, Namongbai's sword was already close to his waist, electrical currents swirling around it like a miniature storm. He gripped his sword with both hands and slashed downward in an attempt to defend himself, but even that was insufficient to halt her power. In his mind, he acknowledged that this strength was on a completely different level compared to Rai Long, and he questioned whether this was the true sword technique lineage of the Namong clan. Namongbai's expression remained as calm as ever, as it was clear to her that this opponent was nowhere near her level. She poured more force into her sword, sending Changxian flying far across the battlefield. Seizing the momentum, she immediately rushed forward and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Each strike seemed to etch lightning-infused chi between heaven and earth, every movement fluid and elegant, yet mercilessly forcing her opponent into a desperate struggle merely to defend himself. Finally, Kang Xian was cornered at the edge of the arena, left with no choice but to use his trump card if he wished to win. He could hardly believe the situation and was unwilling to accept defeat there, thinking that the place had been prepared for him to shine and that it could not possibly end that way. Namongbai leapt toward him, her slash aimed straight at Changxian. However, at the very last moment, everything was completely reversed in what could only be described as a dark reversal. In the stands, Yang Chun's eyes darkened as the rage he had felt earlier surged up once again. In the arena, Changxian had knocked Namongbai sprawling to the ground, his sword stained with a familiar dark demonic energy. Yang Chun wondered what kind of move that had been, then tightly clenched his hand in fury, crushing the chair beneath him. He realized that Chiang Zunyan had used the exact same type of chi as Ri Long. Changxian walked up to Namongbai and proudly remarked that she was truly formidable, admitting that it was the first time he, as a junior, had been forced to fight so hard. Namongbai struggled to sit up, coughing up blood from the internal injuries caused by his unexpected counterattack, and wondered what had just happened, as she had not seen anything at all. Chiang Zunyan gently dusted off his robe and stated that perhaps he should apologize, because he now realized that she was an opponent against whom he could not hold back or finish the fight quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped forward again, using the strange chi he had just activated. Namongbai struggled to grasp her sword as her body suffered severe internal injuries. She desperately tried to fend off Changxian's rapid slashes and was gradually forced backward. He laughed loudly and commented that she was still able to block that move, praising her while remarking that after enduring that blow, her body could not possibly be intact. Namongbai clenched her teeth as the uncomfortable sensation from earlier returned to torment her once more. She found it utterly disgusting and felt nauseous, wondering why that foul smell had reappeared. She told herself that she had to find a way to escape as soon as possible and wished she could be by Yang Chun's side at that moment. Her eyes involuntarily drifted toward the stands, where she caught sight of Yang Chun's familiar figure. However, his gaze and expression only made her feel even more distraught. She realized that this was happening again and recalled how she had told him to trust her and not to show that kind of expression. She despised her own helplessness and wondered why she could never be of any help at all. Being by Yang Chun's side had taught her what happiness truly meant, yet she knew she could not continue as a burden that held him back. Because of that, Namongbai resolved to prove herself. to prove that she could stand firmly on her own 2 feet without anyone's assistance. Chiang Shunyan shouted at her, telling her to try blocking his sword technique. Namongbai Ah immediately became serious again, gripping her sword as though it were an extension of her own body. Against all expectations, she succeeded in blocking Chiang Shunyan's finishing strike. His eyes widened in shock as he realized that she had blocked it. Staring at the sword in front of him, he noticed the sound it produced and thought that it was sword resonance. He questioned whether she was truly capable of producing such a clear sound, wondering if this might be some kind of hidden trump card. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, sensing that she did not seem able to control it. That led him to consider another possibility, whether this could be a moment of enlightenment. Namongbai Ah whispered to herself with firm determination as she focused her mind, urging herself to concentrate. Channeling that focus, she knocked his attack aside and forced Chiang Shunyan backward. Sword chi swept violently across the arena floor. For a brief moment, everything seemed to slow down, and her concentration reached its absolute peak. She realized that this was it. Her eyes shone brilliantly as the sword seemed to erupt with the enlightenment of her sword technique and the power of her will. She understood that this would be the decisive blow of the match, and she reassured herself that she could do it. Without a doubt, she could succeed. Before Namongbai Ah's eyes, countless sword trajectories seemed to unfold as she reminded herself that she must not rush. She knew she had to move slowly yet with absolute precision, believing that the most important thing was to identify her opponent's weakness. At that moment, the memories of her ancestor were being passed down to her as the true successor of the Namong sword technique. Namongbai Ah then charged forward, her composure pushed to its absolute limit as she eliminated all emotions from her mind. Across from her, Chiang Xian remained confused. He observed that her entire body should have been covered in injuries and questioned what she intended to achieve with such slow movements. He recalled a similar experience from before, remembering that the same thing had happened when he faced Doc Bomb. He found it truly incomprehensible why people like her could still stand up with such determined eyes. Focusing the demonic chi into his sword, Chiang Xian resolved that he would make sure she could never stand up again. He decided that he would also use his divine weapon and sword resonance to face her. With that resolve, both sides charged forward with all their might. The space between them seemed to split apart like heaven and earth, and time itself appeared to slow down in anticipation of the impending explosion. One side wielded demonic chi borrowed from a devil, while the other carried the power of enlightenment belonging to a true genius. The two forces stood in opposition, like yin and yang or fire and water, utterly irreconcilable. It was clear that only one person could emerge victorious from this battle. When the two finally collided, the air seemed to burst, drawing every gaze in the arena toward them. Smoke and dust engulfed the scene, making it impossible to immediately determine the outcome. The two figures flashed past each other, having devoted all their essence to that single, decisive strike. As expected, the sword in Namongbai Ah's hand shattered. Her body fell onto the broken arena floor behind Chiang Xian. The referee's voice rang out, breaking the suffocating tension, and announced that the winner was Chiang Xian. The entire stands erupted into cheers. Despite her defeat, Namongbai Ah smiled with satisfaction. In her mind, the voice of her Namong ancestor seemed to echo, affirming that this was indeed the path she was meant to take. Bia slowly regained consciousness, a faint sense of confusion drifting through her mind as she dimly wondered what was happening and what had occurred just moments before. At that moment, Siona quickly noticed the change and exclaimed in surprise that Bia's eyes were moving. Soyeol, equally delighted, cheerfully added that it was true and greeted her enthusiastically, calling out to her by name. Still dazed and unable to grasp the situation, Bia vaguely registered the unfamiliar voices around her and wondered what they were. When she fully opened her eyes, she saw Soyeol tightly holding her hand and calling to her with clear relief. With a dull, unfocused expression, Bia weakly asked whether Seola and Soyeol were there and where she was. Soyeol promptly explained that they were currently in the infirmary and that after her duel with young Master Zhang, Bia had collapsed and lost consciousness. Hearing this, Bia pushed herself up slightly, let out a quiet sigh, and concluded that if that was the case, then she must have lost the match. Sensing Bia's spirit sinking, Siona hurried to encourage her, insisting that despite the outcome, Bia had been incredible. She excitedly described how Bia's sword had resonated as if it were singing, speaking rapidly while waving her hands animatedly to illustrate the scene. She went on to say that Bia's final movements had looked astonishingly smooth, like flowing waves moving through the air. Soyeol, equally energized, eagerly agreed and added that Bia had looked as though she were dancing. Curious, she asked when Bia had learned such a technique. At that, Bia lowered her gaze and murmured that she did not know either. Deep inside, she felt just as confused, silently questioning what had truly happened at that moment. She recalled the sensations she had felt during the duel, wondering when her sword had begun to resonate at all. She remembered how everything had suddenly faded from her vision, leaving only the gentle, winding path of her blade before her eyes. Something seemed to flash through Bia's mind. She recalled the figure who had stood at the far end of that sword path, and she began questioning herself about who that person could have been. She was certain it was neither her father nor her grandfather, and she realized that she had never known anyone like that within the Namgung clan. Utterly confused, Bia continued to question herself, wondering why she had been able to hear that person's voice at all, and whether everything she had experienced had felt more like a dream than reality. Seeing Bia lost in deep thought, Soyeol grew concerned and gently asked whether she was all right and why she looked so downcast. Only then did Bia calm herself and reassure Soyeol that she was fine, before asking where that person was now. Soyeol quickly replied that young Master Gu had been there just moments earlier but had already left, carefully explaining that it was because the next match was about to begin soon. Upon hearing this, Bia froze for a moment before letting out a faint sound of realization. She then attempted to force herself up despite the pain, indicating that if that was the case, she intended to do the same, but she was immediately overwhelmed by pain. Both Soyeol and Seona cried out in alarm. Soyeol hurried to her side and urgently warned her that she could not get up yet, reminding her that she was still injured and that the physician had said she needed to complete her recovery period first. However, Bia stubbornly tried to object. At that moment, Seona intervened to stop her, telling her not to worry because young master had said he would return soon. Smiling, she added that he had also instructed them to pass along a message once Bia woke up. Seon-ah relayed that before leaving, Yang Chun had said that Bia had fought very well and that now it was his turn to demonstrate his abilities, so he wanted her to rest until later. Suddenly, Bia fell silent again, momentarily stunned. Shortly after, she lay back down on the bed and pulled the blanket over herself to rest. Witnessing this entire scene, Soyeol could not hide her confusion and let out a bewildered sound before asking why Bia had suddenly decided to lie down again. Bia calmly explained that since he had told her to rest, she simply needed to rest. With that, she closed her eyes and firmly reaffirmed her decision. Hearing this, Soyeol could only mutter to herself that Bia never listened when it was she who spoke, but when it was him, the outcome was entirely different. Meanwhile, outside the room, the referee loudly announced the semi-final round, formally declaring the upcoming match between Gu Yangchun of the Gu clan of Shanxi and Moyong Hia of the Moyong clan. Hia stared at Yang Chun with a hint of tension, thinking that she had never intended for things to turn out this way, yet in the end, they had still met here. She carefully assessed him, noting that during his match against the Lightning Dragon, he had clearly been holding back. Fragments of memory slowly surfaced in Hia's mind. The rulers of the frozen land and the Northern Sea Ice Palace, the maternal bloodline she had inherited from that place, and her father, who had chosen love over politics and devoted himself to loving only one woman. She remembered how lonely her own back had seemed back then, reflecting that none of them had ever imagined that their only daughter would inherit the Ice Palace's curse, known as severed veins. Hia had long since come to accept that reality. She understood that although the condition granted her extraordinary sensitivity and exceptional martial talent, compared to what lay ahead of her now, those advantages meant nothing at all. The price that had to be paid for such a gift, she believed, was simply too high. Silently, she steeled her resolve. She had never intended to participate in the tournament, but her father had forced her to do so. Even so, it had now become an opportunity. At that moment, the referee waved his hand to signal the start of the match. Gripping her sword tightly, Hia told herself that this was her chance to witness his flame techniques firsthand. In an instant, a massive surge of fiery energy enveloped Yang Chun's entire body and spread outward. Hia's gaze remained fixed on him as she evaluated him closely, realizing that up close, the heat radiating from him was truly extraordinary. However, as she tightened her grip on her sword, she sensed that the cold within her blade had not changed at all. The chill spreading throughout her entire body was still there as well. She concluded that all this time, it had merely been her imagination. Just then, Yang Chun suddenly spoke, saying that he was sorry. Seeing the fireball forming in his hand, Hia froze in confusion, wondering what exactly he was apologizing for. Immediately afterward, Yang Chun clenched his fist with unwavering determination. Hia, meanwhile, could only stand frozen in place, her eyes widening in shock as she exclaimed in disbelief. She felt utterly confused as she sensed the change occurring around her, realizing that the warmth and the cold that had existed inside her body had suddenly vanished. Her eyes flew open even wider as she questioned how such a thing could happen so abruptly. In the end, all she could do was force an awkward smile. expressing her stunned amazement as she stared at what was unfolding before her. Overwhelmed, she muttered inwardly that it all felt far too excessive. Before launching his attack, Young Chun kindly reassured her, telling her not to worry. As he raised his arm and prepared to charge forward, he firmly asserted that it would not hurt. A massive explosion erupted within the spectator stands, sending smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Nearby, Cheon sat facing Seonyeon, silently observing the entire sequence of events. After some time had passed, he finally called out to him. Seonyeon lowered his head and responded respectfully, acknowledging him as his father. Cheon immediately questioned whether Seonyeon had already forgotten their promise. Seonyeon, looking apologetic, replied that he had not forgotten it. Hearing this, Cheon pressed him further, demanding to know why he had still done such a thing. With remarkable patience, Cheon explained that, from what he could tell, Seonyeon had used that energy once again. He reminded him that he had already warned him that the energy could devour him from within and cause Cheon to lose the person he knew as his son. He emphasized that he had only granted permission because Seonyeon had promised not to use it until the necessary conditions had been fulfilled. Avoiding Cheon's gaze under the pressure of the interrogation, Seonyeon was then asked why he could not abide by that agreement. At that moment, Seonyeon became overwhelmed with resentment, biting his lip tightly as the question echoed in his mind. He recalled that instant and silently felt anger rising within him, knowing that there was no way he could explain the truth to his father. A flood of negative emotions from the match surged through his thoughts. Fear, despair, and humiliation all resurfaced at once. With his head lowered, he reflected that the energy could only be felt by those who possessed it, and that his father was merely drawing conclusions based on what he had seen and heard. Then, all of a sudden, Seonyeon's expression shifted as a calculating smile spread across his face. He concluded to himself that his father did not truly understand what he had gone through, or perhaps he did understand but chose to turn a blind eye. Either way, Seonyeon decided that it did not matter. After giving it some thought, Seonyeon raised his head and admitted his fault, apologizing to his father. He said that he had acted impatiently earlier and had made a mistake, but promised that he would never repeat it nor bring disgrace upon his father's name. As he spoke, a faint, obedient smile appeared on his face. Seonyeon's eyes narrowed slightly as he silently judged that this response was satisfactory. Looking at Cheon, who sat coldly across from him, Seonyeon reassured himself inwardly that if he truly was the star destined to illuminate this era, as everyone claimed, then one day his father would surely come to understand him. After Seonyeon left, Cheon lowered his head with a troubled expression and fell into deep thought. Stroking his chin in confusion, he reflected that he had always trusted Seonyeon to resolve his own problems, yet recently he had found himself unable to read what was going on inside his son's mind. Glancing toward the outside, Cheon concluded to himself that it seemed he would need to have a proper conversation with him. Meanwhile, Young Chun arrived at Bia's resting room. Entering with concern, he announced his presence. Upon hearing his voice, Seona immediately responded excitedly and addressed him respectfully, then hurried to shake Bia, urging her to wake up and telling her that the young master had arrived. Bia, exhausted, slowly opened her eyes and let out a faint murmur. Seeing Bia sit up, Youngchun began to ask about her condition. Rubbing her eyes in a daze, she complained that the room felt stuffy and said she wanted to go outside. However, Youngchun quickly refused, stating that if she did, she would undoubtedly run straight to the training grounds. Upon hearing this, Bia lifted her sparkling eyes to look at him, which made Youngchun sigh helplessly as he remarked that in her current state, there was no way he would allow it. Bia then confessed honestly that she had thought Soyeol had said she would help her. Overwhelmed, Soyeol held her head and muttered that she could not help her sneak out. When Youngchun noticed Soyeol, he turned to her and asked where she had been. Soyeol promptly explained that she had gone to see Nona Moyong, but since Moyong was not there, she had been moved to the clan's special treatment ward. This explanation did not surprise Youngchun, as he remarked that it made sense given her condition. He then asked with concern about her current state. Soyeol replied that she had been told there were no serious injuries, but added that ever since Moyong had dueled Youngchun, she had been acting confused and absent-minded. At the same time, Haya sat on the bed in a daze, quietly murmuring to herself that it felt warm. This caused Youngchun a moment of unease, as he was certain that he had restrained his strength during the duel. However, he soon calmed himself, reasoning that as long as she was fine, there was no real problem. Lying on the bed, Bia complained that she was hungry. Hearing this, Sona handed her a rice cake and suggested that she eat it. At the same time, Youngchun's thoughts wandered. He reflected that if Elder Shin had seen the match earlier, he would certainly have lectured him again, either saying that Youngchun had ended it too quickly or that he had not taken it seriously enough. He glanced back and recalled that, come to think of it, he had not seen Elder Shin earlier. Countless questions filled Youngchun's mind. He realized that every time he looked at Jong Seonyeon, he felt the same kind of emotion he had experienced when facing the Bloodfangs, and whenever that happened, a chilling sensation ran through him. Grinding his teeth in anger, he thought that ever since he had seen Seonyeon use energy similar to that of the lightning dragon, Elder Shin had disappeared once again. However, Young Chun remained certain of one thing. Unlike before, he could still sense Elder Shin's presence somewhere within his own body, which meant that Elder Shin had not completely vanished. Generating a flow of energy around himself, Young Chun speculated that Elder Shin might be suppressing or dealing with this energy in the same way demonic energy was controlled. Still, he wondered where this energy had originated. After some thought, he resolved that he had to find out, no matter what it took. After a while, Young Chun finally heard Soyeol calling out to him. She was extremely nervous as she addressed him respectfully and encouraged him, reminding him that the final match was tomorrow. She urged him to win and told him that everyone would be cheering for him. Young Chun had been feeling uncertain, but hearing her words eased his mind. Smiling softly, he told himself that he would find out the truth tomorrow. He reached out and gently patted Soyeol's head, expressing his thanks and telling her that it would be enough for her to simply watch the match. Before long, the day of the match arrived. Standing across from Young Chun was none other than Seonyeon. Seonyeon, wearing a solemn expression, formally raised a question to Gu Gongja. He said that since they were already talking, he wished to ask something and demanded to know why Young Chun had been so hostile toward him at the banquet. His voice rose as he pressed further, asking whether he might have offended Young Chun without realizing it and requesting an explanation. Young Chun scratched his head and muttered hesitantly that offending someone without realizing it was indeed possible. After a brief pause, he replied calmly that, thinking about it, Seonyeon might be right. However, he added that even if he explained it now, Seonyeon would not be able to understand. Hearing this, Seonyeon chose not to probe any further. Instead, he bowed slightly and said that he understood. He admitted that he did not know exactly what had happened, but if the fault lay with him, then he should apologize right away. Before he could finish, however, Young Chun cut him off bluntly, telling him to stop and drop the matter, and stating that he did not need an apology that was not sincere. While loosening up his body, Young Chun continued by saying that he had actually thought about this issue quite a lot. He suggested that perhaps Seonyeon too had experienced some kind of trigger that had led him down the wrong path. Then his voice sank as he asserted that after watching Seonyeon for some time, he had come to understand the truth, that Seonyeon was different. Young Chun exposed him mercilessly, stating that Seonyeon always pretended to be kind, yet insisted on being the one on top, and that whenever things did not go his way, he would tear his opponent apart without mercy. He concluded that Seonyeon had been rotten from birth. Despite the sharpness of his words, Young Chun's face was filled with a faint smile as he asked mockingly whether it must have been hell when the scheme Seonyeon had set up collapsed because of him. He then told Seonyeon to stop putting on such hypocrisy, adding that he himself had once tried wearing a mask as well, but it had been exhausting and impossible to maintain. Those words left Seonyeon completely speechless. In response, he released an overwhelming surge of power from his sword and acknowledged that Gu Gongja's martial prowess was indeed outstanding. However, as the massive aura around him swelled and rushed straight toward Young Chun, Seonyeon stared directly at him and declared that Young Chun was severely lacking in humility. Young Chun merely curled his lips into a grin upon hearing this. Then he too unleashed his power and challenge, saying that this suited Seonyeon much better and urging him to keep doing exactly what he had been doing. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out, announcing the match between Gu Yangcheon of the Sanseo Gu clan and Jang Sonyeon of the Taryong clan, declaring it to be the final match. Below the arena, the entire audience held its breath in anticipation while Young Chun and Seonyeon ground their teeth and locked eyes with each other in open hostility. Finally, the signal to begin was given. The instant it ended, the two of them charged at each other without the slightest hesitation. Seonyeon leapt high into the air and struck downward, while Young Chun formed a fireball in front of his chest and hurled his fist forward as Seonyeon kicked toward him. The result was Seonyeon being blown away, screaming in agony. Young Chun then swung his leg, preparing to stomp on him, but Seonyeon managed to spring up in time and evade the attack. Seonyeon rose and hovered in mid-air, then twisted his body back around, his eyes overflowing with killing intent. Swinging his sword, he shouted furiously, ordering Young Chun to stay out of his sight. From below, Young Chun lifted his head again, preparing to meet the attack head-on. A massive surge of power crashed down directly onto his position, shattering the ground as dust and debris erupted, completely obscuring the view. Within the swirling smoke, Young Chun had already seized Seonyeon's wrist. Leaning close to his ear, Young Chun taunted him, saying that he wanted to see whether, once that precious energy of Seonyeon's was exhausted, it would finally be his turn. The remark caused Seonyeon to freeze in shock. He blurted out in disbelief, questioning what Young Chun had just said. Panic surged through him as he realized that Young Chun had sensed divine energy, something that should have been impossible for someone who had not even received the baptism. Before he could finish processing that fear, Seonyeon's vision abruptly blurred. It turned out that Young Chun had lifted him off the ground and was spinning him violently through the air. Gritting his teeth, Seonyeon endured the pain with a muffled groan. In the next instant, Young Chun hurled him away. Seonyeon crashed into the wall, blasting a massive hole through it. What followed was a relentless barrage of attacks from Young Chun. By the time Young Chun finally stopped, Seonyeon had completely collapsed, lying motionless on the ground. Calmly, Young Chun formed a fireball in midair. Letting out a thunderous shout, he brought it crashing down onto Seonyeon. The direct hit struck the center of Seonyeon's chest, and towering flames erupted as thick black smoke filled the air. From afar, Cheon was observing the match. Utterly exhausted, he clutched his head and sighed, reflecting that he had warned him repeatedly, yet things had still ended this way. Looking down at the arena, Cheon murmured that the child of the Gu clan had become an enormous wall that no one had foreseen, and that he could only hope his own son would not crumble before it. On the field, the referee stammered in confusion as he announced the name of Gu Yang-chun from the Sanseo Gu clan, hesitating as he tried to declare the result. Before he could finish, however, another violent shockwave erupted within the raging flames, causing the referee to shout in alarm. Raising his voice, he ordered the match to stop immediately. Despite the command, Yang Chun continued his fierce assault while thinking to himself that it was not over yet. He poured all his fury into Seonyeon, convinced that when he thought about what this bastard might do, the only way to ensure he would never stand again was to completely crush him right then and there. Each of Yang Chun's punches fell like gigantic hammers, smashing directly into Seonyeon's body. At last, Seonyeon managed to grab Yang Chun's wrist and halt the blow. Yang Chun thought to himself in confusion that he had him, and that Seonyeon's bones should have already been shattered throughout his body. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed out, declaring that it was indeed him. Jun, moving within Seonyeon's body, explained that he had felt something break, but had never imagined it would turn out like this. Casting a murderous glare at Yang Chun, he questioned just what kind of being Yang Chun was to be carrying so many things within his body. Yang Chun quickly realized that the voice speaking was no longer Jang Seonyeon's, and began to grasp that something else was present. At that moment, another voice whispered directly into his ear, murmuring with unsettling hunger that it was starving and needed to eat that thing. Startled, Yang Chun staggered back and shouted in panic, demanding to know what was happening now. Jun immediately burst into laughter, confirming that the master of the bottomless abyss was indeed there. Stunned, Yang Chun exclaimed in disbelief. Jun continued calmly, stating that although he did not know why the master resided within a child like Yang Chun, the situation worked out perfectly for him. Advancing toward Yang Chun, Jun announced that to commemorate encountering the rift, he would give him a gift. Grasping Yang Chun's wrist, he added that the beast inside Yang Chun's body would surely welcome it. Terrified, Yang Chun shouted for him to stop and demanded to know what he was doing. Immediately afterward, Jun created a protective barrier around them and stepped back. He called out that it had been nice meeting him and added that if Yang Chun ever met the dancer, he should pass along a message. Smiling, Jun pointed at Yang Chun and introduced himself, declaring that he, Dokgo Jun, was looking for her. The moment he finished speaking, Jun collapsed forward. The barrier vanished along with him. As the smoke finally dispersed, the referee loudly announced the result, declaring Gu Yang Chun of the Sanseo Gu clan the victor. Yet inside Yang Chun's mind, chaos reigned. He wondered what on earth had just happened, grinding his teeth in fury as he cursed under his breath, questioning what was happening right now. Deep within his body, something stirred, like a bloodthirsty demon awakening. Yang Chun sat alone, gazing toward the rising sun. Lowering his head, he let out a troubled sigh, reflecting that the friendly martial arts tournament had finally come to an end. As he considered everything around him, he reasoned that some of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes had not participated, and that this absence might have been precisely why no one had been able to predict the outcome of the Yongbang gathering. He noted that the nearby inns were already buzzing with talk about the tournament. The sheer number of formidable opponents who had appeared in this event weighed heavily on his mind. He recalled that Namgung Bia, whose swordsmanship resembled a graceful dance, had been given the title of the Sword Dance Maiden, while Jang Sonyeon, who had appeared out of nowhere and taken second place, had been dubbed a rising star. Inwardly, Yang Chun then turned his thoughts to himself, the one who had defeated that rising star and emerged victorious. Exhausted, he clutched his head and sighed again, thinking bitterly that it was honestly too much. When the name Jin Ryong crossed his mind, he felt even more weary, reflecting that the title meant True Dragon, and that the embarrassment of it all was killing him. Pulling a face and muttering under his breath, he conceded that it was at least better than the title he had carried in his past life, yet he could not help questioning what kind of true dragon he was supposed to be when he was clearly human. Then, all of a sudden, tension seized him as another thought arose. He realized that something continued to bother him so much that the victory itself barely registered. His mind returned to the moment when Jun had tightly grasped his wrist. He remembered that Doko Jun, that bastard, had clearly called himself that name while speaking through Jang Sonyeon, and Yang Chun questioned who he really was. No matter how much he thought about it, the answer eluded him. He was certain he had never heard the name Doko Jun in either his past life or his current one, which led him to wonder why someone like that was inhabiting Jang Seonyeon's body. As he recalled the incident and continued to speculate, he concluded that the massive amount of energy that had been poured into him was the same as the power used by the bladder dragon and by Jang Sonyeon. From that, he inferred that Doko Jun must have been the one who had granted them their power as well. Young Chun's eyes widened as he forced himself to think further. As he reflected on it, a sudden realization flashed through his mind. Doko Jun had recognized that pig bastard and had called him the master of the bottomless abyss. Yang Chun was left wondering what in the world that title could possibly mean. Yang Chun suddenly clenched his fists and tensed his body, calling out and demanding that if the entity knew something, it should at least say it, questioning what it wanted from him and insisting that it had to speak for him to listen. However, the only response he received was a vast, silent sky. Disappointed, Yang Chun lowered his head and let out a long, weary sigh, complaining inwardly that it truly did whatever it pleased, only appearing when it was hungry to steal energy. He then looked down at his palm and muttered to himself, wondering whether it had left something behind this time, since the energy had not been decreasing at all, and instead felt as though it was remaining within his body. At that moment, Yang Chun suddenly realized something was wrong and froze, sensing that something strange was happening. He quietly examined everything within himself and realized that the 9-flame wheel art was not purifying the energy at all, but was instead attempting to merge it into a single entity. A rather unusual phenomenon began to occur, and Yang Chun sensed it instantly, leaving him completely stunned. His eyes widened as a bead of sweat trickled down his face. He abruptly jumped to his feet in shock, unable to believe what was happening. Staring at the blue-colored flame in his hand, Yang Chun was utterly confused, unable to understand what it was or why the flames had changed color. Witnessing this sight, a sense of panic rose in his heart as he thought that this was bad and that if his father were to see it, he would have no way to explain it, since it would look exactly like heretical magic. As a result, Yang Chun quickly clenched his fist and released his power, frowning as he watched the flame in his palm gradually dissipate. After a short while, he generated a normal red flame in his hand once more and finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking that it had returned to normal. He struck his arm hard once and withdrew his power, reasoning that he only needed to regulate the energy the same way he controlled aura, and feeling thankful that if it worked like this, he could hide it. Suddenly, Yang Chun's eyes flew open as a groan escaped him, and he collapsed painfully to the ground. Feeling extremely dizzy, he clutched his head and questioned whether this was recoil from the energy earlier, or if he was simply exhausted from pushing himself too far. After a while, when he felt a bit better, he slowly raised his head. Filled with helplessness, Yang Chun lamented what he was supposed to do in moments like this, pleading inwardly for Shin Noya to wake up already. Sometime later, Yang Chun returned. The moment Mu Yeon saw him, she cheerfully exclaimed her joy at his return, congratulating the young master on his victory. Yang Chun walked in calmly and replied that yes, he had returned, before asking where the others were. Mu Yeon scratched her head awkwardly and hesitated, unsure how to answer. Seeing this, Yang Chun bluntly exposed the truth, stating that they were probably in his room and that he did not even need to check. He then raised a finger as a signal, telling her to watch. With complete confidence, Yang Chun pulled open the door to his room. The silent and dark space inside left him confused. Turning to the side, he voiced his bewilderment at why it was so quiet. The moment he finished speaking, So-ah suddenly flew out from inside and threw her arms around him, shouting his name. Yang Chun was knocked backward by the impact, letting out a muffled groan. So-ah continued to cling tightly to him, asking why he was so late, her concern evident as she held on to him. Yang Chun trembled in pain as he stammered an apology, his voice barely steady. Beside him, Mu Yeon could not help feeling flustered, silently thinking that she had arrived a little later than intended. After regaining his composure, Yang Chun turned and gently patted So-ah's head, asking whether she had also watched the finals all the way to the end that day. So-ah lifted her head eagerly and replied with great excitement that she had indeed watched the match together with the sisters, adding her congratulations on his victory. At that moment, So-yeon came running over in a pout, loudly complaining that she had wanted to be the first one to congratulate him. After stopping in front of Yang Chun, she closed her eyes, changed her tone, and awkwardly offered her congratulations on his victory, calling him Jin Ryong instead. So-ah looked confused and repeated the name in surprise, while Yang Chun, clearly displeased, reminded her not to call him that. He then asked with concern where Bia was. So-yeon quickly explained that Bia had been waiting for him until just recently and had then fallen asleep. Hearing this, Yangchun immediately showed his worry and reproached the situation, questioning why Bia had left her own room to stay there in the first place. Straining himself, he stood up and dismissed the matter, saying that it was not as though this were the first time, and that since the closing event was scheduled for the next day, he should get some rest as well. He then turned to So-ah and reminded her that they would soon be returning to the clan, instructing her to behave properly until then and asking if she understood. So-ah was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly smiled brightly and assured him that he need not worry, declaring that she would not go anywhere anymore. At last, night fell completely, and outside, the snow grew heavier. Inside, Bia and Yangchun slept soundly beside each other. Soyeon, already half asleep, murmured incoherently in her dreams, calling out Gugongja. Elsewhere, Seona was also sleeping peacefully beneath a warm blanket. Suddenly, the color of her hair began to change, revealing a shimmering golden hue. Seoa's eyes slowly opened. She pulled the blanket around herself as she sat up, silently apologizing in her thoughts and admitting that she knew she should not be doing this while the other was sleeping, but felt she had no choice. With that resolve, Soa got out of bed, put on her cloak, and quietly left. Standing by the door, she reminded herself that this would be the last time she asked, affirming that this was something she absolutely had to do on her own. Outside, amidst the raging snowstorm, 2 guards stood watch, drowsily observing their surroundings. In that moment, an intruder slipped past them without being noticed. Shoa moved swiftly along a long, dark corridor, urging herself onward, telling herself that she was almost there. Before long, she stopped in front of a massive door and hesitated briefly. Raising her hand, she swung it sharply, releasing an overwhelmingly powerful blade aura. Seona cautiously narrowed her eyes and peered through the narrow gap of the door. At that very instant, a voice suddenly rang out, startling her, calmly instructing her to enter. So-ah threw the door open and saw a man seated by the window. Jun's entire body radiated a dense, ominous dark energy, and he smiled faintly as he stated that he had been waiting for her to come, addressing her as a child. Within a forest saturated with dark power, Seon-ah stood grimly among the wounded, gripping her sword. One of the injured men angrily blamed her, questioning what kind of situation this was, and reminding her that she had boasted about being able to wipe out the enemy alone. From the opposite side, the heavenly demon coldly challenged the sword demon, asking whether she would only be satisfied if he burned her personally. The sword demon, unable to do anything else, apologized in a trembling voice to the great lord. At that moment, the heavenly demon raised her hand and summoned a fireball, contemptuously remarking that he was pathetic and declaring that she would hear his detailed excuses after they returned. The fireball rapidly grew, expanding until it covered the entire sky. Seeing this, a young man was seized by fear and exclaimed in shock that this was the Black Flame Demon Emperor's power. The heavenly demon's eyes flickered with killing intent, and just as she launched her attack, Seona stepped forward to counter it. The young man could only retreat in panic, letting out a frightened cry. Seona immediately turned back in concern and asked whether he was all right. Flustered, he replied that thanks to her, they had survived, addressing her with reverence. From the other side, the heavenly demon sharply warned him not to call her by that title, stating that she personally hated it and threatening to erase the entire area without a trace if he said it again. She coldly added that no one, regardless of who they were, could endure such an attack in their exhausted state. Hearing this, Seona could only grit her teeth. Exhausted, she asked what the heavenly demon wanted from them. The young man behind her anxiously cried out to the great lord once more, but the heavenly demon merely laughed and asked why she would want anything from them, pointing out that if she truly had no intention of talking, she could have burned everything earlier. Seona angrily shouted back that the heavenly demon was completely mistaken, insisting that even if that were true, she would never spare them, and mocking the famed little sword saint for groveling like this. Sona could only lower her head in bitterness as the heavenly demon derided her for prattling on about righteous pride and being a new hope, declaring that in the end she was just another worthless human. She added that the foolish insects of the Alliance clung to Seon-ah without understanding this, and cruelly asked whether she would truly throw away even that pride and beg for her life. From behind, the others stood and urged Seon-ah not to kneel before a traitor of the Alliance. Seon-ah resolutely stated that she had abandoned pride long ago. Placing a hand lightly over her chest, she murmured that she still had a duty to fulfill and therefore could not die here, because if she did, she would be unable to plan what came next. Her eyes filled with rage as she reluctantly admitted that when asked whether she wanted to beg for her life, the answer was yes. She wanted to live. Despite her words, the heavenly demon remained cold. To the astonishment of everyone present, she punched straight into the sky. At that moment, the sword demon shouted in alarm, protesting that the great lord could not possibly be planning to spare such trash, only to be struck down by a single blow. The heavenly demon withdrew her power and stated calmly that the heavens of their sect had never said anything about sparing their lives and that he had gone straight to face the Sword Saint. She then viciously twisted the knife in Sion-Ah's wounds, ordering her to swear that she would not interfere and to merely watch as her master, her parent, died a miserable death. Only then, she said, would she spare her life for now. The young man behind Sion-Ah furiously protested, asking how she could demand something so cruel, and begged to be allowed to buy time so that at least Sion-Ah might survive. Yet amid the overwhelming confusion and despair of her clan members, Sion-Ah spoke again and swore to it. Through pain, she repeated that if that was what the heavenly demon wanted, she would comply. The heavenly demon extinguished the power in her hand and mockingly called Sion-Ah a foolish girl before stepping forward and gripping her by the throat. Chains manifested from the heavenly demon's power, tightening around Sion-Ah as she declared that although it might mean nothing to her, she had placed a geash upon her. She added that in consideration of the pride Sion-Ah had thrown away, she would keep her word. Turning to leave, the heavenly demon said that they would meet again, expressing her hope that Sion-Ah would be just as helpless then as she was now, as it would make killing her easier. After the heavenly demon departed, Sion-Ah collapsed to her knees in utter helplessness. The others rushed to her side in deep concern, asking whether she was all right and apologizing repeatedly, saying that everything that had happened was because of them. However, Sion-Ah only gently waved her hand away, saying that it was not their fault and that they should head back now. The others still looked uneasy, hesitantly voicing their concern that there might still be an ambush waiting for them. Struggling to stand, Sion-Ah reassured them not to worry, adding that at the very least the Black Flame Demon Emperor was not someone who lied. One of them stepped forward to support her and replied that he understood and that they should leave, noting that the shooting star sword would be waiting. As she was lifted onto his shoulder, Sion-Ah's eyes grew hollow. She recalled that 3 days later, the heavenly demon had killed her grandfather, forcing them to flee to Henan with the remaining survivors. Yet foolishly, she realized that the feeling she had harbored toward him had not been killing intent, but resentment. Lost in thought, she blankly questioned whether it had truly been resentment rather than a desire to kill. At that moment, Yang Chun reached out his hand toward her. Sion-Ah froze briefly before smiling, realizing that what she felt had been longing rather than resentment. As the memory ended and she returned to the present, Sion-Ah found herself standing face to face with June. Confused, she demanded to know how he had known she would come. June calmly replied that with killing intent that thick, there was no way he could have failed to notice. His response left Sion-Ah shaken, and she insisted that it could not be possible, claiming that she had hidden it so well that even he had been unable to detect it. June continued, explaining that it was because he could sense things far more keenly than that child. The instant June extended his hand toward her, Shauna slashed it off without hesitation. June reacted with mild surprise, uttering a casual remark of astonishment. Staring at her, he reproached her for being impatient, noting that they had not even properly spoken yet. Shauna bluntly retorted that she had nothing to say to him. June's gaze darkened as he remarked that she spoke as though she already knew him, questioning exactly what she was. Grinding her teeth in irritation, Shauna summoned a surge of power that wrapped around her body. Slightly taken aback, June observed with interest that he now understood what she was. In the next instant, Sion-Ah vanished, charging straight toward June as he sat there. June raised his hand to his chin and smiled faintly, stating that for the sake of Gu Yangchun, the one she cherished, he had planted his seed within him. The revelation shook Sion-Ah, causing her strike to narrowly miss June's head. She pinned him to the ground and demanded to know what he had just said. June, still composed, remarked that she finally seemed willing to listen. Smiling, he cautioned her not to misunderstand, explaining that the power could not harm Yangchun and would instead only help him. He added that it was a gift he had given because he liked the boy, and believed the boy would like it too. The more Sion-Ah listened, the angrier she became. She shouted at him to stop spouting nonsense, accusing him of still saying such things despite the state he was in, declaring that this was already beyond human. Pointing at her, June questioned what she truly knew about that child to speak so lightly, and whether she truly understood herself. He stated that she knew the truth but chose not to think about it, adding that her current attitude stemmed from her desire to be human. Sion-Ah could only stare at him in stunned silence as he continued, asserting that she was the same as him. He acknowledged that she might be brighter and more radiant, but insisted that their beginnings were identical and questioned how they were different. Overwhelmed and desperate, Sion-Ah threatened him to shut up before she descended into his underground nest and tore it apart. June suddenly let out a cold laugh, expressing surprise and noting that it seemed she knew quite a lot about him. However, he confidently added that she still did not understand what truly dwelled inside that child, emphasizing that she had no idea at all and describing it as empty and pitiful. Slowly withdrawing his hand, Jun reassured her not to worry, calling her a child and stating that no one wished for that child's vessel to grow more than he did. For now, he claimed, he was merely watching and waiting for the right time. After finishing those words, Jun tightened his grip around his own neck. Witnessing the scene, Shona widened her eyes in confusion and demanded to know what he was doing. With a cunning tone, Jun replied by asking whether that child had not been her objective. He remarked that while it might be a waste, he could at least give her this as a gift. Clutching his own throat tightly, he laughed loudly and told her to stay by that child's side for now. Since fate had already been bound, he concluded, that child would surely come to find him on his own. His body gradually went limp, leaving behind a final message that he implied the conversation they had shared today had been enjoyable and that they should meet again someday. Siona stood frozen for a moment before swinging her sword uselessly through empty air. Exhaustion washed over her as she slowly forced herself to stand. Below her, Seonyeon's eyes finally returned to normal, his neck twisted unnaturally to the side as he murmured weakly about his daughter. Seon-ah remained rooted in place, utterly stunned, before grinding her teeth in deep frustration. Without hesitation, she fired a burst of flame at the corpse, blasting it apart completely. Only after everything had vanished did she finally turn and walk away. Clutching her own body in pain, Seon-ah bitterly reproached herself, questioning the meaning of being called the Divine Sword, or the greatest under heaven, admitting that once again she had amounted to nothing in the end. Her thoughts drifted back to the words the heavenly demon had once spoken to her, calling her a foolish girl. She bit her lip to keep her tears from falling, lowering her gaze as she silently endured the pain. After leaving the scene, she apologized inwardly, overwhelmed by helpless emotion as she reflected that on the night she had made a great resolve for his sake. Jang Seon-yeon's body had vanished without leaving even a speck of ash behind, and that this outcome had been how things were meant to be. At that moment, Seon-ah stood absent-mindedly to the side, listening to the commentary announcing the birth of new stars and celebrating their emergence, urging them to strive even harder from now on toward an even greater purpose. Looking down at the arena below, she cried out inwardly in confusion, unable to accept what she was seeing and questioning how such a thing could be possible. Despite having suffered only minor injuries, Seon-yeon was standing below and receiving his award, causing Seon-ah to doubt her own eyes as she wondered how he could be standing there completely unharmed. She recalled with disbelief that he had clearly snapped his own neck and had even completely erased his body, leaving her to question what in the world the figure standing there could possibly be. At that very moment, Cheon's voice rang out again as he announced that the speech had concluded. Standing at the center of the arena, Cheon stirred the crowd and called for thunderous applause and cheers for the new stars who had worked hard this time. Immediately, endless sounds of celebration erupted from all around. Yang Chun, standing among them, glanced at Seon-yeon and began to speculate inwardly whether Dokojun was still residing within Jang Seon-yeon. Watching the man waving beside him, Yang Chun grew increasingly confused, questioning why Dokojun was borrowing that man's body at all and whether Seon-yeon even realized that Dokojun was controlling him. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became, cursing silently that there were simply too many things that differed from his past life. After the match ended, Yang Chun found himself constantly surrounded by people pointing and whispering wherever he went. He overheard them remarking that the boy over there was the winner they had seen at the awards ceremony and noting how he had been like that ever since, making no fuss at all. They speculated whether he was simply humble or whether at his level he considered victory only natural. One particular comment made Yang Chun come to an abrupt halt as someone stated that if he truly was at that level, then the title True Dragon suited him perfectly. A surge of power flared from Yang Chun as he shot a sharp glare at the person who had spoken, causing those nearby to recoil in fear. Startled voices immediately followed, anxiously calling out to him and asking whether they had said something wrong. Just then, Soyeol approached with a bright smile, greeting him as she mentioned that she had been wondering where he was, only to joke about why he was making such a handsome expression. Confused by the remark, Yang Chun calmly replied that he had merely been walking around for a bit and asked whether Bia was still sleeping. Soyeol quickly informed him that Bia was indeed sleeping in his room. Yang Chun felt a flicker of suspicion, thinking to himself that she truly had no sense of propriety, especially since the tournament was already over and she had even skipped the ceremony. He recalled how he had tried to wake Bia early that morning, only for her to react irritably and complain about how annoying it was. Seeing Yang Chun lost in thought, Soyeol asked whether he was not happy despite having won, noting that he had seemed off ever since the ceremony. Not wanting to appear strange, Yang Chun pretended to celebrate, exaggerating his happiness and excitement, which made Soyeol burst into laughter at his over-the-top reaction. Suddenly, Yang Chun realized something and froze. Turning his gaze towards Seona, he noted inwardly that she looked even more downcast than he did and asked her whether something was wrong. Startled, Seona hurriedly waved her hands and denied that anything was wrong with her. Yang Chun's suspicion only deepened as he muttered her name softly before gently patting her head, reassuring her that if something truly was wrong, she should tell him so that he could at least do something to help. She bowed her head happily and agreed. Seeing this, Soyeol felt a flicker of jealousy, then spoke up to ask what young Master Gu planned to do after this. Yang Chun looked confused and asked what she meant. Soyeol clarified that she was referring to his plans, noting that the tournament was already over and wondering if he had anything else scheduled. Only then did Yang Chun begin to think it over. He said that he had been considering returning to the Gu family immediately, but hesitated as he recalled that Elder Shin had mentioned having business at Shaolin, even though he had been silent about it recently. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chun replied that he was thinking of stopping by Shaolin Temple. This answer left Soyeol somewhat flustered, and she asked why Shaolin Temple all of a sudden. Yang Chun hesitated and explained that since they had come all the way to Henan, he thought it might be good to do a bit of sightseeing. At that, Soyeol grew visibly nervous and stammered as she addressed young Master Gu, asking if it would be all right with him. Gathering all her courage, she blurted out and asked whether he would go to Shaolin with her. At that exact moment, Hai-Ah suddenly appeared and asked the very same question, wondering if he would go to Shaolin with her instead. Yang Chun answered straightforwardly that he did not see why not, though he turned his head toward Hai-Ah with some confusion. He then noticed her smiling shyly as she explained that she had actually been planning to go to Shaolin Temple as well. 2 days later, Yang Chun was walking alone up a long, seemingly endless staircase. He recalled how tense things had been between Soyeol and Hai-Ah that day, remembering that in the end, it had felt like walking on thin ice, so suffocating that he could barely breathe. Returning to the present, Yang Chun smiled in satisfaction, thinking that coming alone really was easier. Suddenly, Hai-Ah appeared in front of him, feigning surprise as she exclaimed at the unexpected encounter. Yang Chun was startled and cursed inwardly in frustration. He pointed at her in agitation and demanded to know why she was there. Hai-Ah calmly replied by questioning his reaction, explaining that since he had rejected her, she had simply come alone anyway. Covering her mouth, she laughed and claimed that she truly had not expected them to run into each other like this, calling it a coincidence. Without needing her to say more, Yang Chun realized the truth. Grinding his teeth, he cursed inwardly, convinced that she had definitely done it on purpose. In the end, the two had no choice but to walk together. After they arrived, an abbot stepped forward and asked whether they were benefactors Guyang Cheon and Moyong Hai-Ah, then welcomed them warmly and said they had come to the right place. Joining his palms and bowing, he introduced himself as Huyong, explaining that he would be their guide and asking for their understanding despite his shortcomings. Yang Chun, utterly bewildered, pointed at himself and asked Master Huyong why there were two people, stating that in the message he had sent the previous day, he had clearly written that he would be coming alone. Still confused, he asked for clarification. Huyong then explained that afterward, benefactor Moyong Haya had also sent a separate message saying she would accompany him, which was why that was how they had understood it, before asking whether there had been some misunderstanding. Haya immediately smiled and confirmed that it was correct. Hearing this, Yang Chun turned pale and could not help but exclaim inwardly that she was a terrifying woman. As they entered, Huyong began explaining that many people came to see Shaolin's famous sites. He continued enthusiastically describing the features inside, adding that among them, if there was something tourists especially looked for, he could show it to them. His face brightened as he pointed something out and asked them to look over there. Following the direction he indicated, both Yang Chun and Haya were left stunned. Unable to hold back his amazement, Yang Chun remarked internally that it was enormous and incredibly clear. Seeing their reactions, Huyong merely laughed and commented that the lake was certainly beautiful, but then clarified that what he truly wanted to show them was the carp in the water. That statement left both of them confused, wondering why a carp was being mentioned. When a fish swam closer, Huyong happily exclaimed that it had finally appeared. Yang Chun, filled with curiosity, observed that despite the lake's vast size, he could only see a single carp and questioned whether it was special. Huyong immediately explained that it was Shaolin Temple's sacred creature, known as Baek A Uyeo. Hai-Ah reacted in surprise, questioning whether the carp was truly a sacred creature. Huyong lifted his head and firmly affirmed that it was. He went on to explain that long ago, the great Huang Abulyong, who had stopped the blood demon's calamity, had placed that sacred creature in the lake, and since then, Shaolin had cared for it for hundreds of years. That revelation sparked Yang Chun's interest, leading him to quietly speculate that if it had lived for so long, it was practically a monster. Suddenly, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning as he realized that he was wasting time sightseeing. He sharply scolded himself internally, reminding himself that he had not come there for leisure and that he needed to quickly figure out why Elder Shin had summoned him. At that moment, Yang Chun heard Baeka Uyo call out a name. He froze and looked down in shock, wondering aloud whether he had just heard something. Almost immediately, the voice came again, clearly calling Shin Chiol's name. Yang Chun's face turned pale with fear as he questioned who in the world had dared to call the old master's name. Suddenly, a massive splash of water erupted along with a furious shout of the name once more. Baeka Uyo roared in anger, demanding that if he was being called, he should answer already. As the water surged higher with its rage, it cursed Shin Chiol vehemently. In the next instant, Yang Chun was swallowed by a towering column of water. Drowning in confusion, he wondered how such a wave could have rushed in so suddenly and panicked at the thought that he might die at that rate. After some time, he regained his senses and realized, to his astonishment, that he could still breathe. Looking around in utter bewilderment, he questioned what on earth had just happened and whether he had fallen into the lake. He then assumed that the other two must have fallen in as well, and resolved to find them and escape. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly stopped and turned around. Standing before him was Baeka Uyo itself. Staring at it in disbelief, Yang Chun wondered how the carp from before could have become so enormous. Baeka Uyo then spoke again, reproaching Shin Chiol, accusing him of ignoring it all this time, and questioning whether his senility had followed him even across reincarnation. Yang Chun stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe that the carp was actually talking. He hesitantly questioned whether the voice he had heard earlier belonged to it and whether it was truly speaking to him right now. Baeka Uyo quickly confirmed that there was no one else it could possibly be talking to. That response left Yang Chun deeply unsettled, as he wondered whether the creature had mistaken him for Old Master Shin and what it meant by crossing reincarnation. He then bluntly denied the accusation, apologizing, but stating clearly that he was not Shin Chiol. Baeka Uyo shot him a sharp glare and berated him for playing dumb, demanding to know how he would explain the deep plum blossom scent surrounding him. Yang Chun awkwardly explained that it was due to certain circumstances and that the energy was not originally his. However, Baeka Uyo showed no sign of believing him, calling him a sly fox and accusing him of still trying to deceive it even in such a situation. Declaring that it had had enough, Baeka Uyo warned him that if he insisted on continuing this act, it would have no choice but to use force. It opened its mouth and spewed water toward Yang Chun in a clear threat. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of the underwater assault, Yang Chun cursed inwardly, realizing how dangerous it was to be attacked underwater. At that moment, Baeka Uyo began reminiscing aloud about the past, mentioning the time when they were young. Yang Chun froze in confusion, unable to understand what it was talking about. Baeka Uyo continued, asking whether there had not once been a time when he had chased after a girl from the Moyong family, claiming he liked her. Yang Chun's expression twisted in disbelief as he wondered what on earth the creature was talking about now. Ignoring his reaction, Baeka Uyo kept going, recounting how he had clung to her, confessing non-stop for 3 days and nights, and how his life had nearly ended at that man's hands because of it. At that very moment, Cheol suddenly appeared, erupting in fury and shouting for the bald monk to shut his mouth already. Cheol's sudden appearance left Yang Chun utterly shocked. Staring at the red-faced figure beside him, Yang Chun called out in disbelief, recognizing him as Sinnoh. Yang Chun was utterly shocked and turned to ask the old master how he could have suddenly appeared after disappearing. At that moment, Cheol shouted that he had been wondering what some Crucian carp was doing there, but judging by the way it spoke, it had to be Cheol Young. Hearing that name, Yang Chun froze, murmuring in disbelief and grinding his teeth as he wondered whether that so-called sacred beast carp was actually Cheol Young. He quickly realized that this Cheol Young must be Huang A Bul Young, one of the 5 great masters who had fought alongside Old Master Shin during the Blood Demon War. Cheol Young frowned in irritation and questioned Shin Chiol about what on earth was going on. Cheol calmly stroked his white beard and replied that he did not understand what Cheol Young meant by asking what had happened, explaining that he himself had been treated more or less like a sacred beast as well. He added that, more importantly, things had worked out well since he had not even been sure they would meet if he came there, yet they had encountered each other in the end. Cheol then asked Cheol Young whether he knew why they had remained in that state until the present era. Cheol Young was stunned for a long moment before asking what he meant. Growing angry, Cheol Young demanded to know whether Cheol was seriously asking that question and whether he truly did not remember. Cheol immediately explained that he was asking precisely because he did not know and questioned whether he looked like he was joking. He glanced at Yang Chun and muttered that ever since the final battle with the blood demon, he remembered nothing at all. Because of that, he did not even know whether they had truly killed the blood demon, nor why he had ended up inside some sacred beast and then attached to that child. Folding his arms with a grave expression, Chiol said there was one thing he absolutely had to ask. He brought up the blood demon, Doko Jun, prompting Youngchun to react in shock and wonder what he had just heard. Chiol continued, voicing his doubt and asking whether the blood demon had really died back then. Chiol Young responded in a mysterious tone, saying that for now he would only say what he could. He revealed that the blood demon was still alive, more precisely, that he was plotting his revival. He explained that while they had destroyed the blood demon's physical body, the blood demon was an existence that could not be completely killed. In the end, all they had been able to do was seal his body in the demon realm, his soul in the east, and scatter his 5 senses into the heavenly seas. Chiol Young continued cautiously, stating that the blood demon would eventually gather his power and revive in the distant future. Because of that, they had placed their hope in Chiol and waited for many long years, but seeing Chiol now, it seemed their plan had failed. Chiol frowned in confusion and asked what Chiol Young meant by saying it had failed, questioning what part of him Chiol Young was judging and what it meant to place hope in him. He kept pressing, arguing that among them, Yon Ilcheon should clearly have been the right choice, and questioning why it had been him instead, when Ilcheon was the one who had regressed twice. Chiol Young hesitated before saying that he was no longer allowed to speak further. Narrowing his eyes, he added that there was just one thing he could say. The decision to entrust everything to Shin Chiol had been made by all 5 of them, including Chiol himself and Ilcheon. This left Chiol confused, pointing at himself and asking whether Chiol Young meant him. Chiol Young affirmed once more that it was because they believed that choice had been their only hope. After hearing everything, Youngchun felt deeply uncertain and remarked that he had heard so much shocking information at once that his head was in chaos, adding that the old master must have felt the same way. At that moment, Chiol stood there in silence, stunned. After a while, he spoke again, asking Chiol Young about the others and whether they were still in this world like the 2 of them. Chiol Young paused and tried to evade the question, asking why Chiol was asking that and beginning to speculate about his intention, but Chiol did not wait for him to finish and firmly confirmed that it was indeed the case. Chiol spoke frankly, stating that his intention was to stop the blood demon, and he questioned whether the others were truly surprised by something so obvious. Clenching his hand with determination, he pressed on, challenging the idea of having placed hopes only to fail, and asserted that they would simply create another opportunity. He reminded them that this had always been how they lived, by fighting the blood demon to the very end. Chiol Young remained silent for a moment before responding that it was true and that it had indeed been so. As he spoke, he released a force that pushed both of them away, remarking that Chiol was truly extraordinary and that even without his memories, that part of him remained unchanged. Swishing his tail, Chiol Young turned along the flow of water as if pointing the way, instructing Shin Chiol that once he went outside, he should find Myung, explaining that this was the wisest answer he could give for the time being. He then glanced toward Yangchun and told him to take good care of that gluttonous rascal. Gradually, Yangchun was pushed farther and farther away from Chiol Young, until eventually there was nothing left around him but drifting bubbles. As time passed, Yangchun later regained consciousness to find himself dazed and sitting underwater, hearing people calling out to him and addressing him as Sir and Young Master Gu. Confused, he looked up toward the shore in surprise, then climbed out and wrung the water from his clothes. Huyong stood nearby and asked with concern whether benefactor Gu Yangcheon was all right. Yangchun dried his clothes using fire and replied that he was fine, apologizing for having delayed them and suggesting that they continue. He then extended his hand to lead the way, saying that he would show them the next place and asking them to follow him. Yangchun then turned to Chiol and called out to him, asking whether the old master was there. Chiol appeared immediately and asked what the matter was. Yangchun cautiously remarked that Chiol had truly awakened, explaining that he had been worried what he saw earlier might have been a dream. Chiol reassured him that there was no need for concern and commented that it might actually have been better if it had been a dream. Frowning seriously, Chiol went on to admonish him, asking whether Yangchun had any idea how chaotic things had been while that strange entity inside him rampaged about, screaming that it was hungry. He explained that it had only just calmed down enough for him to appear, and demanded to know what Yangchun had done this time to cause such a mess. This caused Yangchun to lower his head hesitantly, beginning to respond uncertainly. Before he could continue, Chiol spoke again, stating that he now understood and that the energy Yangchun had swallowed back then really had been the blood demons. He continued speaking with Yangchun, noting that just as Chiol Young had said, this was proof that the blood demon would revive, and expressing disbelief that Yangchun would be the one to confirm it first. Yangchun affirmed his understanding by addressing Chiol as Old Master. Chiol asked what it was, and Yangchun carefully requested permission to ask something. Cheol readily agreed and told him to go ahead. Youngchun then asked whether it was truly the case that Cheol had once clung to the young lady of the Moyong clan and ended up getting her taken away by the Thunder Heaven One Sword. Immediately afterward, Youngchun heard Cheol let out an inhuman growl, prompting Youngchun to freeze and hurriedly claim that he was only joking. Youngchun then continued his inquiry, asking how Cheol had known that the blood demon's name was Dokgo Jun. Cheol irritably questioned what kind of random question that was, pointing out that the blood demon's name was recorded in history. Youngchun explained that while that was true, the records only spoke of how great the master's achievements were during the Blood Demon War. Folding his arms in thought, Cheol then realized aloud that this must have been why Youngchun had looked surprised earlier when he referred to the blood demon as Dokgo Jun. Youngchun went on to ask about Cheol's mention of regression earlier and sought clarification on what that had meant. Cheol answered without hesitation, explaining that he was referring to Yeon Il-cheon, who was known by the title Iron Fist Golden King. He stated that, just as the name implied, Yeon Il-cheon was also a regressor like Youngchun, and revealed that right before the final battle, Yeon Il-cheon had told them so himself. This revelation left Youngchun utterly shocked, and he exclaimed in disbelief that even the Iron Fist Golden King had regressed. Cheol expressed his own confusion as well, saying that this was precisely what he still could not understand. He explained that Yeon Il-cheon not only possessed strength worthy of being called the greatest under heaven, but, having regressed twice, should have had insight that was truly extraordinary. Cheol smiled thoughtfully and muttered to himself that he wondered what kind of judgment had led everyone to place their hopes on him, adding that there was no point in worrying about it anymore. He then turned to remind Youngchun that they would have to act as Cheol Young had said, and instructed him that when they returned, he should prepare to visit his wife's family first, explaining that if he went there, he might be able to pick up some clues from Namgung Mayong. As Youngchun walked ahead, he complained under his breath that, in the end, he was the one who had to look for it. Cheol pointed at him and questioned whether Youngchun really thought he could search for it in his current condition, adding that Youngchun surely did not intend to leave the blood demon unattended either. Youngchun immediately denied that, insisting that of course he did not, and added that it was not something unrelated to him either. At that moment, Haya placed her hand against Youngchun's cheek. Startled, Youngchun shouted that it was cold. Haya laughed cheerfully and told him that there was no need to be so startled. Blushing, she teased him by remarking that although he did not seem bothered by the cold itself, he appeared to be weak to cold things. Youngchun stammered in confusion and asked what that was all of a sudden. Haya calmly explained that she had been calling him earlier but he had not responded, and added that the temple tour was over. Youngchun asked in confusion what she meant and wondered aloud when they had even gotten outside. Haya quickly noticed something was wrong and commented that something seemed to be on his mind, pointing out that he had been walking absent-mindedly for quite a while. Feeling embarrassed, Youngchun scratched his head and explained that he had just had something to think about for a moment. Without pressing him further, Haya turned around with a smile and said that she had enjoyed herself that day, adding that thanks to him, she had been able to see some interesting things. She then mentioned that her attendants were waiting below and that she would take her leave first. Youngchun said nothing and simply stood there watching her retreating figure, noticing that both her cheeks and ears seemed flushed with embarrassment. Absent-mindedly, Youngchun reached out and called after her, addressing her as Miss Moyong. Haya immediately stopped, turned her gaze toward him, and asked what it was. Suddenly, Youngchun reached out and took her hand, which left Haya frozen in surprise. Using his inner fire to warm her hand, Youngchun told her that although he did not know why she had followed him all the way there, she should not put herself through needless hardship, as that would only become a burden to others as well, especially since she was so sensitive to the cold. His words moved Haya slightly. After a moment, Youngchun released her hand. Youngchun waved as he left and said that since he had places to go, he would be leaving first. Still flustered, Haya asked him to wait, but Youngchun had already rushed off at great speed, leaving her standing there in a daze, unable to say anything. After regaining her composure, she smiled happily and murmured that it was just as she had expected. Walking beside Youngchun, Cheol teased him by calling him a sly fox and suggested that at this rate, the two of them might as well return together intimately. Gritting his teeth in irritation, Youngchun retorted that Cheol was talking nonsense and pointed out that if the two of them went down from there, it would take half a day. Casting a worried glance downward, he added that if they did not hurry back now, something serious seemed likely to happen. By then, snow had already begun to fall. When Youngchun returned, Soyeon angrily confronted him and asked whether he had gone to Shaolin with Seolbong. Seola, clearly displeased, joined in by pointing out that he had said he would go alone. Standing between them, Bia muttered in disappointment that it had been just the two of them. Youngchun awkwardly avoided their scrutinizing gazes, while Chol, watching the situation like an entertaining play, mocked him by remarking that it already seemed far too late. Outside, heavy snow was falling relentlessly, and an icy stillness enveloped the entire mansion. Inside the vast estate, Moyong Hee-ah's room was completely silent. She lay wrapped in a thick, warm blanket. Slowly, her eyes fluttered open, and in her heart she repeatedly found herself calling Gu Yangcheon's name, thinking that the more she saw him, the more fascinating he became. As she sensed a lingering warmth spreading through her body, confusion filled her mind. She wondered why, despite having endured flames born of nature, a master's inner energy, the power of demonic beasts, and even treatments that used similar fire-based techniques, the cold had never truly left her before. She questioned why the warmth Gu Yangcheon had given her was still remaining inside her. Memories of Gu Yangcheon surfaced one after another, and Moyong Hee-ah became certain that his warmth truly could drive away her cold. She concluded that it had not been her imagination after all. Along with that realization, she recalled the moment when Gu Yangcheon had held her hand and transferred fire into her body, remembering how gently he had warned her not to put herself through unnecessary hardship. At that thought, her face flushed and her eyes widened in embarrassment. Unable to endure it any longer, Moyong Hee-ah suddenly sat up and threw the blanket aside. She remained seated on the bed, breathing heavily and struggling to catch her breath. Her face grew even redder as her heart pounded so fiercely that she had to press a hand against her chest. She wondered in shock why this reaction had not been part of her expectations. Sweat began to pour down her forehead, but eventually she calmed herself, admitting inwardly that the sensation did not actually feel unpleasant. The following day, Gu Yangcheon once again led Namgung Bia, Tang Soyol, and Wei Sola to Shaolin Temple. Huyong was already waiting for them there, greeting them cheerfully with his palms pressed together and welcoming them, explaining that they had been awaited. He introduced himself again, stating that his name was Hui Yong and that he would be guiding them that day, while also expressing surprise that they had returned so soon and remarking that their companions seemed to have changed. From behind, Namgung Bia let out a soft exclamation, while Wei Sola excitedly looked around and marveled at how high everything was. Huyong's words left Gu Yangcheon feeling awkward, and he muttered that he had not known either. Without lingering on the matter, Huyong gestured forward and informed them that he would guide them along a slightly different route than before, asking them to come inside. Huyong led the group to a place where other warrior monks were training, explaining that it was the training ground where warrior monks cultivated their skills, and adding that it was said Hwanga Bulyong had once personally instructed disciples there. After some time, they stopped at another location, where Huyong continued his explanation, saying that the statue before them depicted Hwang Abulyong and that the temple had done its best to capture the great figure's presence in stone. Next, they arrived at a place filled with profound silence and ancient towers. Huyong told them that it was called the Pagoda Forest, named so because the pagodas were stacked densely like a forest, and that it served as a burial ground for eminent monks who had achieved great deeds. At this sight, Tang Soyeol's face flushed slightly, and she could not help expressing her amazement, admitting that although she had been to Shaolin several times, it was her first time witnessing such a spectacle. Walking behind them, Gu Yangcheon reflected inwardly that he had passed through all of these places before, though he had never looked at them closely. Suddenly, Tang Soyeol turned back and questioned him, remarking that young Master Gu truly seemed familiar with the place and suggesting that it made sense, since it was scenery he must have seen together with Miss Moyong. Startled, Gu Yangcheon stammered internally, wondering why she would bring that up so suddenly, and in his confusion he even questioned whether she had read his mind. At that moment, from behind him, Wei Sola approached with tears welling in her eyes and pressed him with a question, asking whether he truly had not wanted to come with them after all. Gu Yangchun ground his teeth and snapped back in disbelief, demanding to know what that was supposed to mean and firmly denying it. Namgung Bia, looking saddened, stepped forward and reminded him that he had left without saying anything to her at all and that he had broken his promise, which left Gu Yangchun completely speechless. As the atmosphere gradually grew tense, Huyong forced an awkward smile and apologized, then tried to ease the situation by turning toward the clear river and explaining that he would next show them Shaolin's sacred creature, the white elegant righteous fish, adding that the single carp in the lake was that very creature. Namgung Bia paused and asked where the carp was, and Tang Soyol quickly pointed ahead, exclaiming that it was right there in front of them. As everyone looked at the fish swimming below the lake, they joyfully remarked that it was swimming away, noting that it even glanced upward for a moment, while Gu Yangchun merely looked down coldly. The others, however, felt something was odd and commented that it was strange, since the fish usually came out immediately whenever it sensed people and was not shy at all. Huyong replied that it could not be helped and said that he would guide them to the next place. Gu Yangchun responded absent-mindedly that he understood. At that moment, Wei Sola began to feel hungry and even thought about eating the fish beneath the lake. After the group walked on for a while, she remained seated behind, prompting Gu Yangchun to call out suspiciously and ask what she was doing, urging her to hurry up or she would be left behind. Startled, Wee Sola cried out in surprise and hastily answered that she was coming. A sudden strong gust of wind swept up the leaves on the ground, and because she was sitting, Wee Sola took the full brunt of the sand and dust blowing into her face, making her groan in discomfort. Even so, she soon cheerfully ran after the others. Wee Sola then hugged Gu Yangchun's arm with a bright smile and remarked playfully that, as expected, being by his side made her feel warm even when the wind blew. Her face flushed red as she murmured that when she had lived alone with her grandfather in the forest, it had been extremely cold. Warm memories flooded her mind as she recalled that her grandfather would light a fire for her, but even that had not been enough to drive away the cold. She explained that when she was just a little girl, she had endured such harsh conditions that her face had grown rough and red, which was why she had hated winter. Returning to the present, she clung happily to Gu Yangchun's arm and declared that this winter was not cold at all, adding that she hoped it would be the same next year. Gu Yangchun looked down at her, his expression gradually softening, and after hesitating for a moment, he replied that he hoped so too. As time passed quickly and the sun set before they realized it, Hui Young escorted them to the gate, bowed, and said that his guidance ended there, expressing hope that they had enjoyed the tour. Wee Sola turned to Namgung Bia with a smile and commented that the sightseeing had been fun, asking if she agreed and noting that they had gone around faster than she had expected. She added that since there was still some time before returning to the lodgings, she asked what everyone would like to do next. Gu Yangchun hesitated, saying he would think about it, then clutched his stomach and remarked that he had just realized he had not eaten anything yet and was feeling a bit hungry, suggesting that they grab something to eat before heading back. Tang Soyol immediately turned toward him and said excitedly that she happened to know a delicious place and began to propose going there. But before she could finish, someone suddenly approached from behind and politely apologized for interrupting them on their way. This made Tang Soyol tremble with anger as she muttered in frustration, then burst into tears and shouted that someone always interfered whenever it was finally her turn. However, once she clearly saw who was standing in front of her, she froze in confusion and carefully assessed him, realizing that he was undoubtedly someone who served directly under Shaolin's abbot, the second in command of Shaolin, Gyalguk Chanbong. At that moment, Gyalguk Chanbong bowed slightly and, in a somewhat cold tone, asked whether he might have a word with them for a moment. Tang Soyeol, overcome with fear, hurriedly clasped his hands together and cried out in apology, saying that he apologized for his rudeness toward Gyalguk Chanbong. Gyalguk Chanbong responded cautiously, stating that he was actually the one who should apologize for interrupting their conversation. He then turned to Gu Yangchun and explained that the reason for his interruption was simply because he had business with benefactor Gu Yangchun. Hearing this, Gu Yangchun raised his head in slight surprise and asked whether Gyalguk Chanbong was referring to him. Behind Wee Sol-ah, she innocently remarked that the old man looked as big as Bear Grandpa. Namgung Bia carefully gestured for her to be quiet, telling her to hush. Gyalguk Cheonbong straightforwardly confirmed that it was indeed Gu Yangchun he meant, adding that Shaolin's abbot wished to meet him. At those words, Gu Yangchun's gaze immediately fell, his expression darkening as he silently wondered why the abbot himself would want to see him and what kind of business it could possibly be. While he was still feeling uneasy, Gyalguk Cheonbong continued, stating that the abbot also wished to invite benefactor Namgung as well. Namgung Bia looked up in confusion and questioned whether he was referring to her. Wee Sola, worried, asked her sister if she had done something wrong. Gu Yangchun quickly followed up by asking whether they were about to get scolded, adding uncertainly that it was probably the case. Meanwhile, in another location, the old man in the underground prison was holding a large piece of paper and let out a quiet exclamation of interest. Hiding in the shadows, he muttered to himself that Gu Changjun was saying something quite interesting and that the old fox must be in a great hurry. After that, the old man in the underground prison turned and issued an order, saying that since they had already received more than a few things from the Guxian sect under Gu Changjun's control and their intentions aligned, they could agree to a deal of that level. He then spoke in a low, contemplative voice to the boy standing before him, telling him that he would have to put in some effort once again, and instructing him to go back and inform them that they would proceed as agreed. Upon hearing this, the boy clicked his tongue and complained that people in high positions certainly had it easy, as they merely threw out a few words while others carried out the work for them. His voice then grew cold as he emphasized that they should remember his words well. Pointing at the man in front of him, he threatened that the moment he gained his freedom, he would personally kill every last one of them, whether it was the old man in the underground prison or people like him. The Vice Palace Lord flew into a rage and shouted in disbelief at the audacity of the bastard. After the boy disappeared, the Vice Palace Lord clicked his tongue in irritation and muttered that he was a truly crafty bastard. The old man in the underground prison calmly spoke up to placate him, telling the Vice Palace Lord to calm himself and explaining that although the boy spoke that way, he had always handled his work properly. Lowering his head slightly, the old man reminded him that, more importantly, it was time for them to start moving as well. A sharp, killing intent flashed in the old man in the underground prison's eyes as he firmly stated that the trade target was the Gu family's eldest daughter, while the true objective was the Gu family's son. Everyone around them stood perfectly still, silently listening to his command. Raising his hand as if to manipulate everything, the old man in the underground prison declared that, as the Palace Lord of the Black Knight Palace, he was issuing this command to all. Only the minimum necessary forces were to be left behind, and everyone else was to immediately follow him to the front where the five-sword platform was located. He further ordered that the objective was to capture the Gu family's eldest daughter alive. He repeatedly emphasized that they must remember this well, explaining that although it was a transaction, it was also part of the plan for the heaven they would soon face. The old man in the underground prison insisted that failure would not be tolerated. Upon hearing this, all of his subordinates were filled with fervor and responded in unison, declaring that they would obey his command. After bringing Gu Yangchun and Namgung Hia, Gyulguk Cheonbong respectfully informed the abbot that he had brought the donors. The person inside promptly told them to come in. Qin Ying of the Heavenly Eye, who was sitting in the middle of the room, welcomed them and apologized for summoning them so suddenly. Gu Yangchun politely bowed and replied that it was fine and that it was an honor to be called there. Hearing this, Qin Ying stroked his beard in satisfaction and chuckled, remarking that Gu Yangchun was a polite child. He then invited them to sit comfortably. When Gu Yangchun raised his head, he realized that the man sitting across from him was the one who held the greatest influence in the Central Plains, the current abbot of Shaolin, Qin Ying. Qin Ying of the Heavenly Eye narrowed his aged eyes and gently stroked his beard as he remarked that they must be the newly rising stars. After hot tea was served, he stated that he must first congratulate them, as he had heard that both of them achieved excellent results in the martial tournament. Lifting his teacup thoughtfully, he mentioned the titles Sword Dance Maiden and True Dragon, then opened his eyes slightly and stated that they were truly fitting titles. This caused Gu Yangchun to become flustered, and he stammered his thanks with an awkward smile while inwardly evaluating that the abbot of Shaolin, although appearing like a frail and powerless old man, was absolutely not someone who could be judged by appearance. He reflected that the origin of the title Heavenly Eye, meaning the eye that sees the heavens, referred to a prophetic ability passed down through generations of Shaolin abbots, and that the number of true demon gates and disasters the abbot had prevented with that power was countless, making his influence immense. Gu Yangchun felt worried inwardly as he wondered what someone of such stature could possibly want to say to them. At that moment, Namgung Bia lifted her teacup to drink. Hearing the sound, Gu Yangchun hurriedly nudged her and told her to be quiet. Namgung Bia looked at him in slight confusion before realizing and politely apologizing. Qin Ying of the Heavenly Eye replied that it was fine and said he was glad the tea suited her taste. He then stated that they must be wondering why he had summoned them and suggested that they get to the main point. Gently placing his teacup down, he spoke plainly and said that he would like them to work with Yu Seong. Namgung Bia paused upon hearing this, while Gu Yangchun was so shocked that he exclaimed in surprise and repeated the name Yu Seong. Qin Ying confirmed and asked whether they had heard of Yu Seong. Gu Yangchun replied that he had heard the name, but did not really know what it was, and he cautiously asked if he might inquire about it without being rude. Before Qin Ying could respond, Gyulguk Cheonbong, standing behind them, stated that it would be difficult and addressed Gu Yangchun as donor Gu Yangcheon, explaining that information about Yu Seong was top secret. The aura emanating from Gyulguk Cheonbong made Gu Yangchun feel uneasy. At that moment, Qin Ying of the Heavenly Eye raised his hand to signal Cheonbong to stop, saying that it was fine. Cheonbong immediately restrained his aura and addressed the abbot in surprise. Qin Ying then continued, saying that it would indeed be difficult for them to agree without knowing what Yu Seong was, and he stated that he would explain it. Placing his hand lightly on the rim of his teacup, he explained that Yu Seong was an organization created by the Alliance in preparation for the coming blood calamity. Gu Yangchun's expression darkened immediately as he muttered and asked whether the blood calamity referred to a certain event. Qin Ying promptly explained that he did not know how many years were left, but he had foreseen that the blood calamity would strike in the near future. He further explained that, to prepare for this, the Alliance had been secretly gathering capable martial artists. Gu Yangchun, after hearing everything, asked why they would include juniors like them in such an important organization. Qin Ying of the Heavenly Eye replied without hesitation that they valued stars with great potential like them more than already completed martial artists. He then bowed slightly and gently said that he believed the explanation should suffice and asked them to share their thoughts. Staring intently at the two of them, Qinying added that Yuxiong was a place that could place much more in their hands and that, if they wished, he could let them see an even higher world. For a moment, the room fell completely silent. Gu Yangchun thought that something felt off. He reflected that if the abbot meant the blood calamity that was coming soon, he was probably referring to the heavenly demon. Meanwhile, Namgung Bia turned to Gyalguk Cheonbong and asked whether there was more tea. Gu Yangchun's mind became increasingly troubled as he recalled that even in his past life, although the alliance had prepared, they still struggled greatly against the heavenly demon. As he looked at his reflection in the teacup, he thought that it would make sense if the heavenly demon had been far stronger than expected, but he wondered what the earlier statement had meant. Grinding his teeth in discomfort, he questioned why they would want juniors who needed time to grow if they were preparing for a calamity that would appear soon. He began to speculate that it sounded like there was something capable of granting power instantly. Several ideas flashed through his mind as he remembered fighting Zhang Xiaoyan and encountering Jun. Recalling the terrifying look in that man's eyes, Gu Yangchun clenched his fist and thought of something like the blood demon. Gyoguk Cheonbong handed a new cup of tea to Namgung Bia, and at that moment, Gu Yangchun raised his head and addressed the abbot, asking if he might ask one last question. Qinying, seemingly surprised, raised an eyebrow and asked what it was. Gu Yangchun then requested permission again, and Qinying agreed immediately and told him to speak. Lowering his head, Gu Yangchun brought up the divine star, Zhang Sonyon, and asked Qinying to tell him whether he belonged to Yuxiong. Qinying appeared startled by the question and replied that Gu Yangchun would find out if he joined. After a while, Gu Yangchun and Namgung Bia left. Looking at the distant sunset, she remarked that the sun was setting. Gu Yangchun calmly agreed. He then said that the others would be waiting and suggested that they hurry back. But suddenly, Namgung Bia reached out and grabbed his hand. Avoiding his gaze with slight embarrassment, she suggested that since it was just the two of them for once, they should walk a bit. Hearing this, Gu Yangchun's face brightened as he awkwardly agreed. Nearby, Xin Qiul glared at them ominously. Their steps suddenly came to a halt when Namgung Bia turned to Gu Yangchun and asked what he would do. Slightly surprised and unable to grasp what she meant, he asked what she was referring to. She clarified that she meant what the abbot had said. Pointing at her, Gu Yangchun asked whether she meant Yuxiong and reminded her that he had said he would think about it and that she had said the same thing. She responded indifferently, asking whether she had really said that. Gu Yangchun then questioned whether she had properly listened to what the abbot had said. Namgung Bia paused, placed her hand on her chin as if thinking, and casually remarked that the tea had been good. This caused Gu Yangchun to sigh deeply and remark that, in the end, he had been the only one sweating. Glancing behind him, Gu Yangchun reflected that, thanks to the conversation with the abbot, he had figured out something important, even if it was only speculation. Several thoughts surfaced in his mind, including an organization preparing for the blood calamity, juniors with potential, the divine star's affiliation, and the blood demon's energy. His eyes darkened with calculation as he concluded that the blood demon was connected to the alliance. After the two of them left, Qinying of the Heavenly Eye commented that they had truly been interesting children and asked whether the other person had seen that boy's reaction as well. Gyalguk Cheonbong served him tea and asked what reaction he meant. Qinying of the Heavenly Eye explained that when they had spoken of the blood calamity, the person had remained calm, as if he had already known it would happen, and had seemed more shocked by the mention of Yuseong instead. Hearing this, Gyalguk Cheonbong's eyes froze in astonishment. Qinying of the Heavenly Eye continued by saying that regarding the purpose for which the eye showed him the future, he could only make guesses, but this time he was certain that they had to keep a close eye on that child. Qinying of the Heavenly Eye then stood up and suggested that it was already late and that they needed to move quickly. He also mentioned that he had heard the Peng clan's young master was currently at the Alliance and asked if that was correct. Gyalguk Cheonbong calmly asked if he meant Peng Wujin, then explained that by now he should be meeting the sword dancer with the Thunder Dragon. Qinying of the Heavenly Eye remarked that he understood and assumed that everyone must be waiting for him. He then instructed Gyalguk Cheonbong that they should depart before the sun fully set and asked whether he could get them to the Alliance quickly. Gyalguk Cheonbong replied without hesitation that he would prepare immediately, then turned around and left. After being left alone, Qinying of the Heavenly Eye frowned in distress, thinking that all of it must be heaven's will for peace, recalling the morning after visiting Shaolin. The next morning, as the sun rose high and cast warm sunlight, Wei Sola pulled back the curtain of the carriage and reported that all the luggage had been loaded. Gu Yangchun responded with satisfaction that it was all right. As he placed his hands on his hips and walked toward the carriage, he kept thinking that they had stayed there for nearly 10 days, yet it felt as though so much had happened, and he wondered what his father would say when they returned. Seeing that Gu Yongchun was taking too long, Wee Sola urged him to come inside quickly, adding that it was freezing inside as well. As he lifted the curtain and entered, Gu Yongchun replied that he had heard her and that he was coming. At that moment, someone suddenly grabbed Gu Yongchun's clothes from behind. Moyong Hia hesitantly called out to him. Surprised, Gu Yongchun stopped, turned around, and asked why Lady Moyong had come so suddenly. However, he quickly noticed something unusual and, seeing Moyong Hia's flushed face, asked with concern whether her complexion was all right. Moyong Hia, extremely flustered, stammered in response, asking what he meant and insisting uncertainly that she was fine. The oppressive silence made Gu Yongchun inwardly uneasy, and he wondered what was happening at that moment and what kind of situation it was. When he saw Moyong Hia's face flushed red with embarrassment, he found it hard to understand and reflected that he had never seen her so flustered before, questioning whether something had occurred. While he was still standing outside in confusion, he suddenly sensed 3 pairs of glowing eyes staring at him from behind, which frightened him. Regaining his composure, he stepped forward and politely asked his lady why she had called him there. Moyong Hia, just as flustered, looked up and stammered in surprise before trailing off shyly and covering her mouth, her face reddening again. After a moment, she finally gathered enough courage to explain that she had heard he was already leaving, so she had come to say goodbye, and that she also had something to give him as a memento. Still not understanding the situation, Gu Yongchun asked her to pardon him. In response, Moyong Hia reached into her pocket and took something out. Bashfully extending her hand toward him, she murmured that it was for him. Pointing at the object in confusion, he asked what it was and wondered if it was a jade ring. Moyong Hia quickly clarified that it was a token given to guests of their clan, explaining that it granted special privileges at the Oakshayan merchant guild they operated and would therefore be useful to keep. Upon hearing that, Gu Yongchun candidly replied that he felt he should give her something in return as well, and he turned his head to call for Manhwa. However, before he could finish speaking, Moyong Hia's face turned bright red and she hurriedly interrupted, insisting that it was not necessary. She pressed the ring into his hand and urged him to accept it, saying that it was nothing grand and asking him to take it without hesitation. Then, without waiting for his reaction, she turned away and said that she would be leaving. Before going, she shyly glanced back at him and offered a gentle smile. Left standing blankly in front of the carriage, Gu Yongchun reflected that, in the end, it must have been merely a polite gesture meant to form a light connection between their clans, though he felt she had seemed far too nervous for something so simple. At that moment, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from behind him. Namgung Bia's eyes flashed with killing intent as she wrapped her arms around his neck and told him that if he was finished, he should get on. Startled, Gu Yongchun gasped in fear. When she lifted him by the collar toward the carriage, he hurriedly protested that he would get on himself, insisting that he was climbing in on his own and asking her to wait. After dragging him inside, Wee Sola cheerfully stretched and announced that everyone was aboard. She then commanded the horses to depart for their beloved home. Beneath the blanket of white snow, a martial artist continued training while silently evaluating the situation, thinking that the Dragon Phoenix gathering must have come as a shock to most people. He reflected that news of the rising juniors who had made their names known across the Central Plains as they traveled to Shanxi had spread widely, reaching even the ears of the dragons who had not attended. His face was filled with confusion, his bewildered eyes staring off into the distance. Meanwhile, in a warm space within a small house atop a snow-covered mountain, 2 people sat together. Holding a map in his hand, Bi Weijin exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the name Battle Dragon, Bi Weijin, and then laughed as he realized that this person was a disciple of the Tyrant Lord. Deep within the forest, as night fell and heavy snow made the air bitterly cold, Gu Yongchun's group stopped to rest beneath a tree. Groaning sounds echoed repeatedly in the air. Looking toward Tong Soyeol with concern, Gu Yongchun remarked that he had noticed earlier that she suffered from severe carriage sickness and asked whether even wrapping her body in internal energy failed to help. Trembling, Tang Soyeol responded by asking what he meant by that, addressing him as young master. Her face flushed as she looked at him, and her voice quivered slightly as she confessed that she actually liked the nauseating feeling of riding in a carriage, explaining that if she circulated her energy, she could not feel it. Hearing this, Gu Yongchun inwardly concluded that, come to think of it, she might be the most dangerous one among them. He then glanced at Namgung Bia, who was resting her head on his shoulder, and grew slightly suspicious, reflecting that he had so naturally forgotten to question why Tang Soyeol and Namgung Bia were returning to Shanxi with them, especially considering that she even had her clan's carriage, which her younger sibling had used to arrive. Wee Sola lay on her lap, mumbling in her sleep that she could not eat anymore. Shinchol cleared his throat and said that when they had left, he had been nervous that even the Moyong clan lady might join them. Gu Yangchun shot him a baffled look and asked what nonsense he was talking about and why she would come all the way to Shanxi, before suddenly realizing something and letting out a quiet exclamation of understanding. As he looked at Xinqiu, Gu Yangchun said that it reminded him of the token they had received back then, explaining that he had tucked it away and forgotten about it, but had just remembered it now. Xinqiu folded his arms and sternly asked what one should do if given something important, adding that it should be stored safely in one's pouch or somewhere secure. Hearing that, Gu Yangchun took out a pouch, while Xinqiu watched curiously as he opened it. The moment the mouth of the pouch loosened, both of them widened their eyes in shock, seeing that it was filled to the brim with gold coins. Gu Yangchun suddenly recalled that it was the ring Elder Li had given him and realized he had forgotten that he was supposed to return it to the alliance leader. Xinqiu asked suspiciously whether the color did not look like it had changed. After pondering for a moment, he said it seemed that Qiu Yang had done something to it when they were at Shaolin, adding that he could feel his energy coming from the ring. Gu Yangchun asked if he meant Huang Abul Yang, then concluded that it truly must have been a sacred artifact. Xinqiu lowered his gaze and remarked bitterly that someone had tried to swallow up the alliance's relic of all things. Gu Yangchun responded firmly that for now, there was no way he would hand something like that back so easily. Inwardly, he understood clearly that the alliance was connected to the blood demon. The fire burning nearby suddenly flickered. Muyon was standing guard beside the carriage when a rustling sound drew his attention, as though something had just descended. Instantly on alert, he grabbed the hilt of his sword and shouted loudly to wake everyone, warning that they were under attack. Gu Yangchun jolted awake and sat up, demanding to know what was happening, but his voice trailed off in confusion when he saw two Muyons standing opposite each other. He called out Yon's name in disbelief, while both figures addressed him simultaneously as young master. One of the Muyons frowned and warned him to be careful, saying that the enemy had disguised himself as him. The other retorted angrily, telling him to listen to the fake one running his mouth, insisting that the other was the imposter, and urging them not to be fooled. This left the first Muyon bewildered. Gu Yangchun, overwhelmed, thought that both of their presences felt exactly like Muyon's, and realized that if someone could disguise themselves so perfectly, they must be those bastards from the underground prison, the tribe. As he was lost in thought, another Muyon approached from behind, clutching his stomach and weakly calling out to him as young master. Though injured, he urged Gu Yangchun to run, saying that if he stayed, they would all be wiped out. The other two immediately shouted that this one was fake as well. Standing between three identical figures, Gu Yangchun was stunned, thinking that it was not two but three, and that the situation was insane. Nearby, Namgung Ba frowned cautiously and observed that even knowing they were from the tribe, there was no way to tell which one was the real Muyon. Wei Sola blinked in confusion and marveled that Brother Muyon had used cloning. Grinding his teeth, Gu Yangchun told himself there had to be some way. At that moment, something in his pouch began to glow, and he suddenly realized the answer. Just then, one of the Muyons urged him to hurry and escape while he held them off. Without hesitation, however, Gu Yangchun threw a punch that blew off the man's head, stunning the other two. He immediately turned and struck another Muyon, sending him flying as well. The last remaining one clicked his tongue in irritation before calling out to him anxiously. Muyon then gave a helpless laugh and said he had known Gu Yangchun would recognize him. Gu Yangchun reflected in surprise that the ring in his pouch had exposed their identities, admitting he had not known it possessed such an ability. Lowering his eyes, he added that more importantly, this was not normal. The clothes and swords the imposters had used were genuine items from the Gu clan, and if someone could supply those so easily, it was deeply troubling. The first face that came to his mind was Gu Changjun's. Rising slowly, Gu Yangchun called Muyon's name. Muyon responded immediately. Gu Yangchun asked how long it would take for them to return to Shanxi, and Muyon answered honestly that it would take at least 2 more months of travel. Gu Yangchun then ordered that they push harder and make it within a month. A fierce killing intent radiated from him as he muttered that he had a bad feeling. Inwardly, he worried why his bad premonitions never failed, and indeed, as if to confirm it, the atmosphere at home was in chaos when they returned. As soon as they stepped inside, Gu Ryonghua ran out sobbing and called desperately for her brother. Gu Yangchun bent down anxiously and asked why she was still there, questioning whether she was not supposed to return to Mount Hua with the Sword Empress. Through tears, Gu Ryonghua told him that something terrible had happened. Unable to steady herself, she cried that Elder Li might die. Gu Yangchun froze on the spot and, unable to believe it, asked in shock what she meant. After receiving the bad news, Gu Yangchun collapsed in front of the door, grinding his teeth as though questioning himself. He recalled that he had hurriedly asked the servant who had attacked them, and the servant had hesitated before answering that it had been the Lord of the Black Knight Palace, explaining that this conclusion was drawn from the testimonies of the 5 sword unit members who had been attacked. Upon hearing this, Gu Yangchun had felt utterly devastated. He anxiously reflected that the attacker was one of the 4 demonic emperors, known as the absolute ruler of the unorthodox faction and the master of the Black Knight Palace. He remembered that in his previous life, the Lord of the Black Knight Palace had never left his palace, not even during the war with the Hao clan or the surprise attack by the Martial World Alliance. He found it impossible to believe that such a man had actually appeared on the front line where the 5 sword unit had been stationed and had not only ambushed Elder Li, but had even kidnapped Gu Huibi. The servant had then bowed his head and cautiously reported that the patriarch had immediately led the 1st sword unit to search, and that the Sword Empress, who had been staying at the clan, had also departed to assist in the search, though they did not know when either of them would return. The more he listened, the angrier Gu Yangchun became. His hands clenched so tightly that veins bulged, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Time passed, and night gradually fell. The divine physician eventually pushed the door open from inside and stepped out with a heavy sigh, remarking that he was sweating cold all over. When his gaze suddenly met Gu Yangchun sitting blankly in front of the door, he exclaimed in shock that he had been startled and asked when he had returned. Only then did Gu Yangchun raise his head in a daze. He hurriedly stood up and urgently asked whether Elder Li was all right. Startled by his sudden movement, the divine physician cried out in fright and nearly fell backward. Angrily grinding his teeth, with killing intent flashing in his eyes, he scolded him for shouting right in front of his face as if he were trying to blow his ears out, his voice echoing through the quiet night. After they entered the room, where Gu Ryun lay on the bed with his eyes closed, steadying his breathing, the divine physician informed Gu Yangchun that the treatment had finished safely, though it had truly been a close call. He explained that it had been a piercing wound that would have killed a normal person long ago. Stroking his beard, he added in admiration that even while unconscious, Gu Ryun had used his internal qi to stop the bleeding himself, and that his regeneration was extraordinary, truly an amazing body. Hearing this, Gu Yangchun hesitated slightly before asking when he might wake up. The divine physician sighed irritably and replied that if he knew that, he would be a shaman rather than a doctor. However, he reassured him that he would open his eyes within 4 days at most, though it would take some time for his strength to recover. Gu Yangchun inwardly thought in slight exasperation that he had ended up telling him anyway. The divine physician then looked at him and sighed teasingly, remarking that he was quite foolish as well and questioning what help someone who was not even a doctor could be by waiting there until the treatment finished. Turning to leave, he commented that it had worked out well for him, as he was going to get some fresh air and asked Gu Yangchun to watch the place for him, adding that he had been treating him non-stop for days and his whole body ached. Gu Yangchun watched his departing figure and responded that he should go ahead. After the divine physician left, the room fell into silence. Gu Yangchun lowered his head and sat beside the bed, thinking that something had gone terribly wrong. He reflected that at this point in his previous life, neither Elder Li nor Gu Huibi had gone through such an ordeal. With a darkened expression, he hesitantly concluded that the cause must be the result of the actions he had changed after returning to the past. Gu Ryun remained unconscious, his eyes tightly shut. Gu Yangchun stared at his face and recalled memories from his childhood. Although Gu Ryun had once seemed like a devil when disciplining him, he had truly been cheerful and loving, watching over every step of his growth. They had shared both joyful and sorrowful days together, and because of that, Gu Ryun's image was deeply engraved in Gu Yangchun's heart. Returning to reality, he could only bow his head and wait quietly for him to awaken. Gu Yangchun murmured regretfully that the man should have easily lasted another 10 years, yet that was what had happened to him. As his hand silently clenched into a fist and he wiped away the tears streaming down his face, his eyes turned resolute and he wondered why the Lord of the Black Knight Palace had personally kidnapped Gu Huibi. He reasoned that if kidnapping had been the goal, there had been no reason to target that exact moment when Elder Li visited the front line. Frowning deeply, he deduced that because of this incident, his father was away and Elder Li would not be able to fight for a while. If that situation had been intentional, then it could only have been that person's doing. As night fell over the vast estate, Gu Changjun sat absent-mindedly by the window, gazing outside. Lifting his teacup, he thought that the deal had been completed and that, with this, the Black Knight Palace must have obtained the flame they had wanted so badly. He reflected that no matter how much the Patriarch expanded the search, it would be difficult to find the Black Knight Palace. Countless calculations ran through his mind as he concluded that it was now the perfect chance to expand his power and that he should contact those who would help again. However, he hesitated, thinking that the Namgung patriarch did not seem to trust him, so talking further would be pointless. His eyes filled with killing intent as he decided that it was not a problem and that things were going smoothly even now. Suddenly, he froze and slammed his teacup onto the table, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Cursing inwardly, he thought that hiding it with internal chi had finally reached its limit. Knowing his own boundaries clearly, he told himself that he needed to hurry a bit more. When he looked outside again, he was startled by a powerful light bursting forth, and the vase in the room shattered into pieces. Unable to comprehend what was happening, he shouted in confusion, demanding to know what this was and who on earth was responsible. As the energy outside continued to blaze fiercely, he recognized the person erupting with power and realized in shock that it was Gu Cheolun, who had definitely left Shanxi with the first sword unit. Anxiety overwhelmed him as he wondered if his involvement had been discovered. He rushed outside and shouted at the patriarch, demanding to know the meaning of the sudden attack. In anger, he accused him of trying to destroy the Gu clan's sword, Gu Sonmun, with his own hands. The person before him replied calmly, asking whether he truly looked like the patriarch. Through the thick smoke and flames, Gu Yangchun revealed himself instead. Stunned, Gu Changjun exclaimed in disbelief. Gu Yangchun turned around, clenched his fist, and greeted him, saying that it had been a while since they last met. He added that since the first elder had given him a gift, he had come to return the favor and wondered if he liked it. Panic gradually overtook Gu Changjun as he thought it was impossible and questioned whether he had mistaken that brat for the flame of heroic chivalry. Gu Yangchun calmly stepped forward and reminded him that when he had visited before, he had said something, asking if he remembered. With eyes brimming with killing intent, he stated that if an old dog guarding the house tried to bite its master, then the only choice was to burn it alive. Gu Changjun struggled to retort, claiming that he did not know why such chaos was being caused, but even if Gu Yangchun was of the direct bloodline, he questioned whether he realized how rude his actions were. Gu Yangchun confidently replied that that was exactly the point, asking why, despite clearly knowing he was of the direct bloodline, the first elder kept provoking him like an idiot. He added that even if there was a role to play, there was a limit to how much he could overlook. Forming a fireball in his hand, he angrily declared that such sloppiness did not suit someone like the first elder, and that he had not expected him to keep pretending ignorance after making such an obvious move, observing that he looked like someone who did not have much time left. Hearing this, Gu Changjun ground his teeth in fury, quickly drawing his sword and charging straight at Gu Yangchun. The latter stood still with the fireball in hand and, just before the attack reached him, clenched his fist and struck back. A tremendous force formed like a shield, completely blocking Gu Changjun's sword energy. In utter disbelief, Gu Changjun shouted in shock, wondering how it was possible and whether his attack had been blocked with just one fist. Gu Yangchun responded indifferently, asking what was so surprising and remarking that although they had said the first elder's realm was at peak transformation, it was nothing special. Still unwilling to believe it, Gu Changjun insisted that it must have been luck that the attack had been blocked once and declared that they would see about the next one. He unleashed a barrage of sword energies toward Gu Yangchun and loudly challenged him to try blocking that as well, while dashing forward simultaneously. A massive explosion erupted as the sword energies struck the surroundings, and dust and smoke rose everywhere, obscuring the scene. Confidently sheathing his sword, Gu Changjun called him an insolent brat and remarked that even if he had been shining lately, he was only a late-stage prodigy at the peak level. Grinding his teeth, he stated that it should be enough to fix his attitude. However, he soon froze and stepped toward the site of the explosion, seeing that the ground and rocks had been scorched black. Confused, he realized that Gu Yangchun was gone and wondered when it had happened. At that very moment, Gu Yangchun appeared at his side and drove a punch into his ribs, gritting his teeth as he poured all his strength into his fist. Gu Changjun was sent flying and crashed hard into a wall, shattering it, before collapsing painfully against the rubble. Seeing this, Gu Yangchun remarked that, as expected, he could not use his power at all. Approaching him, he muttered that it could not be helped, then looked down at the bowed figure and asked whether his body was broken. He added pointedly that it was especially his heart, leaving Gu Changjun utterly shocked. Gu Yangchun's hand slowly tightened, and deep within his heart, turbulent waves began to surge as he recalled that at a point further in the future than now, he still remembered the end the first elder had met in his previous life. He remembered his father, Gu Cheolun, and how the flames of rage his father had unleashed upon the first elder had engulfed the entire Gu clan, and how the first elder had slowly burned under the heat until he became a pile of charcoal beyond recognition, a truly miserable end. He told himself that he could never forget that heat and that his father had never been some old, toothless man. He also understood clearly that the hammer of rage had fallen because the first elder's excessive greed had ultimately crossed the line. Looking at Chang-jun, who appeared utterly helpless before him, Gu Yang-chun thought that even without being burned to death, they had already known he did not have much time left. The old man coughed a few times and angrily muttered what nonsense this was, asking whether he was saying that this old man had grown feeble. As he spoke, Gu Chang-jun reached out and firmly grasped the hilt and scabbard before him. He then slashed fiercely forward, the powerful force forcing Gu Yang-chun to leap quickly into the air to evade. Gu Chang-jun raised his head furiously, knitted his brows tightly, and shouted, "How dare he!" He then drew his sword completely and threw the scabbard onto the ground. Aiming straight at Gu Yang-chun in the air, Gu Chang-jun charged forward with his sharp blade. Watching each of the old man's attacks, Gu Yang-chun silently assessed that this was the absolute realm, where one begins to transcend human limits, and the transcendent realm, said to be the path toward becoming a god. As he continuously twisted his body left and right to avoid each strike, he thought tensely that normally, the gap between them was insurmountable. Suddenly, he was struck across the arm by a horizontal slash. In that brief moment of lost focus, Gu Chang-jun leapt high again and, gnashing his teeth, brought his sword down with a fierce attack, shouting at him to get back. This time, however, Gu Yang-chun did not evade. Instead, he swung his fist like a ferocious tiger in retaliation. A massive explosion erupted, light flaring both in the sky and across the ground. From within the thick cloud of dust and smoke, Gu Yang-chun swiftly flipped several times and retreated backward. After steadying himself, he blankly murmured that it was as expected. Looking at Gu Chang-jun struggling on the opposite side, he calculated inwardly that the first elder was still weakened by his chronic illness, and that at this level, it was barely manageable. Gu Chang-jun panted heavily, yet still growled Gu Yang-chun's name and cursed him as a bastard. After a brief pause, he fiercely pointed his sword at him and demanded that he not think he would get away with this unharmed, questioning whether he thought actions taken without reason or justification would be forgiven. Gu Yang-chun angrily retorted by asking what reason and what justification he was talking about, saying that it was all right there and asking what nonsense he was spouting. His face darkened as he murmured yes, before calmly exposing the old man's secret by asking about the basement hidden behind the bookshelf in his study, remarking that it seemed like the perfect place to reveal his filthy secrets. Upon hearing this, Gu Chang-jun's expression immediately darkened, and a flash of shock crossed his eyes as he demanded to know how he had found out. However, he quickly composed himself and said that no matter how he had discovered it, it did not matter. Gu Chang-jun lowered his body with firm resolve, declaring that those words should never have been spoken aloud. Immediately afterward, his entire body became enveloped in a powerful aura filled with killing intent. He stomped down on the ground, causing everything around him to crack apart, and, as if driven mad, he charged forward to attack while shouting that this old man should not be resented. Gu Yang-chun refused to be outdone and gritted his teeth as he struck back. The two powerful auras collided, tearing through the vast space as though splitting it into two halves. Gu Chang-jun clenched his teeth and poured his strength into his sword, slashing down at Gu Yang-chun's hand. Struggling to endure, Gu Yang-chun let out sounds of strain and pain. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and roared, releasing an immense surge of power that overwhelmed Gu Chang-jun's energy, and his fist drove directly into the latter's abdomen. Gu Chang-jun cried out in agony. Even then, Gu Yang-chun did not relent and continued pressing his attack. After the clash subsided, sweat poured down Gu Yang-chun's face as he panted and thought to himself that he had barely managed to break through. Clutching his trembling wrist in pain, he reflected that the blood demon's energy had been far too dangerous without using blood chi, and that he had avoided using it because of the backlash. At that tense moment, he heard Gu Chang-jun call out hoarsely, coughing, as he demanded to know what that bluish flame was. In response to the question, Gu Yang-chun remained silent. Growing more aggressive, Gu Chang-jun pointed at him and demanded to know how on earth he had done it. Before he could finish, Gu Yang-chun calmly interrupted, addressing him as Gu Chang-jun, Lord of the Gu clan. Step by step, Gu Yang-chun advanced and listed his crimes, stating that he had committed the grave offense of using outside forces to harm the main family, and had even attempted to harm direct blood relatives. Stopping right in front of him, Gu Yang-chun gathered energy into his fist and declared that he was stripped of his position as elder. Witnessing this, Gu Chang-jun seemed to crumble, muttering repeatedly as he asked why it had to be him. His eyes filled with despair as he cursed that such a wretch dared to do this. At that moment, Gu Yang-chun's fist fell, and a massive explosion erupted, illuminating the entire area. From within the dark night, a faint whisper echoed continuously, pleading for Chun, Yang-chun, not to bully Yang-chun. Gu Huibi jolted awake and angrily shouted. Sitting up in irritation, she yelled that only she was allowed to bully him. However, she soon sensed something was wrong as she realized her hands and feet were tightly bound. Confused, she then recognized that it had been a dream and grumbled inwardly that even in her dreams, that annoying she-cat appeared. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside her ear, chuckling that she had finally opened her eyes and remarking that she must have had quite a nasty dream. She quickly turned and demanded to know who he was. From a corner, young Dokebi calmly told her to calm down, explaining that he was merely a powerless old man. With a pitiful tone, he said that since she had just woken up, she must be wondering where she was and asked whether she remembered how she had gotten there. Only then did Gu Huibi calm down and recall that she had been ambushed by the Black Knight Palace Lord, concluding that this must indeed be the Black Knight Palace. Thinking rationally, she decided that she first needed to break her restraints. She released a surge of energy to free herself, but immediately stumbled forward and struck her head against the ground, groaning in pain. Young Dokebi asked helplessly why she was being so cautious and advised her not to overdo it, suggesting that staying quiet would be wiser. Grinding her teeth in anger, she snapped at him. He quickly clarified, telling her not to misunderstand, explaining that he was not the culprit and had also been captured by those Black Knight Palace bastards. However, he added that she was no ordinary martial artist and that this was not something she could endure simply by trying. Confused by what was happening, Gu Huibi wondered what this strange sensation was, noting that it did not feel like pressure point ceiling, yet whenever she tried to raise her chi, unbearable pain surged through her. At that moment, young Dokebi stood up from across the room and said that he was tired and would sleep again. He remarked that since the Sword Phoenix of the world was here, that chivalrous hero would likely appear soon as well. Approaching her, he advised her to conserve her strength and rest, asking what she would do if she lost that item in her possession. Gu Huibi looked at him warily and wondered how this old man knew about her situation. She then cautiously asked who he really was. Walking over to the wall and sitting down beside it, young Dokebi replied by questioning why she kept asking. After gazing upward in thought, he suggested that she simply call him Mook the Old Man. Silence once again filled the space. Internally, Gu Huibi cursed the absurdity of the situation, wondering why the Black Knight Palace Lord had appeared on the front lines and whether she was truly supposed to wait for someone to rescue her. She continued searching for an opportunity, relieved that the item hidden inside her clothes did not seem to have been discovered or confiscated. However, she grew suspicious and questioned how that old man Mook had noticed it. Her thoughts drifted to the past, recalling that Gu Yongchun had once received an item from her just like the one she had given him before, a heavenly dew orb. The string before her now held the same kind of heavenly dew orb. Frowning, Gu Huibi muttered inwardly in anxious hope that he did not know what it was for. Members of the Gu clan discovered what had happened and angrily criticized the situation, saying that the first young master had executed the first elder on his own while the patriarch was away and questioning whether that even made sense, insisting that even if he was direct blood of the family, such a matter could not be overlooked. They locked Gu Yangchun in a prison room and continued to curse at him, declaring that this time he had to be severely punished so that he would come to his senses. While he was sitting there in a daze, Gu Ryun appeared from outside and remarked that he looked terrible. Gu Yangchun quickly raised his head and responded by greeting Elder Li. Gu Ryun then crossed his arms and commented with a smile that the third elder and fourth elder were making a huge fuss, saying they would discipline him. Gu Yangchun bluntly expressed his thoughts, saying that those people were not even active right now. He then asked with concern whether it was really okay for Gu Ryun to be walking around already and added that he should just lie down and rest. However, Gu Ryun simply laughed it off and said that such a thing was nothing, adding that since Gu Yangchun could not come, he had no choice but to come there himself. Gu Yangchun glanced away and teased that he had been planning to go out soon anyway and that Gu Ryun was really impatient. Hearing that, Gu Ryun became so angry he nearly coughed up blood, shouting that it would not end that quickly. Alarmed by his reaction, Gu Yangchun hurriedly asked whether he was all right. Gu Ryun, exhausted, sat down but calmly reassured him that he was fine. Lowering his voice, he remarked that this was what happened when Gu Yangchun caused such trouble while the old man could not help him, adding that it was fortunate that Jolyub was not there at the moment. He then asked how Gu Yangchun planned to explain the situation to that clueless brat. Gu Yangchun lowered his head and hesitantly said that he would explain it to him later. After a moment, he awkwardly addressed Elder Li and asked if he could ask something. Gu Ryun looked up at him with slight surprise, and Gu Yangchun quietly inquired about what exactly had happened on the front line. The time shifted back to when the Dragon Phoenix gathering was being held in Henan, at the front line. Voices were continuously heard in front of a certain gate, with someone saying that it was the first time they had seen something like that and describing a demon realm gate that had turned black. Gu Ryun crossed his arms and asked whether such a phenomenon had occurred anywhere else. Gu Huibi quickly confirmed that no other place had shown the same occurrence and that only that gate had turned black. Hearing this, Gu Ryun simply muttered in acknowledgement before frowning and falling into thought. He then said that they should first report the matter separately to the Patriarch, suggesting that it might be because the time for the true Demon Realm Gate to open was approaching. Gu Huibi raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked about the true Demon Realm Gate, pointing out that Shaolin had not sent any notice yet. Gu Ryun turned and began walking away while reminding her that even if the Heavenly Eye had not predicted it, it would still be better to prepare. Gu Huibi agreed with that, saying that it was true. She then suddenly called out to him, addressing Elder Li. Gu Ryun stopped and responded with a questioning sound. Before she could even ask anything, he answered directly that Yangqian was doing well, so she should not worry. Having her feelings exposed made Gu Huibi's face flush with embarrassment. When she did not say anything, Gu Ryun turned back and asked whether she had wanted to ask something else besides that. She hesitantly admitted that it was true, but then sighed with concern and said that there was never a day when she did not worry about him, adding that she only hoped he had not caused trouble after going to Henan. Gu Ryun immediately burst into laughter and teased that she was the one who had burned her sparring opponent's hair during a match. Suddenly, however, he paused as he realized something and asked how she had known Yangqian had gone to Henan when he had never mentioned where he went. Gu Huibi froze for several seconds after accidentally revealing her secret. She then quickly shouted in embarrassment that she had only assumed he would have gone to the Dragon Phoenix gathering around that time. At that very moment, a surge of energy shot toward Gu Huibi. Gu Ryun instantly sensed something unusual and rushed forward, grabbing her and leaping away to avoid the attack. Gu Huibi painfully sat up and questioned why he had suddenly done that. However, the voice that sounded immediately afterward caused her to freeze with her eyes wide open. The Black Knight Palace Lord stood within the darkness and remarked that it had been a while, addressing Yo Makwan. He added that it seemed Yo Makwan's skills were still as sharp as ever. Gu Ryun suddenly recognized the person before him and, with obvious tension, exclaimed that it was the Black Knight Palace Lord. The Black Knight Palace Lord glanced at the two of them and muttered that it had been the first time he had seen them since they made that agreement. Standing cautiously in front of Gu Huibi, Gu Ryun took a defensive stance and questioned him sharply. He reminded the man that the agreement had been that he would never show that disgusting face of his again and demanded to know why he had appeared there. In response, the Black Knight Palace Lord gathered a mass of dark energy in his hand and replied that he had been quite busy, so he had decided to break that pathetic agreement. After a brief pause, the Black Knight Palace Lord said that he understood. Then he stared directly at Gu Huibi and declared that he had found it. At that very moment, Gu Ryun charged forward with a powerful punch. However, the only thing his fist struck was a rock, as the Black Knight Palace Lord had already teleported elsewhere. Dark energy gradually gathered around the Black Knight Palace Lord, and suddenly an explosion erupted. A stream of dark power shot straight toward Gu Ryun. From behind him, Gu Huibi witnessed everything and screamed in panic, calling out to Elder Li. Yet immediately afterward, she became terrified by something appearing above her. A massive black hand reached down in front of her, and everything fell back into darkness and silence. Returning to the present, Gu Ryun spoke with deep sorrow, admitting that he had failed to protect Huibi like that and bitterly remarked that it was pathetic, wasn't it? With a hint of regret, he pushed himself up from his knee as if preparing to leave and said that was all he could tell him. He added that, as he had just heard, there was nothing he could really do, so he should stay quiet until the Patriarch arrived. Before leaving, Gu Ryun also mentioned with concern that his children were very worried, especially his attendant, who had cried a lot. Outside, Wee Seola sat hugging her knees in sadness. Hearing this, Gu Yangchun could only murmur that he understood. As Gu Ryun walked away, he waved his hand and said that he would go get some rest and that they should see each other again tomorrow. Gu Yangchun watched his departing figure and replied that he should go ahead and rest. Afterward, Gu Yangchun lay down on the mat beneath him, thinking to himself that everyone must be worried. He felt that it could not be helped, but he still felt a little sorry. At that moment, Shin Chol appeared and asked why he did not simply go out if he was that worried. He pointed out that his acupoints were not sealed, so he could easily break the door and leave. Gu Yangchun replied helplessly that if he left, Elder Li would just scold him, and it was not as though he could find his sister simply by going outside. Deep down, he had even more concerns. He thought that even the Yejok mountain range they had told the Hao sect about earlier had not been the location of the enemy's main palace. Turning over restlessly, he muttered that in the end they just had to wait until his father found his sister and returned. However, lowering his eyes sadly, he reflected that the real problem was how long that would take. As night gradually replaced the warm sunlight, Gu Yangchun leaned wearily against the wall and thought that it had been 3 days already. No, perhaps it was the 4th day. Inwardly, he complained that he could not even sleep because he was worried about what was happening outside and wondered bitterly if this was what severe punishment was like. Just then, something suddenly fell out of his pocket. Confused, he picked it up and realized that it was the bead his sister had given him earlier. He wondered if it had fallen out because the pouch string had come loose. Crawling over to retrieve it, he sighed in frustration and muttered that he had no idea why she had bothered giving him something like that. However, as he grasped the bead in his hand, something suddenly happened. A sensation like an electric current surged through him, causing intense pain. His vision shifted, and he found himself sinking into a dark space. Shocked, he wondered what had just happened, and realized that the moment he picked up the bead, his vision had changed. Lowering his head, he murmured in confusion that this was... At the same time, at the place where Gu Huibi was being imprisoned, she was tightly bound at both the hands and feet. Around her stood towers with a sinister and mysterious design, located deep within a remote mountain area with no sign of human presence. In the next instant, Gu Yangchun's entire body trembled violently. He suddenly collapsed forward and groaned in pain. Seeing this, Xin Qiu was puzzled and asked why he had suddenly become like that. Gu Yangchun was drenched in cold sweat as he cautiously asked his lord in a trembling voice whether he had seen what had just happened, explaining that the scene had shown his sister imprisoned in a jail that led to the Black Knight Palace in a foggy mountain range. His lord replied with confusion that he had not seen anything at all. Hearing this, Gu Yangchun suddenly realized something and repeated in surprise that it was a foggy mountain range. He reasoned that if such a place existed in the Central Plains, there was only one location it could be. He concluded that it must be the Mudong mountain range, the place where the fog released by a 100-rank demonic beast that had been subdued long ago had still not disappeared even after hundreds of years. When Gu Yangchun abruptly stood up, Xin Qiu curiously asked whether he had figured something out from that. Gu Yangchun confidently replied that he had indeed realized something. However, he soon became painfully aware of his own helplessness, thinking that even if he knew the location, there was nothing he could do. The distance alone was a huge obstacle, and there was no way he could deal with the Black Knight Palace Lord. Moreover, there was not enough time to go inform his father. At that moment, the image of Gu Huibi's bright smiling face suddenly appeared in his mind as he remembered her gentle words telling him to be happy. Gu Yangchun's expression darkened as if he had made up his mind. He quietly apologized to Elder Li. In the next instant, he clenched his fist, and the handcuffs on his wrists snapped apart. Muttering repeatedly that he truly seemed beyond saving, he prepared to act. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Wisola ran after Gu Ryun and called out to him affectionately, addressing him as Grandpa and Bear Grandpa. Gu Ryun stopped and turned around, recognizing her and asking what the bundle she was carrying was. Wisola smiled brightly and explained that it was a meal she had prepared for the young master, then politely asked if he could deliver it for her. Gu Ryun readily agreed, saying that he had been planning to see the young master anyway and that he would give it to him, adding that Yangqian would surely like it. Wisola thanked him politely. After a moment of hesitation, she timidly called out to him again. Gu Ryun responded with a curious hum, prompting her to ask when the young master would be able to come outside again. Gu Ryun fell silent for a moment as he looked at her, then reached out and gently patted her head, reassuring her not to worry because he would be able to come out soon. Her face immediately lit up with excitement as she eagerly asked if that was really true. She then declared that she would keep preparing meals until the young master came out and that she would put in many dumplings, the food he liked the most. Sometime later, Gu Ryun entered the prison cell. He picked up the letter lying on the ground and began to read it. The letter stated that Gu Yangchun had discovered that his sister was in the Mudong mountain range and that he was heading there. It also contained an apology addressed to Elder Li. Gu Ryun felt utterly helpless as he read the message. Anger surged through him as he clenched the paper in his hand and burned it while grinding his teeth. Then he suddenly exploded with fury and turned toward the soldiers, shouting loudly for the warriors of the clan to listen because Gu Yangcheon had escaped. Everyone immediately became tense as they listened. Gu Ryun issued a firm order that Gu Yangcheon must be captured by any means necessary. Hearing this command, all of them were left stunned. Wisola stood frozen on the spot, unable to say anything as she could only whisper in shock, wondering if the young master had truly escaped. Gu Ryun angrily shouted for the clan's warriors to listen, announcing that Gu Yangcheon had escaped and ordered them to capture him by any means. Even after putting some distance between them, Gu Yangchun could still hear his voice and helplessly wondered to himself that Elder Li truly had a loud voice, questioning whether he was really injured. Glancing back with a hint of guilt, Gu Yangchun apologized inwardly to everyone, thinking that it couldn't be helped and that, if he weighed the regrets, the regret of not going would be heavier. He then urged himself to hurry, reasoning that if he stayed any longer, he would be caught. At that moment, someone called out, "Young master," causing Gu Yangchun to stop in surprise. From afar, he saw Wisuola standing behind a tree, and he looked at her in confusion, asking why she was there. With a somewhat sorrowful gaze directed at him, Wisuola stepped forward and asked where he was going. Gu Yangchun hesitated in his reply, but she interrupted him, asking if it was somewhere he couldn't talk about. She then expressed her exhaustion, saying that she and her sisters had been very worried and questioned why he was always like this. She continued pressing him, asking why he kept trying to do everything alone. Avoiding her gaze, Gu Yangchun tried to deny it, but Wisuola angrily shouted that she meant right now, emphasizing that even at this moment he was trying to go alone. Flustered and red-faced, he argued that it was a dangerous place and he had no choice. However, he suddenly froze when he saw tears streaming down her face. Sobbing, Wisuola questioned what about her, who had sent the young master alone to such a place. Clutching her sword tightly, she declared that she also wanted to protect him, explaining that was why she had worked hard and trained. Lowering her head, she cried out that she had even learned the sword. Her unusual behavior left Gu Yangchun stunned. He stepped forward, grabbing her shoulders and repeatedly asking what she had learned and who had taught her, wondering if it had been her grandfather, and questioning why she would even try to protect him. Worried, he insisted that just because she had learned a little swordsmanship didn't mean she could do such things. In a small voice, Wisuola asked if he couldn't just not go. She then broke down, pleading that since he himself said it was dangerous, he shouldn't go. If he couldn't take her with him, then he shouldn't go at all. Thinking of her bright and innocent smile, Gu Yangchun firmly told himself not to joke like that, resolving that at least in this life he wanted her to live without ever having to know the sword. At that moment, members of the Gu clan arrived nearby, shouting that someone was over there and that they had heard a voice from that direction. Startled, Gu Yangchun cursed inwardly that they had already come this far. He released Wisuola and apologized, saying he still had to go, but promised he would return quickly so they could talk then. Instead, he took her hand and gave her an item, explaining that it was the bracelet Elder Li had given him before, and asked her to think of it as him and hold on to it for a while, adding that he was counting on her. Still crying, Wisuola tried to call out to him, but before she could finish, Gu Yangchun disappeared in an instant. Just then, Muyon arrived with others, calling out that there was a presence there. He froze in shock upon seeing Wisuola and called out to her in confusion. However, she merely lowered her head and murmured, questioning why she was being told not to follow, wondering if it was because she was in the way or too weak. She continued to reason that if it was dangerous, her sister could help like last time, asking why she was being stopped this time. Witnessing this, Muyon became bewildered and asked who she was talking to. Wisuola let her sword fall from her hand and sobbed continuously, saying it was unfair of her sister, accusing her of liking the young master too, but hiding when it truly mattered. Collapsing to the ground and covering her face, she cried out that her sister had clearly said that if she worked hard, she could do it too, that she could protect the young master. At that moment, a figure appeared behind her, likely her sister, silently listening to her cries. Through her tears, Wisuola declared that it had all been a lie and called her sister a liar again and again. Lifting her head as tears streamed down, she cried louder and louder, screaming alone in the forest that her sister was a liar. Sometime later, the dark forest fell quiet once more. Gu Yangchun kept dashing forward like the wind, continuing to move without pause while repeatedly glancing over his shoulder. Suddenly, a pack of wild beasts appeared and charged toward him, prompting him to turn and activate his fire technique to envelop his body. He struck fiercely at the leading beast, knocking it down instantly, and managed to escape the pack before landing not far away. With a dark and dangerous gaze, he wondered how many days had passed since he had been separated from Wisuola, reflecting that he had simply kept running toward the Mudong mountain range while killing any demonic beasts he encountered. As he searched for food, he thought that there had not even been a sign of a village, but he had not had time to rest anyway, noting that his food came from catching edible demonic beasts, and when water was scarce, he could only drink rainwater from puddles. Enduring such hardship, he forced himself onward, thinking that if he stopped running, he would keep remembering Wisuola's face and would not be able to endure it, concluding that the only thing he could do now was to quickly find his sister and return, as there was no time to waste. He then stood up and stomped on a puddle beneath his feet, recalling the bead left by Gu Huibi and thinking that it was strange, as after it shone once, its color faded, but after a day passed, the light would return, allowing him to see the same scene again. He continued rushing forward, feeling satisfied as he thought that thanks to it, he could check whether his sister was alive while moving, admitting that although he did not know why his sister had given it to him, now that he understood its function, he had to make use of it. While he was deep in thought, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, causing his entire body to feel as though it had been electrocuted. His eyes widened in shock as he was blasted back by the current, groaning in pain. He quickly leaped backward to stabilize himself, wondering in confusion what that lightning had been, before realizing that it was not natural lightning but lightning chi unleashed by a martial artist at the peak level. At that moment, he began to suspect something, questioning whether it could be what he was thinking. Through the dense lightning, Namgung Bia appeared, standing silently in front of him. After a brief pause, she greeted him. In response, Gu Yangchun slowly got to his feet and remarked that despite her poor sense of direction, she had still followed him all the way, asking whether she had come to request that he take her along. She admitted directly that she had, prompting him to ask wearily whether she even knew where he was going. With determination in her eyes, she replied that she did not, but she knew one thing, then pointed her sword at him and accused him of heading alone to another dangerous place. He immediately grew angry and shouted that this meant she was planning to go alone again, reminding her that from the beginning she had been dragged into something unrelated and that he did not want to put her in danger. Hearing this, her expression darkened and she told him to be quiet. She then unleashed her power and proposed that they go together, before firmly declaring that if he refused, then he would not be going at all, her eyes filled with unwavering determination as she spoke. It was said that the majestic buildings stood in eerie silence in the middle of the night, until in a single instant they all exploded and vanished completely, the blast echoing across a vast forest. The people inside were described as trying to escape, but were burned to ashes, all of them swallowed by a sea of fire without even having the chance to utter a word. It was then recounted that, at the very center of the scene, a fist suddenly struck down, and the person landed powerfully amid the shattered land, causing yet another explosion to erupt within the heart of the flames. From afar, Gu Qiulun was described as looking at the ruins and calling out for the commander of the first sword unit, who approached and respectfully replied that he acknowledged the patriarch. Gu Qiulun then questioned whether that place also did not seem to be the main palace of the Black Knight Palace and asked if there was any new message from the Sword Empress. The commander of the first sword unit confirmed that it was indeed so and, with concern, presented a letter explaining that instead a message sent from Elder Li's side had just arrived. Hearing this, Gu Qiulun was said to be taken aback and wondered whether Elder Li had already regained consciousness. The commander confirmed that he had and added that the letter seemed to contain something important, suggesting that the patriarch should check it personally. Gu Qiulun then took the letter, and it was described that the moment he opened and read it, his eyes widened in shock. He immediately called for the commander of the first sword unit again, who responded at once that he was present. Gu Qiulun then urgently ordered him to have the sword unit members prepare themselves quickly. After giving the command, he turned and left, adding that as soon as preparations were complete, they would depart for the Mudong mountain range. At the same time, in a pitch-dark castle, young Dokebi was described as complaining irritably that the noise was unbearable and angrily shouted at Gu Huibi, asking if she could stay still for a moment and telling her to stop. It was then revealed that she had been repeatedly smashing her head against the wall until she bled. At that moment, another person appeared and stood in front of her, provoking her anger. However, the instant Gu Huibi recognized him, her expression froze, and she called out in fear that he was the Black Knight Palace Lord. The Black Knight Palace Lord was said to respond calmly that he could not allow a precious flame to be harmed. In response, Gu Huibi angrily shouted at him, demanding that he release her at once. Immediately after, it was described that an invisible bolt of electricity struck her, causing her to collapse. The Black Knight Palace Lord remained standing and remarked that even though she knew her dantian had already been blocked by demonic chi, she still dared to attack, questioning whether it was determination or mere foolishness. Gu Huibi was then described as being confused, wondering about the mention of demonic chi, before gritting her teeth and demanding to know why she had been brought there. The Black Knight Palace Lord replied that this was precisely why he had come to tell her, and then unsealed the door while ordering her to follow him, adding that it would be better for her to stop any useless resistance. She was then escorted behind him, and it was said that her eyes were filled with anger as she thought to herself that the situation was driving her mad, that the internal energy stored in the heavenly prison bead had run out and it would no longer shine, and that the last thing she had seen in the bead was Yang Qian inside a high-security clan prison, making her wonder what he had done to end up locked there. She also silently prayed that the child would be safe. Suddenly, she stopped and called out to him, reminding him that he had said he would explain why he had kidnapped her and questioning where they were going without a word. Hearing this, the Black Knight Palace Lord also stopped and calmly explained that what they needed was a flame. This caused Gu Huibi to become confused as she questioned what he meant by flame. He then continued, stating that it was a flame to further nurture that great being. Gu Huibi immediately shouted in protest, demanding to know who that great one was and asking him to explain it properly so she could understand. However, it was then described that she suddenly froze, her eyes widening in terror, and she stammered as she dropped to her knees. Seeing this, the Black Knight Palace Lord turned to look at her and remarked that she had sensed it, adding that he had heard she was the best among the younger generation and that her senses were indeed sharp. He then snapped his fingers and commented that it would be nice if she could also perceive the greatness of that being with those senses. It was then described that ahead of them, a massive iron gate slowly began to open, releasing a bizarre and ominous aura into the air, as if something within was being gradually set free. It was described that Gu Huibi gradually became powerless and collapsed to her knees on the spot, wondering in horror what that disgusting and creepy feeling was, noting that it was the same energy blocking her dantian and questioning what on earth was inside that place. At that moment, the Black Knight Palace Lord stepped forward, grabbed her by the collar, and threw her forcefully through the door. It was said that she landed painfully, gritting her teeth, while he calmly ordered her to consider it an honor, declaring that becoming part of that great being was the greatest joy. As the door slowly began to close, his repulsive voice was said to echo as he bade farewell to Sword Peak, expressing his hope that her flame would serve as a good stimulus. Gu Huibi was described as immediately jumping to her feet and rushing toward the closing gate, shouting out to the Black Knight Palace Lord. However, it was noted that although he cast her a strange gaze, the door shut completely before she could escape. It was then described that Gu Huibi, panting heavily, muttered in frustration not to mess with her, realizing that he was trying to feed her to some kind of monster. She was said to have lifted her head and shouted angrily, refusing to let herself be eaten and vowing that once she tore that thing apart and escaped, she would turn him into dust as well. Her voice was described as echoing throughout the area. Suddenly, it was said that a flickering flame appeared, causing her to freeze. She was described as nervously glancing around, realizing that it was the source of that eerie energy, and concluding that it must be the so-called Great One mentioned by the Black Knight Palace Lord. As sweat rolled down her face, she was said to grit her teeth and steel herself, declaring that being unable to use internal ki was no big deal and challenging the entity to come closer, insisting that she would struggle even if she had to bite it apart. It was then described that the flame grew brighter and a person appeared beside it, approaching Gu Huibi. Upon seeing the figure clearly, she was said to be shocked, realizing that it was just a girl. She was described as stammering in confusion, questioning the situation while inwardly noting that the child's face seemed familiar and resembled someone she knew. At that moment, it was said that the heavenly demon extended a book toward her and simply uttered the word book, then calmly instructed her to read it aloud. Gu Huibi was described as bewildered, wondering what was going on, and cautiously replying that she wanted to comply but could not, because her hands were restrained. Hearing this, it was said that the heavenly demon playfully glanced toward the restraints behind Gu Huibi's back, staring as if in thought. After a moment, she snapped her fingers, and the metal shackles instantly disintegrated, freeing Gu Huibi. Gu Huibi was described as staring at her hands in disbelief, realizing that the girl had turned metal into dust with a mere gesture. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon was said to speak again with anticipation, acknowledging that it was fine now, then smiling as she handed over the book once more and asking if Gu Huibi could read it. At the same time outside, it was described that the moon had risen high, illuminating the forest as quiet murmurs continued. It was said that someone observed that since nothing could be seen at all, the place must indeed be the Mudong mountain range. Gu Yangchun was described as warning that if the other person ran off alone again, he would truly leave them behind and proceed by himself. Namgung Bia was said to lower her head and softly apologize, then point in a direction and explain that it had seemed faster that way. Gu Yangchun was described as irritatedly scolding that it was not faster at all and that they had only wasted more time returning. Finally, he was said to speak more cautiously, remarking that the real problem now was how they were going to infiltrate that place, gazing into the distance with a sense of helpless concern. Gu Yangchun stood on a rocky outcrop, silently observing the scene ahead and thinking that the place was exactly the same as the scene the bead had shown, and since he could not see the palace with the naked eye, it had to be hidden by a formation. He then pondered how he could break through and get in, reasoning that breaking it by force would take effort and would surely alert others, while finding a gap in the formation and tearing it open would go unnoticed, though he questioned how he was supposed to find such a gap. Meanwhile, Namgung Bia sat quietly to the side watching him, and after a while, she softly murmured that he should go this way while taking his hand to guide him. Gu Yangchun, caught off guard by her action, reacted in confusion, wondering what she was doing. Without further explanation, Namgung Bia stood up and pulled him along, prompting him to call out in bewilderment, asking where she was going and reminding her that he had just told her not to run off on her own. However, she coldly told him to trust her, then lowered her voice and stated that she knew where to enter, which left him shocked as he questioned what she meant. As she led him under the faint moonlight, Gu Young-chun impatiently complained that they had been circling the area the whole time and that he would end up getting lost again because of her. Suddenly, Namgung-bia stopped at a certain spot, confusing him further. She then drew the sword from her back and stated that this was the place, causing him to question in astonishment how on earth she had figured it out. In response, she traced a line through the air and explained that she could smell something leaking out from that gap. Immediately afterward, she infused her sword with lightning energy and slashed into the spatial gap, releasing such immense power that it seemed capable of tearing the sky apart. Even Gu Young-chun struggled to withstand it and warned her that if she suddenly used lightning chi, they would get caught. However, in the next moment, he was left speechless in shock as he realized that it had worked, remarking in amazement that it was done. Namgung-bia calmly sheathed her sword and told him that they should go in. Gu Young-chun, staring at her back, expressed his astonishment, saying that she had really found a gap and questioning whether her senses were truly that sharp since she always talked about smell. Seeing him still standing there, Namgung-bia urged him to come in and cautioned that she had only just opened it so it would close soon. Only then did Gu Young-chun snap out of it, responding in realization before hurriedly running after her, saying that they should go together. After the two of them entered, the spatial door closed automatically behind them. At the same time, at the secret entrance, the Black Knight Palace Lord remained standing there. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself that by now, the sky's meal should have been finished, and with that, his sky had become even more perfect. Looking at the slightly open door before him, he confidently declared that at last, he would witness that glorious form with his own eyes, and with that, he forcefully pushed it open and entered. However, the moment he stepped inside, he was stunned by the sound of voices. Gu Huibi was heard struggling with a book, wondering what it meant and complaining aloud that the book was too difficult. While holding the heavenly demon in her arms, she asked if there was another book besides that one. When the heavenly demon only shook her head without answering, Gu Huibi grew slightly annoyed and reminded her to respond with words instead of just nodding. The heavenly demon then hesitantly replied that there were no more books, which satisfied Gu Huibi, who gently patted her head and praised her for answering properly. Upon noticing the Black Knight Palace Lord, Gu Huibi playfully greeted him, remarking that he had arrived, then told him that he had come at the right time and instructed him to bring more books for his master to read, questioning why he had only given a child such an old book. Hearing this, the Black Knight Palace Lord clenched his fists, veins bulging with anger as everything unfolded contrary to his expectations. He thought in disbelief that this could not be happening, that his sky, who was supposed to rule as an absolute being feared by all, was instead sitting like a mere child, reading a book in someone's arms. Grinding his teeth in fury, he roared internally that this bastard dared to do such a thing. The Black Knight Palace Lord angrily generated a powerful surge of energy and demanded to know who dared to defile his sky, which made Gu Huibi flinch and step back in fear as she gasped. At that moment, the heavenly demon cast her gaze toward the Black Knight Palace Lord and told him not to act, which left him stunned. As a result, his attack halted immediately and did not strike Gu Huibi. Gu Huibi looked at the heavenly demon in confusion, wondering if she had really stopped the Black Knight Palace Lord with just a glance and questioning who that child truly was. Consequently, the Black Knight Palace Lord lowered his head and apologized to the sky, asking if perhaps she had not liked the flame he had prepared. After hearing that, the heavenly demon turned to look at Gu Huibi hesitantly before realizing something and explaining that she could not eat anymore. This response shocked the Black Knight Palace Lord, who exclaimed in disbelief that she could not eat, while inwardly growing irritated and thinking that she was someone who had devoured even greater energy before, yet was now claiming she could not even swallow such a small flame. Grinding his teeth and clenching his fists in anger, he reflected that the sky, who would become the absolute of all things, had to encompass all energies, and that to mix those energies, the most fundamental requirement was a pure flame. He then looked up at the heavenly demon in the distance and assessed that, at this rate, their plan would begin to fall apart. He responded that he understood and proposed finding a book suitable for the flame to read, asking for permission to take her for a moment. Lying in Gu Huibi's arms, the heavenly demon looked up at her expression before ordering that he must return quickly. Immediately afterward, the Black Knight Palace Lord seized Gu Huibi, dragged her outside, and threw her away, causing her to groan in pain. She shouted in frustration, demanding how many times he intended to knock her down. At that moment, the young Dokebi woke up, startled, while Gu Huibi angrily yelled at him, questioning whether he had not wanted the role of a babysitter. The Black Knight Palace Lord, increasingly irritated, told her to be quiet and stated that he did not recall assigning her such a role. Dark streams of demonic energy reappeared, extending their claws toward Gu Huibi as he ordered her to quietly burn as the great being's daily flame. Extending his hand forward, he reasoned that if she could not consume it as it was, then making it into an easier form to swallow would be better, adding that the flame did not have to remain in human form. The demonic energy tightly bound Gu Huibi, causing her intense pain as she groaned, her eyes filled with fury while she screamed out the Black Knight Palace Lord's name. At that moment, everything began to shake violently, causing confusion among everyone present. The Black Knight Palace. Lord grew uneasy and wondered what the vibration was, sensing that it felt like an impact occurring within the mountain range, as though the ground itself was being torn apart in search of something. Closing his eyes to focus, he realized that an entire mountain had exploded, which made him panic and exclaim that it was impossible before immediately disappearing in fear. After he left, Gu Huibi was freed, collapsing to the ground as she breathed in relief, saying that she did not know what had happened but that she had been saved. The young Dokaibi excitedly remarked that someone had arrived and, smiling, told her that she was lucky because it seemed her father had come just in time. Hearing that, Gu Huibi's expression turned to shock as she questioned whether it was truly her father. Outside the mountain, the Gu family had arrived and observed that there was indeed a formation ahead. The commander of the first sword unit began searching for a way to break it quickly, but Gu Qiulun interrupted, telling everyone that it was enough and ordering them to step back, stating that something like this only needed to be smashed. He then created a massive shockwave on the spot, and a great flame burned through the protective barrier. Inside, Gu Yangchun and Namgung Bia witnessed everything, and he exclaimed in astonishment that it was the Red Heaven, questioning whether his father had come all the way from the front line. She, confused, asked if it was truly his father's power, and he immediately began to confirm it before suddenly realizing something and turning back to ask what she had just said. Namgung Bia deflected the question, pretending not to understand. Outside, Gu Qiulun gathered an enormous flame and threw a punch directly into the barrier, causing everything to explode instantly. A massive shockwave spread, shaking the surroundings and forcing those nearby to raise their arms to shield themselves. Cracks spread across the barrier until Gu Qiulun charged forward again with determined eyes, and the powerful flames ultimately shattered the protective layer, leaving everything in ruins. Frowning in irritation, Gu Qiulun heard the Black Knight Palace Lord remark that he had thought him to be a toothless tiger, but that a great tiger was still a great tiger. The Black Knight Palace. Lord then slowly descended under the eerie moonlight, standing atop a pillar as he stared down at Gu Qiulun and remarked that it had been a while, addressing him as Flame Ghost.